Chapter 1. With my hair styled like Madara's and dressed in my dapper clan attire, I shall surely look more splendid at school than I can imagine. Uchiha admired himself narcissistically in the mirror, humming a tune from his past life that he had adapted, while he tidied his somewhat disheveled hair. The boy in the mirror wore a black short-sleeved shirt, adorned with the Uchiha clan's emblem in striking red on the back. His lower half was complemented by equally black casual trousers, and his long, waist-length black hair cascaded down his back, with two strands of bangs gently framing his cheeks in the breeze. His exquisite features bore a resemblance that was 3 parts childhood Sasuke and 7 parts Madara, with deep, calm eyes that held a hint of mischief in the corners of his mouth, presenting an overall demeanor of irreverent playfulness. Indeed, there must be something amiss with the bloodline of the Fugaku family. Why do I bear such a striking resemblance to Madara? Yu pondered as he gazed into the mirror. "You, hurry down for breakfast." A gentle voice called from downstairs. "Got it, mother." Yu snapped out of his reverie, hastily putting down his comb and skipping down the stairs. In the living room, 3 figures had already gathered. His parents in this life, Uchiha, Fugaku, and Mikoto, kneeling together, and Itachi, seated at the other end of the dining table, cradling a 1-year-old Sasuke in his arms. Uchiha Mikoto cast a reproachful glance at you. "If you dawdle any longer, you'll miss the start of school." "I know, mother. I'm just preparing for the Ninja Academy. I want to make a good impression on my classmates and teachers," you replied playfully, winking at Mikoto. The strength of a ninja is of utmost importance. Appearances hold no value for a ninja," Fugaku interjected sternly from beside Mikoto. Yes. What father says is absolutely right." You shrugged, not wishing to engage in a debate with a stern father, opting instead for a dismissive response. "Brother, come sit with us. After breakfast, father will take us to the Ninja Academy," the sweet little Itachi called out to you. At the same time, little Sasuke reached out his chubby little hand. "Gidge hug." You chuckled softly as he approached Itachi, ruffling the little one's hair. "Itachi, you're being so good today." He then effortlessly lifted Sasuke from Itachi's arms. Itachi's small face showed a hint of reluctance, but recalling his brother's words, he blushed slightly and lowered his head in shyness. Fugaku observed Yes' frivolous demeanor with a hint of discontent. He found it difficult to connect with his eldest son, born on the same day as Itachi. You had always been headstrong, which made Fugaku feel somewhat estranged from the role of a father. Nonetheless, he could not dismiss his son entirely. He let out a slight huff, but refrained from further comments. Mikoto watched the interaction between her 3 sons with a gentle smile. "You do take good care of your younger brother at school." "Of course, mother. Rest assured, I will look after Itachi," you assured her. With that, the 4 of them quietly began their breakfast. As the foremost family of Konoha, they adhered to the basic etiquette of not speaking while eating, with the exception of the occasionally boisterous little Sasuke. After swiftly finishing their meal, you, as usual, praised his mother's culinary skills. Mikoto smiled warmly at you, rising gently to clear the table. Seeing this, you quickly handed Sasuke back to Itachi and began to help with the cleanup, while Fugaku silently took Itachi by the hand and walked toward the door. Watching the mother and sons chat and laugh as they tidied up, Fugaku felt a mix of comfort and an indescribable worry. His eldest son had always been strong-willed, leading to many disagreements in their beliefs, sometimes leaving Fugaku speechless, causing him to feel a loss of face as a father. He wanted to reprimand him, but found it difficult to do so, and as a result, he spoke little in front of his eldest. While Fugaku pondered these thoughts, he suddenly felt the small hand he was holding trying to wriggle free, prompting him to look at Itachi. Itachi appeared eager to assist, but Fugaku's expression turned stern. "Itachi, as a qualified Uchiha ninja, you must focus your energy on your training." Itachi glanced at his father, then at Sasuke in his arms, and nodded earnestly. "Understood, father." Hearing Itachi's reply, Fugaku felt a slight relief. Thankfully, Itachi has always been obedient. Upon overhearing their conversation, you rolled his eyes. "Machismo," he muttered under his breath. Mikoto, balancing a bowl as she headed toward the kitchen, shot you a helpless glare. "He's your father, now hurry to school. It's your first day, don't be late." "It's fine, mother. There's still plenty of time," you replied, casually placing his dish in the sink turning on the faucet and standing on a stool to wash up. Mikoto felt a mix of exasperation and gratitude while her husband treated her well. It was you who truly understood her feelings, and it would be disingenuous to say she wasn't touched. Feeling the warmth of Mikoto's gaze, you found it somewhat burdensome. Was helping his mother with household chores such a daunting task? He felt no particular obligation to do so, but he couldn't bear to see her tirelessly busy each day. In his past life, he had been an orphan, so he cherished the love of his parents that he now possessed. Even though he wasn't particularly close to Fugaku, it didn't mean he rejected the idea of having a father. After all, he possessed the mindset of an adult and could not act like a child who merely clung to others without thoughts of his own. Fugaku, although rigid and patriarchal, never developed a dislike or distance due to Yes' aloofness. Itachi had received everything he needed despite their frequent arguments. Fugaku had never struck you, a fact that surpassed the experience of 80% of fathers from his previous life. After a brief flurry of activity, you wiped his hands dry and accompanied Mikoto toward the door, where Fugaku and Itachi were still waiting quietly. Seeing this, a smile crept onto Yes' face. He was, after all, a person of contradictions. Let's go. Fugaku extended his other hand. You nodded and grasped Fugaku's large hand. The three of them, one adult and two children, set off toward the ninja academy, under Mikoto's tender gaze as she held Sasuke. As they walked down the street, you felt numerous unfriendly eyes upon him, a sensation he had grown accustomed to. Compared to Itachi, who immersed himself in training daily, you frequently roamed the village. After all, his path to strength was not solely through diligent practice. Moreover, the reputation of the Uchiha clan was slightly better than that of Naruto, the Jinchuriki. As a reincarnated individual with the mindset of an adult, he paid little heed to the malice of others. In contrast, the sensitive Itachi kept his head down, appearing somewhat dejected, prompting you to gently smile at him. Itachi, don't let others' gazes bother you. Itachi's small frame trembled slightly. Brother, why do the villagers dislike us so much? Who knows? Their opinions of us are inconsequential. We should just be ourselves, you shrugged. I understand, brother, Itachi replied glumly. And you had no better solution after all. He lacked Naruto's formidable verbal prowess. Fugaku tightened his grip on both boys' hands, evidently displeased with the current state of the Uchiha clan in the village. You, Itachi, the future bridge between the Uchiha clan and the village rests upon your shoulders. Yes, father. I will do my best. Itachi nodded earnestly. Huh, father, the biases in people's hearts are like a mountain. To shift such a mountain is not something just my brother and I can accomplish. Besides, we are still children. Do you think it reasonable to place such a heavy burden on us? Fugaku frowned. You, as the young clan leader of the Uchiha, this is a responsibility you must shoulder from a young age. Hearing Fugaku's near reprimanding words, you chose not to retort. The relationship between the Uchiha and the village was increasingly strained, akin to a slowly accumulating powder keg. He silently recalled the few chapters of Naruto he had read in his past life. He completely rejected the notion of Itachi slaughtering their entire clan in the future. Clearly, the villagers' attitudes toward the Uchiha did not stem solely from the clan itself. The Konoha elders Hiruzen Sarutobi, Danzo, the absurd concept of the will of fire, and the lurking Radabito all contributed to the injustices and conspiracies that led the Uchiha clan toward destruction. Reflecting on this, you exhaled deeply, revealing a hint of a cold smile. If you wish for my family's downfall, then let the contest begin. The outcome will depend on our respective abilities. You turned to Itachi with a meaningful glance. Oh, my foolish little brother. How can I save you? Itachi seemed to sense something, directing his gaze towards his elder brother. Suddenly, he felt an inexplicable peculiarity in the way his brother was looking at him. Brother, is something the matter? Itachi inquired, a hint of anxiety in his voice. Itachi, you must listen to your brother from now on. Do you understand? You, with an implied meaning, replied. Itachi's small face momentarily froze, a flicker of confusion flashing in his eyes. Brother, you are only half an hour older than me, he said, somewhat sullenly. Haha, a brother is still a brother. Are you planning to defy your elder brother right now? You suddenly feigned a sorrowful expression. No, elder brother. Itachi responded, a touch of panic in his voice. Despite the fact that his brother was merely half an hour older, Itachi was still incredibly concerned about him. Then, tell me, will you listen to your brother? At this moment, you showcased his tea skills to perfection, his every movement revealing a sense of disappointment for his brother, who was on the verge of losing control. Itachi, feeling troubled, glanced at their silent father and then let out a resigned sigh. Brother, I will be obedient, he answered softly. Seeing that his objective had been achieved, you immediately displayed a look of satisfaction, withdrawing his hand from Fugaku's grasp to gently pat Itachi, who had lowered his head. It seems my adorable little brother is still so well behaved. Itachi felt a twinge of discomfort in his heart, but reflecting on the fact that this was his brother, he felt powerless and could only quietly squint his eyes, savoring the love emanating from him. The trio soon arrived at the ninja school, as the Uchiha clan had yet to relocate from the heart of Konoha. Upon reaching the school, they found many parents already bringing their children to enroll. When the crowd spotted Fugaku and his two sons, their gazes varied, some filled with awe, others tinged with disdain. Yet, the majority regarded them with indifference, as most of those enrolling were ninjas rather than civilians. While commoners could harbor unrestrained animosity towards the Uchiha, ninjas generally held a modicum of respect for the leading clan of Konoha. You, feigning ignorance, followed Fugaku through the throng, heading straight to the registration desk, where a nervous ninja teacher awaited. You and Itachi quickly filled out their personal information. Then, under the teacher's solemn demeanor, they received their class assignment information, at which point Itachi cast a displeased glance in Yes' direction. You, glancing at the class assignment, instantly understood Itachi's discontent. It turned out they were not placed in the same class. Fugaku, seeing this, said nothing more, but reminded them to study diligently and never tarnish the Uchiha clan's reputation at school before hastily heading to the security department, as there were many matters requiring his attention within the family. After bidding farewell to Fugaku, you gently reassured Itachi, promising to wait for him after school to return home together, which lightened Itachi's expression somewhat. Holding the note, you parted ways with Itachi and proceeded towards his classroom. After turning around a few times, he realized it was getting late, and many students had already arrived in the classroom. Upon entering his classroom, he found it already filled with students. As he walked in, all eyes turned towards him. Wow, another handsome guy has arrived, a girl whispered excitedly. Isn't he from the Uchiha clan? His cold expression is so cool, I really like it. Hearing the hushed voices of the girls, you maintained a calm demeanor and offered a gentle smile. Indeed, children's thoughts are so innocent. They possess none of the ulterior motives of adults. Wow, he looks so good when he smiles, so gentle. Suddenly, a girl squealed. Truly, the Uchiha genes are remarkable, you mused to himself, following the sound with his gaze to see a pair of ordinary-looking civilian ninja girls gazing at him with starry eyes. He held no prejudice against them for not being from a prestigious clan or for not being particularly beautiful. Instead, he warmly nodded at the two girls, causing them to blush deeply. Scanning the classroom, you noticed that there were very few clan ninjas in this class. Even among the extra few whose demeanor seemed somewhat off, he did not recognize them. Just as he was about to retract his gaze, suddenly, he fixed his eyes on a familiar figure. He had assumed there would be no acquaintances in this class, only to unexpectedly spot a familiar face. By the window, a slender girl from the main family was gazing at him with excited eyes. With long black hair and a purple short-sleeved shirt, her large eyes were accentuated by a small black beauty mark beneath them. Chen? He was slightly taken aback. Due to his presence, Itachi's early life had changed somewhat. He had not started contemplating the meaning of life at such a young age as in the manga, and thus had not met Izumi. He had first encountered Izumi on the night of the Nine Tails incident, when he was caring for the infant Sasuke at home with Itachi. This was also the first crisis you faced upon arriving in this world, the deafening roar that echoed throughout Konoha and the tremors that shook the buildings as you and Itachi hurriedly fled their home with baby Sasuke. They had witnessed a massive orange fox rampaging through Konoha, and the terrifying force of it made you, An ordinary person from Blue Star realized the peril of this world for the first time. It was during this chaos that he met Izumi, who had just lost her family amidst the turmoil. After some understanding, you led the three of them towards the gathering crowd. Throughout this ordeal, you displayed the maturity and composure of an adult, and with the help of his innate abilities, he rescued many children and women caught in peril. Thus, despite being only 6 years old, you held a certain reputation among the Uchiha clan's commoners. He felt a fondness for this gentle and understanding girl. With this thought in mind, he cheerfully waved at Izumi, who shyly acknowledged him with a nod before awkwardly diverting her gaze. You did not linger, gently making his way towards the empty seat beside Izumi, not out of any particular motive, but because that was the only available space in the classroom. Although children's thoughts are simple, it is precisely because of this that adults have a significant influence over them. In situations where they have no other choice, children often select friends based on their family circumstances. Gently seating himself beside Izumi, you turned his gaze towards her. He observed that aside from a slight hint of bashfulness, the girl did not appear shy in the least. Instead, she met his gaze with equal candor. Izumi, what a coincidence. I am truly delighted to be placed in the same class as you. I hope to rely on your kindness in the future, you remarked with a subtle smile. Yukuin, Izumi, momentarily at a loss for words, felt a warmth rise to her cheeks and quickly averted her gaze. An utterly endearing sight. Yukuin, how are Itachi and Sasuke? In an attempt to mask her own shyness, Izumi hastily changed the subject. Ah, one has grown into a chubby little fellow, while the other has begun to indulge in fanciful thoughts, you replied with a hint of exasperation. Puffed, your words are still so amusing. Yukun. Izumi suddenly covered her mouth. Laughing. Yukuin, shall we invite Itachi for some dango after school? Oh, is Izumi treating us today? You feigned exaggeration. Seeing his dramatic expression, Izumi couldn't help but laugh again. Indeed, I haven't properly thanked you and Itachi for last time. All right then, after school we shall find Itachi. He has been looking rather glum lately. We should sweeten his day with some treats. You graciously accepted the girl's kind offer, knowing well that Izumi was a thoughtful young lady. Refusing her invitation outright might lead her to overthink the matter. He figured it would be best for him to eat a little less. While he was aware that Izumi belonged to an ordinary Uchiha family, not particularly affluent, and it was likely that she had saved her pocket money for this occasion. Furthermore, her heartfelt gratitude from before had greatly benefited you as well. One cannot overlook the advantages brought by Yu's unique circumstances. Like many others who had traversed realms, he possessed a certain golden finger. His was derived from a cultivation game he played in his past life, which, due to his transmigration, had become exceedingly simplified. Beyond the basic cultivation techniques provided by the game, he could now adapt certain ninjutsu into Taoist methods. For instance, the elemental techniques of wind, lightning, water, fire, and earth from his family's ninjutsu library could all be transformed into the 5 elemental escape techniques of Taoism, which differed fundamentally from the traditional ninjutsu that required hand seals. The Taoist escape techniques allowed for an ultimate mastery over the 5 natural elements. Take the water attribute escape technique, for example. Currently, it ranked among his weakest abilities. His introductory water escape technique enabled him to manipulate existing water sources, but did not allow him to conjure water from thin air, nor did it extend beyond a 10-meter radius. However, this was merely the initial level of the Taoist water escape technique. Upon reaching mastery, his control over water would increase exponentially, and understanding the essence of water would allow him to create it effortlessly using his own spiritual energy. There existed 5 levels of proficiency: ordinary, proficient, perfect, subtle, and extraordinary. Each level would signify a qualitative transformation, enhancing his understanding of the way of water and refining its various manifestations, such as compressing water pressure to shoot high-pressure jets or transforming water into ice or mist. As long as his imagination was vivid and aligned with the principles of water, anything would be possible. Most importantly, with the advancement of his Taoist techniques, the elemental damage from the same category would diminish, and it would not be impossible to embody the elements themselves. Currently, you had achieved mastery in fire and lightning elements, while his wind element was at an ordinary level, and his water and earth elements were merely introductory. To elevate these Taoist levels, aside from diligent practice and personal enlightenment, he had 2 additional methods. One was to continuously collect various types of similar elemental ninjutsu, and the other was to gain appreciation points from others, be it gratitude, recognition, or admiration, or, conversely, to accrue negative sentiments such as hatred, disdain, or dislike. This concept resembled the legendary collection of willpower, whether stemming from gratitude or malice. Both represented a form of mental energy. However, these two types of mental energy served different purposes. Appreciation points could enhance both the rank of his techniques and their efficacy, while malice could only elevate the level of the skills. That's why you speculated that this was likely connected to the nature of his original cultivation method, as he had chosen a righteous path rather than a dark one in that game. Consequently, to enhance his current techniques, he had to continuously invest appreciation points, which were of a more positive essence. Skills, on the other hand, represented merely an application of power, devoid of any moral distinction. Use initial guiding technique. The Qimingju emphasized tranquility of mind and a calm spirit. Should his thoughts become restless, his cultivation would inevitably slow. As his techniques advanced, his mind would grow more serene and centered, which worried you immensely. At this juncture, he had yet to awaken his eyes, while he knew that his brother had already done so during the Ninetales incident. While the awakening was linked to mental acuity, the Taoist cultivation methods focused on the balance of essence, energy, and spirit. As his cultivation progressed to refining essence into energy, his mental faculties were rapidly enhancing. Yet he felt no change in his eyes. However, he was not overly concerned, for he discovered that his observational skills had become quite sharp, rivaling even the single-hooked Sharingan, and this perception was harmonized with his physical being. The finer his observations, the more precise his control over his body. One might argue that Taoist techniques offered a holistic enhancement rather than excelling in a singular aspect. Moreover, with the advancement of his techniques, his spiritual energy would significantly increase. This world is not solely infused with chakra. Spiritual energy permeates the very air, though ordinary individuals remain oblivious to it. Rather than referring to it as spiritual energy, you preferred a more scientific term, dark energy. Yet, discussing science in the Naruto universe was somewhat amusing. Compared to chakra, which exhaustively drains the body, spiritual energy may be weaker in offensive capabilities, but it exponentially enhances one's lifespan. This inferiority is relative. Once his understanding of Taoist principles deepens, the outcome of their confrontation remains uncertain. However, unlike the rapid advancement associated with chakra, ordinary individuals require years, often over a decade, merely to refine essence into energy. Not to mention the subsequent stages of refining energy into spirit, spirit into void, and void into unity with the Tao. One misstep could mean a lifetime of struggle, yet you enjoyed the advantage of his unique circumstances. Each enhancement of his techniques would propel his cultivation forward, creating a reciprocal relationship. As he sat beside this charming young lady, Izumi, she was continuously contributing to his appreciation points. Merely sitting with her for over 10 minutes had already increased his appreciation points by more than 50, bringing him closer to the 1,000 needed for advancing his techniques. Only 20 days away, truly a treasure of a girl. This was merely the appreciation from one individual, while appreciation points were harder to accumulate than negative sentiments. They were less frequently utilized. That's why you could afford to wait for the appreciation points to accumulate for enhancing his techniques. The elevation of a technique's rank required 3 boosts of appreciation points to transition to the next tier. With the hierarchy of techniques categorized as heaven, earth, profound, and yellow. In the past, the unscrupulous cultivation game had designed its mechanics to frustrate players, reverting the quality of techniques to the lowest tier after each transition. Thus, now, after elevating his Qimingju to the heavenly tier, reaching the realm of refining energy into spirit, you would have to upgrade the newly advanced technique from yellow tier once more. Achieving full cultivation would then propel him to the next realm, necessitating a fresh start on the techniques tier. In practical terms, you estimated that transitioning from refining essence into energy to refining energy into spirit would require a staggering 12,000 appreciation points. Given the game system's tendency to multiply the required points by 10 for each subsequent advancement, he would need a whopping 120,000 appreciation points to move from refining energy into spirit to refining spirit into void. Thus, the advantages of his unique circumstances were not as substantial as they might seem. Otherwise, he would not have progressed from the mortal realm to refining essence into energy in just 2 years since he began training at 4 years old. Silently, he opened his status panel, Uchiha realm, refining essence into energy technique, Qingmingju, yellow tier 2 ninjutsu, 5 elemental escape techniques, fire, mastered, lightning, mastered, wind, ordinary, water, introductory, earth, introductory, weapon mastery, Proficient basic fist technique, mastered body technique, mastered refining technique, introductory alchemy technique, introductory planting technique, ordinary formation technique, ordinary appreciation points, 250 malice points, 5,000 willpower collection range, Konoha. Please complete land reclamation promptly. Gazing at the techniques section, you felt a wave of melancholy wash over him. The journey ahead was indeed daunting. However, when you cast his gaze upon the malice value, a fleeting smile graced his eyes. Konoha truly is a splendid place. Just stepping out for school had already netted him 4,000 malice points, and to his surprise, he accrued an additional 1,000 from home to school. This was precisely why you often wandered aimlessly around the village. Yet, upon discovering that perfecting his fire release proficiency required a staggering 100,000 points, his expression darkened instantaneously. How many irksome tasks must one undertake to elevate a ninjutsu to an extraordinary level? Yukun, have you encountered something disheartening? Observed Izumi, who sat nearby, watching Yu's eyes flicker from bright to dim, her concern evident to know. Izumi, I was merely lost in thought, Yu replied with a gentle smile, noting the worry etched on her adorable face. Yukun, if anything troubles you, feel free to share. After all, we are friends, aren't we? Izumi persisted, still somewhat uneasy. Seeing Izumi's earnest demeanor, Yu shook his head helplessly. This girl was remarkably sensitive to emotions. Indeed, he had felt a twinge of frustration earlier. But could he possibly articulate the matter of the game mechanics? Yu turned his gaze softly toward Izumi. Could you perhaps encourage Itachi to smile more? He seems so silent and withdrawn, much like a tight-lipped gourd. Uffed, Yukun, how could you speak of your younger brother in such a manner? But rest assured, I shall assist you. Mother always says that laughter brings good fortune, Izumi replied, her eyes narrowing in a cheerful grin. Unable to resist, Yu reached out to pat Izumi's silky hair, but it appeared that Izumi was indeed a girl favored by fortune. Given how charmingly she smiled, a flush crept across her cheeks as she lowered her gaze. Yet she made no move to resist Yu's gentle touch. Yu, you're hardly much older than me, yet you possess such a mature gentleness. Watching Izumi behave like a well-mannered kitten brought a sense of comfort to Yu's heart. He often found himself wanting to play the role of a nurturing older sister, unable to resist the urge to stroke her soft hair. Only those who have braved the rain would go to such lengths to care for others' emotions. Such individuals are indeed rare in any world. As the two interacted, Yu received yet another wave of malice points. Without a doubt, he knew the source, glancing at the envious glares directed at him. He couldn't help but sigh once more. He had truly discovered a treasure in Izumi Tati that moment. The classroom door creaked open, and a somewhat disheveled teacher clad in a Konoha ninja vest sauntered in. Casting a brief glance at the restless students, ahem, greetings, everyone. I am your new teacher, Yeihai Ichikaku. Upon hearing the teacher's introduction, the hushed whispers in the classroom swiftly subsided. Reluctantly, Yu withdrew his hand from Izumi's soft hair. Finding it difficult to part from such a sweet girl, turning his attention to the new teacher, Yu observed as Yeihai Ichikaku wasted no time, seizing a piece of chalk and swiftly inscribing his name on the blackboard. Now, I would like each of you to come up and introduce yourselves briefly. Your name, your hobbies, what you dislike, and your aspirations for the future. After concluding his instructions, Yeihai Ichikaku stepped aside, inviting the students to take turns introducing themselves. Yamanaka Yoko, I love mountain flowers, dislike insects, and wish to become a joyful gardener. Haruno Haruka, I like and dislike. Kawashita Kinri, I enjoy and wish to. One by one, the children completed their introductions, their innocent thoughts shining through. Some expressed aspirations to become Hokage, while others yearned for wealth or to create delicious dishes, embodying humanity's most genuine desires alongside many fanciful dreams. As it came time for Izumi and Yu to speak, Izumi shyly approached the podium under the watchful eyes of her classmates. Hello, everyone. I am Uchiha Izumi. I cherish a peaceful life, detest war, and aspire to be a happy wife in the future. With a light blush, she dashed back to her desk, casting a shy glance at Yu, who was preparing to rise. Yu smiled and nodded at Izumi before calmly stepping up to the podium. He cast a measured glance around the classroom, taking in the varying expressions of affection, indifference, and jealousy among his peers. Hello, I am Uchiha Yu. I relish a life of freedom, abhor the prejudices imposed upon me, and for the future. At this point, Yu inadvertently glanced at Yeihai Ichikaku, and his malice points surged by 100. Surely, this was the culprit. After all, the more formidable the individual, the greater their malice often is. I wish to witness the heights of the sky. the depths of the earth, to behold the ends of time, to appreciate the myriad colors of the infinite cosmos, and to protect those I hold dear. Su's words echoed through the classroom. An enveloping silence fell. Meanwhile, Yeihai Ichikaku's expression shifted ever so slightly, his gaze flickering with uncertainty. While you paid no mind to the thoughts swirling among the students, he bowed slightly and descended from the podium. He was not one to boast, for when he transcended numerous realms and shed his mortal coil to achieve the path of the supreme immortal, the things he spoke of would merely be commonplace. However, on this journey, he did not wish to forsake all that he currently cherished. To cultivate the immortal path is essential, yet safeguarding one's home is equally vital. The two pursuits are not mutually exclusive. All right, since the self-introductions are concluded, let us open our textbooks to the first page and delve into the topic of the Will of Fire, Yeihai Ichikaku announced, clapping his hands to garner the students' attention. As you gazed at the words Will of Fire inscribed in the textbook, it struck him as little more than a pamphlet of nonsensical propaganda. Listening to Yeihai Ichikaku's impassioned delivery, reminiscent of reading from a sacred text, you felt a wave of drowsiness wash over him. In his boredom, you opened his interface, resuming his study. Currently, he possessed just over 5,000 malice points. While insufficient to perfect his proficiency in any skill, he could elevate both water and earth release techniques. Concentrating on his water and earth skill panels, he commanded, upgrade, instantly. A surge of knowledge regarding the paths of water and earth flooded his mind. Profound and enigmatic, accompanied by a dull ache in his head that caused him to furrow his brow. As he gradually absorbed the knowledge, he found his mastery of these techniques deepening significantly. Feeling as if he could wield them with effortless precision, subsequently, he upgraded his smithing and alchemy skills to a basic level, and a wealth of knowledge regarding various crafting and herbalism surged into his consciousness. Even though you had prepared himself for this influx, the rapid accumulation of knowledge still left him with a throbbing headache. Fortunately, his mental fortitude was formidable. Otherwise, he would never dare to upgrade several skills in one go. He recalled the early days of acquiring his abilities when he had been overwhelmed by a torrent of knowledge, rendering him unconscious and causing considerable worry for Mikoto. This moment of Yu's furrowed brow did not escape the notice of Yeihai Ichikaku, who observed him from the podium. It appeared another strong-willed Uchiha had emerged. Yeihai Ichikaku cast a fleeting glance at you, seated in the back row, a flicker of disdain crossing his features. During the journey to class, the third Hokage had stressed the importance of closely observing the two sons of Fugaku who had come to study at the Ninja Academy. While he was still uncertain about the other sibling, he was certain that this one was not an ally of the village. As this thought crossed his mind, a wave of loathing surged within Yeihai Ichikaku. The Knight of the Nine Tails had left its mark. Though the villagers primarily blamed the Jinchuriki as a frontline combatant, he was acutely aware of the Sharingan that had glimmered in the eyes of the Nine Tails. Thus, like most villagers, he harbored animosity toward the Uchiha clan. And he was no exception. Despite maintaining a calm faade, he felt considerable disdain toward this Uchiha scion. Moreover, Yu's dismissive attitude toward the Will of Fire only deepened his aversion. The most direct manifestation of this was that you had just received another 100 malice points. Returning from the depths of esoteric knowledge regarding the elements, you noticed his malice points had increased again by 100. He stared blankly at Yeihai Ichikaku, who was earnestly lecturing on the Will of Fire. What is wrong with this guy? Did I kill his father or mother? Is there truly a need for him to harbor such intense malice towards me? A hint of derision curled at the corners of Yu's mouth as he observed the earnest explanation of the Will of Fire by the esteemed Jonin instructor on stage. He couldn't help but feel amused. Even the students of the village were unable to treat everyone equally. Yet here he was, expounding upon the so-called Will of Fire. Utter nonsense, if you ask him. Beside him, Izumi noticed Yu's expression and gently nudged him with her small arm. "Yukin, what's wrong?" she inquired in a hushed tone. Glancing at Izumi, who resembled a little thief, you smiled faintly. "Izumi, I merely believe that the instructor speaks quite well about the Will of Fire. The leaves of Konoha have burned through generations, yet those who deserve to perish remain unharmed. While the innocent have met their demise, it is indeed true that the despicable find their path through their vile deeds, while the noble are merely inscribed in the tombs of their virtue." Listening to Yu's somewhat profound words, Izumi nodded slightly, her understanding seemingly dawning. "Yukuin speaks so intellectually. What if I don't understand?" she lamented, furrowing her delicate brows in concern. Meanwhile, on the podium, Yaha, the instructor, observed Yu and Izumi whispering incessantly, utterly disregarding him as their teacher. A wave of irritation surged within him. And suppressing his frustration, he gently set down his textbook. I expect my students to pay attention during my lectures. Uchiha, please stand and elucidate the meaning of where the leaves of Konoha dance. There the fire thrives. This is crucial knowledge for your graduation exams. You had initially intended to share some amusing anecdotes with Izumi to prevent her from being brainwashed by the instructor's rhetoric. However, upon meeting Yaha's scrutinizing gaze, he leisurely stood up, adjusted his book, and said, Teacher, fire is scorching. When the leaves of Konoha encounter flames, they are instantly consumed, reduced to ash, leaving nothing behind. However, there is a question that has long puzzled me, and I would like to ask for your guidance. If I may, with a hint of amusement, you glanced at Yaha, who frowned slightly. It is my duty as a teacher to clarify my students' doubts. Please proceed. Thank you. Teacher, you bowed slightly to my question is, within Konoha, who embodies the fire? Who represents the leaves? Who ignites the flames that illuminate our village? Those who have set themselves ablaze to enlighten the village. Do their aspirations align with their realities? Do the new sprouts genuinely thrive in a society that is just and peaceful? I often ponder, can merely emphasizing sacrifice truly lead to the flourishing of our village? Yu's inquiries were pointed, so sharp they threatened to tear apart the facade of peace that cloaked Konoha. Without delving into distant history, it was evident that during the Nine Tails incident, it was not the youthful fourth Hokage who survived. When Konoha White Fang faced public scorn, no hero emerged from the village to save them. In the Third Great Ninja War, it was primarily the students of the Ninja Academy who perished. If this is the will of fire, then it is indeed laughable. Yaha's complexion darkened considerably as he enunciated each word with palpable disdain. Uchiha, are you questioning the will of fire established by the first Hokage? Teacher has misunderstood. This is merely a student's inquiry, devoid of any intention to challenge, you replied with a slight bow. Maintaining a calm demeanor as he regarded Yaha. I implore you, please clarify my doubts. Uchiha, is this your interpretation of the will of fire? Yaha glowered at you ominously. My understanding, teacher. Those who bear the flame must not be allowed to freeze in the tempest. Ever since you entered this classroom, your gaze has not strayed from me. If you harbor dissatisfaction with me, feel free to express it openly. If your grievances stem from my Uchiha lineage, then there is no need to speak of the will of fire. My clan has earned our status as Konoha's foremost family through bloodshed and indelible contributions to the village's foundation. You benefit from the legacy of the Uchiha. On what grounds do you harbor prejudice against us? In the First, Second, and Third Wars, did we not sacrifice our kin? Yu's assertive words resonated throughout the classroom, rendering his peers speechless, their eyes fixed on the unwavering figure of Yu. Yaha's expression grew increasingly tempestuous. His aversion towards you laid bare. Do you presume that only your Uchiha clan has suffered losses? The arrogance of the Uchiha is well known among the people of Konoha, rather than pondering why others despise you. Perhaps you should reflect upon the reasons within yourselves that If strict enforcement equates to arrogance, then allow me to pose a question. Teacher, what about the unchecked rampancy of criminals? You retorted without hesitation. Having frequently wandered through the Uchiha district over the years, To suggests that the Uchiha were excessively arrogant was merely to claim they were somewhat aloof, and that their enforcement of law lacked leniency. The Uchiha were rarely known to wrongfully accuse the innocent. They had no interest in bullying the common folk. Instead, it was merely a consequence of thugs being apprehended, returning to complain while the village leadership turned a blind eye. At that moment, Yaha felt his temper nearing its breaking point. However, due to Yu's identity, he refrained from acting out too rashly. He shot a fierce glare at you, slammed his hands on the desk. Embarked, to challenge your teacher in class is to show utter disrespect. You will leave this room and reflect upon your actions. While you regarded Yaha's furious countenance with a victorious smirk, this lesson had not been in vain. Not only could he spar verbally, releasing some pent-up frustration, but he could also enhance his own abilities. At this moment, you noted that his previously depleted malice points had begun to rise from a mere 1,000 towards 5,000. Filling him with delight that he had not anticipated that Yaha's outburst would elevate his malice points from 100 to 1,000. It seemed he had discovered a new source of amusement. With that thought, you glanced at the worried Izumi, offering her a reassuring look before striding lightly towards the classroom exit. To clarify, the transition from novice to ordinary requires 1,000 malice points. From ordinary to proficient requires 10,000, and from proficient to perfect requires 100,000, with each tier increasing tenfold. Moreover, the more powerful the individual, the greater the malice points they yield. The progression of emotions also varies. A slight aversion towards ordinary individuals is worth 1 point. Towards Jinin is 10, towards Chunin is 100, towards Jonin is 1000, and towards Kage is 10,000. As emotions progress, these values fluctuate. And the same applies to gratitude points. As for the specifics of these transformations, they shall remain undisclosed, as all explanations rest with the author. Thank you for your support. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi was smoking. Sitting across from Danzo and Tsunade, the three listened quietly to the reports from the two Chunin instructors. Humph, what an unruly Uchiha, daring to question the will of fire. How has Fugaku raised his son? Danzo scoffed, one arm and eye wrapped in bandages, leaning heavily on his cane. The third remained silent, but Tsunade stood up. Monkey, what is your view on this? Sarutobi shook the ash from his pipe. Given the current tensions at the borders of the Land of Lightning, it would be unwise to provoke the Uchiha further. How is the relocation of the village progressing? He inquired of Danzo. A shadow flickered in Danzo's eyes. Rest assured, we will provide them with a suitable position. Do not overstep your bounds. Also, summon Shursui. Such intense opposition from the Uchiha is undesirable. However, that Itachi boy is quite commendable. He comprehends the will of fire very well. As he spoke, a faint smile appeared on Sarutobi's otherwise calm visage. The Uchiha cannot be trusted. Sarutobi, do not let them deceive you. Danzo shot a resentful glance at Sarutobi. I am well aware of the situation, Sarutobi replied coolly, ignoring Danzo as he awaited the Umbu to bring Shursui. Third Hokage, Shursui entered with the Umbu, respectfully bowing to Sarutobi. Shursui, you have arrived. How have your recent missions been? Sarutobi inquired with a warm smile. Thank you for your concern, Hokage-sama. All missions have proceeded smoothly, Shursui replied. Slightly touched as he bowed to Sarutobi, Shursui, there is no need for such formality. I am a brother to your grandfather. Just call me Sarutobi. However, Hokage-sama, you are the leader of the village. Shursui blushed slightly. And what of it? We are all part of the same village. I have noticed your impressive mission success rate lately. I am considering transferring you to the Umbu. How does that sound? Sarutobi said affectionately. Regarding the somewhat flustered Shursui fire, Sarutobi shot Shursui a warning glance, prompting him to quickly amend. Thank you, Sarutobi-san, for your trust, Shursui exclaimed, excitement evident in his voice. The village has never had an Uchiha join the Umbu before. Recently, tensions between the village and the Uchiha have escalated considerably. Shursui, the pivotal task of bridging the Uchiha and the village falls to you. I hope you can inherit your grandfather's will and foster harmony between the Uchiha and the village. Rest assured, Hokage-sama, I will strive for peaceful coexistence between the village and the Uchiha. Shursui responded with excitement. Oh, my dear child, did I not instruct you to call me grandfather? Why then have you switched to Hokage-sama? Sarutobi, with a hint of exasperation, shook his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. Shursui scratched his cheek. I'm still getting used to it. You know, Sarutobi grandfather. Haha, you mischievous child. By the way, today marks the commencement of the Ninja Academy. Make sure to guide your juniors. The will of fire in the Uchiha clan will rely heavily on your diligence. Yes, Sarutobi grandfather. All right then, off you go to your tasks. As Shursui exited the Hokage tower, his heart danced with excitement, unable to calm down. Oh, today is the day you and Itachi enroll. I must celebrate their entrance. With that thought, Shursui made his way to the ninja tools shop. After a careful selection, he purchased 2 finely crafted longswords made of steel. However, these 2 blades, imbued with a small amount of chakra metal, nearly depleted most of his savings earned from recent missions. Yet, thinking of them as gifts for you and Itachi's enrollment, Shursui bore the pain and proceeded towards the Uchiha clan's compound. Yukuen. On the way home from school, Izumi hesitated, her words caught in her throat. Itachi, trailing behind her, remained silent. What's the matter, Izumi? You flashed a broad smile. Yukuen. Was it really wise to confront the teacher today? Izumi asked, her concern evident. What's wrong with it? Izumi, that person clearly harbors a bias against our Uchiha clan. If he doesn't trouble you today, he will tomorrow. Rather than being subservient, it's better to strike hard. Why you replied nonchalantly. He was not an ordinary ninja who needed to learn ninjutsu from the academy teachers. Besides, even if he wanted to be taught, the instructor would have to be competent enough to do so. His abilities were entirely reliant on his unique skills, and currently, he couldn't even refine chakra. clearly walking a different path from that of a ninja. That he still struggled to replicate basic techniques like the shadow clone technique or the substitution technique, unsure if it was because these jutsu did not align with his principles or simply due to his low level of understanding, which prevented him from grasping such profound abilities. Regardless of his contemplations, he could not discern the essence of the clone technique. That why you felt somewhat helpless about this situation. Were it not for the prospect of graduating from the academy and joining the ranks of ninjas, allowing him to gather negative emotions and gratitude more effectively, he would have had no desire to attend the ninja academy. Thus, he was indifferent to the notion of offending the academy's instructors. Brother, 1T, your actions jeopardize the relationship between our clan and the village. At that moment, Itachi, who had been silent, finally spoke. Why you paused for a brief moment, then turned to Itachi with a smile. Itachi, no relationship is unilateral. Whether it be friends, family, or the village and clan, maintaining a harmonious relationship requires effort from both sides. Do you understand? You gently tapped Itachi on the forehead, although they were nearly the same height now. Itachi had never resisted such affectionate gestures from his elder brother. But brother, I aspire to be a bridge between the Uchiha and the village. If we excel and become the village's celebrated geniuses, we might attract the attention of the higher-ups. Perhaps, as the son of the clan leader, we could use that connection to mediate the relationship between our clan and the village more amicably. Observing the determination in Itachi's eyes, you sighed softly. His younger brother was far too mature for his age, harboring the thoughts of a Hokage, shouldering responsibilities that were far beyond what one of his age ought to bear. You felt a mix of love and frustration towards Itachi. He cherished his understanding and obedience, but resented the future choices he might make that could disregard their parents in favor of the village. Itachi gazed at his contemplative brother, feeling a turmoil within himself. His reliance on you was profound, not merely because he was his brother, but due to the mature and rational demeanor you occasionally displayed. As if every action he took was backed by reason. Itachi, we are still just children. How can we bear such pressure and responsibility at the tender age of 6? Our understanding of this world is still so limited. Let us not rush into decisions. Let us observe and experience more. The relationship between the village and the clan is neither as complex as it seems nor as simple. It merely revolves around the imbalance of interests and the game of power. For now, let us simply be children, growing up healthily and happily. You caressed Itachi's small head. Brother, I hope you smile more. Now, let us indulge in some treats. We must not disappoint Izumi's intentions. Itachi stared blankly at his brother, his gaze becoming somewhat unfocused. He vividly remembered when he was 5 years old and their father wanted to take him to the battlefield for an experience. It was the first time he had witnessed his brother's fierce opposition. He was strong. Although he rarely trained diligently, Itachi knew of his strength. At the same age, he was already nearly on par with their father in fire-style techniques. Itachi could still recall that day when their mother seemed to be in a state of silent repression. While you held his small hand tightly, Father, what kind of thought processes lead you to bring a 5-year-old child to the battlefield? His expression remained remarkably calm, too calm, which made Itachi feel quite uneasy. He tried to break free from his brother's grasp but found it impossible. What do you know? This is the fate of the Uchiha clan. Fugaku glanced at you with indifference. Only the weak speak of fate. The strong claim their own destiny. I will never allow such a young Itachi to go to battle. Itachi, stay behind your brother. This incompetent father shall not take you from me today. Itachi looked at his brother, bewildered by why he had instinctively hidden behind him, as if his eyes were ablaze with a fervent and furious flame. It was the first time he had seen his usually composed brother display such anger. You who do not train diligently, how can you speak of strength, mere child's folly? Fugaku's expression turned severe. He had almost given up on his eldest son, as he had yet to master even the most basic 3 body techniques. Far from being comparable to Itachi, although he felt a tinge of disappointment, he also felt a small sense of relief that his eldest son might not become a ninja. After all, in this era, not becoming a ninja could very well be a stroke of luck. Father, let us test it and see if I am indeed speaking foolishly. Upon hearing Yu's resolute words, Itachi trembled slightly, feeling both moved and worried. Though he knew Yu was not weak, their father was the current clan leader, the strongest of them all. Brother, are you certain you want to be a failure of an elder brother? Itachi's half-finished statement fell silent as he stared blankly at Yu, who stood firmly in front of him. For the first time, he felt not only the pressure of their father's expectations but also a sense of security in being protected. Yu, are you certain? Fugaku's eyes flickered with surprise and disbelief. Beside him, Mikoto reached out to grasp Fugaku's hand but hesitated. torn between trust in him and respect for the head of the family. Her hand, halfway extended, withdrew as she gazed with concern at you, who shielded Itachi. There's nothing to fear. Itachi is my brother. It is only right for an elder brother to protect his younger sibling, even if formidable foes stand before us. They must go through me first if they wish to harm Itachi. Suddenly, Itachi felt a warm, salty droplet rolling down his cheek, bringing with it a sense of comfort. Let us see if you can back up your bravado. Fugaku replied, turning without hesitation towards the training ground in the backyard. That why you entrusted Itachi to their mother, offering her a reassuring glance. Mikoto opened her mouth, wishing to dissuade her eldest son from such reckless behavior. But upon seeing Yu's determined figure, she refrained. This moment, any words would be superfluous. The situation had escalated to this point, and she could only place her faith in her husband. After all, Yu was their son. Yu, reveal your true strength. Otherwise, retract your grand claims. With that, Fugaku exuded a powerful aura. Standing at the doorway beside their mother, Itachi felt a wave of suffocation wash over him, his back involuntarily bending slightly. What kind of immense pressure was Yu facing as he confronted their father? Itachi stood transfixed, gazing at his brother's tall and upright figure, suddenly struck by the sensation that his brother had grown even more imposing. A towering inferno erupted from Yu's being, illuminating the darkened sky and casting a warm, fiery glow upon Itachi's face. The flames radiated an intense heat, and Yu, standing at the center of the blaze, resembled a fiery sprite born from the flames, his entire form enveloped in swirling orange and yellow fire akin to a dragon coiling protectively around him. Itachi's youthful expression froze in awe. Was this the true power of his brother? Fugaku's pupils constricted slightly, unable to fathom that his eldest son, whom he had often underestimated, possessed such formidable mastery over fire techniques. Moreover, the flames danced around you without causing harm to his physical form, showcasing an extraordinary level of control. You, it seems, father has underestimated you all this while. Let me see your true strength. Fugaku's expression shifted from silence to astonishment, and then transformed into boundless excitement. Was this the hidden prowess of you? Fire release, great fireball technique. A colossal fireball erupted from Fugaku's mouth, the searing heat instantly scorching the earth around them. Observing Fugaku as he formed hand seals and unleashed flames, Yu's lips curled into a subtle smile. Was fire release truly such an unwieldy technique? Fire release technique. In an instant, Yu vanished from his position, and when he reappeared, it was as if he had merged with the massive fireball, seamlessly passing through the searing flames to materialize just a meter above Fugaku. Dragon Fire Claw. With his right hand shaped into a claw, Yu pressed down ever so slightly, as if the surrounding flames were responding to an unseen command. The enormous fireball was swiftly drawn away, morphing into a giant fiery claw that lunged towards Fugaku. A technique without hand seals. A flicker of disbelief crossed Fugaku's eyes, yet there was no time for contemplation. The azure flames of the massive claw threatened to ignite his hair and clothing. In an instant, Fugaku's eyes manifested the three-tomo pattern. Body flicker technique. Boom! The colossal claw struck the ground, leaving behind a charred imprint in the training grounds, wisps of azure flames curling up from the cracked earth. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. Fugaku, having quickly formed several hand seals behind you, summoned a massive fire dragon that spiraled through the sky, racing towards you, who appeared oblivious and remained facing away from the impending threat. Panic surged within Fugaku as he sensed the danger that you dodge. He shouted, propelling himself towards you in a desperate attempt to shield him from the oncoming fire dragon. However, the distance was too short. Even Fugaku's speed could only allow him to watch helplessly as the fire dragon lunged toward Yu's back. The tension heightened among the three in the courtyard. Yet, contrary to their expectations, the anticipated explosion did not occur as the fire dragon made contact with you. The flames dissipated instantly, transforming into countless embers that lingered in the air like scattered stars. With a mere flick of his fingers, you commanded the embers to coalesce into a giant sphere. As if he were cradling the sun itself, He gazed calmly at the anxious Fugaku, and a gentle smile finally graced his previously stoic face. Father, shall we continue our trials? Yu's voice carried a light-hearted tone, revealing a hint of playfulness amidst the seriousness, acknowledging his father's stern disposition yet recognizing the love embedded within it. Fugaku stood transfixed, observing Yu as he held the massive fireball aloft, emotions swirling within him, concern, excitement, and a touch of pride. Yu, is this your new bloodline limit? Fugaku inquired uncertainly. Yes, although I am not entirely sure. I believe flames generally find it difficult to harm me. You responded, as he manipulated the fireball, transforming it into a lifelike fire dragon, then a flaming lotus, embodying the very essence of a deity commanding the flames. Witnessing this spectacle, Fugaku's faith in his eldest son solidified. Indeed, he had awakened another bloodline limit beyond the Sharingan. Yet, recalling the events of the day, Fugaku quickly stifled his astonishment, regaining his composure. Humph, do not presume that awakening a bloodline limit makes you exceptional. A ninja's arsenal extends far beyond ninjutsu. You must train diligently. If it were not for my fire techniques, you would not know how much your mother would worry today. Yes, you relinquished the flames in his hands. Determined to avoid contradicting his stern father for the sake of his obedient younger brother, yet he felt compelled to voice his thoughts regarding Itachi. About Itachi. Humph, that is enough for now. With a dismissive wave, Fugaku departed from the training grounds. Sharp tongue, soft heart. You murmured under his breath. As Fugaku paused at the entrance, his back turned to you. A barely perceptible smile flickered across his otherwise impassive face, a moment witnessed by Mikoto and Itachi. Mikoto's expression softened into a warm smile, while the scene etched an indelible impression of Yu's immense strength into Itachi's young heart. Itachi, what are you pondering? You gently tapped Itachi's forehead, rousing him from his reverie. No more daydreaming. Izumi has been waiting for quite some time. Brother, it's nothing. Let us head to the dango shop. Itachi responded, rubbing his forehead, his cheeks tinged with a faint blush. Izumi, let us be on our way. You turned to Izumi, who looked at him with admiration. Ryukun, you truly are a gentle brother. Izumi leaned in closer, a playful smile gracing her lips, feeling the warmth of her breath against his ear. You bashfully scratched his cheek. If you wish, I can be your brother. Humph, I have no desire to be siblings with you, Kuin. Izumi shot him an exasperated glance before they continued their banter. As the trio chatted merrily. They soon arrived at Konoha's most renowned dango shop, where a long queue had formed outside, primarily composed of young children, with a few accompanying adults. Today marked the first day of the Ninja Academy, and families with a little extra money often brought their children to celebrate. After approximately half an hour of waiting, they finally reached the young proprietor dressed in a pristine white chef's uniform. Izumi, are you here alone again today? Izumi nodded. Yes, my parents are on a mission. Today, I came with friends, she replied with a sweet smile. How wonderful. Izumi has made friends. The proprietor beamed, continuing his work. The usual for you? Yukun, do you prefer sweet or savory? Izumi turned to you, inquiring. Des for me. I shall have what Izumi is having. And as for Itachi, let's add a bit more sugar for him, you replied casually, upon hearing Yu's response. Izumi's youthful face lit up in a broad smile, while Itachi tugged at Yu's sleeve. Brother, why didn't you ask me? He pouted, a hint of disappointment in his tone. You, little one, always frowning. A bit more sweetness will surely brighten your spirits. Yu said, gently ruffling Itachi's hair with a tender tone. Itachi nodded silently, not opposing his brother's decision, obedient like a small puppy. The three soon received their prepared dango from the proprietor, considering Izumi's financial situation. Yu insisted on only 2 skewers for her. With a skewer of dango in each hand, they cheerfully made their way toward their family's direction. Yukuin, is it delicious? You took a gentle bite of the dango, finding it a tad too sweet. However, seeing Izumi's eager expression, he suppressed his discomfort and smiled warmly. It's delightful. It seems you really enjoy sweet treats. Yes, the 3-color dango made by the proprietor is the best in Konoha, soft and chewy. Yukuin, let us come back together next time. Izumi invited, playfully retreating while beckoning him. Of course, but next time, it will be my treat along with Itachi. Izumi, you mustn't refuse. With his eyes narrowed, you observed the somewhat playful Quan. Quan's expression momentarily faltered, her large eyes blinking in surprise. However, upon noticing Yu's serious demeanor, she hesitated briefly before reluctantly agreeing. Initially, she had intended to invite Yu out several more times, but seeing the earnestness in his gaze made her realize that next time, she would have to treat him herself, for Yu would undoubtedly decline any invitation. Observing Quan's slight disappointment, Yu smiled gently and said, Quan, we are friends now, aren't we? Quan nodded in affirmation. Friends should engage with one another. If Quan's invitation to share dumplings with me and Itachi stemmed from gratitude, then I and Itachi appreciate her sentiment. However, I wish for Quan's actions to arise not from obligation, but from her charming nature. I long to cultivate a genuine friendship with her, for it is a rare joy to have met such an adorable girl like Quan. You can. Quan's face immediately flushed crimson, resembling a little apple. Covering her face, she dashed away like a startled little rabbit, calling back over her shoulder, "See you tomorrow." A hint of mischief lingered in her voice as she distanced herself. Why you felt a surge of gratitude points accumulating in the system, and a sense of contentment blossomed within him. Indeed, the most potent weapon against the Uchiha clan is kindness. Turning, you gazed at Itachi, who was eagerly munching on dumplings with sparkling eyes. My dear little brother, you all are my invisible wings. Today, besides the treasure of a girl, the experience I gained from having you by my side is invaluable. It seems I must indulge Itachi with more sweets in the future. With an older brother like me, he shall surely endure far fewer hardships in this life, he mused to himself. Itachi, next time, I'll bring you along for dumplings. Brother. With that, the two siblings headed toward their family estate. However, just as they were nearing home, you spotted the last person he wished to encounter, aside from Fugaku and himself. The individual who had the most significant influence on Itachi since childhood stood in the middle of the road. Brother Shursui, Itachi suddenly exclaimed, filled with excitement. You? Itachi, I finally found you. Shursui waved joyfully at them. Well, if it isn't our busybody, Brother Shursui, what brings you here today? You remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Shursui chuckled ruefully. Today is your enrollment day. I should have seen you off this morning, but I was tied up with a mission. As soon as I finished, I rushed over. Of course, the village's tasks take precedence over all. You retorted, his tone dripping with irony. Itachi has been waiting for you at the gate for half the day. I haven't. Don't say such things. Itachi quickly countered, understanding the burden Shursui bore for the village and family. And he would never blame him for such trivial matters. Humph, Itachi, what do you understand? Look at his rank. He is merely a special jonin. How could he possibly be so busy? You shot back, leaving Shursui momentarily speechless. Feeling an uncomfortable sting in his heart. The village belongs to us all. Everyone should contribute their strength for its betterment, Shursui replied, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Why you immediately adopted an exaggerated expression. Indeed, with great power comes great responsibility. If only everyone possessed Brother Shursui's lofty awareness, world peace would be within reach. The village's refusal to appoint you as Hokage is a travesty against your talents. Clearly, the higher-ups in Konoha are blind. Just look at how the fourth Hokage, Minato, shone in the third Great Ninja War, while you, on the other hand, tirelessly serve the village as merely a special jonin. I must inquire, where has your hard work gone? Did a dog eat it? Yu's relentless taunts stemmed not from hatred for Shursui, but rather from frustration at Shursui's blind loyalty to the Hokage, which had deeply influenced Itachi as well. Undoubtedly, you felt a pang of sympathy for Shursui. Despite his misguided loyalty, he had always strived for the village and his clan. Shursui wore a complex expression, a tinge of bitterness in his heart. I'm sorry. I am different from the fourth. You acknowledge your difference. Who are you apologizing to? The one you have wronged the most is yourself. What have you done wrong? You toil day in and day out, living like a dog, summoned at a moment's notice, only to find that the village remains wary of you, and your kin harbor disdain. You are caught in a losing battle. How will you reconcile with yourself? Yu's barrage of questions aimed to jolt Shursui from his stupor, yet in their gaze, he only saw unwavering resolve. A soft sigh escaped Yu's lips. You, complaining will not change anything. Shursui placed a hand on Yu's shoulder. In the fluttering leaves, the fire of our will endures. We are all part of Konoha. Instead of lamenting the village's shortcomings, we should ask ourselves what we can do for it. Only when the village thrives can we live in peace and contentment. My efforts are dedicated to ensuring that you do not face the same fate I currently endure. Only when the village grows strong can we avoid war. I believe you do not wish to witness the decline of our village, especially with Itachi already on the battlefield. Observing Shursui, whose back radiated a glow, you felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. Once again, the will of fire reared its head. This ideology seemed toxic. A simple slogan had ensnared the Uchiha genius, leading to a tragic end. In stark contrast to the profound philosophies of the greats from his past life and the brainwashing of various political factions. Konoha's will of fire appeared juvenile in its simplicity. Yet, you understood that the world of ninjas was one of intellectual barrenness. Thus, when a collectivist ideology emphasizing sacrifice and dedication emerged, especially when propagated by the strongest figures of the time and embraced as truth, it became a beacon of hope in this world. However, understanding did not equate to acceptance, especially since such beliefs were built upon the ruins of his family, his love for his gentle mother and acknowledgement of Fugaku's rigid demeanor. Yet recognizing him as a good father only deepened his resolve. His younger brother was so well-behaved, and he even had a little Sasuke who craved affection as a former orphan. Everything he experienced now was what he had longed for in his past life. From his initial discomfort in this world to his fears that it was merely a dream, and finally to his gradual acceptance of his current reality, you had vowed to cherish and protect all the beauty he had found. He would never allow it to slip away again. This was also why you disliked encountering Shursui, as his younger brother idolized this young man so fervently. Watching Itachi earnestly attempt to comprehend Shursui's ideology only fueled Yu's frustration. You had considered attempting to steer Shursui's thoughts in a different direction, but the young man resembled a stubborn ox, determined to march forward without looking back, refusing to change course until he hit a wall. You wished he could awaken the ability of Kodo Amatsukami from his Mangeki Sharingan to convey a message that Shursui would understand. Alas, such powers were beyond his reach. You felt a wave of melancholy as he pondered his situation. Ever since binding himself to this golden opportunity, he had walked a divergent path from the ninjas of this world. He had tried to provoke his emotions in solitude, but the results were merely touching. Other than staring into space with dry eyes, he found no benefit. Perhaps as his cultivation progressed, the enhancement of spiritual energy would activate the bloodline within him. Yet, he sensed that his stubborn cultivation system would not grant him the Sharingan. Now, at 6 years old, he calculated that there were still over 6 years until Tobi would manipulate Itachi into slaughtering their clan and Shursui's eyes would be taken. This next 6 years would be his period of growth. With his current abilities, he could barely hold his own against a Jonin. However, facing a Kaga-level opponent was still beyond him. Yet, he felt confident that within these 4 years, he could position himself among the ranks of Kaga-level shinobi. If only he could further his cultivation to the point of transforming his chi into spirit and mastering a specific elemental technique to perfection, then in the current Konoha, no one would stand a chance against him, unless the first Hokage and Madara crawled from their graves. Ah, how eloquent the words sound, but in reality, can the higher-ups truly see your efforts? It is but your one-sided wishful thinking. Seeing Shursui preparing to influence his younger brother again, you pulled Itachi behind him, interrupting Shursui's impending rebuttal. By the way, you didn't come here today without a gift, did you? Yu's tone carried a teasing lilt. Shursui had initially intended to impart some grand wisdom but hesitated, scratching the back of his head sheepishly. Of course not. I just thought I might share a few teachings about the will of fire. After speaking, Shizashi produced 2 sealing scrolls from behind him. With a gesture of release, a pair of elegantly designed katana, sheet in deep crimson, materialized before him, perfectly suited to the current heights of Yu and Itachi. Without hesitation, Yu grasped one of the blades, drawing it from its scabbard. A glimmering cold light reflected upon his face as he weighed the weapon in his hands. Testing its balance and feeling satisfied with its heft, his gaze drifted to Shizashi, who appeared somewhat dazed. You've certainly put thought into this, Yu mused, although his home was not lacking in chakra-infused weaponry. Considering Shizashi's living conditions, these 2 swords must have consumed a substantial portion of his savings over the past 6 months. Such a gesture carried significant weight. Now that Yu's forging skills had reached a competent level, he could return home and request some chakra metal from his father to craft a low-grade magical sword without much difficulty. My mother must have prepared dinner by now. Would you like to join us? Yu suggested softly. No, I wouldn't want to trouble Aunt Mikoto. Shizashi quickly declined. That I still need to report my mission to the 3rd Hokage. He preferred to stay alone with you and Itachi. Feeling somewhat suffocated at the thought of meeting the clan leader. Indeed, a busy person like you should not be delayed. I imagine my mother is waiting rather impatiently, so we shall head home first. With that, you pulled Itachi, who still had more to say to Shizashi, and hurried towards their home. You're as stubborn as ever, Shizashi muttered, watching the 2 young figures retreat into the distance, a frown creasing his brow. Where did this distrust of the village stem from? Could it possibly be taught by the clan leader? Pondering this, Shizashi made his way home alone. Brother, why do you always argue with Shizashi? Itachi expressed his discontent. Itachi, heed your brother's advice. Do not indulge too much in Shizashi's grand philosophies. They offer you no benefit. Why you looked earnestly at his younger brother. Is it wrong to strive for peace for our village and clan? Itachi's small face displayed a stubborn resolve. Peace is not the issue, but the means are flawed. Itachi, the higher-ups in Konoha are not as benevolent as you believe. You replied solemnly, "Is what you say the absolute truth?" For the first time, Itachi questioned him, and you felt a surge of frustration. Yet, upon seeing the bewilderment in Itachi's eyes, his anger dissipated. "Itachi, time will reveal all truths. Please grant your brother some patience. The Uchiha should not be this way." "All right, brother, I will wait for your answer." Itachi nodded earnestly. Seeing this, you chose not to say more. If there came a day when Itachi strayed from the right path, he, as an elder brother, would use the iron fist of love to guide him back. As they reached the door, they found their mother, Mikoto, standing there with an expression of longing, as if she had been waiting for ages. "Mother, we're back." You greeted her with a sweet smile. "Did you make any friends at school today?" Mikoto inquired gently. "Hee, today I made a delightful little sister," you teased. Mikoto covered her mouth, laughing lightly. "Oh, I didn't know our little you had caught the eye of a girl so young." "Mother, you jest. I merely see her as a sister." Her purple attire was simply charming. Seeing his mother so joyful made you feel lighthearted as well. "Do you believe I should visit the neighboring Hyuga clan to find you a daughter-in-law, so you can endure their disdain?" "Haha, you are the most mischievous. And what about Itachi? Did he make any friends today?" Mikoto turned her attention to Itachi, who was being pulled along by you. "I made friends too. Just like my brother." Itachi stammered. It appears Itachi is quite impressive as well." Mikoto affectionately ruffled Itachi's hair. Aware of his typically reserved nature and the weight of his thoughts, it seemed you was doing a commendable job caring for his younger brother. Mikoto cast a gentle glance at you before heading to the kitchen to fetch bowls and chopsticks for the two brothers. "Where's father? Why hasn't he returned yet?" you asked, noticing his mother had only set out 3 pairs of utensils. "The Hokage summoned him to discuss some matters," Mikoto casually replied as she served rice to you and Itachi. "Did he mention what it was about, mother?" You pressed further. A hint of worry flickered in Mikoto's eyes. Seemingly connected to the clan's relocation. Yu's gaze sharpened. Was a significant event for the Uchiha clan approaching? A myriad of thoughts raced through his mind as he began to enjoy the dinner his mother had prepared. There were matters he wished to keep from her to spare her worry. Perhaps he should speak with his father instead. By the banks of the Nankawa River, at the Uchiha clan cemetery. You thought coldly. He quickly finished his meal, playfully lifting the spirits of his somewhat troubled mother with a few humorous anecdotes, managing to coax a light laugh from her. Once Itachi finished his meal at a leisurely pace, you helped clear the table and embraced the little Sasuke, who had been cooing for his brother to hold him. Content, he returned to his room. Without Fugaka present, the dining atmosphere felt considerably lighter. However, the thought of the Hokage's meeting with his father weighed heavily on Yu's mind, causing his brow to furrow deeply. "If only I were a bit older, even the age of a graduating genin would suffice." He sighed softly. Once he became a genin, he could participate in clan meetings. His voice would carry some weight. This was one of the reasons he felt compelled to become a ninja. "I hope father can persuade them," you murmured uncertainly. Later, he settled onto his wooden bed, crossing his legs and opening his system panel. Uchiha realm. Refining essence into chi technique. QNGM Ingju, Azure Mysterious Decision, Level 2 Jutsu. 5 elements ninjutsu: fire, proficient lightning, proficient wind, average water, average earth, average weapon mastery, proficient basic martial arts, proficient forging, beginner alchemy, beginner botany, average formation. Average gratitude points, 4250. Malicious intent points, 8000. You meticulously examined his accomplishments for the day, feeling a sense of calm settle within him. Truly, he was fortunate to have such a precious sister and the most adorable brother. The gratitude points they provided combined could allow him to elevate his technique once more. Without hesitation, he focused his mind on the technique section. Upgrade. Boom. In an instant, the surrounding spiritual energy surged toward you, coalescing around him. The faint mist of energy within his dantian thickened, flowing through his meridians. As mysterious substances began to permeate his muscles and bones, reinforcing his mortal form. Simultaneously, a cool sensation surged into Yu's mind, plunging him into a state of transcendence, unencumbered by joy or sorrow. Insights regarding his techniques blossomed in his heightened consciousness, akin to a sudden awakening of understanding. While Yu reveled in this ineffable state of enlightenment, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the center of his brow. Instantly, his facial muscles twitched, and he involuntarily inhaled sharply. Jolted back to reality from his transcendent state, the intense pain came and went swiftly, prompting Yu to rise and check his reflection in a nearby mirror, anxious about potentially marring his appearance during his training. However, as he stood, he immediately sensed a remarkable change in his condition. First and foremost, his vision had sharpened significantly, The world around him became remarkably clearer, allowing him to discern even the tiniest details. He could even concentrate and slow down the movement of these objects. Could it be that I awakened the Sharingan? You thought, a flicker of excitement igniting within him. Yet, after taking a few steps, he noticed his body felt considerably lighter, as if he had broken through another layer of worldly constraints. Power surged through him, and he felt no unfamiliarity with this newfound strength. He sensed he could effortlessly shatter a boulder while also delicately manipulating the bubbles a child blows. His control over power was astonishingly precise. Why you rushed to the mirror, eagerly examining his eyes, his disappointment. They remained unchanged, still the same bright black, resembling a lustrous black gemstone that radiated a profound glow. You felt a pang of regret. Perhaps he had overestimated his potential. However, just as he prepared to return to bed, he noticed a crimson forming on his forehead at that moment, gazing at the gem-like red mark. A sense of foreboding washed over him. Am I about to grow a third eye? With a flutter of his eyelashes, you began to mentally berate his system, which seemed intent on transforming him into a three-eyed monster. What a ridiculous system! Instead of granting him the coveted Sharingan, it was leading him down a path towards an inhuman existence. Although he was still uncertain if a third eye would indeed manifest. You possessed an acute awareness of his own body that he quickly discerned the origin of the red adorning his forehead. An unknown force was gradually converging at his brow, following the channels of his cultivation technique. Though this gathering was slow, you was confident that with the next elevation of his technique's rank, the process would accelerate significantly. He could only hope in silence that this newly formed eye would be one that could be opened and closed at will. Otherwise, having a third eye perpetually gazing could render him a freak in the eyes of others. With a wistful sigh, you returned to his bedside, contemplating how to explain this peculiar situation to his mother the following day. If he failed to articulate it well, his gentle mother would undoubtedly worry. Such was the bittersweet burden of happiness, settling into a cross-legged position once more. You noted that the Ingju on his system panel had reached the Earth rank. With just 6 more enhancements, he would ascend to the next realm, drawing closer to the transcendence of immortality. Clearing his mind of distractions, you began to focus on his cultivation. Initially, he had intended to forge a magical artifact that evening. But his father had yet to return, and without the necessary materials, he could not even form the embryo of a weapon from the chakra-infused metal. Crafting a magical artifact was not a simple task. Even the most basic metals needed to be of a spiritually conductive quality. Thus far, the only such metal you had encountered was chakra metal. Furthermore, the quantity required for a complete artifact was considerable. Were it not for his status as the heir of the Uchiha clan, he would find this endeavor financially unfeasible. Immersed in his training, you entered a state of tranquility. Although his progress in cultivation was far slower than raising the rank of his technique. Even the smallest increments could accumulate into a vast ocean. Having an external advantage was not a justification for laziness. Cultivation. First, cultivate the heart. If the heart is not right, all is for naught. This was the opening precept of his Ingju. And you found it profoundly insightful. What if, one day, he lost this external advantage? Would he become a waste, incapable of self-cultivation? One must always be vigilant against potential troubles. He could not tell how much time had passed when the sound of chattering voices from outside roused him from his meditation. You opened his eyes, a glint of clarity flashing within them that he concluded his training, taking a deep breath, raising his hands, and slowly pressing them down, exhaling a breath of stale air. He rose leisurely and walked towards the door. Knowing his father had returned. Outside, the full moon hung high in the sky. Glancing at the clock on the wall, you noted it was already 2 in the morning. Evidently, the clan meeting regarding relocation had not gone smoothly. In the living room, his father Fugaku and mother Makoto had abruptly halted their conversation, both gazing blankly at the staircase. Tap, tap. You descended, his eyes still heavy with sleep. You. Why are you still awake? Makoto asked. Her initial shock giving way to concern as her gaze fixated on the red mark on his forehead. Mother, the cicadas outside are too noisy, and I couldn't sleep. Father is back? You explained lazily. Then turned to his father, offering a sweet smile. After all, he would soon need to make a bold request and wanted to win his father's favor. It was challenging being a child, reliant on charm. Makoto hurried forward, enveloping you in her arms, gently caressing the ruby-like mark on his forehead. You. What happened? Did you bump your head while sleeping? You felt a twinge of exasperation. What child bumps their head hard enough to develop a gemstone on their forehead? Yet, Seeing the concern etched on Makoto's face touched his heart. It was this unwavering maternal love that had gradually melted his once aloof spirit. It's nothing, mother. It just grew on its own. It might be related to my bloodline limit. When I was refining chakra today, I suddenly felt a sharp pain in my forehead, and this red appeared. My vision and observational skills have improved significantly. You replied with a bright smile, exuding joy as he attributed the anomaly to his bloodline. Makoto remained unconvinced, her expression shifting to one of worry as she glanced at Fugaku. Meanwhile, Fugaku's brow furrowed. He was already aware of his eldest son's bloodline mutation. Unlike Itachi, who had awakened his Sharingan early, his eldest son had shown no such signs until now. If not for Itachi's situation, he might have overlooked this peculiar development in his eldest. What exactly has changed? Fugaku inquired solemnly. Father, my vision is extraordinarily clear. So clear that when I concentrate, I can see tiny insects on your face that ordinary people would miss. I can also slow down the perception of time. Akin to the bullet time seen in the Matrix. Fugaku's expression grew grave. Have you awakened your Sharingan? No. You blinked innocently, indicating his eyes to his father, assuring Fugaku that he had not yet awakened the Sharingan. Could it be that his bloodline was so advanced that even without the Sharingan, he possessed its capabilities? Fugaku stroked his chin thoughtfully, excitement bubbling within him. Both of his sons were prodigious talents, and the prosperity of the Uchiha clan seemed to rest upon his shoulders. With a spark of realization, Fugaku turned to you. This matter must remain confidential. Do not speak of it to outsiders. You nodded, a look of assurance on his face. Don't worry, father. I understand. Relieved that her son was unharmed, Makoto felt a weight lift from her heart. If you're fine, go back to bed. We have an early start tomorrow. She said gently. Father, I have something else I wish to discuss with you. You interjected eagerly. What is it? Fugaku asked, taken aback, for it was rare for his eldest son to approach him with requests. Could you give me 100 pounds of chakra metal? You ventured cautiously. Fugaku's demeanor shifted to seriousness. Can you explain why? Instead of scolding you for his lack of understanding, Fugaku inquired about the reasoning. A testament to their mutual respect, and no matter how misguided you might be, Fugaku refused to punish him without explanation. I want to forge a chakra long sword that is uniquely mine, you said sheepishly. You must understand that 100 pounds is no trivial amount. Even as a prominent clan in Konoha, it represents a significant burden. Fugaku patiently explained. Use mind world, and he quickly devised a response. Father, my bloodline limit has another ability. It allows me to control chakra metal weapons, not merely in a basic sense, but as if they were extensions of my own body. Any chakra metal weapon forged in my flames can connect to my spirit. What? Fugaku's composure shattered. He could no longer maintain his calm demeanor. Are you certain of this? Father, if you don't believe me, I'll show you once I forge it, you replied confidently. Fugaku stared at his son, momentarily speechless, before rising to head outside, evidently resolved to support his eldest. He was going to consult the clan elders. After all, Yu's request was not for a mere 10 or 20 pounds, but a full 100. Such a demand could only be satisfied by the clan's treasury. Truthfully, at times, this unspoken trust made Yu's heart swell with emotion. A father's love is often silent. One cannot always expect it to manifest with the nurturing warmth of a mother's care. Little one. Are you pleased now? Your father is once again burdened with your affairs. You must show him more respect in the future. Do not take his efforts for granted, especially after he has returned exhausted. Makoto said, affectionately ruffling Yu's nose while watching Fugaku's retreating figure with concern. Understood, mother, you replied earnestly. That night, within the opulent Uchiha estate, the lights burned bright. In the grand living room, several Uchiha clan members sat in a kneeling position on soft couches. Clan leader, what brings you to my residence at this late hour? The elderly man, with hair as white as snow yet still exhibiting signs of frailty, inquired with a cheerful expression. Elder Long, I apologize for the disturbance of my late-night visit. As you oversee the resources of the clan, I wish to requisition 70 pounds of chakra metal from you, and I assure you that I will compensate at the market rate, without a flicker of emotion. Fujitake replied. Elder Long's countenance darkened slightly. Could the clan leader truly be jesting? 70 pounds of chakra metal is no trifling amount. Given that the family is currently under pressure from the higher-ups of Konoha and the clan's finances are already strained, the leader is placing an undue burden on this old man. Elder, I shall strive to shoulder the responsibilities of the clan leader and reverse our family's standing in the village, Fujitake declared resolutely. Fixing his gaze upon Elder Long after a prolonged silence, Elder Long finally exhaled a deep sigh. It is not that I am unwilling to provide the chakra metal, but rather that I cannot justify it to the other elders. You must understand, 70 pounds of chakra metal equates to millions of Rio. To requisition such a substantial resource all at once would be difficult to explain. Is there perhaps a compromise, Elder? Fujitake's eyes flickered as he addressed Long. A glimmer of insight appeared in Elder Long's eyes, followed by a hint of distress. You know, clan leader, that several of the elders' descendants currently lack positions. The village's distrust of the Uchiha has intensified. And there are no roles available for our clan members. It cannot be that our finest youths are relegated to mundane tasks as mere ninjas. With that, Elder Long sighed in resignation. In an instant. Fujitake grasped the underlying implication. Were it not for his son's excessive request for chakra metal, he would have never sought the Elder Council. The internal strife over clan interest is already fierce. With complex factions at play. If he were to misuse his authority to provide positions not allocated to the clan for the main faction, the hardliners would undoubtedly retaliate, despite appearing to command the security department. The clan leader merely serves as a mediator between the factions. In truth, he wields little real authority. Otherwise, this matter could be resolved with a mere word, though chakra metal is valuable for the Uchiha, the foremost family of Konoha. It is merely a burden. After a moment's contemplation, Fujitake spoke. Elder, I can at most offer you 2 positions within the security department. Anything beyond that is beyond my purview. Elder Long's expression shifted slightly. Clan leader, I have heard that there are currently 3 vacant captain positions in the security department. Is this not rather insufficient? He tapped the tea table lightly. Elder, if you wish to avoid a clash at the clan meeting tomorrow, I believe it prudent for Elder Long to reserve 1 captain position for the hardliners. After all, has not your faction already secured the upper hand? The discussions regarding the relocation of clan land are imminent, and our focus must remain on maintaining peace within the clan. With that, Fujitake fell silent, observing the fluctuating expressions of Elder Long's sigh. Since you put it this way, I shall acquiesce to the clan leader's wishes. Elder Long lamented, calling over a young Uchiha and whispering a few instructions. The youth swiftly vanished into the night. As Fujitake carried the heavy box, he cast a glance at the opulent residence, feeling a weight upon his heart. This was the current state of the Uchiha, where every detail was scrutinized. Was this truly the premier family of Konoha? A profound sense of exhaustion washed over him. Upon returning home, he noticed the living room still aglow with light, which somewhat lifted his spirits. Upon entering, he saw his eldest son nestled contentedly in his wife's embrace. A sense of comfort enveloped Fujitake. At last, he could assert his paternal authority before his son. Father, you're back, you exclaimed, hastily disentangling himself from his mother's grasp. He had long wished to free himself from her hold. After all, he possessed the thoughts of an adult. Yet, no matter how he tried, Makoto would not relinquish him, akin to a beloved clinging to their cherished one. Indeed. Fujitake nodded gravely, placing the heavy box upon the table. Are you ready to forge now? He asked uncertainly. Yes, you affirmed with determination, for he did not truly require sleep. He was eager to forge his weapon and experience the thrill of flying with a sword. This was a romantic fantasy often dreamed of by a fan of the Shinsha genre. May your mother and I observe? Fujitake inquired tentatively, curious about how you would manipulate the chakra metal. Of course, you replied after a moment's thought. After all, these 2 were his closest kin, and there was no risk of exposing his secrets. Even if he were to forge before them, they would not comprehend the nuances, attributing it solely to the powers of their bloodline. After a glance at his father, you added, Father, can you assure me that there are no spies present? Fujitake's expression faltered, and he quickly extended his senses outward, nodding in affirmation. You proceed with confidence. No spies have infiltrated the Uchiha clan leader's residence. He was pleased with his son's cautious demeanor. Seeing this, you ceased his inquiries and opened the large box placed on the table. However, he found himself in a bit of a predicament. Having initially anticipated needing 100 pounds of chakra metal, he had made an exorbitant request, never expecting his father would trust him so completely. After all, 100 pounds of chakra metal is no trifling matter. Typically, chakra metal weapons are measured by the gram, with the finest weighing only a few pounds. One can only imagine how precious chakra metal is in the ninja world. Yet, what is done. He could only forge first and worry about the rest later. With that thought, you summoned his spiritual energy, causing the chakra metal to levitate. As Fujitake and Makoto beheld the floating metal, their expressions grew serious, even activating their 3-tomo Sharingan, eyes fixed intently on Yu's movements. Boom! A cluster of azure green flames ignited in Yu's palm, the flames swirling like water, rapidly enveloping the levitating chakra metal. Witnessing Yu's precise control over the flames, both parents couldn't help but show their astonishment. Under the searing heat of the flames, the chakra metal quickly transformed into a viscous liquid, as Yu skillfully separated the impurities. As wisps of impurities dissipated into gas under the intense heat, beads of sweat began to form on Yu's brow, a testament to the mental toll of the endeavor. Forging is an endeavor that demands immense spiritual focus. Deceptively simple in appearance, yet requiring the practitioner to maintain acute awareness of the material's various qualities that in this moment. You felt a wave of gratitude, had it not been for his recent advancements in technique. Enhancing his mental acuity and observational skills, this forging might well have failed as he observed the flowing liquid, vibrant elemental particles swiftly purified into a deep azure hue. He breathed a sigh of relief. The first step of purification seemed successful. Next, he manipulated the flames to divide the purified liquid into 5 portions. The following step would be the crucial shaping process. As you connected his spirit with the flames, the 5 portions gradually elongated, taking the form of dual-bladed swords reminiscent of those wielded by heroic figures of yore. The blades were elongated, and the flames exploded, striking the nascent sword forms like a multitude of hammers, producing a symphony of crisp and resonant sounds. Continuously compressing the material of the 5 swords, you made them denser and sturdier, and soon intricate fish-scale patterns began to emerge upon their surfaces. The entire process consumed nearly half an hour, and Yu's complexion grew increasingly pale, causing Makoto to regard him with concern. As the flames dissipated, 5 crimson swords stood upright in the air. Yu formed a hand seal, summoning a sphere of clear water that shimmered with a hint of chill. Following Yu's directive, the water swiftly enveloped the 5 swords. Sizzle, a thick plume of white smoke billowed forth, enveloping the entire room like mist. As Fujitake witnessed Yu's seamless manipulation of water techniques, his astonishment reached new heights. He could scarcely comprehend the extent of his son's awakened bloodline. In addition to effortlessly commanding fire, he could also manipulate water elements. However, this is not the appropriate moment to inquire about such matters. He naturally noticed the pallor of Yu's face, understanding that the exertion of his current powers was considerable and that it was best not to disturb him lightly. When the mist dissipated, 5 gleaming longswords stood erect in the air. The swords were archaic in design, devoid of excessive ornamentation. Their grips spiraled elegantly, and the blades were elongated, adorned with rows of natural yet mysterious scale-like patterns. Upon seeing the 5 swords, both Fujitake and Makoto instinctively took a step back, feeling as if they were on the verge of being sliced by their sharp aura, even from a distance of 4 or 5 meters. "Yu, is it completed?" Fujitake asked uncertainly. Yu shook his head slightly, promptly sitting cross-legged to recuperate his internal spiritual and mental energy. Observing this, Fujitake, who had intended to ask further questions, quickly closed his mouth. After approximately half an hour, Yu finally stood up, his complexion restored, ready to perform the most crucial task, inscribing the magical talismans onto the swords to bestow upon them mysterious powers. Yu began to weave intricate hand seals, murmuring incomprehensible yet mystical syllables. 5 different colors of small seals rapidly emerged from his mouth, floating in midair. As Yu slightly opened his eyes and cast a satisfied glance at the array of seals above. It was evident that the fiery red and inky black seals appeared more complex than the other 3. With a flick of his hand, the 5 talismans soared towards their respective swords, instantly illuminating the room with a kaleidoscope of colors. As the radiance faded, 5 swords radiating red, black, green, blue, and yellow light materialized before the trio, gazing at the finely crafted magical artifacts. A sigh of relief escaped Yu's lips, and he turned to his astonished parents with a hint of excitement. "Father, Mother, it's done." The simple declaration jolted both of them back to reality. "Yu, is this the chakra weapon you forged?" Fujitake inquired, reaching out to touch one of the swords. However, the sword emitted a sharp, piercing sound, and flames erupted instantly. Fujitake's eyes widened, and he quickly withdrew his hand. "Father, these swords are connected to my spirit. Anyone who dares to touch them will face their retaliation," Yu explained, glancing at Fujitake, who had narrowly avoided being scorched. With a wave of his hand, the 5 swords swiftly returned to Yu's side, hovering behind him. "Yu, what abilities do these swords possess?" Fujitake asked, disbelief etched across his face. "Why not try them out for yourself?" Yu replied, a playful smirk gracing his lips. Nodding silently, they returned to the training ground in the backyard. "Let's begin. Yu, let your father witness your new bloodline limit." "Father, pay attention." With that, Yu waved his hand, sending the 5 swords, infused with different elements, hurtling toward Fujitake from various angles. The sharp sound of slicing air filled the training ground. Fujitake rapidly activated his three-tomo Sharingan. Exclaiming, "So fast!" With little time to ponder, he dodged one of the swords to the right and swiftly bent backward, preparing to evade the next attack. However, to his utter dismay, the fiery red blade suddenly ignited into a ferocious flame. Transforming into a colossal fire phoenix, the intense heat quickly singed his hair and clothing. Without a moment's thought, Fujitake's eyes spun rapidly, forming a pinwheel pattern. Susanoo. A rudimentary skeletal frame materialized around him for protection. Yet, he was horrified to discover that this simplified version of Susanoo could not withstand the searing flames of the fire phoenix. Before the flames could even touch his body, the scorching heat had already caused his bodily moisture to evaporate rapidly, leaving him in a state of near dehydration. Simultaneously, the chakra-based Susanoo was draining his chakra at an alarming rate. At that moment, the other three swords also transformed into different forms of sacred beasts. Charging at him, the lightning sword morphed into a Qilin, the earth sword into a massive tortoise, and the water sword into a Qin Long. The three sacred beasts roared in fury, attacking him with incredible speed, either pouncing, pressing, or biting. At this juncture, Fujitake could no longer hold back. The semi-ethereal Susanoo rapidly solidified, enveloping him in a protective shell. Boom, boom, boom. The resounding explosions reverberated throughout the Uchiha clan's territory, rousing the sleeping clansmen, who looked toward the source of the commotion in confusion. Could it be an enemy attack? Numerous Uchiha members hastily donned their ninja gear, leaping onto rooftops to observe the source of the explosion. They saw a cloud of dust rising from the direction of the clan leader's residence. Meanwhile, Itachi hurriedly descended the stairs and rushed to the training ground. As the dust settled, Yu and Fujitake faced off, revealing Fujitake in a slightly disheveled state. Though uninjured, his lips were chapped, and his hair was singed and curled. "Father, how do you feel?" Yu asked, standing atop one of the longswords, floating gracefully in the air. When Fujitake summoned Susanoo, Yu had wisely held back, sensing that it was not the moment for a full-fledged battle. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling dust, he retracted his semi-formed Susanoo. After all, exposing the fact that he had activated his Mangeki Sharingan would undoubtedly incite the unease of Konoha's higher-ups. At least, this was not the time to reveal his true strength, and fortunately, it was late at night, with few eyes observing the Uchiha compound. You have become a formidable ninja, Fujitake remarked, a blend of pride and melancholy washing over him. He felt proud that his eldest son was exceptional, yet disheartened that such excellence was not cultivated by his own guidance. "What are the names of these 5 swords?" Fujitake inquired solemnly. Why you gently caressed the blade of the fire sword, proclaiming, "Let us call them the 5 Emperor's swords." As soon as Yu's words fell, the 5 swords emitted a series of resonant vibrations. Itachi, who had hurried to the training ground, observed the cratered remnants of the explosion and instantly fell into a defensive stance. "Mother, is an enemy approaching?" Mikoto, noticing her younger son brandishing a kunai, couldn't help but smile amusingly, replying, "Indeed, an enemy has come. Mother, do not worry. I will protect you," Itachi declared, positioning himself behind Mikoto as he activated his double Tomo Sharingan. This was his first time showcasing his eyes outside of his father's presence. Witnessing this, Mikoto felt both touched and slightly amused, chuckling softly, "Our Itachi is truly adorable. The enemy mother referred to as merely your mischievous brother." She gently stroked Itachi's head. Itachi, momentarily taken aback, only comprehended the situation when the dust fully cleared and he overheard the conversation between his brother and father. He turned, casting a resigned glance at his mother, then looked enviously at his brother, who had received praise directly from their father. How he longed for such recognition. This moment was not lost on Yu, who noticed the gleam of the double Tomo in Itachi's eyes. His expression shifted slightly as he approached Itachi while floating on the magical sword. "Itachi, you've awakened," Yu inquired softly. Just then, Fujitake arrived, and upon seeing the double Tomo in Itachi's eyes, he was momentarily taken aback before his expression turned to one of excitement. "Itachi, your eyes. Ha ha ha. Well done, Itachi. You truly are my son." In that moment, Fujitake could no longer contain his joy, bursting into hearty laughter. His 2 sons had brought him immeasurable delight, receiving his father's praise. Itachi, who had felt a twinge of disappointment, allowed a faint smile to grace his small face. However, when he glanced at his silent brother, his heart skipped a beat. "Brother, what's wrong?" Itachi asked uncertainly, worried that his brother might be upset due to their father's commendation. "Perhaps I haven't been attentive enough to your feelings during this time, Itachi," Yu said with a hint of melancholy, his gaze softening as he looked at Itachi. "I'm sorry. Such things will not happen again." His tone became increasingly gentle. Though Itachi had been pondering whether his father's praise had caused his brother's displeasure, he was momentarily taken aback by U.S. words. After all, when he had heard their father declare that his brother was already a powerful ninja, he had felt a fleeting sense of disappointment. "Brother, why do you say that?" The weasel, with a fleeting gaze, inquired hesitantly. Yu extended his hand to gently stroke the weasel's head, his voice turning profoundly somber. "You are but a 6-year-old child, untouched by the brutalities of war and devoid of any loss of beloved family. What sort of provocation could lead such a tender soul as yours to awaken the double Meijiki Sharingan?" Yu sighed softly, pausing momentarily as he caressed the weasel's hand. He had always known that Itachi was an exceptionally intelligent child. It was precisely this intellect that made him aware of responsibilities far beyond his years. "Itachi, do not shoulder all the burdens upon yourself. There are the village and the clan, as well as our father and brother. Alas, what kind of responsibility could weigh so heavily upon you that it prompted the awakening of your double Meijiki Sharingan?" While I remained oblivious, a hint of bitterness curled at the corners of Yu's mouth. "Itachi, do you think I am an inept brother?" "No, brother." Itachi quickly shook his head in protest. Yet, you did not grant Itachi the opportunity to continue. Instead, he spoke earnestly. "Itachi, trust in your brother. Such occurrences shall not happen again. Since you are so concerned for our clan and village, I, as your brother, shall steadfastly stand before you. Itachi, I will not permit you to wander alone in the darkness." Lost and confused. "Forgive me this time." Upon uttering these words, Yu gently tapped Itachi's forehead with his finger. In that moment, Itachi, already brimming with tears, could no longer contain himself, and they cascaded down his cheeks as Yu's finger touched his brow. Gratitude increased by 1,000. Gratitude increased by 500. Gratitude increased by 1,000. Gratitude increased by 500. Gratitude increased by 1,000. Itachi's emotions surged forth like a deluge, as the system notifications echoed in Yu's mind, announcing the influx of gratitude points. Behind Itachi, Mikoto's eyes glimmered with unshed tears, profoundly moved by the tender scene unfolding with her eldest son Yu. Noticing the continuous stream of notifications in his mind, felt a wave of self-reproach. Not only had Itachi's emotions erupted, but his mother was equally affected. Fugaku stood dumbfounded beside Yu, his joyous laughter abruptly ceasing as he opened his mouth to speak, only to be met with a look of reproach from his wife. Suddenly, he felt woefully inadequate as a father compared to Yu as a brother. He was well aware that the awakening of the Sharingan required an intense emotional stimulus, and he had been so preoccupied with rejoicing in Itachi's newfound strength that he had overlooked the profound pain involved in that process. Yu gently wiped away Itachi's tears. "Why weep? You must learn to smile more. Come, we must return to face the throng awaiting our explanations. Once we are done, I shall treat you to some dango." At these words, Itachi felt the urge to cry once more. However, recalling the embarrassment he had already endured in front of his brother, and spurred by Yu's encouragement to smile, Itachi valiantly suppressed the swell of emotions within. Adopting an expression that was both tearful and joyous, quite a comical sight, the future Itachi Uchiha, the stoic boy, found himself utterly defenseless against his brother's gentle demeanor, surrendering to Yu's whims. "Father, have you thought about how to explain tonight's events?" Yu turned to Fugaku, who remained lost in thought, uncertain of how to respond. Fugaku, suddenly jolted back to reality, fell into deep contemplation. He certainly could not divulge that this was the result of a confrontation with his son. Given the current suppression of the Uchiha clan by the village's higher-ups, it resembled a powder keg. If they were to discover such formidable combat prowess emerging from the clan, chaos would surely ensue. Especially with the impending relocation of the clan, which had yet to be announced to the clansmen. Once revealed, it would undoubtedly incite unrest, particularly with the emergence of such a powerful genius as Yu. With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Fugaku decided to state that a rogue ninja had infiltrated the Uchiha compound. Yu did not offer further comment. After all, an attack by unknown ninjas in Konoha was not unprecedented. As long as they clung to this pretext, the clansmen would harbor little suspicion. Even if doubts arose, they would lack sufficient reasoning to pursue them. Before long, several elders in their 60s and 70s, accompanied by a throng of clansmen, arrived at the doorstep. A rapid series of knocks resounded, prompting Mikoto to rise gently and open the door. Leading the charge was Elder Uchiha Hokage, who strode in briskly with a large group of clansmen. Completely disregarding Fugaku and his family across the room, "Clan leader, what on earth has transpired?" Uchiha Kyudai inquired in a grave tone. "Apologies for the concern, it was merely a mouse that scurried in from the gutter." Fugaku replied nonchalantly as he knelt on the soft mat in the living room. The expressions of Hokage and the gathered clansmen shifted dramatically, incredulous at the audacity of anyone daring to assault the clan leader's residence in the dead of night. All the Uchiha clansmen glared with fury, their eyes ablaze as they regarded their leader, who bore visible signs of battle. I do not know. The enemy is shrouded in mystery, having fled after a brief exchange. Fugaku stated, "Have you not apprehended the enemy, even as the clan leader?" The faces of the Uchiha shifted uneasily. Could it be the Uchiha who was cast out during the Nine-Tails incident? The clansmen gasped, their expressions tightening with anticipation. They were on the verge of declaring him the one responsible for the Nine-Tails turmoil. If it could be confirmed that this individual had been the cause of the chaos, it would absolve the Uchiha of any blame in the village's eyes, and all gazes turned expectantly toward Fugaku. I cannot be certain. The enemy did not reveal any identifiable Uchiha traits or jutsu. Enough. Let us not indulge in wild speculation. We must bolster the defenses of the clan's territory and ensure that such events do not recur. Fugaku interrupted the elders, who were eager to speak further. Understood, clan leader. The elders reluctantly turned to leave. Watching the departing clansman, Fugaku rubbed his temples, then glanced at Makoto, who cradled one child in each arm. Itachi, if nothing is amiss, you should retire for the night. It is getting late. You nodded and took Itachi's hand, leading him away from their mother's embrace as they ascended the stairs, under Makoto's reluctant gaze. Reaching his doorway, you turned to his obedient brother. Itachi, would you like to sleep with your brother tonight? Itachi pondered for a moment before nodding without hesitation. The two brothers had always shared a bed, and it was only in the past year that they had begun to sleep separately. That night, the brothers lay quietly in bed, moonlight streaming through the window, casting a veil of mystery over the room. Neither felt inclined to sleep. One found little need for rest, while the other was burdened with unspoken thoughts. Itachi, what dreams do you harbor for the future? You inquired softly. After a moment of silence, Itachi replied, Brother, I wish for our village to remain in peace. Peace, indeed, a weighty topic. You mused quietly. Itachi, if one day you had to choose between your clan and the village, what would you do? You could not suppress his curiosity any longer. Itachi furrowed his brow. Brother, cannot the village and clan coexist peacefully? I am speaking hypothetically. I did not say it would certainly happen. You responded with a hint of exasperation. I would intervene to stop both sides. Brother, Itachi declared resolutely. Why you breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that, in Itachi's heart, the clan and village held equal significance. Haha, what can a little tyke like you possibly know to speak such grand words? Now sleep. Peace is far from the concerns of children like us. Focus on graduating from the ninja academy first. With that, you closed his eyes, surrendering to slumber. It had been over a year since he had truly rested. Itachi, I hope you have sweet dreams tonight. Though Itachi wished to counter his brother's earlier statements. Seeing Yu's eyes closed, he swallowed his words. Good night, brother. With that, Itachi too closed his eyes. The next day, as dawn broke, Yu awoke, the sensation of returning to sleep far less satisfying than the tranquility of meditation. His head felt somewhat heavy. Indeed, it was only through cultivation that one could find true joy. Why Yu quietly pondered as he glanced at Itachi, who was still fast asleep beside him. He chose not to disturb him and tiptoed downstairs. Upon reaching the kitchen, Yu found his mother already busy with her morning tasks. After exchanging a quick good morning, he hurriedly made his way to the backyard. By the time Makoto turned to acknowledge the noise, she found that Yu had already vanished from sight. This child, Makoto sighed, shaking her head in resignation. In a secluded corner of the backyard, Yu discovered a plot of land meticulously tilled into 4 neat squares, bordered by a wooden fence. This was where he cultivated precious medicinal herbs. Ever since awakening the 4 auxiliary professions, Yu had placed great importance on them. Both forging and alchemy required rare materials, and at a young age, Yu had found it impossible to enhance his skills through physical training alone. However, the practices of formations and botany were different. The former only required consistent mastery of various seals, which could be arranged using vermilion paste and talismans, while the latter allowed you to gain experience from every herb he planted. Thus, you developed a fondness for farming from an early age. It must be said that Fujimoto, as the head of the Uchiha clan, had a sufficiently spacious backyard. Aside from the training ground, there was ample space available. The combined area of the 4 plots amounted to 7 or 8 acres, nearly filled with plants that you had collected from the wild over the years. Of course, these plants were not gathered haphazardly. Each possessed distinct medicinal properties, referring to the compendium of herbs provided by his botany skills. He was able to discern the functions and medicinal qualities of each plant with clarity. However, the medicinal potency of herbs in this ninja world was rather low, requiring him to cultivate them gradually with spiritual energy to enhance their innate powers, thus making them suitable for alchemical concoctions. Upon entering the garden, you first inspected the spirit-gathering array he had set up with talismans to ensure it had not been compromised by insects. After a thorough check, he sighed in relief as all the seals remained intact. Setting up formations was indeed a time-consuming task. The spirit-gathering array created from talismans was particularly fragile, easily susceptible to damage from pests compared to spirit stones. Lacking any formations designed to dispel insects or those imbued with lethal intent, daily inspections became a routine for him. As he gazed at the vibrant array of flowers and herbs, his spirits lifted. Soon, these plants would be ready for alchemical use. While they were merely basic elixirs, they represented crucial lifelines for him at this stage, where his spiritual energy was still limited, while you diligently loosened the soil around each plant according to their growth habits, occasionally using the rain technique from his water-release jutsu to nourish their roots. Each movement was marked by focus and dedication, unaware that at that moment, Fujimoto stood silently on the windowsill, observing him closely. When had his son developed such a passion for gardening? Fujimoto found himself lost in thought. He recalled that it was when he was just over 3 years old. He vividly remembered returning home after a long day's work to find his eldest son holding a weed from the roadside, arms outstretched, requesting a hug. As he laughed heartily, you, in his sweet, childish voice, expressed his desire to cultivate a garden in the backyard. At that time, Fujimoto had looked at Makoto in confusion, only to find her equally bemused. His instinctive reaction was to decline, yet the pleading look in his son's eyes made him relent without hesitation, affectionately rubbing his beard against Yu's small face. It seemed that their bond had not always been distant. He recalled how every time he lifted Yu, he would beam with joy. However, as Yu turned 4 and began his ninja training, their relationship gradually grew estranged. Itachi trained diligently, responding to every directive, while Yu was more mischievous, seemingly preoccupied with countless distractions beyond his basic training. This lack of effort and his nonchalant attitude towards the responsibilities of a ninja became the catalyst for their growing distance. Whenever Fujimoto expressed concern about Yu's attitude, the boy would argue back, often outsmarting his father with childish logic. In those moments, Fujimoto felt a mix of helplessness and disappointment, wanting to embody the authoritative father figure who would eliminate his son's frivolous pursuits. Yet, the thought of causing his child heartache deterred him from such actions. Gradually, their father-son interactions fell into silence, with Fujimoto adopting the role of a taciturn yet formidable father. Over time, Itachi's performance excelled, and Fujimoto began to accept the situation. After all, who could guarantee that every child he fathered would be remarkable? He grew to tolerate Yu's seemingly trivial interests, even entertaining the notion that perhaps it was a blessing that his eldest son lacked ninja talent. After all, the life of a ninja was fraught with pressure and suffering. Had it not been for Yu's intervention, he might have unwittingly led Itachi into battle. Fujimoto, what are you thinking about? Makoto's gentle voice interrupted his reverie as she approached from behind, wrapping her arms around him. Nothing. Thank you for your hard work, Makoto, he replied, returning her embrace and holding her hand at his waist. What have I worked hard at? I imagine you're caught between a rock and a hard place with today's clan meeting. She answered, understandingly. There is no way around it. The village is pressing too hard. It's only natural for the clan members to be angry. If only the 4th were still here. Fujimoto sighed, his brow furrowed. I wonder how Kushina's child is faring. Losing parents at such a young age. I hope he is doing well, Makoto inquired, her tone tinged with sadness. After all, that child was the offspring of her dear friend. Alas, Fujimoto did not directly address his wife's concern, but instead let out a deep sigh. As the head of the security department, he was well aware of Naruto's situation, yet he felt powerless. In the current climate, the village viewed the Uchiha as adversaries. I hope Yu and Itachi grow up quickly. With their talents, they should be able to change the village's circumstances, he concluded. The couple then silently observed Yu busily tending to his garden, their faces reflecting a sense of pride. It's time to call the children for dinner. After some time, as he was nearing the end of his tasks, Makoto gently suggested. Fujimoto nodded and walked toward a nearby grove, knowing that Itachi was likely training in secret. Yu, dinner is ready. Having just finished loosening the last herb soil, Yu was about to rise when he heard his mother call from the window. Yes, mother, I'm coming. He quickly placed his small hoe beside the garden fence, casting a cleansing spell from his 5-element techniques to rid himself of the dirt. He then dashed toward the living room. For to a child, nothing was more important than a mother's call for dinner. Yu was no exception. At his growing age, mealtime was vital, especially before reaching the period of fasting in his cultivation journey. Skipping a meal left one feeling famished, and while it was said that ordinary grains were of little use to cultivation, a child knew little of such complexities. Moreover, this was a meal crafted by his mother, and Yu typically devoured 3 bowls to feel satisfied. After all, the essence refined from food contributed to his cultivation. As usual, under Makoto's gentle guidance, Yu savored 4 bowls of white rice, patiently waiting for Itachi to finish his meal before rising to help his mother with the dishes. Joyfully taking Itachi to school afterward, today was yet another fruitful day. Accompanied by his younger brother, he arrived at Izumi's doorstep and gently knocked 2 or 3 times. The small door swung open, revealing Izumi's head peeking out. Upon seeing Yu, a blush crept onto her cheeks, followed by a spark of excitement. "Yu-kun. Good morning." "Good morning, Izumi. Shall we head to school together today?" Yu smiled warmly. Izumi eagerly nodded and opened the partially ajar door. Stepping out with a lively grace, the 3 of them walked along the path to school, villagers casting admiring glances at Yu and his companions. "Yu-kun, what made you want to wait for me to go to school today?" Izumi playfully inquired. "Because I wanted to be friends with the adorable Izumi. Didn't we agree on that yesterday? As friends, it's only natural to go to school together." As Yu spoke, he heard the familiar sound of his system adding points in his mind. +10. +10. How could he pass up the opportunity to be with his treasured girl? Izumi's face flushed as she slightly turned away, thinking, "Yu-kun is quite the smooth talker. He, Izumi, I'm merely speaking the truth." "Yuri inherently charming," Itachi observed from behind as the 2 conversed and laughed, a sudden wave of melancholy washing over him, as though he were about to lose his beloved brother. Even the gazes of the villagers, which had once held significance for him, now felt trivial in comparison. Meanwhile, within the Hokage building, the members of the Konoha 4th Division sat across from one another. Sarutobi shook his pipe and inquired, "Have we discerned the cause of the battle that erupted at the Uchiha clan yesterday?" "Not yet," Danzo replied grimly. "The skirmish was far too brief, and given it occurred in the dead of night, no one was able to ascertain the specifics." Sarutobi nodded, pondering whether the Uchiha clan had convened their meeting by now and what conclusions they were reaching. "Humph. Do they dare refuse to relocate?" Danzo asserted. "The Ninetales incident has only just settled, and the suspicion surrounding the Uchiha clan lingers. Just this alone would deter them from opposing the village." Sigh. "I hope the Uchiha can comprehend the village's predicaments." Sarutobi mused with a heavy sigh. "You are far too soft-hearted, Sarutobi. Why extend any courtesy to the Uchiha? You witnessed the Sharingan in the eyes of the Ninetales, did you not? And regarding last night's events, the rumor circulating among the Uchiha is that a mysterious figure attacked their clan leader's residence again, which is utterly preposterous. This is not how one dispels rumors, particularly that little brat from the Fugaku family. He exhibits no will to fight. That I believe we should enhance surveillance over the Uchiha to prevent any potential upheaval." Sarutobi fell silent for a moment, taking a puff from his pipe. "This matter will be entrusted to your division. Be mindful of the repercussions. After all, the village is still embroiled in conflict. We cannot afford to have chaos at the rear while the front lines remain tense." "Humph." Danzo huffed in discontent, leaning on his cane as he exited the Hokage building. Simultaneously, within the Uchiha clan meeting hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly heated following Fugaku's proposal for the relocation of their clan. Fugaku, seated at the front, felt an overwhelming sense of dread. "Why should we be moved to the banks of the South River? This isn't relocation. It feels more like banishment. I vehemently oppose this." An elder rose in anger to voice his dissent. "This is undoubtedly a conspiracy from the higher-ups. Indeed, we absolutely refuse to relocate." The assembly of Uchiha clan members echoed in uproar. "Silence," Fugaku bellowed, causing the clan members to glare at him with fiery eyes. Clearly this issue had struck a nerve for many. It was known that the mainstay Jainin of the clan had been dispatched to the borders of the Cloud Village. No matter how loudly they protested, they were powerless to resist the village's decree. As Fugaku's words settled, a semblance of calm returned to the hall, albeit briefly. "Even so, we cannot move. I refuse to believe the village would dare to enforce such a relocation. Following the Ninetales incident, our Uchiha clan has already been marginalized in terms of power. Now they seek to push us to the outskirts of the village. Is this an attempt to isolate us completely?" A radical elder shouted, reigniting the tumult in the meeting room. This discord persisted until the clan meeting concluded, prompting Fugaku to suggest they reconvene that evening. Upon returning from school, Itachi, along with Fu and Yu, sensed the unusual atmosphere surrounding the clan's territory. The Uchiha clansmen wore solemn expressions, exuding an air of oppression. After bidding farewell to Fu, Yu led Itachi home, where they found their father seated at the dining table. His demeanor dark and brooding. At this hour, their mother would typically have prepared a meal, yet the table lay bare, and she was nowhere to be seen. "Father, is something the matter?" Yu inquired as he knelt on the cushion beside Itachi. You are now a formidable ninja. You will accompany me to tonight's clan meeting." Fugaku's voice was heavy with the weight of the pressure he bore, relying on his prodigious son to assert influence within the clan. You knew well the subject at hand. It was the matter of relocating the Uchiha clan. Although uncertain of how the original plot would unfold, he was determined that his involvement would prevent the third Hokage and others from dismissing the Uchiha's concerns lightly. "Understood, father," he responded, his eyes gleaming with resolve. Meanwhile, Itachi felt a flicker of anxiety. He too wished to attend. Fugaku seemed to sense Itachi's yearning and after a brief pause, said, "Itachi, you may come along, but you cannot enter the meeting. You will remain outside and listen." Itachi nodded, slightly disheartened, aware of the clan's rules which mandated that strength be proven to the clan members. Although he had attained the rank of a genin, it was still insufficient to warrant an exception from his father. It appeared he would need to strive diligently, much like his brother Shui, to graduate from the ninja academy early and demonstrate his capabilities to his father and the clan. After Fugaku outlined the plan, their mother entered, her face etched with concern as she brought forth their evening meal, clearly aware of the clan's tumultuous relocation discussions. Especially troubling was the burden placed upon her 6-year-old son, who was expected to shoulder such immense pressure. She was uncertain if this was right or wrong. After finishing dinner, under Makoto's worried gaze, Fugaku set off with Yu and Itachi towards the meeting location. The trio remained silent as they journeyed, the clan meeting being some distance away, situated atop a hill in the Southi region. Upon their arrival, they found a considerable number of clansmen already gathered beneath the meeting hall's plaque. As Fugaku approached with Yu and Itachi, the clansmen parted to create a path, casting curious glances at Fugaku, puzzled as to why he had brought 2 young children along. However, as Fugaku offered no explanation, the clansmen refrained from questioning. Upon reaching the entrance, Fugaku turned to Itachi. "Itachi, you will stay at the entrance and welcome the clan members into the meeting hall." "Yes, father." Itachi clenched his small fists, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Although he understood he was not as accomplished as his brother, he still yearned to be by his side. Fugaku gently patted Itachi on the shoulder. "Do not rush. You are also a son to a capable father." "Yes, father, I understand." Itachi nodded. As they neared the meeting hall, Yu shot Itachi an encouraging glance before hastily catching up to Fugaku. This was not merely a meeting. It was a pivotal opportunity for them. Upon entering the hall, the clansmen filed in according to their ninja ranks. Fugaku took his place at the front, while seated before him were the 8th Uchiha, who had supported 2 previous clan leaders, and the current head of the hardliners, Uchiha Retsu, followed by a series of elderly elders. Behind them, the remaining clansmen were arranged according to their abilities. The 8th Uchiha cast a surprised glance at Yu, perplexed by the clan leader's decision to bring his eldest son along, yet with the meeting about to commence, he refrained from asking further questions. As the last of the clansmen arrived, the hall's doors closed, signaling the official start of the meeting. "Clan leader, after discussions with the elders this afternoon, we have resolved to oppose the relocation," Retsu, the elder in the front, proclaimed, his voice brimming with indignation. "The village may claim that the new clan territory will be managed by them. But can the banks of the Southi River ever compare to the center of Konoha? Not to mention, it takes half an hour just to buy groceries. How can we explain this to our clansmen? Our ancestral home has been here for generations, and the village cannot simply dictate terms." The uproar from the radical faction was immediate, with the clansmen echoing their agreement. Fugaku, feeling exasperated, turned his gaze toward the previously moderate elders. Yet at that moment, even his most trusted ally, the 8th Uchiha, who had once fervently supported his rise, chose silence. Their desire for peaceful coexistence with the village did not equate to a willingness to sacrifice their own interests. Fugaku closed his eyes in resignation, then slowly opened them to survey the agitated clansmen. "Enough. This is a clan meeting, not a marketplace. Does the loudest voice hold the most merit?" Gradually, the clamor subsided, and the clansmen turned their expectant eyes toward Fugaku. Awaiting his decision, he surveyed the room once more, his gaze settling on Yu, who remained unfazed. "You, what is your perspective?" Yu paused. How did one perceive things? With his eyes, of course, however. Considering the purpose for which his father had brought him here today, Yu straightened his posture, preparing to voice his opinion. Yet, before he could utter a word, The fiery elder seated in the audience could no longer contain himself. Patriarch, have you forgotten the rules of the clan meeting? How can a mere child, who has yet to attain even the rank of a lower ninja, speak here? Yu's expression darkened, but he refrained from hastily retorting, instead waiting for his father to provide an explanation. Fujikaze revealed his three-tomo Sharingan, directing his gaze at Uchiha Rika. Elder, I am well aware of the clan's regulations. You, my eldest son, has nearly attained the strength of an upper ninja. This assertion was not made lightly. It stemmed from the results of the previous competition. Although he had not exerted his full power, the assaults from those 5 swords were indeed beyond the capability of an ordinary upper ninja to withstand. However, having observed his son's considerable exhaustion at the time, he conservatively stated that he was merely close to that level. A murmur of disbelief swept through the assembly of Uchiha clansmen. Ha. Suddenly, Elder Rika burst into laughter. Patriarch, are you jesting? A child who hasn't even awakened a single tomo of the Sharingan, and you claim he is nearing the strength of an upper ninja? Surely, you must have lost your senses over your prodigious son. You old fool, is your capacity only as vast as those eyes? Without them, do you even possess the strength of an upper ninja? Before Fujikaze could respond with anger, you remained composed, gazing calmly at the rugged elder. What, you ignorant child? Do not presume that being the patriarch's son makes you the next leader of the Uchiha clan. Today, I shall teach you a lesson on respect. With that, Rika swiftly formed several hand seals. Fire release. Fire dragon technique. Instantly, a colossal fire dragon spiraled through the conference hall, its claws bared as it lunged towards you. Clearly, Elder Rika was not holding back. He had vehemently opposed Fujikaze's ascension, and thus, he had no intention of granting him any face. A trifling technique dares to show off before me. You slammed his hand on the table, and amidst the anxious gazes of the clansmen, he extended his delicate hand. Just as the fire dragon was about to make contact with Yu's small hand, a burst of orange flames erupted from his palm. With a mere gesture, the once ferocious blaze halted a mere centimeter from his hand. As if he had effortlessly caught the searing fire dragon in midair, this astonishing spectacle left the Uchiha clansmen gasping in disbelief. How is this possible? That is the scorching fire dragon technique. How could a mere mortal achieve such a feat? Their eyes were filled with incredulity and confusion. Simultaneously, Yu's mind was flooded with notifications of gratitude and malevolence. Malevolence increased by 1,000. By 10. Gratitude increased by 10. You felt a wave of exhilaration. Old man, perhaps you should choose your words more carefully next time. As for your attack, you gently caressed the fire dragon's head, then displayed a hint of disdain. Quite ugly. It lacks the form of a dragon and the grace of a serpent. Go back and practice for a few more years before embarrassing yourself again. With that, you flicked his wrist, redirecting the fire dragon towards Elder Rika at an even swifter pace. Elder Rika's expression hardened, and he quickly formed hand signs. Earth release, earth barrier. A semicircular earthen wall enveloped him entirely. Observing this, you smirked disdainfully. With a flick of his hand, the orange flames encircling his palm shot towards the descending fire dragon, instantly transforming the once yellow blaze into a vibrant orange, transforming it from a vague shape into a vividly lifelike creature. Reminiscent of a living ruby crystal dragon, the intense heat radiated like a descending sun, causing the Uchiha clansmen to retreat in droves. Unable to withstand the searing temperature, as the crimson dragon approached the earthen barrier conjured by Rika. The wall visibly glowed red from the heat. Inside, Rika caught a whiff of a roasted scent, followed by a piercing scream that echoed throughout the hall. Elder Rika hastily dispelled the earth barrier, attempting to utilize the body flicker technique to escape the area of attack. However, it was too late. The fire dragon did not collide with the barrier but circled around it. This was the reason for Yu's earlier smirk. Had the elder chosen to evade from the beginning, you would not have easily subdued him. Instead, he insisted on taking the brunt of the attack. Thus, you decided to let him experience the sensation of being scorched. Nevertheless, you did not wish to push the situation too far, containing the flames to a manageable extent. Otherwise, with his mastery of fire release techniques, this old fool would have been reduced to ashes by now. After cinching the elder's beard and hair, you dismissed the fire dragon and glanced at Rika, who was now drenched in sweat, covered in soot, and glaring at him with one hand shielding his eyes. Now do I have the right to speak? You spread his arms wide, calmly addressing the assembly of Uchiha clansmen. As his words fell, a profound silence enveloped the hall. Moments later, a resounding roar erupted throughout the space. Simultaneously, a cacophony of notifications resonated in Yu's mind. Aside from the occasional surge of malevolence, he was inundated with waves of gratitude. In just over 10 minutes of establishing his authority, you had garnered nearly 20,000 points of gratitude, alongside over 10,000 points of malevolence. With approximately 200 individuals present at the clan meeting, it was apparent that the majority of the clansmen acknowledged him. Even the junior clan leader shouted in approval, a recognition that stemmed not from Yu's own claims but from the consensus of the clan members. Should this situation persist, should Fujikaze choose to step down, you would undoubtedly become the next patriarch of the Uchiha clan. Observing the fervent support from the assembly, Yu nodded in satisfaction. Raising his hand to restore silence, he cast a glance at Elder Rika, who regarded him with hostility, allowing a faint smile to grace his lips. Good. I hope you can maintain that spirit in the future. With that, Yu waved his hand, sending a 5 elements healing technique towards the kneeling Elder Rika. Instantly, the elder's burned arm was enveloped in a radiant multicolored glow, and the wound healed visibly at an astonishing pace. As for his singed beard and hair, Yu chose to disregard them. That was his punishment. After all, such a promising ally, Yu did not wish for the elder to perish due to the flames. Ah, the audacity! I relish your defiant demeanor, even as you find me intolerable yet cannot eliminate me. To the Uchiha clansmen, they witnessed their junior clan leader effortlessly casting a healing technique towards the unresponsive Elder Rika, whose previously charred hand rapidly sprouted fresh flesh, returning to its original state. This miraculous display caused the eyes of the assembled clansmen and elders to widen in astonishment. In that moment, all gazes turned towards the composed youth seated prominently beside Fujikaze, as if they were beholding a rare treasure. It is worth noting that while many within the Uchiha clan excelled in fire release, lightning release, and illusions, few could master medical ninjutsu, let alone a technique as extraordinary as Yu's that could revive the deceased. Unfazed, you recognized that the 5 elements technique was not merely a simple offensive jutsu. It represented a comprehensive mastery of elemental manipulation. As long as he comprehended the principles of each element thoroughly, such techniques would come to him with ease. Elder Rika gazed at the youth on the platform, wishing to articulate something, but after a moment's hesitation, he fell silent, returning to his seat. The most direct indication of his internal conflict was the abrupt shift in his malevolence points from 1,000 to merely 500. Yu smirked, casting a glance at the elder below. Old man, I rather enjoy your rebellious spirit. Ahem. Fujikaze, witnessing the hall's tranquility restored, cleared his throat. Since there are no objections, let us hear the opinions of our junior clan leader. In this moment, Fugaku's heart blossomed with joy. Initially, he merely intended for his son to come forth and showcase his abilities, leveraging the excellence of his eldest to intimidate the radicals who perpetually opposed him. To his astonishment, his son, through a stunning display of fire control, inadvertently secured the position of the next clan leader. Although this status was not yet firmly established, he was confident that as long as his son continued to excel, this position would eventually become as solid as a mountain. While Yu surveyed the attentive members of his clan, the oppression from the higher-ups against the Uchiha clan was widely known. To remain passive in the face of such injustice was a sign of cowardice. However, given the current reality, they lacked the strength to resist the entire village, making submission an unavoidable necessity. Everyone expected that as the son of the clan leader, his words would naturally align with his father's stance. Yet, the more they listened, the more perplexed they became, unable to discern his intentions. Were it not for Yu's earlier demonstration of prowess, they might have already erupted in dissent. Thus, faced with this scenario, unity emerged as the paramount concern for the Uchiha. Regarding the relocation of their clan, they could not refute the village's decisions from a moral standpoint, as it was not solely the Uchiha clan being moved, but rather an adjustment affecting all families within the village. If they alone protested, it would reflect poorly on the Uchiha's understanding of the bigger picture. Nonetheless, the undeniable truth of their unfair treatment remained, as the original center of the clan's territory. Konoha's decision to relocate them to the remote banks of the South Sichuan demanded that the village offer adequate compensation for the injustice inflicted upon the clansmen. It was unacceptable for the Uchiha clan to sacrifice for the village, simply because it was currently embroiled in conflict. With tensions at the borders of the Land of Lightning, were there not Uchiha ninjas shedding blood in that very conflict? Had the Uchiha clan not contributed to the village's successes, why should they be the ones to suffer, both in blood and tears, while their warriors risked their lives on the front lines? The rationale behind their plight was clear. One cannot kindle the flames for others and allow them to freeze to death in the snow. If Lord Hokage and the upper echelons of Konoha failed to grasp this, then the village could not fault the Uchiha for rising in rebellion, for it was the village's injustice that preceded their actions, not a betrayal from the Uchiha. Thus, a united Uchiha was a powerful Uchiha. This was my proposal, to demand compensation from the village. Without fair recompense, the Uchiha clan would never relocate. Does anyone hold a differing opinion? As Yu's impassioned words faded, the assembly hall fell into a profound silence, with all the clan members below staring in awestruck silence at the young man on stage. Previously, they were aware of the village's injustices and understood the schemes of the upper echelons. Yet no one had the capacity to articulate such a coherent argument. It was unclear how much time passed before a voice broke the stillness. I support the young clan leader. Yes, we should demand compensation from the village. It was Uchiha Hokage, who had been quiet for a considerable time, now looking earnestly at Fugaku. I concur. Another elder stood up. So do I. I as well. In total, 6 out of the 7 elders of the Uchiha clan had now risen. Initially, everyone assumed that the staunch elder Ryan would remain seated, yet unexpectedly, he too stood without hesitation, turning to the still-shocked Fugaku. Fugaku, I must say, you have been remarkably fortunate to have such an outstanding son. He remarked, casting a look of appreciation towards Yu. Yu felt a pang of dread. No, not this. Old man, why this rebellious demeanor? What is this additional recognition worth? I truly preferred your original disposition. Yu's heart cried out in turmoil. Fugaku gradually regained his composure, but upon hearing Ryan's words, his expression darkened. Since the elders had agreed, he would report the results of this clan meeting to Lord Hokage. As for the outcome, it all hinged on the Hokage's decision. Fugaku had no desire to counter Ryan's remarks. After all, he had already lost enough face today. As an elder of the clan, he needed to afford him some dignity. Exiting the clan meeting, Fugaku remained silent alongside Yu and Itachi. Yu was not inclined to ponder Fugaku's thoughts. Instead, he quietly opened his system panel. Upon noticing that his gratitude value had reached 35,000, he felt a profound sense of fulfillment. Although his malicious intent value had diminished to 12,000. He reminded himself that this was largely due to the actions of a certain leak. However, recalling the loss of such a substantial leak made him want to slap himself. He should not have been so conspicuous. Ultimately, he was simply too exceptional. While he was lost in thought, Fugaku halted in his tracks, turning his back to Yu. Uncertain of his father's intentions, Yu and Itachi paused to observe him. Suddenly, a somewhat suppressed voice emerged. You performed admirably today. Take Itachi home. I need to visit the Hokage's office. With that, Fugaku vanished before the brothers' eyes in a flash of movement, leaving them bewildered. Ha! Fugaku raced towards the Hokage tower, unable to suppress his laughter. Today had undoubtedly been one of the most exhilarating days of his life. The memory of Elder Ryan's disheartened expression brought him immense joy, as did the recollection of his son's frustrated demeanor. Filling him with delight, during the previous contest for clan leader, Ryan's son had been no match for him, allowing Fugaku to ascend to power while Ryan had perpetually harbored resentment towards him. Out of respect for the clan's overall interests, Fugaku had endured Ryan's antics, which often resembled those of a clown, as he frequently opposed him, although reluctant to admit it. Yu's composed performance during the clan meeting had far surpassed Fugaku's own capabilities. As he spoke with reason and clarity. This thought, Fugaku experienced a sudden urge to retire early. Yet, considering Yu's age, he shook his head. Perhaps he should continue supporting Yu for a few more years. With his enhanced hearing, a gift from his modified techniques, Yu caught the distant sound of laughter and could only grimace at the hypocrisy of it all. Brother, what are you saying? Itachi inquired, his innocent face brimming with curiosity. Eliciting a sense of affection from Yu. I was just lamenting our irresponsible father, leaving 2 6-year-old children in the middle of the street at this hour without a care for potential kidnappers. Yu was acutely aware of the many individuals in the village who preyed on children. Orochimaru was a notorious figure in that regard. Uchiha Madara was no different, nor was his protege. Obito, haha, brother, you're just joking. It's because you're so powerful that father feels at ease, Itachi remarked, his eyes sparkling with admiration as he gazed at Yu. Today, he had witnessed his brother's formidable prowess during the clan meeting. The powerful fire techniques and inspiring words. Although it slightly contradicted his own beliefs, it did not diminish Itachi's admiration for his brother. Seeing Itachi's bright eyes filled Yu with a strong sense of accomplishment. He reached out to ruffle Itachi's fluffy hair. Itachi, you two will become an exceptional ninja in the future. Yes, I will catch up to you, brother. As the moonlight stretched their shadows, the two boys soon arrived at their home. Upon knocking on the door, hurried footsteps echoed from within. The door swung open, revealing Makoto, who breathed a sigh of relief and immediately embraced Yu and Itachi. Itachi, welcome home. Are you hungry? Should I prepare something for you? She asked gently, stroking their heads. No need. Mother, "We're not hungry." You shook her head with a gentle smile. Upon observing that the two brothers appeared unfazed and did not exhibit any signs of distress, Mei-Chin's anxious heart finally found solace. After comforting her ever-worried mother, you swiftly escorted her younger brother Itachi back to his room before eagerly making her way to her own quarters, reaching her small bed. You quickly settled into a meditative position and activated her system interface, Uchiha realm, refining essence into Chi technique, Qi Mingju, Qi refining chapter earthly techniques, 5-element escape techniques fire, proficient lightning, proficient wind, average water, average earth, average artifact manipulation, proficient basic fist techniques, proficient body techniques, proficient refining techniques, average alchemical techniques, average planning techniques, average formation techniques, average gratitude value, 35,000 malicious value, 12,000 gazing at the unprecedented surplus of gratitude value. You felt a surge of excitement within her. At that moment, she desired nothing more than to rapidly elevate her cultivation. Despite showcasing remarkable prowess at the clan meeting, only she understood the truth. Had it not been for the fierce confrontation with the old man, her energy would have faltered against his elite Jonin strength. Engaging in guerrilla tactics would have drained her first, as her lack of spiritual energy had always been her Achilles heel. Although her skill intensity had improved, it was unsustainable, leading to her current predicament. You silently prayed that an increase in her cultivation would resolve this issue. System, allocate all my gratitude value to my techniques. No sooner had she spoken than a torrent of powerful spiritual energy surged from all directions, flooding her body like a fine nectar, coursing through her 12 meridians and reaching the 8 extraordinary vessels, ultimately converging in her dantian. The mist within her dantian was rapidly compressed, transforming into crystalline droplets that gradually formed a pond, which, under the relentless influx of spiritual energy, expanded into a cerulean sea. Suddenly, a radiant light burst forth from her dantian, akin to the rising sun, manifesting as a vibrant beam that surged into Yu's consciousness. In an instant, she felt a violent explosion in her mind. Her tense spirit plunged into a state of clarity as countless profound truths materialized within her awareness. Simultaneously, 3 petals, azure, blue, and red, unfurled behind her head. Emanating an aura of transcendence. As you immersed herself in the enigmatic revelations of her consciousness, her blood rapidly converged at her brow, igniting a searing pain that jolted her back to reality. "It hurts," she exclaimed, feeling as though something was attempting to breach her skull from within. Clutching her forehead tightly, her body convulsed with spasms, cold sweat streaming down her face, and blood seeping through her fingers. Gritting her teeth, you longed to scream but maintained her composure, understanding that revealing her pain could expose her secrets. It was not a matter of distrust towards her mother or Itachi. Rather, she was uncertain how to explain her current predicament. She could hardly confess to that gentlewoman that she hailed from another realm. As the pain persisted, you rolled restlessly on her bed, vowing that if this bloodline mutation did not yield satisfactory results, it would be in vain. Approximately half an hour passed before the agony began to dissipate. Now languidly sprawled across her bed, she felt as though she had been pulled from water, her body drenched in cold sweat. Shaking with tremors, you struggled to rise and approach the mirror, where she beheld her reflection. Her delicate face was pallid, with a twisted scar across her forehead. The scar gradually peeled away, revealing a slender, golden vertical line resembling a birthmark. This golden mark radiated a soft glow, adding an air of mystery to her already charming visage. You meticulously examined the newly formed mark on her forehead. A surge of indistinct information flooded her mind, instantly clarifying the nature of the vertical line. It was the Taoist eye of law, said to awaken the third eye within those of profound magical prowess. Manifesting in various forms, some could perceive spirits, some could foresee the future, and others possessed the might to suppress all demons and malevolent entities. Yu's eye, named the Eye of Dispelling Illusions, granted her the ability to see through the essence of all realities. As she learned, at advanced levels, it could pierce through the heavens and delve into the depths of the underworld, transcending time and space, unraveling the ultimate truths of existence, and uncovering traces of the Tao. However, all of this was still far from Yu's reach. For now, it merely allowed her to see through illusions, directly assault other spiritual cores, comprehend the spatial dimensions of this world, and glimpse 3 seconds into the future. Yet, even with these limitations, you felt her suffering of the past half hour was worth it. The ability to foresee even 3 seconds into the future was invaluable in battle, while the capacity to dismantle illusions and assault another's spiritual essence was an immensely powerful trump card. Understanding the spatial dimensions of the world would also serve as a formidable aid in mastering spatial techniques, as the ability to perceive meant she could also touch upon them, a seed planted for her to grasp the profound powers of space and time. After all, among various Taoist practices, the laws of space and time are not easily comprehended. They simply exist or do not. Hence, the exaggerated expressions of space is revered, time is sovereign. Suppressing her excitement, you slowly return to her bed. Delving into the sensations of her newly enhanced cultivation, the three flowers gathering at the crown gradually unfolded, and at this moment, you sensed an ethereal connection with the world around her. No longer would she need to fret over insufficient spiritual energy. Through this experience of the three flowers gathering, she had forged a bridge with this realm. Even in battle, she would be able to replenish her spiritual energy continuously. However, this bridge remained somewhat narrow. She would need to gradually broaden its width to achieve the realm of unity between heaven and man, an embodiment of spiritual refinement and transcendence. Once she reached the ultimate state of spiritual refinement and transcendence, she would no longer worry about her energy recovery lagging behind her output. At that point, the entire universe would become her domain of spiritual energy. Moreover, you discovered that she had gained spiritual awareness, allowing her to observe the world even with her eyes closed. This awareness was all-encompassing, more detailed and clear than mere sight, though its range was somewhat limited, extending only 1,000 meters. However, if she were to condense her spiritual awareness into a singular line, its reach could encompass the diameter of half of Konoha. Additionally, her interface displayed new changes. Uchiha realm, refining Qi into spirit technique. Qingmingju, spirit refining chapter yellow rank. 2 earthly techniques. 5 element escape techniques fire. Proficient lightning, proficient wind, average water, average earth, average artifact manipulation, proficient basic fist techniques, proficient body techniques, proficient external avatar, beginner refining techniques, average, alchemical techniques, average planting techniques, average formation techniques, average gratitude value, 9,000 malicious value, 12,000 observing her gratitude value returning to 4 digits. You felt little. After all, this enhancement was substantial. Her gaze shifted to the newly acquired skill of external avatar. Instantly, she grasped why she had previously struggled with the techniques of shadow clone and clone jutsu. It was not due to her ineptitude or the system's limitations, but rather the absence of spiritual awareness at that time. Indeed, the practice of external avatar in Taoist arts was intricately linked to one's spirit and awareness. Insufficient spiritual power would lead to a fractured psyche when attempting to create an external avatar, while lacking awareness meant the clone could not maintain a connection with the original. Such a clone risked becoming an entirely different entity. Furthermore, creating an external avatar in Taoist practices required the use of magical artifacts. The higher the quality of the artifact, the stronger the external avatar it could support. Fortunately, use 5 low-grade magical artifacts were perfectly suited for this purpose. Although currently limited to wielding a mere 3 layers of power, it is essential to note that use external avatars are far from the trivial shadow clones that easily dissipate upon confrontation. These external manifestations not only have the autonomy to learn and cultivate independently, but also serve as external cognitive extensions. As long as there is a connection of consciousness, you can seamlessly divide his focus into 6 parts, engaging simultaneously in 6 distinct endeavors, which serves as an extraordinary exercise for both mind and spirit. Moreover, their offensive capabilities are formidable, with a mental link established. If the physical form proves inadequate in combat, they can readily transform into magical artifacts. This allows you, while seated comfortably at home, to reach out to foes situated 1,000 miles away, channeling spiritual energy through the mental connection to unleash the true power of these artifacts. Striking down enemies from afar. Upon grasping the capabilities of his external avatars, you, without a moment's hesitation, elevated their status to ordinary. He swiftly summoned the 5 Emperor Swords, inscribing his mental imprint upon each, and performing the necessary hand seals. As a result, the spiritual energy within him surged forth, infusing the 5 long swords, which began to emanate radiant auras. Before him appeared 5 figures, each an exact replica of himself. With the connection of consciousness established, the initially expressionless faces of the avatars sprang to life with vividness. There were no words exchanged regarding the true body. It felt as though his thoughts had been divided into 6 distinct entities, all of which were facets of himself, with the primary self carrying the core consciousness. In reality, he had not truly separated his spirit. Rather, it remained firmly tethered, akin to a principal entity giving rise to 5 tendrils. Every action of the avatars could be conveyed to the primary consciousness through these 5 tendrils. Furthermore, this connection was unidirectional. You could sever it at will. The notion of possessing autonomous avatars is far beyond what you, still a mortal-level cultivator, could achieve. Even if it were possible, it would be uncontrollable. In contrast to the shadow clones in Naruto, where information is only transmitted after a clone's destruction, such a practice in the realm of cultivation is exceedingly perilous. Should a malevolent practitioner invoke a curse on a clone, the destruction of that clone could spell death for the original. After all, one cannot voluntarily sever such a connection, not to mention, without the original actively observing. The actions of the clones would remain entirely unknown, rendering them uncontrollable. It is only in a world devoid of profound techniques, like that of Naruto, that ninjas can afford such reckless abandon. Attempting similar techniques in the realm of cultivation would likely result in swift demise. Contemplating this, a subtle, sinister smile graced Yu's lips. Such methods are not exclusive to dark paths, as righteous paths harbor them too, though not mainstream. Spells that bind and slay a person's spirit do indeed exist. Should I master such techniques, those who recklessly employ shadow clones for casual wanderings shall undoubtedly face dire consequences. However, I must find a way to obtain the sealing scrolls from Konoha, without the ninja techniques of this world as a foundation. Mastering profound methods is beyond my reach. The sealing arts of Konoha encompass not only sealing techniques but also various elemental ninjutsu and spatial techniques like the Flying Thunder God, all of which are desperately needed. I must either devise a plan to eliminate that old thief, the third Hokage, and elevate my father to power, or take the reins myself. Alas, pondering such matters is of little use now. You cast aside the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind and began to meditate in silence. In the Hokage building, Sarutobi gazed at the document handed to him by Fugaku, flipping through it with a slightly somber expression. Fugaku, is this truly the request of your Uchiha clan? Indeed, Lord Third. The clansmen are quite incensed over the proposal to relocate from our current territory. This has been a matter of extensive discussion. Fugaku replied steadfastly. I understand. You may return now. I need to confer with the Elder Council and will provide you with an answer by tomorrow. Sarutobi stated, his tone tinged with displeasure. Understood, Lord Third. With that, Fugaku departed the Hokage building. Shortly thereafter, Danzo, Shikamaru, and Mido-Minin entered the office. Sarutobi, noticing their presence, shook off the ash from his cigarette and handed the document to them. Take a look. This is the Uchiha's request. As Danzo perused the document, his expression grew increasingly dark. As expected, the Uchiha are ungrateful wretches, demanding compensation for relocation at market value. How preposterous, with the current escalating tensions at the borders of the Land of Lightning. The village's finances are already stretched thin. They are living in a fantasy. Danzo slammed the document onto Sarutobi's desk, his tone sharp. Enough, Danzo. This is not the time for anger. I summoned you here to devise a solution. Given Fugaku's attitude, this likely represents the consensus of the entire Uchiha clan. Should they disagree, a conflict with the village is inevitable, Sarutobi remarked, his brow furrowed in discontent towards the Uchiha's lack of foresight. Let them cause a ruckus. With the current state of the Uchiha, their elderly and infirm cannot possibly contend with the village on equal terms. Danzo scoffed, a glimmer of disdain in his eyes. Danzo, provoking the Uchiha at this juncture could significantly diminish our forces at the borders. Do not forget that the village is still embroiled in conflict. Should the Uchiha withdraw or become negligent over the matter of their territory, how shall we defend against the Land of Lightning? Sarutobi chastised Danzo sternly. Danzo's expression darkened further, yet he refrained from opposing Sarutobi's words. With the defection of the 3 legendary ninjas of Konoha and the wandering of the others, the only remaining loyal ninja, Jiraiya, was also contemplating his own path. Were it not for the ongoing war at the borders, he would likely be off seeking materials elsewhere. So what do you propose? Danzo retorted stubbornly. Sarutobi fell silent, drawing deeply from his pipe. It was then that Shikamaru spoke up, suggesting, perhaps we should agree to their request for now. We can always alter our stance later. The other's eyes brightened at this notion. The following day, the third Hokage summoned Fugaku to discuss the Elder Council's deliberations. After hearing the outcome, Fugaku nodded in acknowledgement. Fugaku, that is the situation. You may leave now. However, as Sarutobi raised his head from reviewing a document, he noticed Fugaku still standing there, a look of curiosity crossing his face. Is there something else, Fugaku? Fugaku recalled the words of his eldest son earlier that morning. Father, when you meet with the Hokage, if he agrees to our clan's relocation plan, ensure he provides a written document confirming it. Why is that? Fugaku inquired, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Why you smiled and simply stated. No verbal assurances. After saying this, he departed with Itachi for school. Returning to the present, Fugaku turned to the third Hokage, his gaze steady, ultimately deciding to trust his son's judgment. Lord Hokage, I hope you can provide a written document. Saratobi's expression darkened. Fugaku, are you implying you do not trust me as Hokage? No, Lord Hokage. Having a document will allow me to adequately address the clan's concerns, Fugaku replied respectfully. Saratobi sighed. Alas, it seems I, as Hokage, have been remiss in overlooking such an important matter. He then grabbed a blank document nearby, swiftly inscribing the necessary text. In no time, he completed the document, affixing the Hokage seal before leisurely handing it to Fugaku. After reviewing the content and finding it satisfactory, Fugaku slightly bowed. Thank you, Lord Hokage. I shall take my leave now. With that, he made his way toward the exit. At that moment, Saratobi's expression finally darkened in the Hokage building. Meanwhile, from the shadows behind him, a figure emerged. Wolves in sheep's clothing. The Uchiha clan is indeed untrustworthy. Have you gathered the specifics of the Uchiha clan meeting? Danzo nodded. The one advocating for compensation is Fugaku's eldest son. He has played his cards well, uniting the clan. Isn't that the child who questioned the will of fire? He is merely 6 years old. How could the proud Uchiha heed the words of a child? Saratobi asked incredulously. That is precisely why I say the Uchiha are cunning. Were it not for our informants revealing the truth, we would remain oblivious to Fugaku's hidden agenda. It is said that his eldest son has recently triumphed over the hardliners in the clan meeting, awakening a new bloodline limit, Danzo remarked, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. We are in tumultuous times indeed. Saratobi took a deep drag of the thick smoke, exhaling slowly as he gazed at the drifting tendrils. Sighing softly, Saratobi, we must test the strength of this little wildling. Danzo's cold, penetrating gaze fixated on Saratobi. After a prolonged silence, Saratobi cautioned, let's not go too far. Danzo remained silent, gradually vanishing into the shadows. As night enveloped the world, a pale crescent moon hung in the sky. You, accompanied by Itachi and Izumi, strolled along a secluded path within the Uchiha clan's territory, one hand clutching a skewer of meatballs. Why are yours different from mine this time? Izumi asked, her lips slightly pouting. Well, Izumi is just too sweet. I suddenly craved something savory. You teased in response. Izumi's cheeks flushed. No way. I want to taste what Yukuin has that is savory too. With that, she opened her mouth wide, reaching for the salty 3-colored dumpling in Yu's hand. Why you did not withdraw it, but instead looked at her with affectionate amusement as she puffed her cheeks. Itachi observed this scene quietly, glancing down at the 3-colored dumpling in his own hand. Suddenly, he felt that the sugary treat, which had been enhanced with double the sugar, was not as overwhelmingly sweet as he had initially thought. Abruptly, you sensed an intense feeling of being watched. He halted, and his formidable spiritual energy surged forth. In the surrounding darkness, for masked ninjas lurked in the shadows. Brother, what's wrong? Itachi asked, perplexed, looking at you, who had come to a stop. With a slight smile, you turned to the bewildered Itachi and the still munching Izumi. Itachi, I left some things at school. I need to go back and retrieve them. You casually fabricated an excuse that will wait for you. Yukuin, Izumi said, her big, sparkling eyes blinking innocently. However, just as you intended to decline her offer, the 4 ninjas sprang into action. Enough, Itachi. Be on guard. We have enemies, you shouted, and instantly, the 5 emperors soared within and transformed into 5 shadowy figures, encircling Izumi and Itachi. At that moment, Itachi also activated his Sharingan, and indeed, he saw the 4 figures rushing towards them with astonishing speed. Boom! Before Itachi could react, he witnessed his brother morphing into a fiery form. With eyes as crimson as blazing flames, and hair swept by the heat waves, you appeared as if a fire deity had descended upon them. Instantly, an oppressive heat akin to a sweltering summer enveloped the area. A bunch of rats in the gutter. A glimmer of murderous intent flickered in Yu's eyes. Initially, he had hoped to let Itachi and Izumi escape, but the enemy showed no such patience, clearly disregarding them entirely. Stop wasting time. Eliminate him. With that, the 4 masked ninjas swiftly produced shuriken, hurling them towards you from various angles, each one aimed at critical points on his body. Why you disdainfully regarded the incoming shuriken, ignoring them completely as the flames surrounding him flared up even more intensely, illuminating the vicinity with a fiery glow. The scorching heat wave engulfed Izumi and Itachi, making them feel as if they were being scorched by the blazing sun. Before the shuriken could even reach you, they morphed into molten iron. The 4 root ninjas gasped in astonishment at the spectacle. What kind of technique was this? Yet, They had no time to ponder further. Yu subtly formed a hand seal, and a powerful gale suddenly surged, stirring the flames around him, causing sparks to dance through the air as if a celestial fire had descended upon the earthly realm. This mesmerizing scene left both Itachi and Izumi awestruck. "So beautiful," Izumi exclaimed, her eyes wide with wonder. Meanwhile, a fire clone next to Izumi quickly stood up, rapidly encircling both Itachi and Izumi, instructing them. "Remember, do not step outside this circle." The clone then recited a chant, "Fire Avoidance Barrier." The circle drawn by the fire clone was soon surrounded by a multitude of symbols, floating around Itachi and Izumi, instantly cooling the oppressive heat that had previously felt unbearable. However, at that very moment, you cast a cold glance at the advancing masked ninjas, declaring, "Elemental arts. Wind, forest, fire, mountain." Boom. The crimson sparks scattered across the sky suddenly surged as if they were a heartbeat. The originally tiny sparks expanded rapidly, transforming into a sea of flames that descended upon the entire street. Except for the circle created by Itachi and Izumi's clone, the surrounding area was engulfed in violet flames, a raging inferno that ensnared all the root ninjas present. Initially dismissive of the drifting sparks, the ninjas now found themselves confronted by a volcanic eruption. The searing heat ignited their clothing, flames rapidly beginning to engulf their bodies. "Not good. Get out of here." The leading root ninja shouted in panic. Realizing the flames were more formidable than they had anticipated, the root ninjas could no longer afford to charge at you. They hastily activated body flicker techniques. With one even forming hand seals for a jutsu, water release, water barrier, he attempted to encase himself in water to extinguish the flames. However, to his horror, the water barrier did not extinguish the violet flames as he had imagined. Instead, the flames surged, boiling violently and emitting a thick cloud of white smoke. In an instant, the self-assured root ninja found himself boiled alive, his agonized screams echoing through the air as he succumbed to unconsciousness. His body, once vibrant, now lay slowly turning to ash amidst the inferno. The remaining root ninjas fared no better. Any who came into contact with the sparks felt the flames intensify, rolling on the ground in despair, desperately trying to extinguish the violet flames consuming them. Yet, all they left behind were clusters of residual violet fire and charred craters in the ground, utterly ineffective. They could only watch helplessly as the flames methodically consumed them. The process excruciatingly torturous. The flames you wielded were no ordinary fire. Though they did not quite compare to the legendary Samadhi fire, they were infinitely closer to the six-ding Jia fire, a flame used by cultivators for alchemy and artifact creation. Its temperature was intensely high, and once it made contact, without the fire avoidance technique or extreme water, extinguishing it was utterly impossible. At this moment, 3 of the masked ninjas had been eliminated, leaving only the root captain who had initially infiltrated to gather intelligence using shadow clones. Hiding in the shadows, the root captain's pupils constricted as he watched the scene unfold, a chill creeping up his spine. Was this the genius of the Uchiha clan? A true monster? No, I must return swiftly to report to Danzo-sama. However, he remained oblivious to the sparks that had drifted perilously close to his hiding spot. A cold smile crept across Yu's lips. In the presence of a cultivator, the profession of ninja was insignificant. The root ninja, who believed he was well hidden, was utterly exposed beneath Yu's powerful perception. Heh. You likely won't be returning. Danzo, let that old fool dance for a while longer. With that thought, a cruel smirk played at the corners of Yu's mouth as his figure vanished in an instant, just as the root captain turned to flee. The tiny spark that had once been no larger than a fingernail suddenly swelled. A silhouette enveloped in flames erupted from the inferno, and with fiery hands, Yu swiftly grasped the captain's throat. Sizzle! A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air as disbelief flickered in the root captain's eyes. When did this happen? Yet, before he could gather his thoughts, an intense burning sensation coursed through his entire being, the excruciating pain compelling him to unleash a piercing scream. Accompanied by his wails, the root ninja swiftly transformed into charred ash in Yu's grip, scattering into the wind. A group of overconfident fools. Yu gradually retracted the flames enveloping him and the raging inferno across the battlefield. Had such an attack occurred before the clan meeting, he might have been caught off guard. However, now, killing a Jainin felt as effortless as squashing an ant. Itachi and Izumi stood within the fire barrier, staring in disbelief at the unfolding scene. Itachi's youthful throat involuntarily twitched as he murmured, "Brother, you are incredible. Is this really my brother?" At the same age, he can easily defeat foes that terrify me, and he does so against 4 adversaries. What's wrong? Are the 2 of you in a daze? Yu chuckled lightly at the bewildered expressions of the 2 children. Yu-kun, has it really become this formidable? Quan murmured in disbelief. Brother, who exactly are these adversaries? Could they be spies from other villages? Itachi quickly snapped back to reality and inquired. Why you gently patted Itachi's small head. Did you not see? That kind of mask can only be worn by Umbu ninja. Impossible. How could Lord Hokage engage in such actions? Itachi's tiny eyes flickered with skepticism. Enough about the affairs of adults. Let us return home, you declared, his expression betraying a hint of coldness. Has Konoha become so intolerant that they cannot even accommodate a 6-year-old child? You thought to himself with a smirk. Meanwhile, in the Hokage building, the third Hokage, observing the earlier scene through a crystal ball, remained enveloped in silence. Opposite him, Danzo was equally troubled. The young Sarutobi must not be allowed to persist, given his ruthless attitude towards the village's ninjas. What do you propose? Shall we seek an opportunity to eliminate him? Are you certain the Uchiha won't revolt? Sarutobi cast a detached glance at Danzo. Danzo wished to say more, but was interrupted by the third Hokage. For now, let it be. The Uchiha must not be provoked. Sarutobi, we cannot afford to be so complacent, Danzo bellowed. Sarutobi felt a wave of irritation. What then do you suggest? He asked in a subdued tone. Danzo's eyes glinted with malice. In a little over a year, we shall find a way to have him graduate early and dispatch him. With that, Danzo made a gesture across his throat. Sarutobi's hand trembled as he flicked the ash from his cigarette. What if he refuses? He is merely 6 years old. Isn't the younger son of Fugaku rather fond of you? If his brother is unwilling, let the little one graduate early. Danzo's face twisted into a sinister grin. At that time, with the Uchiha's pride, this little wild child would surely struggle to contain himself. Returning home, you seized the moment while his mother was washing dishes to recount the ambush he faced on the road to Fugaku. Fugaku's pupils slightly contracted. You weren't harmed, were you? You shrugged nonchalantly. Do I look like someone who has been injured? You mentioned Umbu. Fugaku, still somewhat dazed, remarked. Indeed, father. You replied with a calm demeanor. Fugaku's eyes turned icy. I shall confront the third Hokage immediately about this matter. He prepared to rise. Father, please reconsider. You will gain no answers, and you might even be accused of assaulting Umbu. Who do you think the villagers will trust, the third Hokage or you? You said leisurely. Fully aware of the shamelessness of the Konoha Elder Council from his past experiences with anime, Fugaku hesitated, then slowly sat back down. What are your thoughts? Fugaku regarded his exceptionally talented eldest son seriously. What can I think? The higher-ups harbor ill intentions towards the Uchiha. Father, do you still hold any hope for Konoha's leadership? You fixed a piercing gaze upon Fugaku. Fugaku's expression stiffened. Well, after all, he is the Hokage. Father, should I call you indecisive or lacking in conviction? How can you be so restrained by the mere title of Hokage? Is it not clear that the higher-ups are intent on suppressing us? You spoke with exasperation. Fugaku's face darkened. This is all a misunderstanding. The Uchiha ultimately resides within Konoha. Yes, the Uchiha resides in Konoha, which is precisely why we should fight for our clan's interests against the higher-ups. You pressed on. Observing Fugaku's increasingly grim countenance, he was determined to clarify this matter for his father, who seemed so oblivious. Father, do you know what it means to boil a frog in warm water? Before Fugaku could respond, you interrupted, looking perplexed at the connection between the village and the Uchiha with the metaphor of a frog. Sitting quietly, Fugaku awaited Yu's explanation. Yu glanced at his prideful father, rolled his eyes, and continued, if you throw a frog into boiling water, it will leap out immediately. However, if you place it in lukewarm water and gradually increase the temperature, it will remain oblivious to its danger until it perishes. Aren't we the frogs in this scenario? The third Hokage and the others are slowly cooking us alive. The new Uchiha clan land is a splendid location, nestled against the mountains, with the barrier team not far ahead. It would serve beautifully as a graveyard, with mountains, waters, and an exceptionally picturesque environment. You say, you observed Fugaku's increasingly dark expression, ran his fingers through his long hair, and continued, what if war breaks out? Once the barrier is activated, our entire Uchiha clan could easily be buried in that scenic spot, like trapped beasts. Father, can you not comprehend such an obvious burial ground? Hearing Yu's final stern remark, beads of sweat began to form on Fugaku's forehead. How did things come to this? Fugaku, now somewhat convinced, asked with a suppressed expression. Father, the truth is you have never grasped one crucial fact. We are not opposing the entire village, but rather the Elder Council of Konoha led by the third Hokage. They are the true enemies of our Uchiha clan, so never view the third Hokage as representative of the entire village. Fugaku was momentarily stunned, as if his thoughts had broken through a barrier. In the past, during the fourth Hokage's era, the Uchiha had never fallen to such a low state. even during the second Hokage's time. Despite his deep-seated suspicions of the Uchiha, the clan's reputation within the village was not so dismal. It was only under the third Hokage that the Uchiha had been nearly completely ostracized from the village. The more Fugaku considered, the darker his gaze grew, and at that moment, he seemed to grasp certain truths. You are more capable than I, Fugaku acknowledged, though he was a man who valued his pride. He could still readily admit when someone surpassed him. What shall we do next? At that moment, Fugaku no longer regarded you as a mere child but asked for his opinion with a serious demeanor. Heh. Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Father, we shall respond to changes with consistency. You know why I insisted on bringing the matter of the clan's relocation to the Hokage's attention? A glimmer of depth shone in Yu's eyes. Fugaku, not being foolish, quickly understood Yu's implication. Are you suggesting that the third Hokage may reconsider? His eyes widened in astonishment. You think, in the midst of a border conflict, the village has the resources to afford our Uchiha clan's relocation, you replied nonchalantly. Fugaku fell into contemplation, shook his head after a moment. After all, he had experienced the second and third great ninja wars. Wars were ultimately about economics. Why was the village requesting the Uchiha's relocation at this juncture? Suddenly, a shiver coursed through Fugaku's entire being. The village had intended from the outset to demand our relocation without offering anything in return. Ding dong. It seems father is not as foolish as I thought. You teased. Fugaku's expression hardened. Mind your tone. Be careful I don't tell your mother. Yu's face stiffened. Then he reacted. I didn't expect father to be one to report me. How shameful. Makoto is my wife. Since you refuse to behave, it is only natural for me to have her discipline you. Yu was momentarily speechless. He had not anticipated his usually serious father would joke about his mother. And how could he maintain such a serious demeanor while doing so? However, there was nothing to be done. The greatest weapon against the Uchiha was indeed tenderness, and Yu was equally susceptible to his mother's gentleness. Observing the stunned Yu, Fugaku felt a sense of secret satisfaction. Now you understand the consequences of not treating your father with respect, despite your brilliance. All right, father, I needn't elaborate on the subsequent matters, right? Once the higher-ups make their choice, we must be firm. The village will not tear apart our relationship just yet. Maintaining our struggle against the higher-ups without breaking is our current situation, Yu asserted with a serious expression. Fugaku nodded silently. I shall take my leave to rest now. After finishing his conversation with you, Fukuyuki dashed upstairs, feeling utterly embarrassed at having been outmaneuvered by his father. Watching Yu hurry up the stairs, a smile of satisfaction crept onto Fukuyuki's lips. He felt immense pride in his eldest son, who was both courageous and astute. With such a son, what more could he desire? With this thought, Fukuyuki leisurely made his way to the kitchen. Makoto, busy with her chores, looked up in surprise as her husband entered, momentarily perplexed by the situation, particularly when Fukuyuki picked up a nearby plate to assist her. Makoto's beautiful eyes widened in astonishment. She instinctively reached out her delicate hand to touch Fukuyuki's forehead and exclaimed, Fukuyuki, is everything all right today? Concern etched across her face. Fukuyuki felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Makoto, I sometimes think you is right. Perhaps I am a bit too patriarchal. You have worked so hard these years. Makoto, touched, gently caressed Fukuyuki's cheek. You are my husband. You alone must bear the storms from the outside world. The pressures of our family must have been burdensome for you, and these trivial household matters are nothing in comparison. As for your so-called patriarchal tendencies, that is merely Yu's way of showing concern for me. Do not take it to heart that I in that moment. Fukuyuki gazed silently at Makoto, this woman who had never once complained to him. He chose not to say more. Instead, he stepped closer and embraced her, allowing the couple to relish in this serene moment together. Meanwhile, Itachi upstairs wore a troubled expression. He had no intention of eavesdropping on the conversation between his brother and father. Yet his curiosity prevailed, leading him to press himself against the floor to overhear their discussion. A sense of anguish filled his heart as he reflected on how narrow-minded both his brother and father seemed, entirely failing to comprehend the situation from the village's perspective. Yet, they were his beloved brother and father. At such a tender age, a flicker of red glimmered in his eyes as he clenched his fists. Slowly retreating to his bed, he lay there, staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. The next day, Yu rose early as usual, but he had no intention of attending the ninja academy. His initial enrollment had been for the purpose of obtaining a ninja diploma to integrate into this world. Now, with the ability to create 5 clones, he had no desire to return to that tiresome place. With the clones, you could gather gratitude and malice points without lifting a finger, simply delegating tasks to them. After all, his clones were connected to his own consciousness, as long as the 5 clones did not exceed his mental range. They operated as extensions of himself. Moreover, controlling the clones and multitasking provided immense benefits to his mental training. With this in mind, you began to strategize, deciding to send one clone to the Uchiha's back mountain to identify some herbs. Another clone was assigned to accompany Itachi and Izumi to school, for he could not forget the steady source of leeks the school provided. Daily harvests he could not afford to overlook. During idle moments, he could flirt with Izumi, amassing thousands of malice points by the end of the day. And she was his treasured girl. A day without her was unthinkable. The remaining 3 clones were designated to stay in the clan grounds. One remained there while the other 2 ventured into the village to perform good deeds. Thus accumulating more gratitude points. As for you himself, he resolved to stay home and diligently cultivate his skills, for as the main body, he could not afford to slack off while relying solely on his clones. A day without training meant stagnation in his progress, and he had reached a point where time was needed to accumulate his cultivation. As time passed, his self-training would only intensify. After all, to become an all-encompassing cultivator, there was much he needed to learn. Once his plans for the clones were set, you settled cross-legged on his bed and began to train earnestly. Early in the morning, Itachi, waiting for his brother to finish helping their mother with the chores, sensed something different about him. Compared to the usual calm aura, this brother before him, though maintaining the same demeanor, exuded an ethereal quality akin to the wind. In an instant, Itachi comprehended the situation, realizing that one of the 5 clones summoned by you possessed this very aura. He opened his mouth to speak, but upon meeting his brother's gaze, he felt an inexplicable distance, and ultimately, he remained silent as you took his hand. A tinge of melancholy washed over him, and he suddenly felt as though his brother was drifting further away. Time flew by, and the blazing sun hung high in the sky. After emerging from his training state, you felt the fruits of his clone's labor. Gratitude and malice points surged once more, filling him with delight. Of course, you also noticed that his mental energy was depleting rapidly. During the process of controlling the clones, he realized that managing them was not without cost. Perhaps controlling 1 or 2 was manageable, but exerting control over 5 required him to pause 1 or 2 clones until he could recuperate his energy beyond the depletion. However, the minor shortcomings did not overshadow the gains, just from the process of using and recovering his mental energy. His range had expanded by half a meter within half a day. If he continued this way for a full day, he estimated he could achieve an increase of a full meter. Given time, this method of training would eventually allow him to uncover every secret in Konoha. The sealing techniques he had long desired would no longer pose a challenge. Furthermore, after half a day, he had accrued 600 gratitude points and 3,000 malice points. Over the course of a day, he could potentially gather 1,200 gratitude points, and if the malice points remained consistent, that would amount to 6,000. If nothing extraordinary occurred, he calculated that his next advancement in cultivation would take 100 days. The promise of the Great Path. You felt a surge of joy, compared to others who waited decades or even centuries. He would only need a mere 100 days, and that was under normal circumstances. If any significant events unfolded, and he could incite emotions, that timeline could be halved. However, just as you believed the day would proceed normally, a resolute young man accompanied by 2 others blocked his path as he and Itachi, along with Izumi, were leaving school. Oh, is that not Riyang? You remarked playfully, observing the trio emerging from beneath the trees. Uchiha, you must know why I am here today. The young man, wielding a katana and sporting a determined expression, stepped forward. Let me guess, Riyang, you're not here to reclaim your grandfather's honor, are you? You replied nonchalantly, stroking his chin. Humph. At the clan meeting, had it not been for my grandfather's momentary lapse, he would never have lost to a mere child like you. Uchiha Riyang retorted, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. Underestimating opponents on the battlefield is a luxury the enemy does not afford you. If that's all you came for, you may as well step aside, my friends, and I need to return home for dinner. You calmly addressed the furious Uchiha Rihuo. Uchiha, I hear you are referred to as the young clan leader at the clan meeting. However, I do not acknowledge that title. If you have the courage, let us exchange a few blows. If you win, I shall recognize you as the young clan leader and pledge my loyalty to you. As his words fell, a pair of scarlet 3-tomo Sharingan began to swirl in the youth's eyes. The newcomer was a genius of the Uchiha clan, renowned alongside Uchiha Shursui, and was the grandson of the fiery Uchiha Regan, a rival of Fukuyuki for the clan leadership. A murderous intent radiated from Uchiha Riyang, chilling the air around them. In the shinobi world, those with 3-tomo Sharingan held a fearsome reputation. Most ninja would flee at the sight of one, and even 2 against 1 had only a slim chance of victory. Sensing the shift in atmosphere behind you, Itachi instinctively drew the small blade gifted by Shursui, swiftly positioning himself in front of you. Narrowing his eyes, Itachi stepped back. This is a battle for your elder brother. You gently placed a hand on Itachi's shoulder, moving him behind himself while casting a glance to signal him to conceal his Sharingan. Itachi bit his lip, silently sheathing his small blade, though a hint of reluctance lingered. He did not wish to oppose his elder brother. He tugged at Yu's sleeve, conveying his understanding. Ri-Ying, do you truly wish to duel with me here? Yu glanced around at the crowd gathered to watch. His expression contemplative. Uchiha Liang's eyes narrowed slightly, and the ominous aura that had enveloped him dissipated. Choose your ground, Uchiha Liang remarked casually as he retracted his Sharingan. Then let us proceed to my family's training ground. Yu replied with a calm demeanor, before making his way toward the training facility of his household. That why Yu did not dwell on their age differences in the face of the power struggle for the future clan leader of the Uchiha. Only by demonstrating true strength could he earn the respect of his clansmen, a challenge he was destined to confront. The group quickly arrived at Yu's home. When Makoto opened the door, she was taken aback to see 4 or 5 individuals trailing behind Yu. Initially assuming they were merely Yu's friends, she sensed something amiss upon observing their serious expressions. Mother, these are all my friends. They have come to train with me today, Yu explained, beaming at Makoto. She nodded silently and opened the door wider. As Uchiha Liang entered, he offered a slight bow to Makoto. Excuse the intrusion, Aunt Makoto. Makoto smiled gently, replying, Liang, I hope you and you get along well. Uchiha Liang met her gaze and assured her, rest assured. Aunt Makoto, it will be merely a friendly engagement. Then I must trouble you, Liang-kun, to look after are you. Despite Makoto's role as a diligent housewife, her words subtly hinted at the age disparity between Liang and Yu. Uchiha Liang's expression darkened slightly. Please do not worry, Aunt Makoto, he said, and without further ado, he hastened to follow Yu, his heart racing with anxiety, having witnessed his father's defeat. He was determined not to experience a similar fate. Makoto observed the departing figures, her heart softening, particularly when she spotted the adorable Izumi. Izumi, why don't you stay with your aunt? There's nothing entertaining about men's battles. She gently pulled the hesitant girl closer, cradling her tenderly. But aunt, I want to see you. I'm worried about him. With that, Izumi's face flushed with embarrassment. Makoto, brimming with maternal affection, inquired, Is it true that you are alone at home today? Izumi nodded shyly. Then let us keep you at aunt's house today, and I'll prepare something delicious for you. Makoto affectionately stroked Izumi's back. That all right? Would it be too much trouble for you, aunt? Izumi asked softly. Ha, you need not worry, and can certainly manage to feed you. Izumi's cheeks were as rosy as a ripe apple, making her look irresistibly cute. Oh, how I wish Izumi were my daughter, Makoto thought nostalgically. Gazing at the blushing child, her heart aching at the thought of the war that had torn families apart, leaving young ones like Izumi alone at home. Makoto silently reflected on how Izumi's parents had been on the front lines for over half a year, hoping for their safe return. Meanwhile, in the backyard training ground, an air of tension prevailed as Uchiha Liang, wielding a katana, regarded the 6-year-old Yu with cold determination. Draw your weapon, Uchiha Yu. I shall show no mercy. Oh, is big brother Liang prepared to duel with me in swordsmanship? Yu replied, his entire focus channeling into his windsword clone. Confronted by this unexpected challenger, he resolved to decisively defeat him in the very area where he excelled. Such details are inconsequential. What matters is victory. Uchiha Liang felt a surge of frustration. As a 14-year-old prodigy capable of rivaling Uchiha Shisui, he was now facing a much younger clan member, a source of deep humiliation. Yet, he could not ignore his grandfather's words. Given a few more years, the prospect of overcoming this child would dwindle significantly. His grandfather's expectations and his father's hopes were the driving forces behind his audacious challenge today. Had big brother Liang truly abandoned the pride of the Uchiha? Nonetheless, none of that mattered now. Today, he would deliver a fitting conclusion to this encounter. Draw your sword. A sword with a crimson blade soared swiftly from Yu's room, landing delicately in his grasp, just in time. It has been far too long since I faced an adversary with my sword. Uchiha Liang, you shall serve as my trial for this blade. With that, Yu pointed the fiery sword directly at the now grim-faced Uchiha Liang. Enough with the bravado, little imp. As the words left his lips, Uchiha Liang blurred into motion, lunging at Yu with incredible speed. Yu, unfazed, met the charge head-on, and in an instant, their weapons clashed with a shower of sparks. Uchiha Liang employed the most straightforward approach, utilizing his speed to dart around Yu, unleashing a flurry of strikes like a tempest. Yet, Yu moved like a boat adrift in a storm, his ethereal footwork attuned to the currents of air around him, rendering Uchiha Liang's assaults ineffective. With each strike, Uchiha Liang grew increasingly apprehensive. Sensing that every attack was effortlessly anticipated by the young boy before him, who adeptly countered with precision and cunning to is this truly the extent of your glory, big brother? If you are my opponent, then fight with the full might of the Uchiha name. You deftly parried Uchiha Liang's attack, and, in the same motion, grazed his abdomen, leaving a shallow cut. Uchiha Liang winced, his face contorting in discomfort as he regarded you with a serious expression. The humiliation was palpable, akin to having consumed a fly. His focus sharpened as he readied himself for Yu's next assault, feeling the pressure of not having unleashed his full potential. In that moment of distraction, you performed a swift backward bend, evading Uchiha Liang's strike, and as he spun around, the boy's leg caught Uchiha Liang off guard, inflicting another wound that caused blood to spurt forth, despite the pain. Uchiha Liang rapidly distanced himself from you. Yet, you would not allow him to escape so easily. Like a ghost, he pursued closely behind, his sword aimed at Uchiha Liang's midsection. Uchiha Liang felt an overwhelming sense of danger. His instincts honed by years on the battlefield igniting his senses. With his Sharingan activated, he desperately sought to evade the lethal strike. Swish! The sound of fabric tearing echoed as Uchiha Liang narrowly avoided the blow. Though it left a deep gash on his abdomen, stopping a short distance away, he regarded you with a wary gaze, who remained unperturbed. Uchiha Liang glanced at the wound, blood seeping from it, and a predatory glint flickered in his eyes. You have truly provoked my wrath. Little imp, he tore a strip from his clothing, swiftly binding it around his injury. That I acknowledge that this battle carries the weight of a larger opponent overpowering the smaller one. However, this fight is not merely a matter of personal honor. It encompasses the future of the Uchiha clan. I shall apologize after I have won. But for now, you will witness my true strength. Uchiha Liang's Sharingan spun into motion, enhancing his perception and locking onto you with deadly intent. Yet, you remained unfazed. The pressure of Uchiha Liang's murderous intent was but a fleeting sensation to him. In truth, Yu's spirit was unrivaled within the Uchiha clan. Ha. Seeing Big Brother Liang like this, I thought we were to duel for both victory and life itself, but since we are of the same clan, it would be inappropriate to harm each other. Very well, I shall adopt a more serious approach. As he spoke, you gently caressed the blade of his fiery sword, flames erupting instantly where his fingers touched. Come forth, Big Brother Liang. You held the blazing sword aloft, gesturing for him to approach. Humph, do not be arrogant. I concede that you are gifted, but without awakened eyes, you shall find no refuge from my gaze. Uchiha Liang exuded confidence, undeterred by the intimidating stance of you wielding the flaming sword. You prepare to experience the true pride of the Uchiha before the awakened Sharingan. Even the most arrogant genius would be consumed by an overwhelming hatred for the absence of such eyes. A faint smile curled at the corner of Yu's lips as he declared, "Are you finished? If so, my true battle begins now." Under the incredulous gaze of Uchiha Liang, you hurled his long sword high into the air and raised 2 fingers. 10,000 sword technique. Suddenly, the sky was filled with fiery swords, which seemed to split into a multitude, hundreds of them standing tall against the heavens. This scene, which shattered all preconceived notions, left the onlookers utterly dumbfounded. Turning to the stunned Uchiha Liang, you gently inquired, "I wonder if your eyes can perceive the trajectory of all my fire swords." With that, he deftly moved his fingers, and the multitude of swords sprang to life, darting toward Uchiha Liang from all directions, akin to missiles guided by navigational systems. Uchiha Liang dodged and weaved amidst the rain of swords, his movements desperate and frantic, each time he attempted to charge at you. A fire sword would launch a fierce attack, forcing him to retreat. That moment, as Yu's 5 fingers danced, Uchiha Liang appeared like a jester being toyed with, compelled to leap left while he dared not jump right. A wrong move would lead him into a veritable inferno. Sitting beside his mother, Itachi watched Uchiha Liang's frantic movements with a flicker of sympathy in his eyes. His brother was terrifyingly strong. Even without those eyes, he remained formidable. Could he truly surpass such a brother? Liang, please focus your mind and unleash your true power. This time, my long sword will carve through your right shoulder. Do not lose your concentration. I have no desire to spill the blood of our clan. Curse you, little brat. Don't think you've won just yet. Uchiha Liang roared through gritted teeth, enduring the pain coursing through his body. He evaded Yu's relentless strikes, searching for an opening. As a genius with a 3-tomo Sharingan, he had not faced such a dire predicament in a long time. Yu's attacks were bewilderingly intricate. The hundreds of fire swords seemed to possess a will of their own, predicting Uchiha Liang's every intention, outsmarting even a Uchiha with the Sharingan. For a moment, He questioned the authenticity of his own eyes, pondering if Yu's cold, deep-set gaze was the true Sharingan. No, he must not allow you to dominate the battle completely. Calm yourself. Observe carefully. Frustration welled up within Uchiha Liang as he pondered the nature of those swords. How could they actively evade his attacks? The more he scrutinized, the more he felt compelled to curse aloud. Yet, despite his intense urgency, years of battlefield experience taught him that in moments of crisis, patience was paramount. Injured and battered, he concentrated fiercely, seeking the slightest gap in Yu's assault. With a swift motion, he executed a technique. Forming seals with his hands. Fire release. Dust concealment technique. Uchiha Liang exhaled a cloud of dense black dust, enveloping the training ground in a shroud of darkness. This tactic was remarkably clever, obscuring Yu's vision while concealing his own presence. With the enhanced dynamic tracking of his Sharingan, Uchiha Liang believed he had returned to an equal footing with Yu amidst this haze. However, disappointment awaited him, unbeknownst to him. Yu's closed eyes granted him even greater power than when they were open. Observing Uchiha Liang's cautious movements within the black mist, Yu had to admit that this opponent was exceptionally adept in combat. But alas, he had crossed paths with Yu. Boy, let us see what other tricks you possess. Silently standing amidst the fog, Uchiha Liang's heart surged with hatred, his intense animosity adding another 2,000 points to Yu's disdain. Drawing a kunai from his ninja tool pouch, Uchiha Liang hurled it at Yu without hesitation. He had been tormented by Yu's swordsmanship for far too long. It was time for this insolent brat to experience the taste of evasion. Yet, as his Sharingan fixed intently on Yu, his pupils involuntarily constricted. Yu, eyes shut, merely tilted his head and turned, evading all of the kunai with ease. That moment, the fiery swords hovering above Yu's head seemed to sense blood, their tips aligning menacingly toward Uchiha Liang. Fear, tension, Uchiha Liang felt akin to a monkey trapped beneath an unyielding hand, and no matter what he did, he could not escape Yu's control. In a fleeting moment of distraction, a fire sword, like a shooting star, swiftly sliced through his right shoulder, blood splattered, only to be vaporized by the searing heat, releasing an aroma reminiscent of charred flesh. Uchiha Liang scarcely had time for further action. The speed of the fire sword sent him spinning in a full 360 degrees before he crashed heavily to the ground. As a gentle breeze swept through, clarity returned to the training ground, leaving the onlookers in stunned silence as they gazed upon Uchiha Liang sprawled in the dust. For a moment, the arena was enveloped in stillness. Uchiha Liang forced himself to rally. He could hear the distant chirping of insects and the rustling of leaves in the wind, yet he heard none of Yu's calm and crystalline voice. A wave of despair surged within Uchiha Liang, as if he were ensnared in a cage, the entire world rejecting him. No, I cannot afford to lose like this, to such a mere child. Rage and unwillingness gnawed at his nerves. The three tomo in his eyes spun faster and faster, nearly merging into a circle. As his emotions surged, the whirling disc abruptly halted, transforming into a pinwheel shape, under the sway of his feelings. Uchiha Liang struggled to his feet, the world around him regaining its clarity. A vague awareness dawned upon him, revealing the truth of his predicament. The once furious gaze of Uchiha Liang now glimmered with a hint of madness. Ha ha ha. Uchiha Yu, I must thank you. Without you, how could I have awakened these eyes? He proclaimed. Prepare to witness the ultimate power of the Uchiha. You will regret your inability to awaken such eyes. Oh, so it is the Mangeki. Yu mused. Who would have thought that in defeat, you would harbor such resentment? He cast a detached glance at Uchiha Liang, pondering how this man had continuously provided him with a wealth of negative energy points, allowing him to linger until now. But what would happen when he shattered his pride at the moment of his greatest triumph? A smirk played upon Yu's lips. Yet it was this very disdainful demeanor that pierced Uchiha Liang's heart anew. Uchiha Yu, I will not lose this time. Mangeki Sharingan. Instant flash. In an instant, Uchiha Liang vanished from sight, reappearing behind Yu, his katana raised high, poised to strike down upon Yu's back. However, Yu did not turn around. A fire sword in the sky swiftly interposed itself in the path of Uchiha Liang's attack. Clang. The sound of blades colliding reverberated throughout the training ground, sending a segment of the broken katana soaring through the air. This spectacle caused the tense hearts of Makoto, Itachi, and Izumi to ease momentarily. Liang, I am deeply disappointed in you. As an Uchiha, to lose your wisdom in battle is simply unacceptable. Look at your current state. Madness and obsession devoid of any trace of a true ninja. To cling to a mere tool as your last hope is utterly ridiculous. Without those eyes, what do you have left? Is this truly your pride? I had always believed that the strength of the Uchiha stemmed from their inherent power, not merely from a pair of eyes. Clearly, I was mistaken. Since you place such unwavering faith in those eyes, Allow me to demonstrate the true disparity between us, one that cannot be bridged by mere ocular prowess. Uchiha Liang stared blankly at the broken katana in his hands, confusion evident as he lifted his gaze to you. How is this possible? I have awakened the Mangeky's power, my speed rivaling the fourth Hokage's flying thunder god technique. And yet, with such speed, Uchiha, you could effortlessly evade my attack. Draw your sword, and let me feel the pressure. The same tool wields different power in different hands. Why were our ancestors, the Uchiha, so formidable? It was never the Mangeky, but rather the strength of the individual. Having spoken, you unhesitatingly commanded the 5 flaming swords to lunge towards Uchiha Liang. Uchiha Liang's expression turned frantic as he swiftly activated his Mangeky Sharingan. Reappearing behind you in an instant, brandishing a half-broken katana, he thrust it towards Yuda. Is this the true power of your eyes? I must concede, it is indeed quite effective. However, you, who rely solely on this ability, have yet to unleash even a fraction of its potential. What use is speed if you lack the swiftness to wield your blade, moving so swiftly that I cannot even perceive a whisper of wind? As you blocked Uchiha Liang's attack, he deftly directed the fire swords to carve yet another gash upon Uchiha Liang's form. The more profound the power, the mightier the individual needed to wield it. Calm your mind and contemplate how I wield my sword. With that, you seized one of the flying fire swords, aligning his hand and foot, elbow and knee, shoulder and hip, spirit and intent and breath. Breath and strength. Asu's voice resonated through the training ground. No matter how Uchiha Liang attempted to evade, that fiery sword seemed to follow him like a shadow, poised at his throat wherever he appeared. Standing at a distance, Itachi and the others watched in stunned silence. Uchiha Liang's expression gradually morphed into one of hopelessness as he made one last attempt to escape Yu's onslaught. Yet, the long sword in Yu's hand, akin to a fiery serpent, once again pressed against his throat. In despair, Uchiha Liang shut his eyes, kneeling helplessly on the ground. Why is this happening? How can you be so powerful? It is not the sword in hand that embodies strength, but rather the heart of the wielder. You gazed impassively at the bloodied Uchiha Liang, whose body bore no unscathed flesh. His eyes revealed neither arrogance nor disdain, nor did they express scorn or triumph over the vanquished. They merely reflected serene indifference. Yet, it was precisely this gaze that made Uchiha Liang acutely aware of the vast chasm separating them. Had he emerged victorious, he would likely be reveling in unrestrained triumph at this very moment. Perhaps, due to the inherent unfairness of this contest, he would suppress such feelings, but inevitably, he would boast of his victory among his clan. Why are you so formidable? Uchiha Liang gazed at you in confusion. You met Uchiha Liang's crimson eyes, declaring, I have always believed in myself, and not merely in a pair of eyes. Uchiha Liang fell into a thoughtful silence. Why do you refuse to acknowledge me? You inquired softly. Uchiha Liang bowed his head in contemplation for a moment before lifting it to meet Yu's gaze. It is because I believe that only by resisting the village to the bitter end can the Uchiha clan hope to find salvation. Rather than yielding time and again like our patriarch, Fugaku, and as his son, you, despite possessing immense potential, will inevitably inherit your father's will. Thus, I assert that our battle has never been a matter of personal vendetta, but rather a wager on the future of the Uchiha clan. Observing Uchiha Liang's defiant demeanor, Yu's eyes flickered with disappointment and a touch of exasperation. Is that truly your belief, is it not? Uchiha Liang met Yu's disappointed gaze, feeling a sudden unease within his heart. Then allow me to rephrase my question. Am I strong? Uchiha Liang nodded. Then, how do I measure against the Hokage? Uchiha Liang pursed his lips before ultimately responding honestly. Of course, the third Hokage is stronger. He is revered as the mightiest Hokage in the shinobi world, a paragon of masculinity. In the midst of Uchiha Liang's astonishment, you nodded in agreement. If that is the case, what of the legendary 3, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and Danzo, as well as the clan leaders of Konoha? Are they not formidable? Uchiha Liang fell into silence. The figures and factions you mentioned were indeed the pillars of Konoha. Having experienced the Third Shinobi World War, Uchiha Liang was well acquainted with these individuals. Yu is undeniably strong, but facing any one of them would not be an easy feat. Moreover, these individuals are united as a collective for the sake of Konoha's interests. Given Yu's current strength, it remains insufficient. You speak of the Uchiha's need for resolve, and while I do not dispute this notion, your extreme and obsessive stance has driven the village to the brink of annihilating the entire Uchiha clan. How then shall we confront this impending doom? What must we do? The village is tightening its grip. What wrong have we Uchiha committed? Uchiha Liang nearly shouted, tears of despair welling in his eyes. Witnessing Uchiha Liang's complete disregard for decorum, you couldn't help but emit a soft sigh. Only by strengthening oneself can one address all matters. This applies to individuals as well as entire clans. Look at the present Uchiha. Where is the slightest trace of the elegance we once possessed during the Warring States period? If our ancestors were to behold our current state, they would likely mock our ineptitude. Instead of attributing all blame to external forces, we must question why the village has taken such actions. Ultimately, it is the Uchiha's inability to resist that has led to this predicament. Uchiha Liang knelt in defeat. Overwhelmed by Yu's candid comparisons, the weight of Yu's words bore down upon him, rendering him indifferent to the pain coursing through his body. Reflecting upon the once proud Uchiha and the current state of decline, he found himself compelled to acknowledge the truth in Yu's assertions. However, is attaining strength truly so effortless? Uchiha Liang raised his gaze to Yu once more. Haha, Liang, haven't you grown considerably stronger now? Gazing at Yu's faint smile, Uchiha Liang momentarily lost his train of thought. Indeed, he had awakened the eyes of his ancestors, making it feasible for him to confront the village in the future. Yet, merely this is insufficient. Our adversaries continue to scrutinize us keenly. Only by uniting all Uchiha can we amass strength and deliver a decisive blow when our enemies reveal their vulnerabilities. Do you understand? Yu's gaze remained indifferent as he regarded Uchiha Liang. Are our enemies truly the village? Uchiha Liang asked, a flicker of excitement in his voice, suddenly perceiving that Yu was not so dissimilar from himself. Naturally, it is the Council of Elders in Konoha. Upon hearing Yu's answer, Uchiha Liang's expression fell into disappointment. Yu appeared disheartened. You chuckled lightly. Is it not the villages? Suddenly, Uchiha Liang fell silent. They had constantly clamored for resistance against the village. Yet when prompted to name their true adversaries, he found himself at a loss. This is the folly of your thinking. The Uchiha's enemies have never been the entire village. Without the village, where would we go? Our true adversaries have always been the disciples of the second Hokage. Their obstinacy is the primary reason for the discord between the Uchiha and the village. As you articulated his understanding, Uchiha Liang felt as though a cloud had been lifted from his mind. Revealing the sun above, he stared blankly at the youth before him, who stood only half his height. Thus, the Uchiha must discern who their genuine enemies are and refrain from recklessly antagonizing the entire village. There is a saying, the more friends one has, the easier the journey. This has always been true. Those who follow the path of righteousness will find support, while those who stray will face isolation. Do you now see my point? Yu smiled warmly at the dazed Uchiha Liang. After a moment, Uchiha Liang's expression grew solemn, as if he had resolved something in his mind. He rose, enduring his pain, and limped to retrieve the two shattered halves of his katana, then knelt on one knee, raising both hands before Yu. Uchiha Liang shall henceforth follow the young clan leader, Uchiha Yu, with unwavering loyalty. Yu regarded the now earnest Uchiha Liang. Gently grasping the broken blade's edge, a surge of warmth coursing through in the perplexed gaze of Uchiha Liang. Yu withdrew his hand. I have no fondness for incomplete weapons. Now, it is whole, and you have become stronger. Ha ha ha. Yu burst into laughter. Uchiha Liang glanced at the now restored katana in his hands and at the laughing Yu. As if a realization dawned upon him, he immediately bowed his head, proclaiming, I shall become the mightiest weapon in the hands of the young master. Rise, Liang. Yu gently helped the kneeling Uchiha Liang to his feet. Young clan leader, I humbly ask for your forgiveness for my previous actions. Uchiha Liang bowed earnestly. Yu smiled faintly. Liang, how could I harbor resentment towards one who is wholly devoted to our clan? Let us strive together to restore the Uchiha's former glory. Indeed, how could one possibly blame such a robust stock of chives? Merely from this confrontation, I have amassed nearly 10,000 points of disdain. Particularly, the final blow that twisted Uchiha Liang's thoughts resulted in a staggering 5,000 points of gratitude. Having said that, Yu swiftly gathered his spiritual energy, enveloping Uchiha Liang in a radiant, multicolored glow. Uchiha Liang, feeling the warmth coursing through his body, let a tear intermingle with the bloodstains on his face. In that moment, his remorse reached unprecedented heights. He perceived himself as a scoundrel, a youth of such grand aspirations, who had once harbored the audacious desire to snuff out his life in his infancy. Had he succeeded, he would have become the greatest sinner of the Uchiha clan. I am truly sorry. Young patriarch, Uchiha Liang gazed at Yu with a blend of admiration and shame. While Yu gently patted Uchiha Liang on the shoulder, assuring him that everything was for the noble revival of their clan. Beneath a collapsing nest, how could any egg remain unscathed? It's nothing, just change into your new attire. Let us dine together. Yu handed Uchiha Liang the new clothes his mother had brought. Elder brother Liang, at present the clan is divided, and with my youthful stature, I lack the strength to unite our kin. I hope you will strive diligently to mend the fractured Uchiha. For only by fostering unity can we forge ahead and retreat in the face of future upheavals. You regarded Uchiha Liang earnestly. For now, do not divulge to your grandfather that I defeated you, lest it tarnish your standing within the clan. The future of the Uchiha ultimately lies with our youthful generation. Uchiha Liang felt a sudden sting in his nose. Power and reputation were the lifeblood of the Uchiha. Yet, you had unhesitatingly relinquished his own for him. Isn't this a bit too burdensome for you? Young patriarch, elder brother Liang, our actions bear no weight of personal honor or disgrace. I am still but a child. Regardless of my strength, to the older generation, I remain merely a juvenile. You, however, are different. You are not only a formidable ninja but also the leader of the strong-willed youth among us. Thus, the responsibility of uniting our younger generation falls upon your shoulders. Yu's expression turned serious as he looked at Uchiha Liang. Uchiha Liang stared blankly at Yu, his heart brimming with emotions that words could scarcely convey. Young patriarch Yu, I shall heed your every command. I, Uchiha Liang, will undoubtedly dedicate myself to your grand endeavors. Uchiha Liang bowed his head in fervor, the sentiment of loyalty igniting within him. Despite his unfamiliarity with the phrase, a soldier dies for his confidant. That night, when Fugaku returned, he was met with an astonishing sight. His rival's son was serving Yu with the adoration of a devoted acolyte. Each gesture radiated a sense of hierarchy. Upon seeing Fugaku's return, the laughter at the dining table fell silent. Uchiha Liang hurriedly knelt before Fugaku, bowing deeply alongside his two subordinates, Patriarch Fugaku. Fugaku stood in stunned silence, momentarily perplexed as to what had transpired. When did his adversary's son become so deferential towards him? However, years of experience as clan leader enabled him to maintain composure. He merely nodded at Uchiha Liang and his companions, casting a puzzled glance at his smiling wife. Makoto raised a finger to her lips, signaling him to wait until later to discuss. Recognizing this cue, Fugaku suppressed his curiosity and sat beside his wife with a sense of detachment. After bowing to Fugaku, Uchiha Liang shifted his gaze back to Yu. Young patriarch, I apologize for any disturbance today. I shall take my leave with Tian and Zhongshuan. Please take care of your health and do not overly burden yourself with clan affairs. Observing Uchiha Liang's excessive deference, you couldn't help but smile wryly. Elder brother Liang, allow me to see you off. As you prepared to rise, Uchiha Liang insisted, please stay, young patriarch. This moment is vital for you and your parents to reunite. I would not want my matters to intrude upon your cherished time. Looking at Liang's serious refusal, you shook his head in resignation. This was the Uchiha. As long as one proved superior and offered sufficient respect, one's life was theirs to command. Watching the departing trio, you felt a twinge of nostalgia that could now be seen as the true first force within the Uchiha clan, especially since Uchiha Liang had awakened the Manjiki Sharingan, a formidable power that would significantly aid you in his future endeavors to govern the Uchiha. Fugaku observed this scene calmly, only turning to you when the trio's figures vanished from sight. You, shouldn't you provide some explanation? You, catching Fugaku's feigned calmness, chuckled softly. Ask my mother. She knows everything. For now, I must escort Izumi home. Turning to the now bashful Izumi, he said, Izumi, shall we go? Izumi nodded shyly, her silence a testament to the pressure Fugaku exerted upon her. Though frustrated, Fugaku restrained his words upon noticing the shy demeanor of Izumi, his eyes fixed on you as he took her small hand and exited the hall. This time, however, Itachi did not follow. His small face heavy as he mechanically scooped rice into his bowl, his eyes unfocused, lost in thought that Asu and Izumi walked along the tranquil path, gazing up at the luminous full moon and the myriad stars scattered across the sky. Both remained silent. That it is undeniable that the untainted sky of the ninja world offered a breathtaking spectacle. Looking up at the night sky, the stars twinkled brilliantly. In that moment, you found himself enveloped in an increasing sense of tranquility. Izumi, do you wish to fly? You asked unexpectedly. Huh, Yukun. How do we fly? Izumi's cheeks flushed, clearly swept up in the unique atmosphere you had created. Shall we ascend to the heavens to see the moon and stars? You gazed at her with a playful glint. Izumi lowered her head. Yukun, can we really do that? Her tone was shy yet tinged with anticipation. As long as you wish, there is nothing I cannot accomplish. You teased lightly. Izumi's head sank even lower. This was her first time alone with you, especially beneath the sprawling stars. As a sufficiently mature girl from Konoha, she unconsciously slipped into a romantic mindset. I want to, she whispered like a mosquito. A playful smile crept across Yu's lips, Then, as the dragon, I shall grant Izumi this wish. With that, you summoned the fire sword from his consciousness. The sword floated gently beside him, suddenly expanding, resembling a platform, while you scooped up the bewildered Izumi and leapt onto the fire sword, her small frame surprisingly soft, carrying a faint fragrance. Da! Izumi exclaimed in surprise, as you stood upon the fire sword. Infusing it with his spiritual energy, flames shaped like a phoenix erupted from the blade, propelling them skyward like a shooting star. Although the speed was rapid, you and Izumi felt no intense wind against them, as the gusts were shielded by the phoenix illusion surrounding the sword. Yukun. Am I dreaming? Are we really flying? After the initial shock, Izumi, feeling as though they were breaking through the heavens towards the moon, became filled with excitement and joy, completely unaware that her petite form was half reclining in US embrace. As the moon grew larger, Izumi's adorable face reflected a look of fascination, her large eyes seemingly mirroring the starry sky. It is so beautiful. Yukun, how wonderful it would be if life could always be like this. Izumi gazed dreamily at you. Rest assured, Izumi, I will shoulder the responsibilities of our clan and protect you and our kin. Our family shall never decay amidst a heap of withered branches. US expression was remarkably calm, as if everything was firmly within his grasp. Izumi gazed at US profile. Yukun, I believe in you. She gently rested her small head on his shoulder, quietly admiring the radiant full moon, savoring a moment of tranquil happiness. Mom, there's a big bird flying in the sky, in the heart of Konoha. A child who delighted in gazing at the stars suddenly shouted, his eyes wide with astonishment. Mom, I want to fly too. In Izuka Kiba, what nonsense are you spouting? Who would be flying in Konoha at this late hour? Hurry up and go to sleep. We still need to pick out a ninja dog for you tomorrow. Kiba, a nearly 3-year-old with an eager expression, implored Mom. It's true. I really saw a big bird flying. And there was someone on it. Kiba, don't make me sweat your little bottom. It's time for bed. Kiba's mother, with an exasperated sigh, approached, glancing at the defiant Inuzuka Kiba and casually casting her gaze out the window. A large, round moon hung in the sky, devoid of any figures. In her memory, the number of ninjas in Konoha who could fly was exceedingly few, let alone colossal summon beasts resembling birds. Kiba, children who tell lies are not good. I'm not lying. With that, Kiba dashed to the window, his large eyes scanning the heavens. To his dismay, the magnificent crimson bird he had seen moments ago had vanished, and a hint of disappointment crossed his small face. Mom, I truly didn't deceive you. Kiba's face reflected a sense of grievance. All right, dear child, you must learn to go to sleep obediently, rather than becoming a little liar, his mother chastised firmly. Humph, once I find my ninja dog, I will definitely make it take me flying. Kiba huffed defiantly, and under his mother's stern gaze, he begrudgingly lay down on his small bed, tucked himself in, and drifted into a sweet dream. In his dream, he envisioned riding a magnificent giant dog, soaring over the vast, round moon. Upon returning home, you entered to find Fugaku still seated at the table, his expression one of deep contemplation. After listening to his wife's explanation, Fugaku's thoughts became increasingly complex. Though he had heard his eldest son's analysis regarding the Elder Council's stance on the Uchiha, he still harbored a flicker of hope for Konoha, not wanting his son to get too close to the radicals. You, come and sit. Fugaku gently beckoned. You silently took a seat across from Fugaku, asking, Father, is there a problem? Do you truly wish to contend with the Hokage and their faction to the bitter end? Fugaku inquired solemnly. Father, I believe I have made myself quite clear. It is not us who wish to oppose the Hokage's faction, but rather the Elder Council, whose intent to extinguish the Uchiha will never cease. I hope you do not harbor any illusions about this. Otherwise, not only will you endanger yourself, but you will also jeopardize our entire clan. Yu's demeanor was unusually serious, far removed from his usual lightheartedness. Fugaku hesitated, wanting to find a reason to persuade you not to be so extreme, yet after searching, he realized he could not find a justification. In fact, he himself had nearly been swayed by recent events. Setting aside the fact that the Hokage's Umbu had tested his son, the recent relocation of the clan's territory troubled him the more he pondered it. Enough, Father, as the leader of our clan. I hope you can adopt a more resolute stance rather than waver. Such indecision only makes you appear ineffectual. A true man knows when to act and when to refrain. Once we understand who the enemy is, we must adopt a corresponding attitude, rather than swaying from left to right. Your ambiguity has only sown the seeds of division within our clan. The emergence of both moderate and radical factions is largely due to your indecisive approach. You was no longer inclined to debate whether the Uchiha should adopt a more aggressive or moderate stance toward the village. He had consistently asserted that the Uchiha's strength should not be directed against the village, but rather against the Hokage's faction. Yet, people in this world often conflated the village with the Hokage, perpetually trapped in this bizarre cycle. Fugaku fell into a profound silence, glancing at the impatient Yu, suddenly feeling a sense of failure. Was this truly the impression he gave his eldest son, that of a vacillating figure? You should go to bed. I will make a decision, Fugaku replied, a hint of melancholy in his voice. Father, my words tonight may have been overly severe. However, some matters cannot be achieved through mere wishful thinking. You should also rest early. Do not overexert yourself, Yu said, feeling a pang of compassion for his father's dejected demeanor. You have grown up. It is time for me to trust you more. At that moment, Fugaku, who had been thoroughly disheartened, felt a flicker of warmth at Yu's words, a smile breaking through his previously solemn countenance. This was the first time he had let go of his paternal authority in front of his son. Aside from when you was very young, Father, I am only 6 years old. I still have a long way to go before I am truly grown, Yu replied with a faint smile. Fugaku's expression shifted, as he shot Yu a pointed look. What of being 6? In the Warring States period, clan members were already going to battle at 8. You are merely 2 years younger than they were. Observing Fugaku revert to his usual self, Yu stifled a yawn. Well, Father, that was the Warring States period. Times have changed and I'm off to bed. I have school tomorrow. Here I am, merely a child, yet I must bear the burdens of adults. It truly is a tragic existence. With that, without waiting for Fugaku's response, Yu scampered upstairs, eager to review his gains from the day. After a long day of hard work, the moment of reward was what brought him the most joy. Each day, becoming a little stronger was the fulfilling life he yearned for. You little rascal, claiming to be a tragic child, are you insinuating that I am an incompetent father? Fugaku muttered under his breath, suddenly feeling somewhat like a complaining spouse, forcing himself to halt. There was no denying that his son was remarkably talented, yet he suddenly sensed that Yu possessed the potential to become Hokage. With his adept leadership skills, keen intellect, and formidable strength, Fugaku felt an overwhelming confidence in Yu. Returning to his familiar small bed, Yu eagerly opened the system panel. Uchiha Yu Realm. Chi Transformation Technique. Chiming Decision. Refinement of Divine Chapter. Yellow Grade 2 Ninjutsu. 5 Elements Ninjutsu Fire. Mastered Lightning. Mastered Wind. Ordinary Water. Ordinary Earth. Ordinary Control Techniques. Mastered Basic Martial Arts. Mastered Body Techniques. Mastered External Avatar. Ordinary Refining Techniques. Ordinary Alchemical Techniques. Ordinary Planting Techniques. Ordinary Formation Techniques. Ordinary Gratitude Value. 20. 200 Malicious Value. 27,000. You gazed at the once again burgeoning gratitude and malicious values, feeling a swell of emotion. Only among the Uchiha. Such easily incited individuals could yield such a significant amount of gratitude and malicious values all at once. After deducting the original 9,000 gratitude and 11,000 malicious values, he had garnered a total of 11,200 gratitude and 16,000 malicious values from the day's various activities in the village. Among these, the combined gratitude and malicious values contributed solely by Uchiha relying amounted to 20,000. After toiling all day, he had not received data from a single clan member that compared. Thus, he would need to cultivate more of these quality leaks in the future. With this thought, Yu directed his attention to his skills. Now, with his gratitude value, he could enhance his technique twice, elevating it to the Xian Grade 1.as for his skills. Reaching perfection was still a distant goal, but he could at least upgrade all skills to mastery. This way, he would have multiple trump cards to deploy against foes in the future. Currently, the only exposed skill he possessed was his proficient fire release. When the time came for the enemy to fully grasp his abilities, unleashing lightning, wind, water, and earth release would surely elicit a myriad of expressions from them, once more enduring the painful onslaught of knowledge flooding his mind. Yu surveyed his current panel with a sense of satisfaction. Uchiha Yu Realm. Chi Transformation Technique. Chiming Decision. Refinement of Divine Chapter. Xian Grade 1 Ninjutsu. 5 Elements Ninjutsu Fire. Mastered Lightning. Mastered Wind. Mastered Water. Mastered Earth. Ordinary Control Techniques. Mastered Basic Martial Arts. Mastered Body Techniques. Mastered External Avatar. Ordinary Refining Techniques. Ordinary Alchemical Techniques. Ordinary Planting Techniques. Ordinary Formation Techniques. Ordinary Gratitude Value. 200 Malicious Value. 7. 000. Yu found himself once again destitute, yet he was not overly concerned. After all, there are quite a few leaks nowadays, and now there's an additional person, wholly devoted to developing his own underlings. In due time, you will surely gather those who have been nurtured by the blazing sun, and it promises to be another grand harvest. With this thought, you gracefully settled into a meditative posture. Plunging once more into a state of cultivation. As time passed, you felt an increasing heaviness within the clan grounds. He understood the reason. It had been a month since the last scheduled relocation. Yet the promised funds from the higher-ups of Konoha had yet to be dispersed. The new clan territory was already more than halfway constructed, bolstered by a formidable labor force, and the time for relocation loomed near. The delay in the relocation funds had left many clan members anxious, and during several clan meetings, Fugaku had inquired with the Hokage, who merely advised to wait a little longer. Over the past month, aside from diligently accumulating gratitude and malice points, Yu's life had seen little change. The only noticeable alteration was in Itachi's attitude towards him. Observing his silent and compliant younger brother, you felt an inexplicable distance had emerged between them. This rift was perplexing, and you found himself at a loss for how to bridge it. Whenever he attempted to engage Itachi in conversation, he either received silence or a mere obedient nod in response. Yet, this compliance felt markedly different than before, as if you had lost one of his two constant companions. Itachi, is there something bothering you about your elder brother lately? You casually inquired. No, of course not. How could I have any dissatisfaction with you, my esteemed brother? You are simply remarkable, Itachi replied, while you turned to face the placid Itachi, questioning, is that truly how you feel? Yet, why does it seem that I am on the verge of losing you as my brother? Brother, please don't jest. You are my esteemed elder. Itachi flashed a broad smile at Yu gazed intently at Itachi, stating, you know, your smile feels rather insincere to me. If you were genuinely happy, your smile would possess a hint of shyness. Rather than this unabashed demeanor towards your elder brother, Itachi, caught off guard by Yu's unwavering stare, shifted uncomfortably. Isn't this how I smile, though? He retorted, somewhat sheepishly. That is precisely why I assert that your smile lacks authenticity. For it belongs to me, not the true Itachi. Itachi found himself momentarily stunned by Yu's words, pondering whether his brother truly understood him so well. Itachi, let me reiterate, if there is anything troubling you regarding me, do voice it. I assure you, I will not hold it against you. You gently tapped Itachi's frozen forehead. Itachi met his brother's gaze, filled with warmth, and felt a complex mix of emotions within him. He yearned to share his thoughts with you, yet he knew that his brother would undoubtedly have 100 reasons to oppose him. Ultimately, he felt he could never win against you. But were his thoughts truly erroneous? The Uchiha clan's arrogance, the village's exclusion, was it genuinely a problem solely with the Hokage's faction? He was acutely aware that his elder brother Shursui had recently joined the Umbu and had even been promoted to the elite guard by the Hokage, indicating that the Hokage did not harbor the prejudice you claimed against the Uchiha. Everything stemmed from the clan members' own arrogance, neglecting the village's needs. Observing Itachi's silence, you sighed softly. He felt utterly impotent in the face of Itachi's reticence. Had Itachi, who once would argue with him over anything, now chosen to conceal his true feelings? This was what you feared most. Disheartened, he shook his head, realizing that Itachi had evidently lost trust in him as an elder brother. Itachi, I am saddened, he lamented, turning away towards home. Itachi stared blankly at his departing brother, whispering, I'm sorry, brother, but I cannot agree with your views. However, you will always remain my brother. He quickly hurried to catch up with you. The two had not walked far when they encountered a large group of clan members gathered around the village notice board, their tempers flaring like ignited powder cakes. How can they cancel our relocation funds just because the front lines are tense? Even if the front is under strain, why not merely delay the funds instead of outright canceling them? Have the higher-ups not considered compensating us? They are deceiving us, observing the furious clan members. You couldn't help but smirk inwardly. Had they finally decided to confront him? Did they believe they could easily manipulate the Uchiha clan? You chose not to push into the throng but instead hurriedly pulled the dazed Itachi along toward home. However, before they could move far, a commotion erupted behind them. Are you gathering here to incite unrest? A masked ninja suddenly appeared before the notice board, bellowing at the agitated clan members below. Don't think that just because you are Umbu, you can speak to the Uchiha clan like that. Why has the village canceled our relocation funds? A furious Uchiha Chunin forced his way through the crowd to confront the Umbu ninja. This decision was made by the higher-ups of Konoha, and the reasons have been clearly stated. The Umbu ninja replied coldly. Nonsense. Just because the front lines are tense, we Uchiha have to bear the brunt. Haven't we bled and shed tears on the front lines? Humph. You speak foolishly. While the village is in crisis, you choose not to think of the village's peace and dare to incite unrest here. Do you wish for me to arrest you for disturbing the village's peace? The Umbu ninja glared icily at the Uchiha Chunin Dado. Since when has maintaining village order become your responsibility, Umbu? A cool voice emerged from behind the crowd. The Uchiha members surrounding the notice board stirred, parting to make way. Young clan leader, this matter does not concern you. You should return. Young clan leader, you must stand up for us, the clan members clamored. Urging you as he approached with measured steps. Having saved many Uchiha women and children during the Nine Tails incident, you already held considerable esteem among the common Uchiha, further bolstered by his impressive display during clan meetings and the discreet promotion of Uchiha rely-on among the younger generation. Thus, the clan's admiration for him was well-earned. You nodded at the eager clan members before addressing the Umbu ninja at the notice board. Pray tell, are you intending to arrest my clansmen for disturbing the village's peace? You asked coldly. Uchiha Yu, son of Fugaku, I advise you to adjust your attitude and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble, the masked ninja warned, clearly wary, having witnessed the fate of his colleagues who had previously tested you. My attitude is one of straightforwardness. Let us not forget that the higher-ups of Konoha have breached their promises. Now they seek to impose charges upon my clan members. This is an affront to the Uchiha. Yu's stance undoubtedly garnered him a fresh wave of gratitude from the clan members, who gazed at him with expressions of appreciation. Humph, a sharp-tongued brat. In a time of crisis, you think only of your own interests. Which is precisely why the villagers despise the Uchiha clan. Brother, perhaps we should return and avoid further conflict with the village. Just as you prepared to retort, Itachi tugged at his sleeve from behind. You turned to look at Itachi, feeling a deep frustration at his Navi younger brother. The higher-ups of Konoha were effectively riding roughshod over them, and Itachi still wished to evade such conflicts. Did he not realize the precariousness of their situation? Itachi, feeling the weight of Yu's silent gaze, bit his lip and fell silent while you turned back to face the Umbu ninja. Ha! Sharp-tongued, you say? Perhaps you should examine who truly possesses a sharp tongue. It is not the Uchiha who demand relocation. If the village cannot fulfill its promises regarding the relocation funds, then we, the Uchiha clan, shall simply remain where we are. After all, we are quite comfortable here, you declared coldly. Instantly, the Umbu ninja fell silent. Humph, you Uchiha have no say in this matter. A chilling voice suddenly interjected. An elderly man, leaning on a cane, approached with deliberate slowness. You narrowed his eyes, feigning ignorance, and asked, And who might you be, old man? Humph, such utter rudeness. Is this how Fugaku has raised you? Danzo cast a venomous glare towards you. What my father taught me has nothing to do with you. Old man, you retorted disdainfully, although he lacked the strength to single-handedly contend with Konoha. He was unafraid of figures like Danzo and Saratobi. As long as it wasn't an assault from shadow-level ninjas, the outcome remained uncertain. Lord Danzo, at that moment, an Umbu ninja stationed by the notice board hurriedly leaped down and knelt before Danzo in deference. Danzo nodded slightly, and the Umbu ninja respectfully followed in his wake. You little brat, the decisions of the higher-ups are not to be questioned. Danzo advanced slowly, his gaze cold and piercing as it settled on you. Decisions of the higher-ups. The village belongs to everyone. If the higher-ups cannot uphold their promises, they ought not to mention relocation. Don't speak of the tensions of war as an excuse. Why should the sacrifices not fall upon the Saratobi clan or your own Uchiha clan? You shot back without a moment's hesitation. Danzo's expression darkened. You insolent child, are you questioning the decisions of the higher-ups? Someone, seize this audacious brat and take him back. If Fugaku will not teach his son, the village shall take on that responsibility. Instantly, dozens of root ninjas sprang forth, encircling you. Yet, just as the atmosphere grew increasingly tense, a voice of fierce indignation rang out. I dare anyone to take away the Uchiha's young clan leader. Several young men, clad in uniform Uchiha attire, rushed forward, led by Uchiha Ryo. As they surrounded you, they unsheathed their blades without hesitation, aiming them at the root ninjas. Young clan leader, are you unharmed? It's my fault for arriving too late. You've suffered. Uchiha Ryo said apologetically to Yu. Yu attempted to pat Ryo on the shoulder, only to realize his own height fell short. Embarrassed, he retracted his hand. Before he could withdraw completely, Uchiha Ryo knelt halfway, declaring, Today, we shall defend the dignity of the young clan leader. Ryo's voice was resolute as he addressed the comrades he had brought along. Yes, Captain Ryo, The group of youths responded excitedly, having heard their captain speak of you frequently, fostering a sense of admiration, especially now, as the young clan leader boldly faced Konoha's higher-ups at the tender age of 6. Their respect only deepened. Why you felt a surge of emotion, realizing that with such loyal subordinates, he had little to complain about. He gently patted Ryo's shoulder and cast a cold glare at Danzo. Danzo's eyes narrowed. He could not fathom why Uchiha commanded such respect within his clan at such a young age. Yet, it was clearly not the time for contemplation. Humph, are you plotting rebellion by gathering your troops? Huh. Old man, whether rebellion is in the cards is not for you to decide. That we merely seek justice from the Hokage regarding the cancellation of our relocation funds. Furthermore, the forced relocation of our Uchiha clan is unacceptable. This alone compels us to question the Hokage's credibility. After all, my father possesses a document issued by the Hokage in black and white. Does the higher-ups intend to renege on their promises? As you finished speaking, the surrounding clansmen erupted in uproar. Yes, we demand justice. Why violate the agreement? Justice. We implore the Hokage for an explanation. Unbeknownst to you, Itachi, who had been following him, had already slipped away. As the situation escalated in a troubling direction. Danzo's expression grew increasingly grim. Even if justice were sought, it was not something a sharp-tongued brat like you could achieve. Summon Fugaku. I wish to see what he desires in terms of justice. You will see. But for now, Lord Danzo, will you continue to obstruct us? Danzo glared icily at the smiling Uchiha. What do you wish to do? Nothing much. We simply intend to hear the Hokage's explanation. Will Lord Danzo also obstruct us in this? Danzo surveyed the armed youths surrounding you, then glanced at Yu's feigned smile. In that moment, he longed to issue an order to eliminate them all. However, if he did so, these headstrong youths would undoubtedly fight to the death, resulting in a complete rift between the village and the Uchiha. This was decidedly not the outcome he desired. Uchiha, you will come to regret the decisions you make today. With that, Danzo coldly stepped aside, allowing passage. Why you revealed a broad grin. Regret? We shall speak of that when the day comes. Forward, clansmen. Let us inquire at the Hokage Tower why such actions have been taken. With a vigorous wave of his arm, hundreds of Uchiha clansmen formed an orderly line behind him, marching purposefully towards the Hokage Tower. As they reached the halfway point, you encountered his father's most trusted ally, Uchiha Hakadai, accompanied by a group of security clan members. Neither party exchanged words, but instead continued in silence towards the Hokage Tower. Observers in the village were left perplexed, clearly unaware of the unfolding events. At the Nanha Shrine, Uchiha Fugaku knelt alone before the ancestral tablets. In the dim light, his shadow flickered uncertainly, reflecting the turmoil in his eyes. Suddenly, the shrine's door swung open, and a small figure rushed in with urgency. Father, something terrible has happened. Brother has brought people and the Konoha higher-ups. Itachi, speak no further. Remain silent. Fugaku interrupted before Itachi could finish. Father, the clansman and brother. Itachi was consumed by anxiety, torn between his beloved brother and the village. Fugaku remained unyielding, his voice growing more authoritative. Itachi, I commanded silence. Under Fugaku's imposing demeanor, Itachi found himself momentarily at a loss, standing silently behind his father, gazing at the ancestral tablets. Itachi anxiously awaited a response. Fugaku finally stirred, calmly exiting the ancestral hall and descending the stone steps. Itachi hurriedly followed. Father, you must stop brother. If we delay any longer, he will clash with the village. Fugaku looked down at the anxious Itachi. Why must we intervene? Has your brother and the clansmen done anything wrong? He is the young clan leader. Have you not noticed the respect the clansmen have shown him this past month? Fugaku's relentless questioning left Itachi momentarily stunned. Although he disagreed with his brother's principles, he had indeed sensed the growing respect among the clansmen during their daily commutes to school. Was this the reason his brother returned to confront the Umbu? Despite having previously left, Itachi recalled the sigh his brother had released at that moment. Father, must we simply stand by? This will exacerbate the conflict between our clan and the village. Seeing Itachi's perplexed expression, Fugaku sighed. Itachi, do you understand the difference between you and your brother? Itachi's eyes flickered with uncertainty. Fugaku continued. He understands the importance of the village, but he also knows that the clan is his foundation. When faced with the village and the clan, he will unhesitatingly choose the clan. Not even I, as his father, can rival that. This is why the clansmen hold him in such high regard. Father, will you not intervene? With my brother's extremism, it could very well lead to a large-scale conflict with the village. In that moment, Itachi's confusion deepened. He could not comprehend why his father, who had instilled in him ideals of peace during his childhood, would permit his brother to instigate conflict with the village. Itachi, you underestimate your brother. He will not take that step, at least not until he possesses absolute strength. Fugaka's gaze shimmered. At times, he felt he understood his eldest son well, typically low-key and unambitious, yet possessing immense strength that had not garnered any recognition as a genius. However, he sometimes felt he could not see through that boy. When faced with clan issues, he became extreme and aggressive, like a hunting wolf lying in wait, poised to deliver a fatal blow. Does father truly trust my brother? A glimmer of disappointment crossed Itachi's eyes. Haha. Itachi, you truly underestimate your father. How could he allow your brother to bear such pressure alone? I have already dispatched your 8th-generation clan uncle to offer assistance. A faint smile crept upon Fugaka's lips. However, his words did little to comfort Itachi. Instead, they crashed down upon him like a thunderbolt. It dawned on him that his father was aware of the entire situation, yet why did he not intervene sooner? Itachi suddenly raised his voice in protest. Fugaku found himself momentarily taken aback. He had assumed that Itachi was merely concerned for his brother, yet his reaction was rather peculiar. Itachi, what nonsense are you speaking? This is merely a test for the Hokage. Fugaku chided sternly. A test? Does Lord Hokage truly require such testing? Does father not realize that Brother Shursui has already joined the Umbu? The bridge to the village has been established. Is this not what father once hoped for? Observing the faint pain etched on Itachi's face, Fugaku found himself at a loss for words. Was his son too aligned with the village's interests? Fugaku's expression grew increasingly serious. That bridge is merely a one-way passage. After uttering this, Fugaku ceased further discussion and hastened towards the Hokage building, intent on observing the situation to prevent this test from escalating into a large-scale conflict. Itachi felt a chill enveloping his heart as he recalled the words Shursui had once imparted to him during their time together. Itachi, you must keep a close watch on your brother. Unlike you, he harbors deep-seated suspicions towards the village, as his younger brother. You must counsel him in a timely manner. Do not allow him to stray down the wrong path. Yet now, it was not only his brother who felt this way. Even their father's once amiable stance towards the village seemed to be shifting. Itachi felt a weight of oppression settle within him. At the Hokage building, you had already gathered the clan members downstairs. Contrary to expectations, there was no uproar. The Uchiha clan displayed remarkable discipline, with ninjas forming a protective barrier around the ordinary clan members. They stood silently beneath the Hokage building, awaiting an explanation, while the surrounding citizens, who had initially been bewildered, now cleared the area entirely. It was undeniable that the Uchiha's reputation was remarkably poor. Upon witnessing their procession, many reacted as if they were confronting an enemy. That a sense of despondency washed over you. Initially, he had hoped that the populace would rise in defense of the Uchiha upon learning of the injustices they faced. Instead, the citizens reacted with indifference, treating the Uchiha as if they were adversaries. It was no wonder that the higher-ups in Konoha felt emboldened to act without fear of inciting outrage among the villagers. At times, you could not help but ponder what the Uchiha had done to provoke such animosity from the villagers. After much contemplation, he still could not grasp the reasoning behind it. Why you acknowledged that the Uchiha's emotions were indeed extreme. Compared to the average villager, who might express disdain with a mere increment of negative sentiment, the clan's members would amplify their feelings by 10 or even 100-fold, a reality you could not deny. Nevertheless, the Uchiha had never oppressed the common folk. They were largely isolated, with interactions primarily limited to those who had committed crimes or displayed arrogance in front of the common ninjas. How could this lead to them being viewed as the object of the villagers' disdain? If one were to speak of malevolence, you sometimes felt that the Uchiha's misdeeds were trivial in comparison to the villagers' perceptions. Not to mention, the act of transferring hatred onto a newborn was beyond comprehension. At least from the original narrative, it was evident that the Uchiha regarded Naruto with indifference. Though there was no affection, neither was there any malicious intent to mock. As you pondered these matters, a series of notifications jolted him back to reality. Negative sentiment increased by 10,000. Negative sentiment increased by 5,000. Negative sentiment increased by 2,000. Yu's expression shifted as he began to search for the source of such substantial rewards. He soon spotted 3 elderly individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, in their 60s or 70s, emerging from the crowd. They were none other than the elders of the Umbu. led by Tsunade's elder, Danzo, and Mito's elder, Hamura. Upon encountering Danzo's cold gaze, you instantly comprehended the origin of this overwhelming malevolence. The smile crept upon his lips. Is that not Lord Danzo? What a coincidence to encounter you twice in one day. You brat. You once again felt a surge of intense hostility, which filled him with delight. What a bountiful harvest. This was indeed the Uchiha stance, sending a child to stir trouble at the Hokage building. Tsunade glanced at you with indifference. Elder, you jest. This is our esteemed Uchiha clan's young master. The clan members trust him, which is why they have followed him here. The 8th generation Uchiha quickly stepped forward to clarify. As Fugaku's confidant, he would not oppose the title of young master for you. Humph. Do you Uchiha realize the gravity of your actions in storming the Hokage building? Tsunade ignored you and directed her attention to the 8th generation Uchiha. Storming, the 8th generation Uchiha was momentarily taken aback, his expression darkening as he turned to Tsunade. Elder, have you misunderstood? The village unjustly revoked our relocation funds. Are we not permitted to inquire? The 8th generation Uchiha's voice gradually rose. Upon hearing this, the clan members began to wave their arms and shout in agreement. Yes, on what grounds was it revoked? We demand a reasonable explanation. Tsunade frowned at this display, realizing that mere words would no longer appease the Uchiha. This was all the doing of that boy. She cast a frustrated glance at you, who was being well guarded by his clan member, Uchiha Ryu. You, however, wore a cheerful smile. He relished the prospect of receiving such looks again. Each instance was worth 2,000, and a few more would allow him to enhance his skill. Just as the crowd began to stir, a cold snort interrupted. An explanation. This matter cannot be left unchecked any longer. I shall take charge from here. Danzo's ire flared as he regarded the smiling boy. He turned to the 8th generation Uchiha. Currently, Konoha is in a standoff with the Cloud Village, and instead of contributing to the village, you bring a crowd to the Hokage building to cause a ruckus. How incredibly reckless of you, demanding an explanation from the village. It must be said that Danzo was adept at turning the tables. With just a few words, he shifted all blame onto the Uchiha. The 8th generation Uchiha's expression turned icy. The village was untrustworthy from the outset. How can you blame the Uchiha for being unruly? While our clan members fight valiantly at the front lines, the village bullies their elderly and women in the rear. If the village does not provide a reasonable explanation today, do not blame the Uchiha for being unwilling to back down. Danzo cast a cold gaze upon the now silent Uchiha clan. In that moment, many of the Uchiha ninjas had already assumed an offensive stance. You, too, regarded Danzo with a watchful eye. If that were the case, let us see if the Uchiha possesses the strength to back it up. As soon as Danzo concluded his statement, a multitude of root ninjas surged forth from both sides of the street. The Uchiha ninjas reacted instantly, drawing their weapons and opening their Sharingan, their crimson eyes vigilantly scanning the surrounding ninjas. You noticed that Ryu was about to unleash his Manjiki Sharingan, and he quickly grasped his arm, shaking his head to signal him not to act impulsively. Although the atmosphere was charged with tension, you understood that a fight would not ensue. In his perception, Sarutobi Hiruzen and Fugaku were still lurking in the shadows. Though unable to grasp Yu's intentions, Ryu dutifully followed Yu's command, his red eyes swiftly dimming. Does Elder Danzo intend to deny the Uchiha a reason? The 8th generation Uchiha exuded a palpable aura of hostility. As one of the clan's foremost experts, he bore the inherent pride of the Uchiha. Even a clay figure retained some semblance of anger. Although he leaned towards the village's moderate faction, it was evident that this issue transcended a mere ideological dispute. It concerned the interests of the entire clan. A dangerous glint flickered in Danzo's single eye. Wind release. Vacuum wave. With no further words, Danzo decisively formed hand seals and unleashed a sharp gust akin to a sickle, aimed directly at the 8th generation Uchiha. The howling wind swept forward, the massive wind blade sharper than any sword. Tsunade's previously calm demeanor shifted instantaneously. Danzo, what do you intend to do? Amidst the furious roar of Zhuangqin Xiaochun, the wind blade swiftly approached Uchiha Hokage. Uchiha Hokage's expression faltered. He did not expect Danzo to act with such decisiveness. Confronted with the sudden onslaught of the wind blade, he could only clench his hands tightly, aware that any action on his part would incite a violent rebellion from his emotionally charged clansmen. Yet, he also placed his trust in his clan leader. Meanwhile, Sarutobi and Fugaku, who were lurking in the shadows, exchanged glances of concern as both sides ceased their concealment and hastily prepared to intervene. At that moment, you instantaneously teleported in front of Hokage. Hakedai's eyes widened in alarm as he sought to prevent you from taking such a perilous action. His own demise mattered little, but the death of the clan leader's son would irrevocably sever ties with the village. Danzo's demeanor darkened. Was this brat courting death? He admitted to harboring intentions to eliminate the child. Yet he did not wish to do so openly. Should you truly perish at his hands, his position as an elder would be irreparably compromised. Given Monkey's temperament, he would undoubtedly become the scapegoat to appease the Uchiha clan. Just as tension mounted, the Windblade, which could cleave through stubborn iron, appeared to take on a tangible form, gently grasped between Yu's fingers. Why you silently regarded Danzo and the others? Had the farce gone on long enough? If the village truly sought to engage in a bloodbath with the Uchiha clan, then the Uchiha would not shy away from the confrontation. In that moment, silence enveloped the scene, as all present stared in disbelief at the inexplicable spectacle. With a slight exertion, the wind blade shattered like a brittle cookie, dissipating into the purest of elements in the air. Sarutobi was the first to regain his composure, clearing his throat a few times. You do not assume the higher-ups are devoid of empathy. This is merely a misunderstanding. After casually placating you, Sarutobi turned to the sullen-faced Danzo. Danzo, who gave you the audacity to strike at the villagers of Konoha? Humph. Danzo coldly snorted, his expression icy, yet he refrained from countering the third Hokage. Having chastised Danzo, Sarutobi turned to you with a benevolent demeanor. You, this is my fault. I failed to clarify matters with our subordinates. Leading to the erroneous notices posted. A glimmer of amusement flickered in Yu's eyes as he smiled slightly. Since the three esteemed leaders had spoken, it must indeed be a misunderstanding. However, to indiscriminately attack ninjas within the village was utterly unworthy of an elder. I implore the third Hokage to discern this. Sarutobi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. You. Given the current tense situation at the borders, Elder Danzo is merely eager to resolve matters swiftly and aid the front lines. So I hope you can understand. Afterward, Sarutobi refrained from further discourse with you and instead turned to the suddenly arrived Fugaku. Fugaku, you've come. Esteemed leaders, I take full responsibility for not sufficiently restraining my clansmen, which has escalated matters to this point, Fugaku stated, his face filled with shame. Had you not been privy to Fugaku's hidden intentions, he might have been deceived by Fugaku's seemingly earnest demeanor. Such is the nature of actors. Fugaku, this is not your fault. The village, due to the pressing war and financial strain, regrettably had to delay the relocation funds owed to the Uchiha for the sake of the village's revitalization plan. As Hokage, I am already deeply remorseful, and I hope you can understand. The third Hokage's expression radiated contrition, his benevolent visage fully on display, even eliciting sympathetic glances from some Uchiha clansmen, leaving you momentarily speechless. Fugaku immediately adopted a demeanor of trepidation. So it is. I must have overthought things. Given the urgency of the situation, it is understandable that we cannot reach a resolution immediately. Even post-war, the village must prepare for recovery, and finances will remain tight. Perhaps, at this juncture, Fugaku cast a hesitant glance at the third Hokage. Perhaps the Uchiha should delay our relocation? Absolutely not. That is out of the question. Three urgent voices interjected in unison. Fugaku's gaze darted among Danzo, Zwanchin Xiaochun, and Sarutobi, a chill running through him as he recalled Yu's words from that fateful night. The elders of Konoha harbor an unyielding desire to extinguish the Uchiha. The revitalization plan is a crucial component for the village's future development and must not be forsaken. Sarutobi instantly recognized his abruptness and swiftly adjusted his tone, declaring with righteous fervor, certainly, the demands of the Uchiha are reasonable. The village will not shortchange any villager. After a moment of contemplation, Sarutobi added, how about this? The newly developed large shops in the center of Konoha will be allocated as financial compensation for the Uchiha. To make amends for the village's debts to your clan, it could be said that Sarutobi was making a significant concession. These shops were prime real estate in Konoha's center, once the war concluded. Each shop could fetch tens of millions of ryo, given Konoha's current standing in the ninja world, not to mention that these were fixed assets. If the Uchiha utilized them wisely, significantly improving the living standards of their clansmen would be entirely feasible. However, Fugaku did not feel particularly pleased. The village would rather incur substantial costs to compel the Uchiha to vacate their ancestral lands than allow them to remain, indicating ulterior motives were at play. Fugaku felt a flicker of anxiety. Then, as per the Hokage's words, very well, then please lead your clansmen back. Saratobi replied nonchalantly. Moreover, Fugaku, ensure your clansmen expedite their relocation. With that, Saratobi, Danzo, and Zhuanqi and Xiaochun swiftly departed. Only the Uchiha clansmen remained, their gazes converging on Fugaku, awaiting his command. With a slight sigh, Fugaku instructed, everyone, disperse. I will send someone to take charge of those shops, and regarding the subsequent allocation, I will notify the clan elders and draft a charter to inform everyone. The clansmen gradually scattered, their grievances alleviated considerably under the third Hokage's performance. That Yu observed the departing clansman and tugged at Uchiha Liang's sleeve, signaling him to lean closer. Sensing Yu's gesture, Uchiha Liang promptly bent down, awaiting his guidance. Wait for me at our agreed location tonight. Uchiha Liang nodded vigorously. Fugaku, witnessing Yu's subtle gesture, felt a wave of calm wash over him. With such an outstanding son, the Uchiha clan still had a glimmer of hope. Once Uchiha Liang and the others had completely departed, Fugaku approached Yu slowly. Yu, let us return home to him. All right, father. Upon arriving home, they found Itachi silently seated at the table, with little Sasuke peacefully asleep in his arms. Noticing this, Fugaku addressed Itachi. Itachi, take your brother to rest. I need to discuss some matters with your brother. Itachi looked up, expressionless. Father, I wish to stay. This was Itachi's first act of defiance against his father. And Fugaku felt a flicker of irritation. Just as he was about to respond, Yu gently interjected, if Itachi wishes to stay, let him. Some matters are best known to him to prevent unnecessary worries. Given this, Fugaku could not refute his eldest son and nodded in agreement. Itachi obediently carried Sasuke back to his room, returning to sit beside Yu. Yu felt a surge of gratitude towards Itachi. Gratitude value 1000. Yu nodded in satisfaction. The three sat in opposition. Uchiha Fugaku regarded Yu with a serious expression. Yu, what do you perceive as the third Hokage's true intentions in this matter? Clearly, the compensation he offered far exceeds expectations. Yu smiled indifferently. Father, you do not still harbor hopes for the third Hokage, do you? It is evident that he harbors ulterior motives. What is sweet to him may be poison to us. I refuse to believe that there are no issues with those shops. Through this incident, I trust you have sensed the higher-up's attitude towards us. Father, Fugaku nodded that I simply did not anticipate that the third Hokage would act so ruthlessly, leaving us with no opportunities. Father, wishing for mercy from our enemies is tantamount to being cruel to ourselves. Since the third Hokage has made his move, we must endure it. It may merely offend a few more individuals. After all, the Uchiha clan is no stranger to debt, Yu replied calmly. Observing Yu's composed demeanor, Fugaku suddenly felt that keeping such a talented son in the ninja academy was a waste of potential. After a moment's hesitation, he earnestly said to Yu, why not assist your father in the security department? With your current abilities, remaining in the ninja academy would merely be a waste of time. Yu pondered for a moment before nodding. As the security department undoubtedly offered greater opportunities to accumulate both gratitude and malice points compared to the school, I consent to your joining the security department. But what position will you grant me? Furthermore, you cannot expel me. Even the smallest mosquito still constitutes meat, not to mention that my treasured girl remains at the academy. This is why Fujikage expressed his confusion. He was aware that you possessed a clone, hence he refrained from inquiring how you transitioned from the ninja academy to the security department. Yu smiled silently. Fujikage's expression shifted, as if he had recalled something, and he shot you an irritated glare, noting how, at such a young age, you lacked seriousness. Yu was momentarily taken aback, questioning whether he had indeed said anything inappropriate. Why was he deemed unserious? You felt an internal exasperation. Soon, he comprehended what Fujikage was alluding to. That girl truly was remarkable. He must not let her down in the future. Yu was instantly taken aback. He was merely 6 years old. Why could they think so far ahead? Was his mindset so transparently obvious? You mentally scoffed. Subsequently, Fujikage rose in silence, instructing that you report to the security department punctually the next day, with the provisional title of my assistant. After stating this, Fujikage disregarded Yu's dazed expression and departed leisurely. Once Fujikage had completely left, Itachi calmly spoke. Brother, why do you harbor such deep-seated prejudice against the village? I recall you once said that human bias is akin to a mountain. Why, despite your understanding of this principle, can you not shed the mountain within your heart? Observing Itachi's indifferent demeanor, Yu's expression grew slightly serious. Itachi, why do you assume that your brother's biases stem from within and not from objective reality? Itachi remained silent, instead retrieving a book from his waist pouch. The title boldly inscribed as Will of Fire. I believe you should read this book more often, brother. Perhaps then, you would not hold such prejudices against the village. You accepted the book Itachi offered, casually flipping through a few pages, which prompted a slight frown from Itachi at his lack of reverence. Why you glanced at his younger brother and remarked, Itachi, this must be the textbook distributed on the first day of school. Correct? Itachi nodded. Brother had one too, but he only read it once before allowing it to gather dust beneath the tea table in my room. The tea table is unstable, so it serves a fitting purpose as a prop. Justifying its cost. Why do you belittle the Will of Fire so? Do you possess a new understanding of it? Itachi's tone carried a hint of anger. Why you lightly tapped Itachi's small head with the book. Oh, my foolish brother, how must I educate you to steer your wayward heart back onto the right path? You have read this book countless times, so tell me, what does it specifically convey? Itachi winced at you's tap and, rubbing his head, replied defiantly, the Will of Fire teaches us to achieve greatness through the sacrifice of the self. Only by sacrificing oneself like fallen leaves can we ignite a flame that illuminates the entire village. New shoots can only thrive in a peaceful and stable environment, growing and flourishing within the village. Yet the current relationship between our family and the village mirrors the dynamic between the greater self and the lesser self. To maintain the village's prosperity and stability, one must sacrifice a bit of personal interest. Why must brother go to such lengths? You found himself at a loss for words, staring blankly at the younger brother who had suddenly become somewhat unfamiliar. Itachi, when you say this, do you not feel a sense of guilt? Are you honoring the parents who raised you? Are you living up to the trust of your clansmen? You are correct. The concept of the lesser self achieving the greater self is admirable. But this sacrifice must be reciprocal. For the village's peace, the Uchiha clan's warriors perish on the front lines. Shouldn't the greater self of the village care for the families and friends of these fallen soldiers? Yet what I see now is a village that not only demands the sacrifice of frontline warriors but also desires the sacrifice of their families, a mentality that devours flesh and gnaws on bones. Demanding marrow. You dare tell me this is the Will of Fire? From where does such reasoning arise? Itachi was momentarily taken aback by Yu's sudden outburst. Itachi, do you consider this bias? If one day the village's higher-ups send your brother to the front lines, and I perish, believing that is insufficient, they then require you to sacrifice yourself, and should that still not suffice, they demand Sasuke to do the same. How would you cope in such a village? Do you perceive this as bias? Allow me to tell you, during the Third Great Ninja War, when Konoha's ninjas fell, both parents and children perished, yet the third Hokage and his ilk, who incessantly proclaimed their commitment to Konoha, continue to thrive. Not only do they live well, but their clans and descendants prosper as well. They promise to protect the seedlings, yet it is often the younger generation that bears the brunt of sacrifice. I wish to inquire why they are not the ones sacrificing. Why not their clansmen, their sons, their mothers? Does such a village possess the Will of Fire? Venture out and observe. Do not presume that having read a few books enables you to stand atop the suffering of others and question them. Why have you not yet sacrificed? Why do you not yet strive to die for Konoha? Itachi, I am profoundly disappointed in you. Such words should never have escaped your lips when you utter them. I feel I have failed in my duty to properly educate you, resulting in your ignorance of who has nurtured you, leading you to sit in the Uchiha clan leader's residence while casting sideways glances at those who do not concern you. Yu's loud reprimand undoubtedly echoed throughout the room, prompting Makoto, who had been resting, to rush downstairs, only to find you scolding Itachi, whose tear-filled eyes spun in circles. For the first time, Itachi felt the weight of his brother's anger. And each word you spoke left him without a counterargument. Until Makoto arrived, Itachi, gazing into his mother's worried eyes, felt an overwhelming urge to leap into her embrace and cry heartily. Why you noticed their mother descending as well. And his fury gradually subsided. Observing Itachi's pitiful expression softened his heart. He genuinely cherished this exceptionally obedient younger brother. Otherwise, he would not have been so enraged. Itachi, reflect deeply on the words I have spoken today. This book, I shall take back. It is not suited for you. After saying this, you calmly turned to his mother and smiled. Itachi pouted, glanced at the book in Yu's hand, then observed his brother's peaceful demeanor after smiling at their mother. Realizing that Yu's anger had not yet fully dissipated, fearing to say more, he responded, yes, brother, with a choked voice. He then walked step by step toward his mother's side, casting glances back. Makoto, witnessing this, let out a subtle sigh of relief. It was the first time she had seen Yu so furious. Gently, she took Itachi's hand and turned to Yu, whose gaze was calm yet unfocused. Yu, if Itachi has erred, Simply express it to him. As an elder brother, do not hold his faults against him. Understood, mother? He redirected his gaze to Itachi, who was bowing his head beside Makoto, and suddenly smiled. Mother, please comfort Itachi. I am fine. I merely wish for my brother not to tread a path of no return. Makoto felt a wave of relief wash over her. She knew that if her eldest son were genuinely angry, he would not display such a smile, but would instead radiate a chilling coldness. She had only witnessed such an expression once, when they were out shopping, and a drunken man had attempted to harass them by tea that time. He was only 4 years old, yet the coldness emanating from him had caused the man to break into a cold sweat. Abruptly sobering, the man had not dared utter a word as he watched the two of them leave. Yet unbeknownst to Makoto, that was Yu's true demeanor towards enemies, a powerful spirit restrained, transforming vast mental energy into a fierce killing intent. Thus, when you sought to eliminate someone with a weaker spirit, the sheer force of his mental power could leave his adversary gasping for breath, overwhelmed by a sense of impending doom. Itachi was led upstairs by his mother, unable to contain the grievance within him any longer, and collapsed into Makoto's embrace, weeping bitterly. Makoto patiently stroked Itachi's back. Though unaware of the events that had unfolded between Yu and Itachi, she trusted that whatever Itachi wished to convey, he would eventually share. Indeed, under Makoto's gentle comfort, Itachi gradually revealed the entire story amidst his sobs, finally looking up with tear-filled eyes and asking, "Mother, have I truly erred?" This marks the first occasion that Itachi reveals his vulnerability in the presence of his parents. It is important to recognize that, in the future, Itachi may become overly reliant on his older brother. However, at this moment, he is merely a younger sibling controlled by his elder from a young age. Itachi has perceived his brother as formidable. When he was just over 2 years old, with no capabilities of his own, his brother was already assisting him with diaper changes and dressing. By the age of 3, he was helping their mother with household chores and caring for himself. At 4, he dared to argue back against their stern father. By 5, he even fought against their father to protect himself, earning his father's approval in the process. Each of these seemingly trivial incidents has instilled in Itachi a profound illusion of his brother's omnipotence, leading him to feel more despair in the face of his brother's wrath than he does when confronted by their father's anger. Observing Itachi sobbing uncontrollably, Makoto nearly succumbed to laughter. This version of Itachi resembled a true child, seeking solace from her during his moments of sorrow. Makoto mused, "Itachi, Yu is your brother. His anger signifies that you must have erred in some way. It is perplexing that you would trust others over you, who has cared for you since childhood. I believe this is the root of his frustration." Yet Itachi protested, "But Brother Shursui said that I must strive to build bridges for the village. I merely wish to counsel my brother to avoid wasting Brother Shursui's efforts." Makoto gently replied, "Shursui has his own path to forge, and Yu has his own as well. He carries the will of our grandfather, and Yu is now entrusted by many clan members as the young clan leader. Therefore, in light of Shursui's burdens, should you not consider your brother's position? He is but a child of your age, a mere 6 years old, yet he bears the weight of the trust of hundreds, if not thousands, of clan members. Do you grasp the magnitude of this responsibility?" Itachi shook his head, oblivious to the distinction at 6 years old. Makoto smiled gently. "Let me put it this way. Shursui is pursuing his own dreams. If he were to fail, it would merely mean the loss of his aspirations. However, your brother shoulders greater responsibilities. The expectations and trust of the clan cannot allow him to falter. Should he fail, it would not only be his failure, but the failure of the entire family. As she spoke, a glimmer of sympathy shone in Makoto's eyes. Itachi stared blankly at his mother, his young heart beginning to empathize with his brother's position. And he suddenly felt an overwhelming pressure that left him breathless. That moment, he recognized how the villager's kind smiles on his way home weighed so heavily on his brother that it was no wonder that, despite having left that day, you returned. Perhaps it was due to this unrelenting sense of obligation. Itachi's heart ached, not from being reprimanded by his brother, but from an inability to understand the burdens his elder brother faced. In Itachi's heart, you had always loomed as an insurmountable mountain. Thus, he felt the weight he bore was justified. Meanwhile, Yu was preoccupied with the impending meeting with Uchiha Raya. Following his confrontation with the third Hokage, you realized that the path of mutual understanding to integrate the Uchiha into the village was fraught with obstacles. This was not solely an issue with the higher-ups of Konoha. It also involved the villagers' indifference towards the Uchiha. Yu was disinclined to fathom how the villagers perceived the Uchiha, yet he understood one fundamental truth. The Uchiha had never wronged Konoha. To expect a group of prejudiced individuals to genuinely embrace the Uchiha was undeniably a fool's dream. The only way to avoid oppression was to grow stronger, strength that must encompass not just himself, but the entire clan. After all, he had parents, relatives, and potentially a wife and children in the future. His own capabilities were limited. A single oversight could reveal his weaknesses to enemies. The solution lay in infinitely enhancing both his and his family's power. If the path of a monarch was impassable, then he would tread the path of a tyrant, using the collective strength of his clan to dominate all of Konoha. In such a scenario, the compliant would thrive while the defiant would perish. Ultimately, did not everyone in the shinobi world yearn for peace? It was not beyond Yu's capabilities. He could indeed follow the path of the first emperor, ensuring that as long as he existed in the shinobi world, chaos would not ensue. To achieve this, you needed a formidable and loyal force, which necessitated the prerequisites of alchemy and formations. What is the essence of the Sharingan if not mental energy and potent emotional stimulation? Both of these elements were within Yu's grasp, and this incident had bestowed upon him a significant influx of malevolent energy, ripe for enhancing his formations and alchemy. He envisioned securing a secret base, establishing a large-scale heart-refining array, and imprinting the thoughts of loyalty into the minds of his clan members through the formation. As for the mental aspect, that was even simpler. The herbs in his medicinal garden were ripe for harvest. After tonight, he would gather them and concoct pills to enhance mental acuity. First, he would elevate the spirits of the younger generation of Uchiha Ryo, then subject them to excruciating trials within the heart-refining array, only to later appear before them as a figure of salvation in their illusions. Subtly embedding the ideals of loyalty within their minds, he believed that it would not be long before the clan would witness a surge of Manjikyu Sharingan. With such Uchiha, you doubted any clan within Konoha would dare to challenge him. As for the ordinary clan members, given the current scarcity of jobs, he would assign them tasks in cultivating medicinal herbs, ensuring they received wages from him. In due time, he would concoct health-enhancing pills or beauty elixirs, which were not crucial for cultivators, and sell them through the recently acquired shops in Konoha's center. This would create a perfect closed loop. With this thought, a cold smile crept across Yu's lips. Sarutobi, Danzo, what will you wield against me? Soon, I shall make you witness Konoha transform into my reflection, and I suspect you too will become mere fodder. As for the commoners of Konoha, should they not heed my generosity, you would ensure they experience firsthand the unassailable authority of a king. Having clarified his thoughts, Yu prepared for action. Without hesitation, he allocated the malevolent energy he had acquired today into alchemy and formations. A surge of knowledge regarding alchemy and formations flooded Yu's mind. The once simplistic diagrams of basic gathering formations rapidly diversified, now including illusions, killing formations, and defensive arrays, substantially rectifying his deficiencies in the domain of formations. Is this the distinction between the ordinary and the proficient? The disparity is indeed vast, Yu mused. Although they are merely fundamental diagrams, formations are static while people are dynamic. The amalgamation of various basic formations results in an entirely new grand array. The more fundamental the components, the more significant their value. All powerful formations are built upon a robust and comprehensive foundation. Moreover, with Yu's extraordinary control, which allows him to wield the system's importations effortlessly, a mere heart-refining array would pose no challenge. Alchemy, too, has expanded. What once consisted solely of healing and body-tempering formulas now includes restoration and mental enhancement categories. Gazing at the newly emerged mental enhancement formula, a wicked smile crept across Yu's face. His earlier thoughts were bolstered by newfound confidence, and fortuitously, one of the primary ingredients for the mental enhancement pills was abundant in his backyard. Yu recalled discovering those herbs by a river along the Uchiha's back mountain. The sight of that opium-like sea of flowers remained vivid in his memory. However, at that time, he had merely recognized the herb's connection to mental acuity through the Baichao Jianbaodian, never suspecting they would serve as a crucial ingredient for the Ningxin San. One must admit, everything obtained effortlessly is destined. It is fate that the Uchiha shall dominate the entire shinobi world. Having digested the wealth of knowledge in his mind, the time had come for action. Yu prepared to rise and step outside. It was time to take that pivotal step forward. As he exited, Itachi, having regained his composure, hurried down the stairs. Upon seeing the now vacant living room, a hint of despondency crossed his small face. Is brother still angry with me? Itachi felt a twinge of sadness within him. The weight of his anguish compelled him to seek someone with whom he could share his feelings. Thus, he ventured alone towards the entrance of his home. Observing Itachi's despondent figure as he descended the stairs, Mikoto couldn't help but shake her head in resignation. This child, who appeared so composed and mature, was nonetheless quite impatient. It wasn't as if he could not see his brother. Why must he be so disappointed? Apologies could be offered at any time. Mikoto sighed inwardly in exasperation. As Itachi walked beneath the dim glow of the streetlights, he found himself approaching a familiar courtyard. Gazing at the tightly shut gate, he contemplated for a moment before stepping forward to knock. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of his knocking echoed, followed by the sound of footsteps approaching from within the courtyard. When Shisui opened the door, he was met with Itachi's forlorn expression, instantly provoking a look of concern on Shisui's face. Itachi, what's the matter? With his head bowed, Itachi fell silent, unsure if he should confide in Shisui about his older brother's predicament. Seeing Itachi's silence only heightened Shisui's anxiety. He held great hopes for this junior of his clan. Is there anything that you cannot share with Shisui? He gently asked, lowering himself to meet Itachi's gaze. Shisui, Itachi hesitated, words caught in his throat. Upon witnessing Itachi's distress, Shisui quickly deduced that it was likely related to the events of the day within their clan. He had only learned of the situation upon returning from his mission. Recalling the remorseful expression on the third Hokage's face when he had mentioned the incident, Shisui felt a surge of indignation. He had never anticipated that their clan members would confront the higher-ups of Konoha so boldly. Especially with you, the clan leader's son, leading the charge. When he received this news, shock filled his heart, and seeing the third's guilt only deepened his own sense of shame. Had he not been dispatched on a mission by the Hokage, he might have been able to prevent Yu's impulsive actions. As he observed Itachi's hesitance, Shisui gently ruffled his hair. Itachi, the clan's matters have nothing to do with you, so you need not feel so troubled. Itachi lifted his gaze to Shisui, exclaiming, Shisui, today I had a quarrel with my brother. This revelation left Shisui momentarily speechless. He was well aware of the strong bond between the two brothers. They were inseparable. And whenever Itachi spent time alone with him, admiration for you shone in his eyes. Yet, the fact that such close siblings had quarreled was unexpected. Shisui fell silent, pondering whether today's events had triggered this discord. Itachi nodded in affirmation. Shisui regarded Itachi with a complex expression, astonished by Itachi's resolve to challenge his brother, a sentiment he had always been too timid to express. It appeared that Itachi's thoughts were akin to his own. Could you share with Shisui the reasons behind this? Shisui inquired patiently. It's all my fault. Itachi lamented that I failed to understand my brother's feelings, which led to his immense disappointment. As he spoke, tears began to well in his eyes. Shisui's heart raced at the sight of Itachi on the verge of tears. In his mind, Itachi had always been like a peer, their relationship one of both mentorship and friendship. Yet now, this child, who had always been so composed, was visibly shaken by the conflict with you, a significant blow to his tender spirit. Itachi, could you tell Shisui the specifics of what transpired? Itachi blinked back his tears and gradually recounted the events that had unfolded. After sharing his story, he looked at Shisui with a glimmer of hope, eager for a different perspective. Shisui listened in silence, grappling with the weight of Itachi's words. He could not dispute the facts presented by you. Indeed, it was evident that among the clans in Konoha, only a few were thriving, primarily those affiliated with the Elder Council. He had often teamed up with them on missions, yet opportunities to collaborate with the Sarutobi and Nara clans were scarce. Despite being similarly positioned clans, the ninjas from other families were compelled to undertake missions for their livelihoods. While the Sarutobi and Nara clans remained comfortably within the village, it was hard to believe there were no underlying issues. And in that moment, as he observed Itachi's expectant gaze, Shisui felt an overwhelming sense of discomfort. He could speak to Itachi about the will of fire or discuss the clan's shortcomings, yet he could never deceive this young one, who held him in such esteem, with falsehoods. Itachi, I cannot refute your brother's words. After a prolonged silence, Shisui, unable to find a flaw in Yu's reasoning, responded helplessly. But Itachi's face displayed disbelief. Could it be that everything his brother said was true? In that instant, Itachi felt as if his entire worldview had been shaken. However, Itachi, the Uchiha are different from the Sarutobi and Nara clans. At least those two clans enjoy a status within the village that we, the Uchiha, do not. We remain on the outskirts. Shisui quickly clarified. Noticing Itachi's puzzled expression, Itachi fell silent, deep in thought. Is it because we cannot penetrate the upper echelons of the village? Shisui nodded. Thus, our paramount objective must be to earn the third's trust. To build a true bridge for the Uchiha into the village. If we remain mistrusted, the Uchiha will forever be unable to integrate. Upon hearing Shirsue's explanation, Itachi immediately grasped the rationale, nodding in agreement. To ascend within Konoha's hierarchy, they must first gain the Hokage's confidence. In Itachi's young mind, a new pathway seemed to open up. He looked at Shirsue with renewed admiration. All right, Itachi, let us seek out you together. After all, he is your beloved brother, Shirsue gently urged, seeing Itachi's spirits lift once more. Itachi nodded vigorously. Near the outskirts of Konoha, a solitary wooden villa stood illuminated, its lights ablaze. Inside the living room, a group of youths clad in the traditional blue and black attire of the Uchiha clan, adorned with the emblem of a flame fan on their backs, knelt in two orderly lines, their expressions tense and solemn. Uchiha Aurelian glanced at the clock beside him. Time was drawing near. Everyone, prepare to welcome the young clan leader. Yes, Captain Aurelian. The group responded in unison. A burst of firelight suddenly illuminated the entrance, causing the assembly to tense up. Uchiha Aurelian quickly approached the door, peering through the crack to see a youthful, delicate face outside, and promptly swung the door open. The young clan leader has arrived, Aurelian announced. Standing at the door, Yu was momentarily taken aback, confronted by the sight of neatly arranged clan members, all bowing deeply and exclaiming, "We await you, young clan leader." Witnessing such a display left Yu speechless. He looked at Aurelian, who appeared as a loyal guardian, his demeanor serious. Aurelian, there's no need for such formality next time. When has the Uchiha ever adhered to these rituals? Young clan leader, this is merely a sign of respect from the clan members. Everyone holds you in high esteem after witnessing your prowess in shattering that old Koot Danzo's wind-style jutsu today. Aurelian replied earnestly. Not wishing to dwell on the matter, Yu made his way to the main seat. As he strolled towards the spot Aurelian had prepared for him, he casually settled onto the cushion. Yu then turned his attention to Aurelian, who was seated beside him. Aurelian, whose estate is this? Young clan leader, this is a property I acquired temporarily, specifically for our gathering. Aurelian respectfully informed him. Yu was taken aback. He hadn't realized that this loyal subordinate was quite affluent. However, upon reflection, it made sense. As the grandson of the Uchiha's second elder, being the sole heir, it was only natural for him to possess wealth. Thank you, Aurelian. Once I have assets of my own, I shall repay you. Yu smiled faintly. For the sake of the young clan leader's family legacy, this is but a small contribution. Please do not mention it again. Yu opened his mouth slightly, realizing that the Uchiha clan members, at their core, were quite servile. As long as one could win them over, they would be unwaveringly loyal and considerate, observing the fervent expressions directed at him. Yu couldn't help but smile. Thus, at present, the fervor merely schemes the surface. Ultimately, this world is dictated by strength. Despite his tender age of merely 6 years, he has made a formidable impression at the clan assembly, leaving the elders in disarray and defeating the clan's prodigious jonin. Furthermore, he has withstood a powerful strike from a shadow-level adversary amidst the disputes between the clansmen and the higher-ups, bolstered by the fact that his father is the clan leader. Each of these feats alone is sufficient for a member of the Uchiha clan to gain renown, let alone the combination of all, especially at his current age. To assert that he has surpassed his illustrious ancestor, Uchiha Madara, is not mere flattery but an undeniable truth. Yet, Yu understands that this alone is insufficient. It may ignite superficial enthusiasm among the proud Uchiha, but to truly secure their allegiance, they must personally witness the extent of his genuine power. Thus, Yu resolves to speak no further and cut to the chase. After all, if he succeeds, the Uchiha clan will not only seize control of Konohagakure but may also ascend to royal status in the future. In that eventuality, what would any of this matter? Yu surveyed the assemblage of youths before him, his mental energy subtly radiating, instantly enveloping everyone present, including Uchiha Liang. In a palpable sense of oppression. It is evident that all are aware of the current stance of Konohagakure towards our Uchiha clan. We have reached a juncture where resistance is imperative. Otherwise, in the not-so-distant future, we risk becoming mere pawns in the hands of the higher-ups of Konohagakure. The youths, upon hearing Yu's words, immediately straightened their postures. Their gazes fixed intently upon him. I understand that most of you present have been drawn here by my prowess. I, Uchiha Yu, am honored by the trust you place in me, despite my youth. Now, let us commence with a brief introduction, so that I may become acquainted with each of you. Yes, young clan leader. The Uchiha youths responded in unison. I am Uchiha Shien, at your service, young clan leader. I am Uchiha Jinjia, at your service, young clan leader. I am Uchiha Shushion. At your service, young clan leader. One by one, the youths respectfully introduced themselves. You, endowed with a remarkable memory, swiftly committed their appearances and names to memory. Once the introductions concluded, you spoke calmly, ladies and gentlemen. I trust you all feel the weight of the challenges our Uchiha clan faces today. I wish to convey that a family divided in spirit is bound to falter in its endeavors. To oppose the higher-ups of Konohagakure, our clan must first unite in purpose. I hope there will be no further divisions between radical and moderate factions within our ranks. Furthermore, our immediate objective is to eradicate these two schisms. From here on, our clan shall speak with one voice, and that voice shall be mine. Can you accomplish this? Yu's piercing gaze swept over the assembled Uchiha youths. Instantly, some of them paled, their previously fervent looks now dimmed. You had anticipated this reaction. This is the Uchiha, after all, where every individual harbors their own stubborn rationale. Only through overwhelming strength and undeniable truths can they truly be persuaded to submit, unfazed by their shifting demeanor. You awaited their responses. I, Uchiha Liang, shall undoubtedly abide by the young clan leader's will. The first to step forward, without question, was Uchiha Liang, who had been subdued by Yu's might. And the rest of you? Yu nodded at Liang, then turned his gaze toward the others. Youth leader, I acknowledge your extraordinary talent, unparalleled in a century, and even comparable to our ancestor, Uchiha Madara. Yet, is it not overly presumptuous to seek to command the will of the entire clan? A young clansman stepped forward, braving Yu's formidable aura, his eyes glimmering with uncertainty. He had initially believed that a young clan leader so revered within the clan would possess a rational demeanor. But his presumptuous tone elicited a slight aversion in him. After all, even the legendary Uchiha Madara had never fully commanded the clan's collective mindset. You need not comprehend my methods. I seek only to know whether you agree with my earlier statement. You replied with a subtle smile. I find it difficult to accept such a notion. If the young clan leader harbors such thoughts, how does that differ from our ancestor Madara? The young clansman declared defiantly, before excusing himself and hastily departing the room. Uchiha Liang's expression darkened. He had carefully selected this group, and to have someone depart at the outset was a clear affront. However, you remained unfazed, calmly inquiring, is there anyone else who wishes to leave? In an instant, over a dozen hesitant Uchiha youths hastily bowed to Uchiha Liang and exited. They had initially come to hear the insights of a youth likened to their ancestor Madara, only to be met with such autocratic declarations. Out of respect, they had refrained from being the first to stand, but with one leading the way, they could no longer remain. Yu's gaze was deep as he observed the departing clansman. He had not intended to retain many today. Resources were limited, and it was essential to sift through those who were ambivalent. Retaining only those who firmly believed in him as the first cadre of elite operatives would conserve resources. After all, with the limited medicinal herbs available, it was unrealistic to elevate every clansman present. It was better to first identify the most loyal, establishing a hierarchy, so that when resources became more abundant, they could be allocated based on seniority. Surely, those who departed today would come to regret their choice. Once only 12 clansmen remained, you nodded with satisfaction. Liang, do not feel guilty. Hearts are fickle when we achieve our goals. The clansmen will discern right from wrong. You cast a leisurely glance at the visibly distressed Uchiha Liang. Youth leader, it is my failure for not selecting the right individuals. Will this affect your upcoming plans? Uchiha Liang inquired with a slight bow. Not at all. Their departure was anticipated. Now, let us discuss our next steps. You replied calmly. Yes, young clan leader. The remaining individuals echoed in unison. Youth leader, do you truly possess the formations and elixirs you mentioned? When you articulated his plans, the Uchiha youths gazed at him in astonishment, their throats involuntarily tightening. Naturally, there is no reason for me to deceive you. A glimmer of wild elation flickered in Uchiha Liang's eyes as he envisioned the future you had described. A clan where all members possess the Manjiki Sharingan. Such Uchiha, such power. At this moment, Uchiha Liang's expression turned apprehensive as he looked at you. Young clan leader, are the materials required for those elixirs and formations expensive? You smiled slightly. Liang, you need not doubt. Since I claim the entire clan can attain the Manjiki, then the materials are not an issue. However, to reach our goal, we must unite our efforts. Yes, I shall gladly serve the young clan leader. Uchiha Liang immediately bowed his head, his body subtly trembling with anticipation. The other clansmen were no better off. Each displayed a frenzied glimmer in their eyes as they regarded you. All right, I understand your fervor. But to safeguard this secret, certain measures must be taken. Upon concluding, you fixed his sharp gaze upon the assembled clansmen. Young clan leader, please give your orders. The Uchiha youths responded in unison, bowing their heads. Actions taken without discretion lead to failure. Free your minds, and resist not. With that, you focused his mental energy and conjured several mysterious symbols in the air. This matter requires your utmost confidentiality. It is not that I distrust you, but this pertains to the very survival and prosperity of our clan. Should this information leak, we would inevitably face annihilation. These symbols serve to prevent any breach of secrecy and to protect you. Should anyone attempt to forcibly delve into your mental memories, this will act as a mental explosive. If you perish, so too shall the enemy. Yu's tone was icy as he questioned, "Are you prepared to sacrifice everything for the great revival of the Uchiha?" Willing to die for the young clan leader. A flicker of resolve flashed in their eyes. Excellent. Truly commendable, my Uchiha sons. Rest assured, these symbols are solely to guard against the leakage of secrets. They do not wield the power to control your fates. With a mere wave of his hand, you infuse 12 runes into the minds of the Uchiha youths. An acute sensation of mental anguish surged through all the Uchihas, and as they grasped the purpose of the runes, their gazes towards you became infused with fervent loyalty. These were not mere secretive symbols. They were, in fact, a formidable mental assault ninjutsu. Any Uchiha possessing this rune could unleash 3 rapid mental shocks towards an adversary. And as their own mental prowess grew, the rune would also amplify in strength. In due time, as their spirits elevated, the mental force emanating from this rune would render foes of lesser mental capacity utterly defenseless. Simultaneously, a golden vertical mark, akin to Yu's Byakugan, manifested between their foreheads, albeit fainter and shorter than Yu's. You felt a surge of satisfaction. The gratitude he received from these 12 individuals was nearly 1,000 per person, culminating in a mutually beneficial outcome. Very well, Brother Liang. Here is a list of materials. Please procure what I need promptly. We shall reconvene here in 3 days. With that, you handed over the quantity list for vermilion and talismans to Uchiha Liang. Uchiha Liang solemnly accepted the list, scrutinizing it before stowing it away in his pouch, without so much as a blink. Is there anything else you require, young patriarch? Uchiha Liang inquired, his gaze tinged with concern for you. Though the materials you sought were numerous, the cost of the vermilion and talismans was relatively modest. For Liang, the sole grandson of an elder, it was merely a trifling sum. Yet he understood that the formation comprising tens of thousands of talismans and hundreds of pounds of vermilion was a monumental undertaking, one that fell upon the shoulders of this mere 6-year-old boy, the arduousness of which was beyond comprehension. For now, nothing else. Should the opportunity arise, you may arrange for your relatives and friends to gather or cultivate the medicinal herbs I require. Our clan's finances are presently strained, and many ordinary clansmen lack adequate income. Once my father assumes control of several shops in Konoha, I shall refine some common elixirs for sale, and the proceeds will be distributed fairly. I trust that in time, everyone's circumstances will improve. Young patriarch, the assembly gazed at the boy with tear-brimmed eyes, not out of sentimentality, but because the Uchiha ninjas present were not all affluent, despite their identities as ninjas. Many had relatives and friends who were not. The ninjas of the clan were struggling to make ends meet, let alone the ordinary Uchihas, who could only be said to be surviving, not thriving. If they were truly thriving, the Uchiha would not harbor such intense feelings of rebellion against the current state of affairs in Konoha. It was evident that the village's actions had been excessive. They had never opposed the Uchiha ninjas. Rather, their resistance was directed towards the entire Uchiha clan. Enough of this pretense. Focus on the tasks I have assigned, and I have faith that each member of our Uchiha clan will forge a bright future. Soon, all of Konoha shall belong to us. Indeed, young patriarch, the youths responded with voices tinged with excitement, their uncertainty about the future dissipating. You may disperse. Remember to return and train diligently, you said, his expression calm as he waved his hand. Meanwhile, his heart raced with exhilaration. By the heavens, he had once again struck gold today. He found himself growing increasingly fond of his clansmen. They had bestowed upon him such abundant gratitude. His gratitude value was nearing an astonishing 50,000. Compared to his past efforts of helping elderly villagers cross the street or searching for lost pets, which yielded only a modest increase in gratitude, simply exchanging a few words with his clansmen had yielded a staggering amount. Reflecting on those departing, you mused, indeed, we all have a promising future ahead. Younger patriarch, allow me to escort you home. Just as you reveled in the joy of his accomplishments, Uchiha Liang earnestly turned to him. There is no need, Brother Liang. I am capable of returning on my own. That is out of the question, younger patriarch. While your strength is commendable, there are those in Konoha who may cause you trouble. There are reports of villagers missing their children, and I have heard unsettling tales of certain individuals targeting youth. Uchiha Liang stated gravely. Seeing Liang's unwavering resolve, you found it difficult to argue. Very well then. I appreciate your assistance, Brother Liang. Ha. It is my honor to escort the young patriarch. Uchiha Liang grinned, grateful that he had chosen to pledge his loyalty to this young boy, as if everything were a dream. He firmly believed that only you could salvage the Uchiha clan. As they departed from the outskirts of Konoha, the night had deepened, and the vast full moon cast a tranquil glow over the village, which appeared eerily still. A few pedestrians hurried along the street, their pace quickened. Walking in tandem with Uchiha Liang, one might mistaken them for a young master accompanied by his servant on a late-night stroll. Brother Liang, you mentioned that many children have gone missing in Konoha recently. Have there been any leads? You inquired softly, observing the desolate street. There are some leads, but whenever we seem to reach a pivotal point, the trail abruptly goes cold, Uchiha Liang replied in a low voice. Why is that? You asked, perplexed. It seems as if someone is deliberately concealing information. The consensus among the guards is that all signs point to rogue ninjas from outside the village. There are nearly daily disturbances at the guardhouse from villagers claiming their children are missing. This situation has left the guards in quite a state of agitation. Uchiha Liang sighed, furrowing his brow. You fell into contemplation. Tomorrow, I shall accompany my father to the guardhouse. Please share these findings with me, then. The young patriarch is joining the guardhouse. That is splendid. Clan leader Fugaku should have done this long ago. Keeping you at the ninja academy is simply a waste of time. Uchiha Liang exclaimed with excitement. Of course, I cannot blame my father entirely. My age does play a role. Had it not been for my recent displays of strength, he would not have made this decision. That we must also consider the feelings of the clan members. You replied somewhat awkwardly. Rest assured, if anyone dares to defy you, let them come to me. Uchiha Liang. How could anyone disrespect the young patriarch? Anyone who dares raise a finger against you is challenging me, Uchiha Liang. Those who can't even defeat me would dare to question you. Ridiculous, Uchiha Liang declared, his eyes ablaze with determination, clearly positioning you as irreplaceable in his heart. Enough, Brother Liang. Put away your Sharingan. Our clansmen are not our enemies. You said with exasperation. By the way, how has your Sharingan been faring lately? Have you awakened your second ocular technique? Indeed I have. Young patriarch, my second ocular technique is time reset. However, the cost of utilizing this technique is rather steep. With my current ocular power, using it once would leave me blind in both eyes. Uchiha Liang chuckled sheepishly. Goodness, you gasped in shock. Such a temporal ability was indeed extraordinary. Were the Uchiha's eyes truly this formidable? Or was it merely that the laws of time in this world were too simplistic? How did you come to possess such a technique, Brother Liang? You asked, suppressing his astonishment. Well, Uchiha Liang scratched his head, suddenly feeling shy. If it is inconvenient for you to answer, do not feel obligated. I am merely curious. You said with a gentle smile. No, young patriarch, this ocular technique was birthed because of you. I refuse to acknowledge Uchiha without your presence. Should you ever be in peril, I shall employ this technique to reset time, even at the cost of my own eyesight, for you have shown me the hope of the Uchiha. Uchiha Liang fervently insisted, revealing his motivation. Why was momentarily speechless, staring blankly at the earnest Uchiha Liang, who was now absent-mindedly rubbing his nose. At that moment, he was at a loss for words. Was this the fervor of the Uchiha clan? Do not worry, Brother Liang. Time reset is a powerful technique. Once my elixirs are ready, I shall promptly assist you in enhancing your mental power, and I hope you can soon evolve to the eternal Mangeki Sharingan. I would not wish to awaken one day only to find you blind. Watching the suddenly dazed Uchiha Liang, you couldn't help but shake his head. Let us proceed. Hey. Uchiha Liang hastily kept pace with you as they approached the Uchiha clan's territory. Suddenly, two figures appeared not far ahead on their path. One tall and one small. Their eyes met, and you, upon seeing Shursui holding Itachi's hand, felt a wave of anger wash over him. He had been preoccupied with matters outside, only to find his home had been compromised. Brother, Itachi suddenly shouted. Breaking free from Shursui's grasp and sprinting towards As Itachi drew within half a meter, you raised his small fist and delivered a firm punch to Itachi's head. Instantly, Itachi felt a sharp pain. clasping his hands around his head as tears nearly brimmed in his eyes. Why are you wandering outside at this hour? What if mother is worried? You chided, feigning severity. I'm just worried about you. Brother, I wanted to come find you, Itachi replied, a hint of grievance in his voice. Humph, and yet here you are, idling about with this particularly esteemed jonin. You retorted with a slight smirk. Brother, Itachi attempted to explain but found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his eyes darting about in desperation. All right, since you found me, let's head home together, you said, his tone laced with resignation. But I'm sorry for today. Brother, Itachi murmured, lowering his head. You owe no apology to me, Itachi. Rather, it is the trust of our clansmen that you have betrayed. You firmly countered. I understand, brother. Itachi stood still, his head bowed softly. Seeing this, you chose not to press Itachi too hard. Now that you understand, refrain from such words in the future. Let us go. I can only imagine how worried mother must be. With that, you extended a hand. Itachi, upon seeing this, quickly smiled and grasped Yu's hand. You are being too harsh on Itachi, Shursui interjected, stepping forward to gently rebuke you. Humph, were it not for your constant installation of unhealthy ideas into Itachi's mind, I would not be so stern with him. You shot a glance at Shursui, who was wholly devoted to Konoha. I acknowledge that the village has its faults, but must we entirely dismiss it? Shursui patiently explained that it seems you are not entirely blind to the truth, yet you still fail to grasp the crux of the matter. Are we truly the ones rejecting the village, or is it the current higher-ups of Konoha who are dismissing our Uchiha clan? Have you not realized this yet? You replied, a tinge of anger evident in his voice. Uchiha Shursui opened his mouth, hesitating to respond. Why you regarded Shursui thoughtfully, and after some contemplation, he deemed it necessary to have an earnest discussion with this elder brother. For he did not wholly align himself with the village's stance. Gaining his support could significantly reduce the obstacles in his future endeavors. This is not the place for idle chatter. Shursui, let us converse over there on the rooftop. All right, Shursui nodded. In truth, he harbored many frustrations, yet too few in the village comprehended his plight, leaving him to conceal his doubts deep within, unable to voice them. With regard to Itachi, who was both a student and a friend, he refrained from expressing certain thoughts too explicitly due to their age difference. As for you, since their acquaintance, Shursui had found it impossible to perceive him as merely a child. Instead, he seemed more like a worldly adult. Despite their differing viewpoints, Shursui invariably felt a sense of clarity whenever he engaged in discussions with you. The rooftop offered a sweeping view of the night sky, adorned with countless stars, and provided a space free from eavesdroppers, making it a perfect locale for candid dialogue. Before long, they arrived at the rooftop. Please, sit down. Standing, I must look up at you, which can be quite painful for my neck, you jested, before casually taking a seat. Leaning against the railing in search of a comfortable position. As summer's final month unfolded, the night breeze tousled Yu's bangs, adding an air of languor to his demeanor. Shursui could only manage a wry smile as he found a spot to sit cross-legged, while Itachi obediently settled beside his brother, instinctively inching closer to you. Uchiha Liang fixed his gaze intently on Shursui, wary that this gentle leader might mislead his admired young clan leader. Why you looked up at the sky and inquired. Earlier, you mentioned that I entirely dismissed the village. Can you specify which aspect of the village I have disregarded? I admit the village has indeed overstepped at times, but have our clansmen made no mistakes? Shursui began. Consider the Ninetales incident. That is when our Uchiha faced the harshest scrutiny. And regarding the reputation of the security department, it is well known how poor it is. That I believe we must first alter our own attitudes to gradually earn the village's acceptance. Shursui launched into a lengthy explanation, while you merely sighed in exasperation. Shursui, I must impart a truth to you. Even if our attitudes become more humble, the village will still reject us. You say the security department has a dismal reputation. But can you tell me what our clansmen did wrong? What actions led to our current infamous standing, to the point where even children spit behind our backs? Shursui opened his mouth but found himself at a loss for words. Have we committed heinous acts? Have we ever abused our power to bully ordinary villagers? I believe such actions would be beneath any self-respecting clansman. You may claim our clansmen are arrogant and contemptuous, but it is precisely this deep-seated pride that prevents them from stooping to the level of petty scoundrels. Yet even so, must we endure such hatred and animosity? Shursui, you are a reasonable person. I do not believe I can deceive you with fabricated tales. You assert that I entirely dismiss the village. Are there not some matters that I must indeed reject? the facts speak for themselves. If our Uchiha has fallen to this state, can anyone truly believe that no one obstructed us? What is the root cause, if not the profound biases harbored by the higher-ups of Konoha? Led by the third Hokage, therefore, the issue at hand is not how the Uchiha should change, but rather how to eradicate this bias itself. If it were possible, none of us Uchiha would wish to arrive at this juncture. Who relishes in bloodshed, especially against those who dwell within the same village? Within this great melting pot of a village, how many Uchiha remain solitary? We too have friends among ordinary villagers. We too share bonds with the village as a whole. Yet what is our reality? It is as though the trees desire stillness, yet the winds refuse to cease. The village is compelling the Uchiha to tread the path we most dread. The one with biases is not the third Hokage, but Danzo. Shursui quickly interjected, though his voice lacked the conviction it had held moments before. While he held the will of fire in high regard, he was not oblivious to the realities around him. He had personally experienced the oppression exerted upon the Uchiha by the higher-ups. Despite his numerous achievements during the Third Great Ninja War, he felt their recognition was scant. He was not blind to this reality. Rather, he had learned from his forebears to adopt a broader perspective concerning the village. Nevertheless, his affection for his clan remained profound, especially for the younger generations who looked up to him and the elder clan members who had cared for him. This, too, is the reason he has never relinquished his ties to the family. He believes that the family remains an inseparable part of the village, rather than opposing the village and deepening the rift between them. It is better to actively integrate into the community. However, the future he envisions remains elusive, and he is at a loss for how to achieve it. He can only rely on his relentless efforts to demonstrate the Uchiha's dedication to the village's higher-ups, striving to inspire more members of his family with his ideals. Yet, despite his endeavors, he finds himself thwarted, as the entrenched prejudices of the villagers cannot be easily overcome. All his hard work seems futile as the conflicts between the village and the family grow ever more intense, leading him to realize, in the end, that he is traversing a path devoid of hope. It is easy to imagine the turmoil within him. Even the awakening of his powerful ocular technique, the Kodo Amatsukami, cannot alter the will of everyone at once. Thus, despair takes root within Shursui. Yu lowers his gaze from the starry sky to the anxious face of Shursui, who is seeking answers. Brother Shursui, this is not merely a matter for two individuals. It involves the third Hokage, the Konoha Elder Council, and that old relic, Danzo. They believe they have inherited the will of the second Hokage, harboring suspicion and wariness towards our Uchiha clan. Yet they have failed to learn the magnanimity that the second Hokage showed in accepting us as his disciples. Yu fixes his gaze on Shursui. This incident illustrates that they have no intention of leaving us any room to maneuver. Surely, you must know that the Southhi River is a perilous place. Surrounded by mountains, it is not far from the barrier core. Should they decide to act against our Uchiha clan, we would have no means of resistance. How can we tolerate such a situation? If we continue to harbor illusions about them, then one day, the Southhi River will become our Uchiha's graveyard. Shursui stares blankly at you, momentarily taken aback at you. What are you trying to say? Do you wish for me to support the radicals? A faint smile graces Yu's lips as he slowly rises. Brother Shursui, do you not find it amusing how the moderates and radicals within our clan are at odds? The enemy is already encroaching. Yet they continue to bicker over whether to adopt a radical or moderate stance. Brother Shursui, join us. I will show you a brighter future, where the village and the clan are no longer at odds. Yu extends his small hand towards Shursui, who looks at him with a mixture of confusion and curiosity. Yu, what exactly do you intend to accomplish? I simply wish to clarify our world, to ensure that everyone has a bright future. This world has been shrouded in fog for far too long, preventing many from leisurely gazing up at this beautiful starry sky as I do now. Brother Shursui, do you not find this to be a tragedy? Brother Shursui, come help me. You always perceive the village as a grand entity, but once you step outside and view Konoha from a broader perspective, you will realize that what you call the village is but a minuscule piece of this world. And the conflict between the clan and the village is utterly inconsequential. As Shursui gazes at Yu's composed smile, he finds himself momentarily lost in thought. That moment, his mind is struck as if by a heavy hammer. His entire perspective shifting as Yu's clear words guide him from the family to the village, from the village to the land of fire, and from the land of fire to the entire ninja world. Suddenly, he comprehends how naive his notions of peace between the family and the village truly are. He recalls the devastation he witnessed during the Third Great Ninja War, passing through a small village in the Land of Rain, where despair reigned supreme. Orphaned children, clad in tattered rags, shivered in dilapidated straw huts, gazing at Konoha's ninjas, as if they were fearsome beasts. His heart sinks to you. Is this the extent of your vision? Shursui murmurs. Bewildered that I ask this vision, Yu shakes his head that I have merely glimpsed the light. Brother Shursui. Ultimately, a confrontation between the Uchiha and the Konoha leadership is inevitable. This is an inescapable fate. However, the outcome of this clash will determine the trajectory of both the village and the clan. Should the village leadership prevail, the clan will be utterly vanquished, reduced to mere tools for the enemy's experiments. Conversely, if the Uchiha triumphs, then Konoha will genuinely inherit the will of fire, fostering a new generation unlike any seen before. This new sprout, nourished by the legacy of the past, will grow into a towering tree, embodying the true essence of the will of fire. And we are that new sprout, with aspirations for the entire world. Yu gazes with unwavering determination at the somewhat flustered Shursui. Brother Shursui, what are you still hesitating for? Do you not wish to witness the growth of such a magnificent tree? Will you instead accompany this withered old tree into the soil as mere fertilizer? Is your understanding of the will of fire limited to this? Yu's barrage of questions corners Shursui, who had never considered that the will of fire could be interpreted in such a manner. Must this truly be the path? Shursui suddenly asks, a hint of anguish in his voice. Yes, it is imperative, Yu replies without hesitation. Upon hearing Yu's response, Shursui suddenly feels deflated, as if all his strength has been sapped away. Yu, can I truly witness the emergence of a new tree? Yu, observing Shursui's bowed head, feels a sense of relief wash over him, sensing that he is close to success. Of course, as long as you can transcend that narrow mindset, you will discover that new sprouts have always been growing, only to be repeatedly destroyed. Konoha's White Fang, the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, they are all examples of this. Yet, it is ironically the third Hokage and the Konoha Elder Council, who profess to uphold the will of fire, that are the true culprits behind the destruction of these sprouts. On this already withered tree, I see generation after generation of tender shoots being obliterated. It is not the old that burns, but rather the children, each filled with dreams. What hope can arise from such a will of fire? At this moment, Uchiha Ryong, Itachi, and Shursui all gaze at you. Who sighs skyward? You. Can you break through this darkness? Shursui asks, still dazed. I am willing to try. What about you, brother Shursui? Yu inquires gently. I also wish to attempt it, but right now, I am more eager to test your strength. Shursui declares, his gaze resolute as if he has made a firm decision. Of course, I am equally curious to see how strong you have become. Brother Shursui, let us act swiftly, otherwise my father will come looking for me. And a 6-year-old child has no rights. Returning home late is not an option. Yu sighs in resignation. Shursui smiles, suggesting, let us go to the training ground where Itachi has been secretly practicing. It is far enough from the village that we can fight freely. Good. Yu replies decisively. In an instant, Uchiha Ryong and Itachi become excited. Finally, they will witness the young clan leader in action once more, eager to teach this arrogant fellow a lesson. Are you going to duel brother Shursui? Itachi's eyes gleam with anticipation. As the three prepare to depart, Yu suddenly calls out, wait a moment. Running will be too slow. Let us fly instead. The trio pauses in their tracks, turning in unison to look at you. Yu smiles slightly, playfully extending his right hand. Sword, come. In an instant, a long sword radiating a bluish light swiftly flies from a distance, gracefully landing in Yu's open palm. He grasps the wind sword, performing an elegant flourish as he casts a simple hand seal. In an instant, the wind sword soars from his hand, transforming into a massive longsword that hovers before the three of them. Yu lightly leaps onto the colossal sword and waves to the astonished trio. Come aboard. What are you waiting for? Shursui, uncertain, jumps onto the enormous sword, which can accommodate 4 people, utterly perplexed. How could a normal sword suddenly become so gigantic? Even a chakra-infused metal weapon could not achieve such a feat. Reaching out to caress the blade, everything felt so vividly real, the icy coolness sending a refreshing breeze swirling between his fingertips. Shursui suddenly envisioned a scenario where you wielded this long sword against an adversary. The enemy, initially believing they faced nothing more than an ordinary blade, would be astounded as it transformed into a colossal weapon. A shiver ran through Shursui as he cast a bewildered glance at the smiling Yu. Realizing he was increasingly perplexed by this younger cousin, who was 6 years his junior, amidst the trio's astonished, surprised, and confused gazes, Yu subtly raised 2 fingers, channeling his chakra into the wind sword. And in an instant, a gentle breeze swept past. We're taking off. Steady yourselves. You kindly warned. The three felt their bodies sway slightly, a powerful force propelling them skyward, the once ordinary long sword now soaring at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the structures of Konoha below shrank rapidly, revealing the entire layout of the village before their eyes. This was their first experience gazing down upon Konoha from such a great height, where even the moon in the sky appeared magnified several times. You. What kind of jutsu is this? Jishui murmured in disbelief. Haha, big brother Jishui, it's a secret, you replied with a light laugh. Jishui, aware of his own folly, understood that the techniques of a ninja were not easily divulged. Silently surveying the village below, he no longer felt as confident about this competition as he had moments before. Itachi stared blankly at his brother, suddenly realizing how little he truly understood of him. As for Uchiha Liang, admiration filled his eyes. He now recognized the gravity of his earlier duel with the young clan leader. Realizing that had the latter employed this very technique to soar through the skies, he would have been utterly powerless against him, especially knowing that the young leader possessed hundreds of such swords. For any ninja lacking the ability to fly, this scene was a formidable challenge, and with the sword's speed, escape would be nearly impossible. In just a few short minutes, the group felt a brief disorientation before you arrived at the forest where Itachi often trained in secret. It was worth noting that even at a ninja's fastest speed, reaching this uninhabited forest from the center of Konoha would take at least 20 minutes, even for a jonin. In that moment, the group fell into a prolonged silence. All right, big brother Jishui, let us begin. The sooner we finish, the sooner we can return home. Jishui smiled wryly, clearly aware of Yu's immense confidence in his own abilities. However, Jishui was no ordinary ninja, and he refused to feel inferior merely because of Yu's flying technique. He regarded you earnestly. You. Show me just how strong you truly are. Only then can I place my faith in the future you speak of. Big brother Jishui, I want to let you down. I am prepared to give it my all. You replied with a smile. Ultimately, it was the prowess of the Uchiha that would speak for itself. You mused quietly. The two stood facing each other, forming opposing hand seals. Jishui then looked at you. Since you've declared that, I suppose I must also reveal my full strength. With that, Jishui's eyes instantly turned crimson. The tomo spinning rapidly to form a pinwheel shape while you watched Jishui's movements with mild astonishment, wondering if Jishui intended to unleash its Tsukuyami upon him, which would be a grave mistake. Of course, this was merely you teasing himself internally. Not only was Jishui not that kind of person, but should he attempt such a move, he would be the first to suffer the consequences. Yu's Byakugan was not to be trifled with. A mental backlash could render Jishui utterly incapacitated. Seems like big brother Jishui has quite a few secrets of his own, you remarked casually. I didn't expect you, so young, to already comprehend what this signifies. Jishui's demeanor toward you grew more cautious. Humph, what is so impressive about a Meijiki? Uchiha Liang muttered disdainfully from the sidelines, feeling a bit resentful that he had been bested by their clan's young leader. Jishui, hearing Uchiha Liang's murmurs, turned in surprise to regard him, realizing that this zealous supporter of you had also awakened the Meijiki Sharingan. In that moment, Jishui felt all hope dissipate. He gripped the twin blades at his waist tightly, narrowing his eyes as he gazed at the casually standing you. However, that single glance brought forth an overwhelming pressure that bore down upon him. As if you were an immovable mountain, exuding an undeniable weight of authority. While you released his formidable mental energy, quietly observing Jishui, who struggled to draw his blades. Big brother Jishui, it's time for your performance to commence. Yu's gaze remained calm, akin to a still, placid lake. For any Uchiha daring to challenge him, you intended to diminish their pride first. Only in doing so could he ensure their true submission, both in spirit and body. As time stretched on, Jishui's forehead began to bead with sweat, his heavy breathing becoming more pronounced, and his hands trembled slightly. He yearned to unsheath his blades, yet an inexplicable dread surged within him at the mere thought. It felt as though he were under the watchful gaze of death itself. Jishui's throat constricted as the Meijiki in his eyes spun wildly, attempting to break free from Yu's overwhelming mental pressure. His pride would not allow him to face you without being able to draw his blades. In an instant, a powerful resolve surged within him, and he swiftly drew his twin blades, a flash of cold light slicing through the air as Jishui's figure vanished. A flicker of surprise crossed Yu's eyes. It seemed Jishui was indeed Jishui. Relying solely on mental pressure had clearly underestimated him. A fierce wind from the blade rushed past Yu's back, and he took a single step forward, appearing 50 meters away in an instant. Jishui's decisive strike missed entirely. How swift? What technique is this? Jishui's pupils constricted slightly. Under the scrutiny of his Manjiki's heightened vision, Jishui perceived that when you took that step forward, it was as though the surrounding earth had contracted in an instant. By the time you reappeared, he was already outside Jishui's attack range. Truly remarkable. Jishui, your speed is astonishing. You turn slightly, a smile of admiration on his face. In comparison to your prowess, I seem rather insignificant. Jishui admitted with a wry smile. I didn't anticipate that there would be someone in the Uchiha clan who could master Doton to such an extent. I must concede that you are the strongest genius our clan has seen in centuries. The ability to instantly compress the surrounding terrain to achieve teleportation was an unparalleled mastery that even the Kage of a Wagakure would find astounding. Big brother Jishui, this is just the beginning. Oh, and a friendly reminder, do not use Genjutsu against me, for I fear I might inadvertently harm you. You kindly advised. The power of his Byakugan was immense, far beyond what you could currently control. The moment he activated that vertical eye, his chakra would be rapidly drained. This was why he had hesitated to use it since acquiring it. Even a second was the limit of his earlier experiments. Yet even without willingly opening his eye, the Byakugan's passive counterattack would still activate automatically. Should anyone launch a mental assault against you, the backlash would be beyond his control. Jishui was taken aback. He did not comprehend how you could predict his next move. Nevertheless, the impulse to employ Genjutsu was quelled, and he looked at you with a hint of resignation. Could you explain why? Because certain techniques lie beyond my current capabilities. If you were to employ a mental Genjutsu against me, my psychic counter would instantly target your soul. Big brother Jishui, I do not wish to harm you. You replied, sharing a bittersweet smile. After all, it's best to keep one's power within the realm of control. Bloodlines differ from techniques. Even though I have mastered my body to an exquisite degree, my abilities remain limited. However, when it comes to mastering the eye of deception, he cannot solely rely on the system's enhancements. He must gradually familiarize himself with the newly emerged bloodline powers. Yet, therein lies a conundrum. He can only wield the eye of deception for a mere 3 seconds. A feat that is already the culmination of his arduous training that drained his spiritual energy to swiftly elevate his bloodline power. The current rate of his spiritual recovery is far from sufficient. Jishui nodded in silence, trusting that you would not deceive him in this matter. Nevertheless, even in the absence of illusion techniques, Jishui was unwilling to concede defeat so easily. Apart from illusion techniques, he also possessed proficiency in swordsmanship, body flicker technique, and ninjutsu. One could say Jishui was akin to a multifaceted ninja. In an instant, Jishui launched a fierce assault on you once more. Their figures darted across the training ground with remarkable speed. Each time Jishui unleashed a vigorous strike, it was as if you had foreseen it, deftly evading with uncanny precision. Each maneuver resembled a piece of paper dancing in the wind, narrowly avoiding Jishui's blade. And this inability to inflict even a scratch heightened Jishui's anxiety. It is worth noting that his speed could only be compared to that of the 4th Hokage, Minato Namikaze, and his swordsmanship was inherited from his grandfather, the 2nd Hokage's techniques. With the combination of these skills, Jishui was confident that even against a shadow-level opponent, he could hold his ground without faltering. Yet, in the face of you, he felt utterly powerless. The technique capable of distorting the very earth made every step you took seem to alter the battlefield drastically, coupled with Jishui's sword strikes. You appeared to possess an uncanny foresight, evading every attack with the grace of an eel, leaving Jishui to strike nothing but air, as futile as swinging at cotton. Jishui had long lost count of how many times he had swung his blade. It was clear that he was utterly defeated in terms of physical techniques. The wave of disappointment washed over him as he grappled with the reality of being surpassed by his younger cousin, 6 years his junior. Hastily, Jishui created distance between himself and you, swiftly forming hand seals, fire release, great fireball technique, water release, twin water dragons technique. Combining these ninjutsu, he unleashed the twin dragons playing with pearls. In an instant, a massive fireball surged forth, accompanied by 2 intertwining water dragons, hurtling towards you. The searing heat, coupled with rapidly dispersing mist, effectively obscured you's line of sight at you. However, merely smiled faintly, inhaled deeply, and gently exhaled towards the colossal fireball. 3,000 gods of wind. In that moment, a powerful gale erupted, akin to a multitude of scythe weasels, sweeping towards the fireball, which was promptly extinguished and dissipated into the ether, the fierce winds remaining unscathed. Only when the ferocious water dragons were sent spiraling into the sky did the tumultuous gusts subside. The battlefield fell silent. The towering trees of the forest swayed perilously, and a light rain began to fall. Jishui stood there, stunned, staring at the longsword pressed against his throat, momentarily at a loss for words, his pupils widening in disbelief. When did this happen? Jishui gazed incredulously at you. He had clearly used a shadow clone to replace his true self amidst the mist. Yet you seem to know exactly where his real body was hidden. Brother Jishui, shall we continue? You inquired with a gentle smile. Jishui felt a wave of despondency wash over him as he lowered his head. It seems you have surpassed me. Then, what will Brother Jishui decide? You pressed further. Jishui lifted his gaze to meet you's, his expression turning solemn. I hope you can lead me towards the light. You tilted his head slightly, a smile gracing his lips as he withdrew the sword from Jishui's throat. Welcome, Brother Jishui, to join us. You extended a hand towards Jishui, after a moment of hesitation. Jishui firmly grasped Yu's hand. You felt the surge of gratitude echoing in his mind, adding 3,000 to his value. A sense of joy welled within him. He turned to see Itachi and Uchiha Ryang, who were utterly taken aback, and a faint smile crept onto his face. Let us go. It's time to head home. The two nodded, still in a state of shock. Want you say anything else to me? Jishui hurriedly asked as you turned to leave. Why you glanced back at Jishui? There's really nothing more to say. Brother Jishui, just continue as you have, and earn the trust of the third Hokage and others. Occasionally relay some information to me. All right, so you want me to play the role of a double agent in the village? Jishui replied with a wry smile. Haha, Brother Jishui, you jest. In truth, your actions remain unchanged. You are merely aligning your heart with the clan. This is not merely a bridge to the village and our family, but rather a means to eliminate the decay of Konoha. Jishui stood in place for a long while, shaking his head helplessly only after you and the others had completely departed. Is this truly your most genuine thought? How cruel indeed. Yet, if what you say holds true, and we can eradicate a festering part of Konoha, perhaps it is a form of rebirth. Jishui sighed, realizing that he had once been overly naive. Political struggles have always been a fight to the death. Nonetheless, a part of him still harbored softness, hoping that the third Hokage would not turn out to be as you described. With that thought, Jishui's figure vanished from the chaotic battlefield. Upon returning home, you found his mother and father seated at the dining table, patiently awaiting his and Itachi's return. Upon seeing the two brothers, Mikoto's face lit up with joy, recognizing that the siblings had reconciled. Itachi, you come and eat, Mikoto gently urged. Fugaku remained silent, merely nodding at his two sons. Meanwhile, Sasuke crawled out of his crib, grinning widely as he approached his brothers, tugging at Yu's clothes in an attempt to climb into his arms. Yu promptly scooped up little Sasuke. Dove, dinner is ready. The little one stammered while Yu playfully poked Sasuke with his finger, realizing that in just a few months, Sasuke would be 3 years old. How swiftly time flies. Yu quietly marveled at this, before handing little Sasuke over to Itachi, who cradled the child like a nurturing figure, gently bouncing him as they settled at the dining table. Observing this scene, a smile involuntarily crept onto Yu's lips. Soon, the family enjoyed dinner in a tranquil atmosphere. As usual, Yu helped his mother clear the table, only to be called into Fugaku's room. Why are you back so late tonight? Fugaku asked in a deep voice. Yu paused for a moment, then replied, It's nothing. Just dealt with someone who continually lured Itachi. Fugaku's expression shifted slightly as he processed Yu's words. Are you saying you fought with Jishui? Yu looked at his father in surprise. It seemed Fugaku was not as indifferent to their interpersonal relationships as he had imagined. Yes, you nodded lightly. I said about Itachi. Your mother told me about your situation today, although Itachi's views may be a bit extreme. As the elder brother, you must exercise patience, Fugaku advised, softening his tone. While you shot Fugaku a sidelong glance. While Itachi's extreme beliefs were undoubtedly influenced by Jishui, Fugaku's own stance wasn't much better. Fugaku felt a twinge of awkwardness, hastily clearing his throat. Ahem. All right. Remember to report to the security department on time tomorrow, and off to bed with you. You nodded, refraining from saying anything further as he made his way to his room. There had been a multitude of events that day, yet the rewards were substantial. Just today alone, he had amassed nearly 60,000 in gratitude points, an astonishing figure that made you yearn for such busyness every day. However, he understood that this was merely the beginning. Once the initial excitement and gratitude waned, the clan's emotions would stabilize. On a good day, the rewards would only amount to around 10,000, and on a bad day, Perhaps just a few thousand. Moreover, you could not possibly meet all the grateful clansmen every day. He could only harvest their gratitude at specific intervals. He glanced at his data panel and, without hesitation, allocated all his gratitude points to his cultivation. In an instant, an invisible surge of spiritual energy began to flow towards him, enveloping you in a sense of comfort, revitalizing his previously weary spirit. Indeed, cultivating immortality was the most joyous endeavor. As he observed the technique in his skill panel, the Qi-Ming-Ju of the refining spirit section ascended from the yellow tier to the earth tier. A wave of excitement surged within him. If he could experience a few more such explosive breakthroughs, perhaps he could directly advance to the refining spirit, returning to void stage. However, he was also aware that some opportunities were rare and could not be forced. The next day, you accompanied Fujitake early in the morning to the security department, sending one of his avatars to attend the ninja academy with Itachi and Izumi. Meanwhile, his other avatars began concocting elixirs and coordinating with Uchiha Rayong to set up formations at a private gathering. Everything proceeded in an orderly manner. Were it not for the technique of creating external avatars, you would not have dared to expand his operations so extensively at once. As they traversed several streets, you caught sight of a rather comical building in the distance that bore a predominantly earthy yellow hue, with a round, yellow head. The blue semicircular glass windows on either side resembled eyes, while a slightly protruding section in the center resembled a nose. And the two doors below formed a mouth. The overall appearance was somewhat antiquated, yet it undeniably lent a touch of charm to the otherwise austere Konoha security department. However, upon entering the building with Fujitake, you felt a sense of oppression. Although the clansmen occasionally greeted Fujitake and you, their expressions were predominantly solemn. In the office on the first floor, each face seemed to convey a message: don't bother me unless it's urgent. The haughty demeanor exuded a coldness that kept others at bay. Sighing slightly, you understood the sentiments of his clansmen. The security department had only one head, perhaps a deputy, and 6 captains and vice-captains, totaling around 10 officials. Yet, there were at least 20 to 30 elite ninjas in the Uchiha clan, clearly insufficient to meet the demands. To make a living. Some elite ninjas had no choice but to patrol the streets or stand guard at the security department. How could this not breed resentment among the clansmen? One must understand that elite ninjas in smaller villages often held positions of power, akin to shadows or their second-in-command. Yet in Konoha, they were relegated to mere patrolling duties. Tasks usually assigned to lower-ranked ninjas. Following Fujitake, they strolled through the security department before heading straight to the 3rd floor. Upon reaching the minister's office, you casually surveyed the room, which was exceptionally tidy. Apart from a bookshelf and some filing cabinets, there were 2 desks, one large, presumably for his father, and a smaller one occupied by a young man. Whose gaze swept over. He found the boy engrossed in work rather familiar. After a moment's reflection, he quickly recognized him as the boy who had once led the departure from a private gathering with Uchiha Rayong. The boy, noticing you, momentarily stiffened before regaining his composure. "Minister, young clan leader," the boy greeted, bowing slightly. Fujitake nodded and took his seat, while you offered the boy a smile, which was met with indifference. You, please proceed with Zhengnan to register. Yes, father, you nodded slightly. Uchiha Zhengnan did not elaborate further, leading you directly to the Human Resources Department. You, naturally, did not feel the need to ingratiate himself, as he was not without allies in the security department. It was merely that Uchiha Rayong, the captain, was busy with the tasks you had assigned and had taken a leave of absence. After a brief walk, they arrived at the Human Resources Department, which greeted them with warmth. The staff complimented you profusely, making him feel somewhat embarrassed. Uchiha Zhengnan stood aloof, observing the scene with a cold expression. Since that day, his initial admiration for the young clan leader had diminished considerably. As a moderate, he could not allow a radical to become the next clan leader. When you asserted that there could only be one voice within the clan, Zhengnan felt a surge of aversion. As Fujitake examined the documents, he noticed one requesting assistance in locating a lost dog, marked with Yu's directive to issue a sea-level mission to the Konoha Task Department. Fujitake continued reading and discovered that you had passed off simple matters to the Task Department, only delegating more serious issues to the Security Department. Furthermore, you insisted that all matters be handled strictly according to Konoha's legal stipulations, irrespective of the party's attitudes. You, interrupted from his meditation by his father's inquiry, opened his eyes. Slightly displeased, he noticed Fujitake's increasingly darkening expression as he scrutinized the documents. "You, Why have you delegated the responsibilities of the security department to the task department? Understand that the villagers seeking our assistance do so without charge. All costs must be borne by us. You glanced at his father, perplexed. Father, matters lacking criminal liability should not fall under our purview. The villagers are well aware of this, which is why they come to us for trivialities. This is a waste of our manpower. Henceforth, we can refuse such requests. The security department is responsible for criminal cases. We must adopt an attitude of strict adherence to our duties, addressing disputes fairly and justly according to Konoha's laws. Rather than indulging the villagers' whims, should we encounter further instances of frivolous reports unrelated to actual incidents, we can arrest those individuals for wasting Konoha's resources. Isn't that a bit too harsh? Fujitake inquired uncertainly. Having learned to avoid outright dismissing Yu's ideas after recent events, Father, we Uchiha have reached a point where we are despised by all. Rather than attending to these trivial matters and becoming the laughingstock of ordinary villagers, we should maintain our dignity. It would be wiser to create some distance, thereby preserving the mystique of our Uchiha clan, and to establish a unique clan ethos through the majesty and impartiality of the law. Uchiha Fugaku's eyes brightened as if a thought had struck him. Yet, he found himself puzzled by the underlying reasons, so he calmly continued to gaze at Yu, understanding the nature of his somewhat rigid father. Did not hesitate to elaborate, stating that as long as we uphold fairness and justice in cases of interest disputes, thereby ensuring the authority of Konoha's laws, the villagers of Konoha will naturally comprehend that reporting to the authorities should not be taken lightly. Once they report a case, they must be prepared to face the judicial process, and when it comes to litigation, it will be the Uchiha who serve as arbiters. Thus, do you think that those Uchiha guards, who possess the power to determine life and death with a mere word, will not harbor a sense of reverence? With such reverence, they would naturally refrain from pointing fingers at the Uchiha. Unlike the current situation where they seem to engage with the villagers, appearing to be one with them. However, those who benefit remain oblivious, often speaking behind our backs, labeling us as mere hired hands or even slaves. Furthermore, the demeanor of our dispatched clan members leaves much to be desired. Each one, a proud Uchiha ninja, finds themselves reduced to assisting ordinary villagers with mundane tasks such as farming or dog catching, thereby diminishing their own status. Engaging in such unproductive endeavors only serves to render the responsibilities of our guard division meaningless. Upon hearing Yu's explanation, even Uchiha Seinen, who stood by, paused his writing and turned his attention to Yu. At that moment, he began to question whether his previous perceptions had been overly simplistic. Realizing that a gentle approach may not necessarily be beneficial, Fugaku fell into deep thought, gradually grasping the intricacies of the situation. By maintaining distance and preserving enigma, while simultaneously leveraging the authoritative power of the Uchiha Guard Division to ensure legal fairness, the stature and identity of the Uchiha would undoubtedly be elevated. Transitioning from a meticulous defense of clan interests to becoming the guardians of Konoha's laws and allies of fairness and justice, why had this notion not occurred to him sooner? Fugaku could not help but ponder internally. Observing the stunned expressions of the two, you couldn't help but smile. If one were to inquire about the common people's fear of the county magistrate in ancient times, the answer would undoubtedly be one of profound dread. As for whether they respected the magistrate, well, if they were not afraid for their lives, they could freely denounce him as a corrupt official, although the Uchiha could never match the magistrate's authority. Once the Uchiha clan gained the power to interpret the law, dealing with these ungrateful ingrates would become a trivial matter. At that point, the villagers of Konoha would come to understand the true meaning of the Uchiha's might. To instill both fear and virtue, that was the path you envisioned for the guard division. But as for his feelings towards the villagers of Konoha, they were far from favorable, whether in his previous life as an anime character or in the world he now inhabited. He harbored no fondness for these individuals, who easily forsook greater righteousness for petty gains. Would the third Hokage agree to this plan? Fugaku asked, uncertain. Humph. Had we not proactively taken on these responsibilities, they would not have fallen to us in the first place. Moreover, the guard division had been entirely entrusted to the Uchiha by the second Hokage. The third has no reason to interfere with our internal adjustments. Besides, if we refuse to handle these trivial matters, the task division would accumulate more C-rank missions. This is a win-win situation. I believe the third will not object. After contemplating, Fugaku concurred, recalling that he had previously thought the Uchiha should gradually assimilate into the village, allowing the villagers to act irrationally. However, The outcome proved to be nothing but his own wishful thinking. In fact, the attitudes of his clan members had only served to exacerbate the villagers' disdain for the Uchiha. Thus, let us proceed as you suggested. I shall convene a meeting shortly to relay this decision. From now on, apart from criminal disputes, homicides, and felonies, the Uchiha Guard Division shall not entertain any other trivial matters. Upon hearing Fugaku's resolution, you let out a sigh of relief, fearing that his rigid father might cling to outdated ideas. However, he felt compelled to issue a caution. Father, once we have eliminated these extraneous tasks, and the clan members find themselves with free time, we must ensure they study the laws of Konoha diligently. We cannot afford to leave ourselves open to criticism from the higher-ups in Konoha. Everything must be substantiated and well-founded. As his words settled, Fugaku furrowed his brow. While his clan members would undoubtedly be eager to train, persuading them to read books posed a greater challenge. Sensing Fugaku's predicament, you offered a gentle smile. Father, why not recruit some clerical personnel? Those who do not wish to study the law could serve as guards. Assigning the task of case resolution to ordinary young clan members would likely alleviate the employment issues within the clan. Utilizing public funds in a significant manner, Fugaku's eyes lit up. The reason the Guard Division had not enlisted ordinary clan members was not due to a lack of funds, but rather the requirement that applicants possess at least the strength of a genin. Ordinary clan members were naturally barred from entry. Were it not for the welfare provisions within the clan, which ensured a semblance of normalcy for its members, many would likely have faced starvation. Public funds, however, could not be easily misappropriated. Yet, if the Guard Division began to recruit clerical staff, then this issue would be resolved effortlessly. This would also be justifiable to the third Hokage, and if the clan members were to disagree, he could simply advocate for the implementation of Konoha's laws. With this thought, Uchiha Fugaku couldn't help but admire you once more. The following day, an announcement regarding the reform of the Guard Division was posted on the bulletin board of Konoha's Guard Division. Initially, many villagers expressed their discontent, gathering to protest outside the Guard headquarters. However, under the stern demeanor of the Guard Division, these villagers were compelled to disperse, lest they be arrested for disturbing the normal operations of the Guard. Sarutobi observed the reform proposal for the Guard Division laid out on his desk, momentarily perplexed by the Uchiha's intentions. Yet, he did not voice any objections. After all, the Guard Division had already monopolized a substantial number of C-rank missions, and this reform would provide the Task Division with additional missions for genin, benefiting the stability of the village. After all, with so many graduates each year, they needed to sustain their livelihoods. Regarding the addition of clerical personnel to the Guard Division, Sarutobi pondered for a moment before agreeing. This expenditure was trivial in the grand scheme of things. However, the Uchiha, hindered by the village's oppression, were reluctant to easily allocate public funds to support their clan members. Ultimately, the Guard Division consisted of a limited number of individuals, and the annual funding provided by the village could almost be considered excessive. However, this amount had been established by the second Hokage, and the third was initially hesitant to reduce it. Recently, the third had contemplated this matter, but after agreeing to the Uchiha's conditions, it would become increasingly difficult to cut the Guard Division's funding. With this thought, Sarutobi sighed softly, deciding to invite his old comrades to discuss the situation. Soon, several individuals arrived at the Hokage's office, receiving the documents Sarutobi handed over and reviewing them one by one. Could it be that the Uchiha are isolating themselves from the village? Nara Shikaku remarked, perplexed by the content of the documents. Isn't that just perfect? It will be even easier to suppress the Uchiha who dare to distance themselves from the village. Danzo coldly chuckled. But why are the Uchiha taking such actions? Mitarashi Anko shared the same confusion. What other reason could there be? Those radical individuals undoubtedly believe that assisting the villagers will not facilitate their integration into the village and have thus chosen to abandon the effort. They fail to consider their own abhorrent attitudes. Danzo scoffed disdainfully. The others nodded in agreement. Ha! Now the Uchiha have not only offended the villagers, but also created a rift with several other clans in Konoha due to the recent relocation compensation. Henceforth, the Uchiha clan will be completely isolated from the heart of Konoha. We have finally fulfilled our teacher's long-cherished wish. Danzo's cold expression twisted into a sinister grin. However, his moment of satisfaction was short-lived. Not long after, the Uchiha's newly acquired shops opened for business, and the goods sold therein made him envious. At this moment, he found himself within the private courtyard purchased by Uchiha Liang. Observing the 12 clan members he had arranged within his formation, Alternating between fits of laughter and weeping, a smile crept across his face. After consuming the pills you had concocted, each of them entered the formation with unshakable confidence, as they could distinctly sense a significant enhancement in their spiritual acuity. Tantalizingly close to a breakthrough, once merely possessing 2 tomo, they now witnessed their double tomo spinning rapidly within the heart-refining formation, with the faintest glimmer of a 3rd tomo just within reach. Ah! A cry of agony erupted as one young man suddenly opened his eyes wide, the 3 tomo within stabilizing completely. Tears of pain streamed unbidden from the corners of his eyes. Uchiha Liang, witnessing this scene, clenched his fists in excitement. Young clan leader, we have succeeded. Uchiha Liang gazed excitedly at you, who stood calmly by his side. Quite well. After a period of rest, with the chakra replenished, I believe I will soon achieve a breakthrough in the Mangekyo. You remarked with an air of indifference. All of this is thanks to the efforts of the young clan leader. For these past few days, he has been tirelessly by the young clan leader's side, witnessing firsthand the complexity and labor involved in setting up the formation. The young clan leader has been alternating between arranging the formation and recovering over the past few days. Uchiha Liang found himself filled with frustration at his own inadequacy. Unable to share the burden of labor with the young clan leader, how is your mental fortitude progressing? You turned, smiling at the flushed Uchiha Liang. Young clan leader, that elixir you provided is truly remarkable. I have never experienced such clarity in my vision. My ocular prowess has increased by at least 10%. Indeed, when you have leisure time, make sure to traverse the heart formation more frequently. Currently, the formation may be activated a maximum of 3 times per day, after which one must wait for 2 days for spiritual energy to recover before it can be used again. Moreover, this matter must be kept strictly confidential. We cannot allow your movements to expose this location. It is imperative that we arrange for vigilant guards, should any unexpected events occur, and if we are overwhelmed. Destroy the formation at the earliest opportunity. You instructed solemnly. Understood. Young clan leader. The recovering youths responded in unison, their eyes devoid of doubt, filled instead with unwavering determination. Very well. You may all disperse and prepare. Additionally, here is a manuscript for herbal medicine. You should promptly arrange for your relatives and friends to gather and cultivate the necessary herbs, as they will prove invaluable in due course. Simultaneously, you produced a collection of simple spiritual energy array plates, distributing them among the youths. Remember, when cultivating the herbs, be sure to place this array plate at the center of the field. Only then will the herbs grown be what I desired. If you find it insufficient, do not hesitate to ask me. You meticulously instructed everyone. The youths listened attentively, their experience with the elixir instilling in them a sense of urgency regarding the tasks entrusted to them. Yes, young clan leader. We will make certain to instruct the elders of our clan as swiftly as possible to fulfill the tasks you have assigned us. The 12 youths of Uchiha bowed respectfully. Indeed, our clan's relocation is nearly complete, and our time is limited. We must strive to grow stronger by any means necessary. If you have close relatives or brothers within the clan, even those with a mere pinprick of talent, do bring them forth for evaluation. Once you've selected suitable candidates, present them to me. I trust you understand the protocols. Consider your choices carefully before proceeding. That Yu's expression turned serious as he regarded the group. The other youths readily accepted Yu's demands, eager to grow stronger swiftly. Even if they were under the young clan leader's control, the opportunity to obtain a spiritual mark was undeniably beneficial. Why wait for others to claim such a generous reward? Observing the excitement and flushed faces of the youths, you smiled gently. From this day forth, the Uchiha clan would embark on an incredibly rapid path to advancement, and this future, brimming with strength, would resonate with a singular voice. United in purpose. Yu was confident that the Uchiha clan would not remain confined to a mere corner of the hidden leaf village. Time flew by, and soon it was the end of the year. For you, the past 6 months had been tranquil. Aside from aging a year and celebrating an immensely joyful birthday with family and loyal followers, little of significance transpired. The conflict along the border of the Land of Lightning was drawing to a close. Sasuke had also turned 3, and the little one was now capable of running, jumping, and speaking fluently. However, unlike his previous attachment to you, he had become increasingly enamored with Itachi, harboring a flicker of fear and a greater sense of admiration for his elder brother. In contrast to the changes within Yu's household, the village's common folk witnessed a more profound transformation regarding the Uchiha clan. Nowadays, it was rare to hear ordinary citizens daring to gossip about the Uchiha behind their backs. Following the reformation of the security department, the patrolling guards enforced the law with greater severity, While the establishment of the legal department played a significant role in this transformation, in the past. When the Uchiha enforced the law, their methods were often fraught with noise and confusion. Now, the Uchiha enforcers approached their duties devoid of personal sentiment, executing their responsibilities strictly according to legal statutes. They would first present the facts, followed by the evidence, and finally explain how the law applied. Should anyone harbor grievances, they were directed to file a complaint with the legal department of the security office. If they could provide compelling evidence, they might succeed in their lawsuit. Otherwise, any further disturbances would lead them to the security office's detention room. If there were any discontent with the legal provisions, one would need to approach the third Hokage, as the security office did not manage such matters. Everything was conducted with rationale and evidence, devoid of personal bias. Under this stringent enforcement attitude, villagers began to develop a sense of reverence towards the Uchiha security members. Whenever a Uchiha guard questioned a villager, the latter often felt a twinge of guilt, fearing they had committed some offense that would draw the guard's attention. Simultaneously, the fairness of the security department began to spread throughout the Hidden Leaf village. In the past, civil disputes involving the Uchiha often resulted in clan members attempting to appease both parties, only to end up alienating both sides without resolution. Now, the guards maintained a stern demeanor, while administrative personnel handled legal negotiations. Should anyone dare to cause a disturbance in the courtroom, they would swiftly be charged with disrupting legal proceedings, receiving a brief detention of 2 days before being released to speak once more. If they persisted in their unruliness, the judge could exploit loopholes, leaving them with nothing to gain. Dissatisfaction? Present your evidence before speaking. The legal department awaits. In the end, those who wished to resolve matters through chaos found themselves obliged to follow the legal process, leading to regretful reflections when the outcomes were revealed. Meanwhile, the lives of the clan members underwent significant changes. Atu's suggestion, his father, against the majority's opinion, decided not to sell several commercial properties in the heart of the Hidden Leaf village outright. Instead, they were converted into a few business establishments. In total, there were 4 shops, with the best one reserved for use. Currently, a third of the clan was engaged in cultivating herbs for you. And once these herbs matured, the shop would be put to swift use. Yu imparted some non-cultivation related herbal refining techniques to his loyal clan members. Although these methods did not yield results as extraordinary as the elixirs, they were still superior to many medications within the ninja world. While the healing techniques employed by ninjas were formidable, ordinary citizens could not afford to visit the medical department in the Hidden Leaf for every minor ailment. The associated costs were simply beyond the reach of common folk. Yu firmly believed that once the clan members successfully produced these relatively straightforward herbal powders and ointments, they would gradually become the exclusive property of the general populace. Once the herbs reached a state of large-scale maturity, the clan's trained alchemists would swiftly fill this gap. At that point, medicine would be seamlessly integrated, and the Uchiha clan would assertively enter the medical field, securing a foothold in both high-end and low-end markets, liberating themselves financially from the village's control. The question then would be whether the Uchiha needed the village rather than the other way around. The other 3 shops were thriving as well, including a restaurant, a bubble tea shop, and a general store, all operated based on Yu's business principles from his past life. It was undeniable that the Uchiha's genetics were remarkable. Even ordinary Uchiha clan members who could not awaken the Sharingan were strikingly attractive. Can you imagine the sensation of being served by beautiful women, dressed in maid outfits, with appearances ranging from cute to elegant? Some exuding a queenly demeanor while others radiated the warmth of a big sister, coupled with the unique culinary offerings distinct from the ninja world, various innovative dishes, and refreshing decor. The Uchiha's restaurant had quickly become the hottest destination in the Hidden Leaf village, a must-visit spot for everyone. The bubble tea shop had become an essential beverage for children, while the general store stood out as the most comprehensive retail outlet, providing nearly every product one could desire. Through these 3 establishments, it could be said that there was no longer a possibility of unemployment among the Uchiha clan members. Presently, no clan member wished to confront the higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf. They were too occupied with making money. If the Hidden Leaf village did not provide jobs, the Uchiha would simply create their own. Moreover, the remuneration is hardly superior to that of being a ninja. Coupled with the fact that the Uchiha clan commands the security department, a formidable weapon, it is virtually impossible for anyone to instigate trouble. Even if someone were to attempt it, They would first have to contend with the power of the three-tomo Uchiha standing guard at the entrance. Currently, under Yu's heart refinement array, there are 20 young Uchiha members with three-tomo, even in the absence of elixirs. However, these hastily enhanced clan members exhibit a certain flaw. They often remain in a state of physical deficit for an extended period. Fortunately, some potent medicinal herbs can still be procured in Konoha. After several days of research, you developed a comprehensive restorative soup that addressed this dilemma. Yet, there remains a drawback. While it replenishes physical deficits, the lingering mental fatigue persists. The tangible manifestation of this is that the clan members who have rapidly advanced possess relatively diminished ocular prowess, and prolonged use of the three-tomo places considerable strain on their bodies. For now, Yu has no means to rectify this. They must simply await the maturation of the spiritual herbs to restore balance. Nonetheless, even so, the three-tomo are still the three-tomo. They are incomparable to ordinary ninjas. This is merely the three-tomo of the clan members. The 12 young members who initially followed you have all awakened their Meijiki Sharingan, with each one boasting strength comparable to that of a Quasi-Kage. Once they become accustomed to the Meijiki Sharingan, surpassing Kage level is merely a matter of time. With such formidable power, it has become nearly impossible for Konoha to breach the established rules and suppress the Uchiha through force. Presently, Yu has been unequivocally recognized as the next clan leader of the Uchiha clan. However, due to the fact that Fugaku is Yu's father, a multitude of impetuous young clan members find it difficult to urge him to abdicate. At this moment, Yu is observing Itachi train the 3-year-old Sasuke in the courtyard, while the now more mature Izumi attentively slices an apple into small pieces for you. Gently, she offers a piece to you with a toothpick. And Yu, with affectionate eyes, accepts the apple without hesitation. Yukuin, is it sweet? Izumi inquires, her eyes sparkling with delight. Sweet, just like you, Izumi. Yu responds with a beaming smile. Yukuin, you are quite the smooth talker. Izumi playfully chides, casting a glance at you before turning her attention back to the diligently training Sasuke and Itachi. Little Sasuke truly trains hard. Haha. With 2 such exceptional older brothers, if I were Sasuke, I would have already taken it easy. Clearly, he could rely on his brothers, yet he still pushes himself so hard. My prideful little brother. Buffed. Yukuin, your words never fail to amuse. Izumi giggles, covering her mouth. Yu, gazing at Izumi's smiling face, cannot help but lean in closer, causing her cheeks to flush with warmth, her heart racing. Yukin, what are you doing? Izumi whispers, you look truly lovely when you smile. Yu remarks suddenly, as if conjuring magic, producing a purple scarf from his hand. Izumi, Happy New Year. This is a gift for you, he declares, draping the purple scarf around her delicate neck. A wave of warmth washes over Izumi, soon followed by a hint of disappointment. But Yukuin, I haven't prepared a New Year gift for you yet. You beat me to it. Haha. Well then, Izumi, you must prepare something wonderful for me. Yu grins, glancing at the scarf adorning Izumi's neck. Though her face retains a youthful innocence, the beauty mark enhances her maturity. Clad in a purple cotton jacket complemented by a scarf featuring a bear pattern. Her cheeks, flushed from the cold, appear exceedingly adorable. Indeed, Izumi is best suited to the color purple. Brother, you gave a gift to Izumi and didn't prepare one for me. At this moment, the previously training Sasuke rushed over, feeling a tinge of jealousy. All right. You little brat, who says your elder brother hasn't prepared a gift for you? Yu, with a hint of exasperation, retrieves a small dagger from his sleeve and presents it to Sasuke. This was the school commencement gift originally given to him by Shursui, which he had not utilized until now, making it perfect to pass on to Sasuke. Itachi, observing nearby, furrows his brow slightly. Brother, isn't it too dangerous to give Sasuke a weapon at this time? Yu casts a nonchalant glance at Itachi. Sigh. The older you get, the less charming you become. Itachi. Now you even dare to contradict your older brother. Itachi's face darkens. Brother, you are only half an hour older than me. Itachi retorts. What of that half hour? A brother is always a brother. Dare you deny it? Yu feigns anger. Itachi quickly lowers his head. I don't. You can't help but smile wryly, realizing that Itachi is no longer the child he once was. Although merely a year has passed, Itachi's maturity has far surpassed that of his peers. Now, this is your elder brother's New Year gift. Yu presents a golden bracelet to Itachi, who is still looking down. Itachi raises his gaze slightly, uncertain of the significance of the bracelet his brother has gifted him. Yet, he understands that it is no ordinary trinket. This is a heart ring, a family heirloom, including one for Izumi. It contains a protective ninjutsu that can withstand 3 strikes of S-rank techniques. Should you ever find yourselves in danger, Your elder brother can sense your locations through this bracelet, you explain succinctly. Itachi solemnly accepts the bracelet and promptly adorns it on his wrist, feeling grateful for his brother's unwavering concern. Glancing at the unchanged visage of his elder brother, he momentarily drifts into thought. In just 1 year, so much has transformed. The changes within the Uchiha clan alone have been monumental. The smiles on the faces of the clan members have gradually increased, complaints about the village have diminished. And clan meetings, as long as his brother is present, are generally harmonious, devoid of the disputes and chaos of yore. All of these alterations stem from his brother's influence. Even the villagers' gazes towards them have shifted. While still tinged with distance, the expressions have transformed profoundly. The former disdain has morphed into fear mingled with a tinge of respect. Yet, why did the third Hokage still speak so harshly? Itachi found himself recalling a recent encounter with the third Hokage before the winter break. Itachi, you have become an exceptional ninja. I have been closely observing you. The third Hokage smiled kindly at the young boy before him. He felt compelled to approach Itachi sooner than anticipated, initially planning to wait another 6 months before speaking with him. However, the transformation within the Uchiha had been so drastic. First, the village began to circulate the Uchiha's reputation for fair enforcement, followed by the evident improvement in the lives of the Uchiha clan members. Originally, he intended to use the 4 shops as leverage to portray the Uchiha unfavorably in the eyes of other clans. This objective had been achieved. At least the Yamanka, Nara, Akimichi, and Inazuka clans still viewed the Uchiha with disdain. The shops were originally promised as compensation for their families. However, after the Uchiha's recent upheaval, they had all transformed into Uchiha property. Such significant gains could hardly fail to incite envy. Acquiring even 1 shop would have been commendable. Yet the Uchiha managed to obtain 4 all at once. Although the third Hokage later exchanged 3 training grounds, what use are training grounds compared to shops? Their clan members do not possess the numbers of the Uchiha clan. While equipped training grounds may be more expensive than shops, it ultimately depends on who is benefiting from them. Their clans already possess training grounds. 1 is sufficient, and excesses go unused. However, shops are different. When utilized well, they become a powerful tool for improving the clan's livelihood, thus allowing the Uchiha to gain an unwarranted advantage. Originally, the third Hokage believed that with the Uchiha's proud nature, they would never engage in commerce. After all, these individuals were exceedingly proud and looked down upon the intricacies of business. Ultimately, spending a little money might result in the return of several shops to his hands, whether used for clan members to engage in business or as rewards for those loyal to their family. It would merely be a matter of shifting resources from one hand to the other. Yet, the Uchiha thrived, and now, visiting the Uchiha territory felt akin to entering a realm of the wealthy. This transformation left the third Hokage and his allies utterly astonished. While the Uchiha's improved living conditions meant they were no longer causing disturbances, this was certainly not the outcome they had hoped for. With the Uchiha no longer causing a ruckus, how could the third Hokage and his allies continue to suppress them? A vague sense of unease began to rise within them. The Uchiha were gradually extricating themselves from Konoha's control. Becoming increasingly independent, they had acquired wealth, created their own positions, and apart from needing Konoha's protection for their clan members, the entire family appeared to have no further desires from Konoha. Thank you for your concern. Lord Third Hokage, with a shy smile, Itachi pondered the thought of graduating early. Itachi, do you have any intentions of graduating ahead of time? You have reached a point where there is little room for growth in the Ninja Academy, asked the third Hokage, gently patting Itachi's dark hair. Itachi's eyes brightened slightly at the mention of the third's name. Really, can I? He inquired, a hint of uncertainty in his voice. Of course, given your current performance. You are already close to the level of a Nin, the third replied. Hearing this, Itachi felt a flicker of joy within his heart, but then lowered his gaze. But, Lord Brother, he hasn't chosen to graduate from the academy yet. The smile on the third's face faltered momentarily, unsure of how to respond. Itachi, our village is currently facing challenges due to the situation at the border with the Land of Lightning. We urgently need fresh blood. And, the third let out a soft sigh. Lord Third, what troubles you? Itachi asked, his eyes focused intently on him. Sigh, the misunderstanding between the Uchiha and the village has deepened. Itachi, you are an Uchiha filled with the will of fire. Much like my comrade Kakashi, who is brimming with love for the village, that I truly do not wish to see the relationship between the village and the Uchiha deteriorate to this extent. The third said, turning his gaze toward the students of the Ninja Academy who were departing in droves. Lord Third, is there a misunderstanding? There are very few clan members who complain about the village now. Itachi expressed, a hint of confusion flickering in his eyes. The third felt a pang in his heart, suddenly at a loss for words. He gazed out the window, contemplating his next words. Suddenly, a glimmer of insight struck him, and he turned back to the puzzled Itachi. Itachi, this is precisely why I believe you should consider graduating early. The village and the Uchiha require a bridge to foster mutual understanding. Itachi lifted his gaze to the third. Lord Third, I believe my brother would be the most suitable candidate for such a bridge, as he is deeply trusted by our clan members. Itachi, do you think I have not considered this? The third exclaimed, however, that boy has a profound prejudice against the village. Only you, Itachi, truly embody the will of fire. The third's eyes were resolute as they locked onto Itachi's, overwhelmed with emotion. Itachi felt a strong urge to immediately agree with the Hokage. Yet, the thought of his stern brother made his heart tremble, and the words of agreement caught in his throat. Lord Third, I apologize. I cannot agree to your request just yet. I must first seek my father's and brother's consent. Itachi lowered his head in disappointment. Seeing this, the third's expression darkened, and he gazed at the dejected Itachi, feeling a swirl of emotions. Am I unable to communicate even with a young Uchiha? Nevertheless, Itachi declared. But Lord Hokage, I will find a way to persuade my father and brother. Itachi raised his head with determination. The third immediately softened his expression, saying, Itachi, do your best. The future of the village and the Uchiha rests upon you. Once you graduate from the academy, you will be inducted into the Umbu. Under the guidance of the Umbu veterans, I believe you will soon become an exceptionally skilled jonin. Yes, thank you, Lord Third. Itachi stood beside his brother. Reflecting on his conversation with the third, his brother, you noticed Itachi's distant demeanor and, feeling a surge of annoyance, playfully struck Itachi on the head. Itachi, can you not even express gratitude to Lord Third? Itachi winced at the sudden pain, tears welling in his eyes as he cradled his head, murmuring, thank you, Lord Brother. Observing this, young Sasuke shrank back. Bewildered, he recalled that his brother's hits were particularly painful, despite not being delivered with much force. After experiencing a punch for being mischievous, he had no desire to endure that again. Moreover, his brother had even given his punch a charming name, the Iron Fist of Love, each strike reflecting his brother's affection. Sasuke certainly did not wish to be on the receiving end of such love. Even when his beloved second brother got hit, he dared not speak up, knowing that it was his elder brother who dealt the blow. You, always lost in thought, learn a thing or two from little Sasuke. Look how happy he is receiving a New Year's gift. You shifted his gaze to the slightly huddled Sasuke. Sasuke immediately beamed, replying, yes, big brother, I am very happy. Itachi's face contorted into a frown. Big brother, I was merely contemplating. He protested, struggling to respond in time. Humph, you always have so many concerns. I wonder what thoughts occupy that little head of yours. You snorted softly. Big brother, I want to graduate early from the ninja academy. Itachi summoned his courage to express that. Why? You turned, puzzled, to face Itachi. But you've only been in school for a year. Why the sudden urge to graduate? He questioned. I wish to earn the approval of father and our clan, Itachi replied, his face flushed. Why? You regarded Itachi for a long moment, until Itachi finally lowered his gaze. Itachi, you truly cannot lie. Yu's lips curled into a faint smile. Come now, did someone say something to you? Yu's expression grew stern. Itachi trembled slightly. Big brother, is it wrong for me to wish to graduate? If Itachi's desire was genuine, you would not stand in his way. However, if someone had misguided Itachi, it would lead to a different outcome. Would Itachi dare to deceive his brother? You asked calmly. Itachi wrestled internally, knowing that if he revealed the truth to his brother, he would undoubtedly be met with disapproval. After all, in Yu's eyes, the Hokage was akin to an adversary. His brother's disdain for the third was not much less than for Danzo. Itachi remained silent, wishing neither to deceive his brother nor to reveal the truth, choosing to oppose his assertive brother with silence. You exhaled softly, observing Itachi's silence. A chill flickered in his eyes, though it was not directed at Itachi but rather at the higher-ups of Konoha. Since you have made your choice, as your brother, it would be impolite of me to hinder you further. Itachi, I hope you do not come to regret your decision. With that, you took the hand of the still concerned Izumi and left the courtyard. Itachi exhaled a sigh of relief, beads of sweat now forming on his forehead, overwhelmed by the pressure of his brother's gaze. Sasuke, observing this scene, deepened his impression of his brother's formidable presence. Just moments ago, he dared not even breathe, let alone speak up for his second brother in their family. Their mother was the gentlest, The second brother showered him with affection, and their father held a certain authority. Yet, in the presence of their elder brother, who usually wore a carefree expression, the atmosphere would fall silent whenever he became angry. As Yu exited the courtyard, he encountered Fugaku and Mikoto. Upon seeing Yu's solemn face, Fugaku felt a pang of concern. "You. Some things you must learn to let go of." Why you stared blankly at Fugaku. "You know," Fugaku nodded silently. Yu's expression darkened further. "Since you have already given your consent, what does my agreement matter?" With a feeling of frustration, you walked outside with Izumi. At that moment, he wondered if he had made a mistake. Clearly, despite his fervent desire to avert tragedy, events invariably unfold contrary to his hopes. After addressing the obstinate issue of Jishui, he found himself confronted with developments that veered towards the very outcome he dreaded most. At this moment, you felt a slight heaviness in his heart. Even the once fluid motions of his Qing Mingju momentarily faltered, slowing to a crawl. He truly cherished this home. Noticing Yu's bowed head as he walked away, Fuji quickly tugged at his wife Mei-chin's arm. Mei-chin cast a lingering, sorrowful glance at her husband before turning her attention back to Yu, who was leading Quan away, and softly called out, "Yu, please return home in time for dinner tonight." Yu paused briefly, the weight on his heart lifting considerably as he replied, "Understood, Mother." His voice betrayed no hint of emotion. Alas, given the current strength of the Uchiha clan, should Itachi truly reach that point, let him witness the darkness lurking within the village. Some individuals are bound to remain obstinate until they face the wall. Only when confronted with reality will they feel regret. Having come to this realization, Yu's spirits revived significantly, easing the worry etched on Quan's small face as she followed him. It appeared that Yu had regained his composure, sensing the chaotic energy emanating from him dissipating back into tranquility. Quan's little face blossomed into a faint smile. Watching Yu depart, Fuji let out a resigned sigh, pondering whether you might be a bit too overbearing. Mei-chin shot Fuji an exasperated look, asserting that if you were truly domineering, he would not have acquiesced to Itachi's demands. There must be some underlying reason for his anger. Fuji chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it a sign that family life is improving, since the third Hokage wishes to promote Itachi to the Umbu? I see this as an opportunity for the village to ease tensions. I asked that why you hurriedly brought me here. Mei-chin replied, somewhat speechless. Fuji's face flushed. Isn't it because Yu has always been more inclined to listen to you? I merely wish to avoid creating a tense atmosphere at home. After all, you know Yu's temperament. If he disagrees, even I, as his father, would be powerless. Mei-chin glanced at her increasingly carefree husband with a hint of exasperation. If you both spoke to Yu sincerely, he might not be so upset. After all, this child is usually quite easygoing. Indeed, he is typically amiable, but when he sets his mind to something, even I, as his father, can become a target. Fuji jested. At present, it seemed he held considerable sway over the family's affairs. However, when it came to the level of trust the clan members had in him versus Yu, his influence paled in comparison to Yu's single word. Fuji had come to terms with this. The clan would eventually be entrusted to Yu, and whether it happened sooner or later mattered little. He felt a sense of relief, which was why he and Mei-chin found themselves here at this moment. Fuji glanced at Mei-chin, who was observing Itachi and Sasuke training. How about we give you a younger sister? Perhaps with a sister, his temperament would soften considerably. Mei-chin shot him a playful glare. It's still broad daylight. After escorting Quan home, Yu arrived at the location of the secret gathering. Upon seeing him, numerous clan members rose and greeted him. Yu nodded, inquiring softly to Uchiha Liang. How is the training progressing for our clan members? Young clan leader. Today, 2 more members have awakened their 3 Tomo Sharingan. Uchiha Liang replied, a faint smile gracing his lips. Excellent. Encourage the clan members to intensify their training. They may find themselves of great use soon. Yu commanded. Yes, young clan leader. By the way, how is the investigation by the security department regarding that matter coming along? Yu continued, reporting to the young clan leader. Most of the missing children are traced to a secret base outside the village, heavily guarded by Umbu. Uchiha Liang responded with a serious demeanor. Expedite the uncovering of their hidden network within the village. If we gather sufficient evidence, do not hesitate. Immediately dispatch members of the security department to initiate a cleansing operation in Konoha. This case has lingered for far too long, and it is high time we provide answers to the parents of those lost children. A chilling smile crept onto Yu's lips. Third Hokage, your days of ease are numbered. Yes, young clan leader. A flicker of cold light gleamed in Uchiha Liang's eyes. As dawn broke, A serene and harmonious atmosphere enveloped the streets of Konoha. Early risers frolicked along the roads, while nearby vendors called out to passers-by, hawking their wares. Suddenly, the previous lively ambience fell eerily silent. The boisterous children swiftly retreated behind their parents, as a large contingent clad in black uniforms, emblazoned with the prominent Uchiha clan emblem, appeared with an air of cold detachment on the central thoroughfare. A palpable tension gripped the villagers as they observed the scene unfold. The Uchiha security department approached a pig vendor, halting with purpose. The leading captain signaled with a sweeping gesture, "Surround this area. No mosquito shall escape." "Understood, Captain." The Uchiha ninjas swiftly dispersed, drawing their weapons and fixing their bloodshot gazes upon the jovial pork vendor. The vendor, now under the scrutiny of dozens of piercing stares, began to sweat profusely. "What do you want?" "I am a legitimate vendor in Konoha, operating under a business license issued by the Hokage's office." The Uchiha captain coldly snorted. "Recently, we have received reports from villagers regarding a significant number of missing children. We suspect your involvement in these cases, as you may be a human trafficker. This is an arrest warrant issued by the security department. Please accompany us." The captain's voice boomed, resonating throughout the street. Instantly, the crowd erupted in chaos. "This is impossible. Wu Xia is a decent man. He has never shorted anyone on meat, and even offers lower prices than others. How could such a good person be a trafficker?" A villager stepped forward, fervently defending the vendor. "Indeed, surely there must be a mistake. Please don't arrest an innocent man." The villagers rallied together in protest. "Silence. The security department operates based on evidence. Once the case is confirmed, all details will be publicly posted on the notice board." A voice imbued with chakra resonated, overpowering the clamor of the crowd. The villagers stared in disbelief at the now visibly trembling pig vendor, struggling to reconcile the image of this seemingly benign individual with that of a ruthless trafficker. "Arrest him." The Uchiha captain commanded his subordinates coldly. "Damn it. Those Uchiha." The pig vendor, no longer able to conceal his fear, realized that if he was taken to the security department, he would undoubtedly reveal all his secrets. Given the Uchiha's track record of handling cases in the past 6 months, they lacked sufficient evidence to act so brazenly. This was precisely why the surrounding villagers dared only to voice their concerns, yet none stepped forward to intervene. As he contemplated the horrors of facing the Uchiha's various jinjutsu and torture. The pig vendor's heart quaked, and his once kind demeanor twisted into a mask of fury. He overturned his stall, drawing a 2-meter-long cleaver from beneath, eyes blazing with murderous intent as he charged towards the most crowded area. The Uchiha captain merely sneered. "Resisting arrest will only compound your crimes." With that, his eyes glimmered with the 3-tomo Sharingan, and in an instant, the pig vendor, rushing towards the crowd, froze in place. At that moment, the villagers realized something was amiss, their expressions shifting to one of horror. "Arrest him, and thoroughly search the premises behind him. There may be recently abducted children." "Yes, Captain." 2 Uchiha swiftly approached, binding the vendor's upper body with ropes and meticulously checking for any poison pouches. The operation unfolded seamlessly, showcasing the professionalism of the security department. Meanwhile, several other Uchiha violently kicked open the door to the pig vendor's premises, their vigilant eyes scanning the interior for any accomplices. The remaining villagers were cordoned off behind the security line. From initial shock and disbelief, they transitioned into outrage, anxiously observing the Uchiha security department as they conducted their search. Yet, none dared to breach the barrier established by the Uchiha. After all, disrupting law enforcement resulted in 3 days of confinement, a punishment that instilled a sense of dread among those who returned. Under the keen and meticulous observation of the Uchiha clan Sharingan, the discrepancies within the room were soon uncovered. 1 Uchiha struck forcefully at a wall that was slightly misaligned, instantly creating a significant breach and revealing a concealed chamber. Shadow clone, advance. Yes, in an instant. 2 Uchiha swiftly formed hand seals, and 4 shadow clones dashed into the hidden room. The dim lighting of the chamber unveiled several iron cages, each over half a meter tall, containing no fewer than 10 sleeping children of various ages. "We've made a discovery. Hostages found." The clones shouted towards the entrance of the chamber. Without hesitation, the Uchiha rushed inside. Before long, the 10 children confined within the iron cages were presented before the villagers. At that moment, the crowd could no longer contain their fury, unleashing a torrent of invectives at the pig merchant, whose mouth was gagged and bound nearby. "Scoundrel! Isn't that the boy from the Yamashita family, who was just playing nearby?" I thought he had left. Lizzie, that's my daughter Lizzie. I called her home. How could she be here? Please, esteemed guards, return my daughter to me. The original parents cried out, kneeling in desperation. The scene erupted into chaos. Observing this, the captain of the guard furrowed his brow slightly. Enough? The situation is clear, and the evidence is irrefutable if there are any parents or neighbors who recognize the children in the cages. Bring sufficient proof to the guard department to reclaim them. Dismissed. The guard department did not immediately return the children to their parents and relatives, but instead required them to follow proper procedures at the guard department. This was to reinforce the authority of the guard department and to prevent the possibility of a second abduction. The Uchiha quickly lifted the cages, leading the captives towards the guard department. Given the Uchiha's rigorous enforcement of the law in recent months, even the most anxious parents refrained from disrupting the guard's formation, hastily retreating home to gather evidence and witnesses to prove their children's identities. However, shortly after the Uchiha departed, a group of masked Umbu ninjas obstructed their path. The leader of the Umbu stepped forward. Hand over that individual. We suspect he is a spy from another village. Yet, the commanding tone of this Umbu ninja evidently struck a nerve with the Uchiha's pride, prompting immediate dissent. On what grounds? That person was apprehended by our guard department. We have him red-handed, and you claim he is a spy. Why didn't you apprehend him earlier? Now you wish to seize him from the Uchiha? You must be jesting. Instantly, the atmosphere became tense. The Umbu captain drew a kunai from his waist, the faint blue chakra enveloping it. A formidable aura radiating from him. What do you intend to do? Does the Uchiha clan harbor some unmentionable secret with this spy? The captain of the Uchiha guard displayed a slight smirk. Who are you trying to intimidate? Anyone with sight can see we are apprehending the village's missing children traffickers. You Umbu presume to accuse us without evidence. Do you find this amusing? Who gave you the audacity to obstruct the lawful actions of the Uchiha guard? The laws of Konohagakure are not to be trifled with. With that proclamation, dozens of Uchiha clan members unveiled their three-tomo Sharingan, setting down the iron cages and unsheathing their blades in unison. An overwhelming aura surged towards the Umbu ninjas. It is worth noting that for this operation, Uchiha Ryuhyang had meticulously arranged for all members to possess three-tomo Sharingan as a precaution, given the matter entrusted by the young clan leader. Uchiha Ryuhyang could not afford to be careless. There were even 2 clan members in hiding, possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, yet Ryuhyang still felt uneasy. Were it not for his other pressing matters, he would have led the team himself. The Umbu captain felt a wave of trepidation. When had the Uchiha clan amassed so many three-tomo Sharingan? This was information that the Hokage's office had not been privy to. Step aside. If it is later discovered that this individual is indeed a spy from another village, we will hand him over to the Umbu. But right now, the Uchiha are executing a lawful operation, and anyone who interferes will be treated as an accomplice. The authority of the law cannot be undermined. With that, the Uchiha captain advanced directly towards the Umbu captain, his long blade aimed menacingly. His teammates followed closely behind as the Uchiha approached. The Umbu captain felt an unprecedented pressure. How could a small Umbu squad contend with over a dozen three-tomo Uchiha? This is an order from Lord Hokage. The Umbu captain shouted desperately. My guard department operates as an independent entity and does not fall under the direct jurisdiction of the Hokage. If the Hokage desires this individual, please follow the proper village protocols. Now, stand aside. We must return the captive for questioning. The many parents of missing children are awaiting news from our guard department, as the law enforcement agency responsible for maintaining order in Konohagakure. It was intolerable for child trafficking to occur frequently. Such occurrences were a desecration of the Uchiha's pride. That I warn you once more, this is a lawful operation by the guard department. Anyone who disrupts our duties will be treated as a criminal. Furthermore, you Umbu are all masked. How can we ascertain that among you lurk accomplices? If the captive were to die or escape during your interference, how would we justify that to the people of Konohagakure? The villagers who had yet to leave nodded in agreement with the guard captain's words. The Uchiha's stringent enforcement over the past several months had unwittingly garnered immense trust from the villagers of Konohagakure. Every crime reported to the guard department had been systematically resolved. It was merely a matter of time. Compared to the previous lackadaisical attitude, the current Uchiha, while still instilling fear and distance, had gradually earned the villagers' confidence in their commitment to justice. Indeed, on what grounds does the Umbu presume to demand this individual? Who's to say they do not have accomplices among them? Cried a parent of a missing child to the crowd. Yes, yes, in this time frame. The Guard Department had not only uncovered cases of ninja-related crimes, but had also made arrests. Though these offenses were minor, such as voyeurism, they were still crimes, and the villagers believed in the Guard Department's earnestness in law enforcement. The crowd erupted in outrage. Many parents of missing children had previously confronted the Guard Department and even visited the Hokage's office. Yet, the ninjas there had maintained that the matter fell under the jurisdiction of the Guard Department. Now that the Guard Department had finally unearthed a lead, the Umbu were attempting to reclaim the individual, an obvious ruse that it was clear to all that the Guard Department was the last hope for these desperate parents. Many ordinary ninjas who had gathered were also casting disapproving glances at the Umbu, who were notorious for seizing credit for others' efforts. The Umbu ninjas were under immense pressure as the Uchiha closed in. The Umbu captain could no longer withstand the tension. Stand down. He barked at his subordinates. Instantly, the Umbu ninjas parted to create a path. As the Uchiha captain strode past, the Umbu captain coldly remarked, "I hope you maintain this fortitude when explaining to the third Hokage." "Huh? The third Hokage? We are executing our duties lawfully. May I inquire which of Konohagakure's laws we have contravened when the third Hokage arrives?" "We shall speak in the same manner." With that, the Uchiha captain ignored the glaring Umbu ninjas, shouldering the cages containing the children and hastily making his way towards the Guard Department. Young clan leader. "We have captured the individuals." You, who had been meditating, slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of azure light flashing through them. Quickly pry open their mouths, solidify all evidence, and then deliver a thunderous blow to those old geezers. "Yes, young clan leader," Uchiha Ryong replied, a flicker of excitement gleaming in his eyes. By the way, how is the preparation for the medical clinic coming along? Who is responsible for it? With a gentle voice. You inquired, "What news do we have?" In response, the young clan leader, "The alchemists cultivated within the clan have entered production mode. Once the elixirs are refined here, the medical clinic can commence operations tomorrow." With the primary overseer being Zongjie from the 12 Guardians. You smiled faintly. "Ah, Zongjie, a composed member of the Uchiha clan. In that case, let us grandly inaugurate the clinic once this matter is settled. It is time to present a different facet of the Uchiha to the world." "Indeed, young clan leader, once your elixirs are unveiled, the entire ninja realm shall surely be astonished." Uchiha Ryong increasingly harbored profound expectations for the future of the Uchiha clan. He yearned to witness the heights to which the Uchiha could ascend under the guidance of this seemingly divine youth, a thought so intense it caused a slight ache in his right eye. At the roots of Konoha, Danzo listened grimly as his subordinate reported. "So, you failed to retrieve the individuals. Lord Danzo, my subordinates are inept." The root ninja knelt before Danzo, scarcely daring to breathe. "What were the specifics?" Danzo's eyes glimmered ominously. The dozen Uchiha who enforced the law were all wielders of the three-tomo Sharingan. The captain sensed they were outmatched, and given the prevailing public sentiment, he succumbed to the pressure and allowed them to pass. The root ninja briefly recounted the scene. In a sudden fit of rage, Danzo leaped from his chair. "What? You say the enforcing Uchiha were all three-tomo Sharingan?" A flicker of fear crossed Danzo's eyes. "Indeed, Lord Danzo. Had the previous law enforcement personnel been in charge, the captain would not have regarded them as a threat. No, I must seek out Sarutobi. The Uchiha have completely extricated themselves from Konoha's control." With that, Danzo disregarded the kneeling root ninja and hastened towards the Hokage building. Upon entering the Hokage office, he encountered the presence of Nara Shikaku and Mito Minyin, who had already arrived. "Sarutobi, the Uchiha clan has become insufferably arrogant. This matter must not be tolerated any longer." Danzo neglected the silent trio, voicing his concerns. Sarutobi did not respond immediately, instead taking a moment to smoke his pipe. The atmosphere in the conference room grew thick with tension. "Danzo, this is no longer about suppressing the Uchiha. It is about swiftly addressing your own predicament." Sarutobi's voice resonated deeply. "Danzo, tell me honestly, are the missing children in the village connected to you?" At that moment, Sarutobi's tone was grave. "What do you imply, Sarutobi?" "Human experimentation. You consented to this." Danzo narrowed his eyes. "Indeed, it is entirely my fault. I should not have acquiesced to your request, leading to this audacity of using the village's children for experimentation." As Sarutobi's suppressed fury erupted, he continued, "Everything is for Konoha, for the village. What does a bit of darkness matter?" Danzo stubbornly asserted. "Very well. This is your version of doing it for the village. Sarutobi flung a stack of documents at Danzo's face. Danzo picked them up, noticing each page bore the seal of the Law Enforcement Division, but the contents caused his pupils to constrict in disbelief. Why has the Law Enforcement Division acted so swiftly? Danzo questioned incredulously. Meanwhile, at the Law Enforcement Division's bulletin board, a crowd had already gathered in outrage. Today, the Law Enforcement Division had undertaken a major operation, with nearly half of Konoha's residents aware of the situation. The large-scale arrests of human traffickers extended beyond just the marketplace. The Law Enforcement Division had dismantled no fewer than 5 trafficking dens, apprehending dozens of criminals, some of whom fiercely resisted, resulting in multiple intense confrontations. However, under the leadership of nearly all the 3 Tomo Sharingan wielders, not a single trafficker escaped, with over 30 children rescued, including some from ninja families. Such a grand operation could not remain concealed. Thus, as the Law Enforcement Division concluded their mission, a throng of citizens followed closely behind. Initially, it was believed that uncovering the truth would take some time. However, within less than half a day, the results were announced. The Uchiha's rapid resolution of the case was attributed to the 12 members possessing the Mangeki Sharingan, one of whom wielded the eye technique Mirror Flower, Water Moon. This infinite hypnosis technique rendered any criminal, even those aware of the Sharingan's might, unable to resist divulging the truth, as they succumbed to its influence and revealed all criminal acts. At this juncture, the Uchiha Law Enforcement Division recorded all testimonies and, through these accounts, uncovered all criminal evidence that a complete child trafficking network came to light, with all criminal activities pointing directly to Konoha's upper echelons. The Uchiha, having no intention of shielding Konoha's higher-ups, immediately disclosed the entire criminal process and submitted a capture proposal to the 3rd Hokage at It that moment. Not far from the village, a large contingent of Uchiha ninjas surrounded a hill deep within the Konoha forest. Behind them stood numerous family ninjas and some civilian ninjas. The Uchiha did not conceal their actions. After revealing the facts, a significant number of law enforcement guards rushed to the scene. Captain Liang. After reconnaissance, we have confirmed this is the location, and Uchiha reported to the standing Uchiha Liang. Deploy clan members with strong sensory abilities to locate the entrance immediately. Uchiha Liang commanded with a stern expression. Understood. The Uchiha clan members swiftly sprang into action. Under the anxious gazes of the surrounding ninjas, the Uchiha quickly located the entrance to the secret base. Without hesitation, Uchiha Liang led the main force into the hidden facility. The other family ninjas exchanged glances, resolute in their decision to follow. They could scarcely believe that the child traffickers were linked to Konoha's upper echelons. Yet the evidence presented by the Uchiha was overwhelmingly convincing, leaving them no room for rebuttal. Furthermore, the undeniable reality of several family children confined in cages was impossible to ignore. Every family had expended considerable resources to search for their mysteriously vanished children over the years, only to find the trail leading to external ninja factions, ultimately leaving the matter unresolved. Upon entering the experimental base, they were met with a chilling scene. In the spacious hall stood cylindrical glass tanks, each filled with a green liquid, submerging the bodies of young children. Among them were members of the Oil Woman clan, the Yamashiro clan, and the Hyuga clan, encompassing nearly all of Konoha's families. Numerous civilian children were also present, with the count exceeding 100 corpses. This sight plunged all family ninjas and civilian ninjas present into a profound silence, especially for Hyuga Hisashi, upon seeing a compartment containing the dissected remains of a young Hyuga girl. His heart trembled. He recalled the urgency with which a clan uncle had rushed in, reporting his daughter missing. The entire clan had been thrown into turmoil, dedicating a year to search without any leads. To this day, the incident remained a sore point for the Hyuga clan. While the disappearance of branch family members was not deemed significant, the main family could not afford to be cavalier about it. However, today, Hisashi stood before the remains of his niece, gazing at the severed child and the lost eyes, his breath quickening as he clenched his fists tightly. He could hardly fathom the torment his niece had endured in this place. Who dares intrude upon Konoha's confidential stronghold? Just as the Uchiha team prepared to delve deeper, dozens of masked ninjas leaped forth. Their sudden appearance darkened the expressions of the family ninjas present. Yet, upon spotting them, Uchiha Liang's eyes gleamed with determination. Seize them. We cannot allow this group of accomplices to escape. In an instant, all Uchiha clan members drew their weapons, denying the root ninjas any chance to speak. Advancing with their Sharingan activated, 1 member, bearing a distinctive golden vertical mark on his forehead, witnessed his three tomos spinning rapidly, swiftly transforming into a pinwheel formation, mirror flower, water moon. Not good. Quickly close your eyes. Suddenly, a root ninja shouted. However, it was ultimately too late. Those who once wielded their weapons were instantaneously rendered motionless, their kunai clattering to the ground. This unexpected scene plunged the family ninjas behind them into a state of shock, as they had been prepared to engage in a fierce battle alongside the Uchiha clan. Yet, the Uchiha merely cast a genjutsu that swiftly ensnared the enemies present. Their gazes were filled with dread as they stared at the Uchiha, who covered his eyes. Unable to comprehend how the Uchiha clan's illusions had grown so formidable, capture them. Uchiha Liang commanded with a wave of his hand, and the Uchiha ninjas advanced to subdue this group of root ninjas. Uchiha Liang approached the clan member, shielding his eyes. Hida, you've done well, brother Liang. It's all for the plan of the young clan leader. Hida replied with a grave expression. Uchiha Liang nodded. Choosing not to elaborate further, proceed. Yes, not good. Lord Danzo, the Uchiha has stormed our secret base number 14. Just as the Hokage's office was enveloped in a tense silence, an Umbu ninja shouted in panic. What? The previously quiet Hokage office was shattered by Danzo's exclamation. Saratobi's face darkened as he turned to the Umbu ninja who had rushed in. Danzo, look at the mess you've created. Saratobi bellowed in anger. He immediately summoned all Umbu to accompany him to the scene. He could no longer afford to reprimand Danzo at this moment, for he had to rush to the site without delay. Otherwise, this situation would become irrevocably entangled with him. This was undeniably a devastating blow to him, as years of hard-earned reputation could be obliterated in an instant, far more painful than death itself. Danzo's expression was grim as he muttered, Uchiha, with clenched teeth. However, he was acutely aware that the situation was dire. If he did not devise a plan, he would find no refuge in the village. With this in mind, Danzo hurriedly departed from the Hokage building, making his way to the root headquarters, where he needed to concoct a foolproof strategy. When Saratobi arrived at the scene, personnel from the guard division were already clearing the corpses in the laboratory, which numbered in the thousands, bodies of varying sizes arranged neatly on the open ground by the Uchihas. Surrounding the bodies were several ninjas weeping in grief. Upon seeing Saratobi's arrival, all eyes turned towards him. Hokage-sama, can you enlighten us on what transpired? Why does our village harbor such a large-scale human experimentation facility? A civilian ninja inquired, his voice chillingly calm as if it were forged from eternal ice. Saratobi surveyed the scrutinizing gazes around him, and then glanced at the busy Uchihas. I have only just arrived, and am not privy to the events that unfolded here, Saratobi replied, a look of sorrow etched across his face. Who is in charge here? Hokage-sama. It is I, Uchiha Liang replied, approaching with an air of tranquility. Why did you bring a large contingent from the guard division and cross the barrier without the village's consent? Saratobi's expression darkened as he regarded Uchiha Liang. Uchiha Liang remained composed. Our guard division submitted a capture order to the Hokage building, yet we received no directive in return. To prevent the perpetrators from erasing evidence. The guard division deemed it necessary to activate an emergency protocol to secure the scene first, with a report to follow. This does not justify the Uchiha's breach of the barrier without the Hokage's consent. If every Uchiha acted in such a manner, would they not also bypass the Hokage's approval to approach the Jinchuriki of the village? At this moment, Saratobi hoped to downplay the gravity of the situation to mitigate its potential fallout. I believe the Hokage may have misunderstood. Our guard division did not act recklessly but instead gathered sufficient evidence, which has been submitted to the Umbu for the Hokage's review. However, the Hokage has yet to provide approval. As the law enforcement division responsible for maintaining peace in Konoha, we have the right to act based on the evidence at hand. Should the Hokage wish to pursue accountability later, he may certainly recount the events. For the evidence speaks for itself. Upon hearing Uchiha Liang's words, the surrounding ninjas nodded in agreement. Saratobi felt a surge of anxiety. But the collective support of the ninjas around him made it impossible to pinpoint any fault in the Uchiha's actions. They had executed their tasks with meticulous precision, and to pursue the matter seriously could ultimately tarnish Saratobi's own standing as Hokage. When did the Uchiha become so formidable? Where is Fugaku? The third Hokage inquired. We are currently notifying the minister. This matter was entirely uncovered by our guard division's criminal investigation team. Upon discovering the lead, the guard division mobilized all available personnel to pursue suspects, resulting in the breakthrough of this case, labeled 414. Uchiha Liang replied with unyielding confidence, but a look of confusion crossed Sarutobi's face. When did the Guard Division establish a criminal investigation team? This is an internal reorganization of our Guard Division, which was previously reported to you. Perhaps you overlooked it. With Uchiha Liang's reminder, Sarutobi recalled a document from the Guard Division that had indeed been submitted. However, he had been too preoccupied with searching for Itachi at the time to pay it mind. And upon returning, he had dismissed it from his thoughts, consumed by his concerns regarding the Uchiha. Noticing the inquisitive gazes of the other ninjas, Sarutobi felt a twinge of embarrassment. Yes, that is indeed the case. How is the investigation proceeding? We must provide a fair response to all the victims. Furthermore, this matter must be contained. Otherwise, its impact could severely affect the situation on the front lines. Hokage-sama, once this case is resolved, our Guard Division will disclose the truth. The citizens of Konoha have the right to know the full extent of this matter, Uchiha Liang expressed, feigning a troubled demeanor while inwardly reveling in delight. Sarutobi's expression darkened suddenly. Uchiha, do you understand the consequences of such actions? Sarutobi's tone grew stern. Consequences? Hokage-sama, what consequences could there possibly be? The Uchiha are merely fulfilling their duty to investigate as long as we apprehend the criminals and provide the public with a reasonable account. Why would the citizens harbor discontent? Uchiha Liang feigned ignorance, scratching his head in response. Sarutobi gazed intently at Uchiha Liang, uncertain whether the young Uchiha was genuinely unaware of the repercussions or merely pretending ignorance. Hokage-sama, this matter necessitates your accountability to the public. Why did the Umbu appear here, and under my Uchiha's Jinjutsu interrogation? Did they implicate the higher echelons of Konoha? Sarutobi's expression tightened that I'm not entirely certain. While the Umbu are under my command, I cannot dictate their autonomy. Uchiha brat, are you casting doubts upon the Hokage? Tsunade Koharu, standing behind Sarutobi, inquired sternly. Not at all, Elder Koharu. Uchiha Liang hastily lowered his head. Merely having noted the Umbu's puzzlement. Know that the village stands today because of who? Just as Tsunade Koharu finished her statement, Fugaku arrived swiftly alongside Hokage-sama. Fugaku quickly bowed, having just learned of the day's significant events. Earlier, he had been preoccupied with his romantic encounter with Mikoto. The unexpected interruption by you had left him feeling quite embarrassed, though thankfully, his eldest son remained discreet and refrained from asking questions. However, the subsequent revelations from you instantly put Fugaku on high alert, and he shot you a fierce glare before hastening over. Fugaku, this is the Guard Division you oversee, and they dare to question the Hokage? Tsunade Koharu turned to Fugaku with a stern gaze. Fugaku's heart sank. He was still unclear about the situation's developments. The Guard Division had long since fallen under Yu's control. If you wish to keep something from him. Aside from his loyal subordinates, no one else dared to inform him. From top to bottom, the personnel seemed to have developed a fervent devotion to you, though Fugaku had yet to realize this shift. Due to the fact that he is his own son, Fujitake initially paid little heed to the circumstances. However, upon realizing the gravity of the situation and still considering him his son, Fujitake chose to let go. In his heart, he believed that the future inherently belonged to his son. What difference does it make whether it happens sooner or later, if he possesses the capability to take on the responsibilities of the family? Fujitake would genuinely welcome it, for his own desire for power was not particularly strong. That he chuckled softly. The elder's remarks were rather amusing, for it is human nature to it is an undeniable fact that the Umbu are involved now. Yet is it truly questionable to scrutinize the Hokage? Observing his father at a loss for words, you stepped forward with a light laugh. Silence, child. Where is the place for you to interject in adult conversations? Tsunade Koharu reprimanded without hesitation. Whether I am a child or not is not for you to determine. I am currently the assistant to the Minister of the Guard, and am inherently part of the Guard system. Elder Koharu, now is not the time to question my identity, but to uncover the truth and prove Lord Hokage's innocence. Tsunade Koharu was about to retort when she noticed that the busy Uchiha clan members had gathered around, their expressions growing increasingly hostile towards her. This scene had already caught the attention of the clan's ninja present, each displaying varied expressions. They observed that this group of Uchiha had a rather muted reaction upon encountering their clan leader, Fujitake, but their demeanor transformed to one of agitation upon seeing Fujitake's son, particularly when Tsunade Koharu scolded Fujitake's son as a child. The hostility in their gazes intensified, with several revealing their Sharingan. although Tsunade Koharu felt a twinge of unease under the scrutiny of multiple three-tomo Sharingan. Her years in high office led her to feel a sense of indignation. Just as she was about to chastise these Uchiha for their insubordination, she heard Sarutobi's restrained voice. Enough. Koharu is right. The most pressing matter is to ascertain the truth. Then, Sarutobi turned his kind gaze towards the newly arrived Yu. You are correct. Have the Uchiha determined who is responsible for this? You glanced at Uchiha Rion, who stood behind him. Brother Rion. Did those Umbu divulge any information? Uchiha Rion stepped forward respectfully. Young clan leader, their tongues are bound. Should they be compelled through Jinjutsu to reveal secrets, their heads will explode instantaneously. A collective gasp rippled through the assembly of ninjas. Bring him forth, Yu instructed softly. Yes, young clan leader. Uchiha Rion replied, waving his hand as two Uchiha brought forth an Umbu ninja. One Uchiha disregarded the Umbu's protests and forcefully seized his chin, yanking out his tongue. At that moment, the surrounding ninjas closed in, and one observed the seal on the Umbu's tongue, his pupils contracting in shock. This is tongue curse eradication. If I recall correctly, it is a technique developed by the second Hokage. The caster applies this curse mark to another's tongue, rendering the victim not only controllable, but also unable to divulge any secrets of the caster. If they do, the lighter penalty is paralysis and excruciating pain, while the severest outcome is death. The mention of this struck a chord with the ninjas from several prominent clans, sending shivers through them. They had previously considered sending their most promising youths to the Umbu as a pathway to success. But now it appeared this shortcut was a descent into a dark abyss, where one could easily lose their freedom and become a puppet. However, it was said that due to the brutal and domineering nature of this technique, which could easily be exploited, it had long been prohibited by the second Hokage and sealed away in the Book of Seals. The ninja who spoke was from the Nara clan, and he found himself deep in thought. Recalling how certain clan members had changed after joining the Umbu, his exceptionally high intelligence of 250 began to churn with realization. Could those clansmen have been controlled by such a technique? He was not alone in this line of thought. Many clan representatives shared similar conclusions, their expressions darkening as they turned their gazes towards the third Hokage, Sarutobi. Sarutobi felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. It was undoubtedly Danzo's doing. As he sensed the increasingly hostile stares surrounding him, he steeled himself and declared, "We must investigate thoroughly to uncover who has stolen the sealing technique." The crowd regarded the third Hokage with a more tempered demeanor. Indeed, we must unveil this culprit. It must be someone from the upper echelons, as it would be impossible to act without causing a stir. We must pursue this matter to the end. Having such an enemy hidden within the village is too frightening. If this remains unresolved, who would dare send their kin to the Umbu again? Kajuki glanced at the agitated Hichi nearby. What are you doing? How dare you point fingers at the upper echelons? Hichi's expression turned cold. Kajuki, you mentioned it yourself. This is a technique from the Book of Seals. Aside from the third Hokage, only the elders of Konoha could quietly record such a technique. Let it be known that my nephew, Yamashiro Kazuchi, has just entered the Umbu this year. Kajuki fell silent, at a loss for words. Despite being the most loyal supporters of the Hokage, none wished for their family members to become someone else's marionette. Sarutobi observed the enraged ninjas, a deep sense of trepidation settling in his heart. He suddenly felt an overwhelming fear of being exposed by the crowd. Oh, so it is the second's technique. How cruel it truly is. A light-hearted voice suddenly broke the tension, causing the furious ninjas to fall silent. All eyes turned to the smiling Yuda. Fujitake's expression immediately tightened, his heart racing, for he had come to understand the events that transpired. It was merely Yu's revenge for the third Hokage's manipulation regarding Itachi's early graduation. Hearing Yu's flippant remarks, he realized his son was about to escalate the situation. Indeed, the next words that escaped Yu's lips were filled with mockery. Is that all? It seems the second's foresight is rather limited, resorting to such methods to control the village's ninjas. Child, do you comprehend the weight of your words? The second sacrificed himself for the village. At that moment, Tsunade Koharu and Mito Kamen, standing behind Sarutobi, were visibly incensed. Even the third Hokage's expression darkened. You. The second is the shadow of the village. Am I mistaken? With the multitude of ninjutsu available, how could the second develop such a nefarious technique? Is this really the shadow of Konoha, which prides itself on the great philosophy of the will of fire? This world is utterly tainted. It is no wonder that the seeds of prejudice were sown from the very beginning. That a mere forbidden technique cannot deter the Uchiha. Child. Anyone can spout grandiose claims. The second acted for the sake of the village. You, who have done nothing for Konoha, dare to question Lord Tobarama's intentions. What are the Uchiha's true motives? Mito came and narrowed his eyes, casting a hostile glare at Yu. Yu merely smiled faintly. Whether my words are mere bravado will be revealed in due time. A trace of disdain flickered in Yu's eyes. Compared to the complex arrangements of the sealing techniques, a simple sealing jutsu was hardly formidable. With that, Yu conjured a glimmering azure light in his hand. Deftly grasping the struggling Umbu's tongue, his spiritual energy transformed into delicate threads, skillfully dismantling the internal structure of the tongue curse eradication. Before long, Yu gradually released the Umbu's tongue, and the onlookers beheld the curse mark that had been etched upon the Umbu's tongue slowly fading away until it vanished entirely. This spectacle caused the pupils of all present ninjas to involuntarily constrict, especially for Hinata Hayashi, who stood beside Hinata Hizashi. His body trembled with excitement, his gaze towards Yu shimmering with brilliance. How is this possible? The master's technique was undone by a mere child. At that moment, Sarutobi and the others were taken aback. However, Yu paid no heed to the three old-timers and instead turned his attention to Uchiha Watanabe. Watanabe, let us proceed. With the curse mark lifted, let us hear who the true mastermind of this incident is. Upon hearing Yu's words, Sarutobi and the others tensed at Yu. This concerns the village's secrets. We must exercise caution. Sarutobi urgently interjected. Lord Hokage, the individual we are interrogating is a criminal. This has no bearing on the village's secrets. A consensus surged among the crowd, all eager to uncover the truth, believing that only the words of the captured criminal would possess sufficient credibility. Whether it be the solitary interrogation by Uchiha or the secret questioning conducted by the Umbu, there exists a profound lack of credibility, especially given that the matter at hand pertains to the upper echelons. Yu unhesitatingly rejected Sarutobi's request, realizing that the only way to gain the trust of the various clans present was to have these individuals vocally assert the truth in a public forum. Should Sarutobi and the third Hokage be granted even a moment's respite, whether through the Umbu's own interrogation or through being taken away by Sarutobi and his associates, ample time would be afforded to obfuscate the truth. Indeed, the young leader of the Uchiha clan spoke wisely. The Hokage must not delay. Yes. The Hokage must urgently uncover the true culprits behind the devastation of the village. Otherwise, what will become of us if the perpetrators escape? In an instant, the assembled ninjas began to voice their concerns. Sarutobi felt a chill in his heart, acutely aware that he could only implore those present not to implicate him in this affair. Uchiha Andean paid no heed to the third's demands. Upon hearing his name called by the young clan leader, he acted without hesitation that a wave of secretive mental energy spread throughout the area. And in an instant, the previously struggling root ninjas became remarkably tranquil. The pupils of the one who had been the most defiant slowly fell into a daze, a windmill pattern emerging in his gaze. When all present beheld this windmill design, many of the clan ninjas felt a tightening in their chests. This was the kaleidoscope Sharingan. Numerous ninjas familiar with the Uchiha clan gasped in astonishment. The implications of this pattern were utterly terrifying, and the third's expression darkened as he regarded the back of Uchiha Andean. Yet, at this moment, he refrained from immediately questioning the Uchiha, his gaze instead flickering as he pondered something deeply. Tell me, who is truly orchestrating this laboratory from the shadows? Uchiha Andean inquired calmly. All of this is for Konoha. Danzo-sama must not be exposed, replied the Umbu with a distant gaze. However, upon hearing that name, the expressions of everyone present involuntarily shifted. They began to glance around, searching for something. Yet, the ever-present Danzo, who typically accompanied the third, was conspicuously absent today, leading many to believe the Umbu's claims more readily. Yu smiled slightly, realizing it was that old rascal Danzo. One could tell at a glance he was no good, his very demeanor reeking of insidiousness, hiding a multitude of filth beneath the surface. Hearing Yu's mockery, Sarutobi and his companions wore expressions of great discomfort, while Tsurugi Komatsu, initially intent on defending her comrade, felt the oppressive atmosphere and quickly sealed her lips. Next, one person's testimony is insufficient. We shall interrogate everyone. Indeed. Young clan leader, Fugaku gazed at his son, who remained composed amidst the crowd, and for a moment, his mind began to wander. He could not fathom why the clan members who had awakened their kaleidoscope Sharingan still obeyed his son so faithfully. It was something he himself could not achieve. Only those who had activated the Uchiha's most potent I understood the true magnitude of such power. If indeed there were clan members who had awakened the kaleidoscope, their pride and strength would likely render them dismissive even before him, the clan leader. Yet, the reality was that the one who had awakened the Uchiha's strongest I maintained a humble demeanor before you. A fact that Fugaku found utterly incomprehensible. Increasingly, he felt he could not grasp the mystery of his eldest son. The captured Umbu were brought forth one by one for questioning, their responses largely echoing one another. However, the revelations they shared sent a chill through the hearts of all clan ninjas present. It was one thing to conduct human experiments on villagers, but they had not spared the bloodlines of the various clans either. In the name of researching would release, even the remains of the first Hokage had been callously manipulated. There were even corpses of members of the Senju clan involved, had Tsunade been present. This alone would have severed the bonds between Sarutobi and her. Such a significant matter could not possibly be known to Sarutobi, or else these human resources could not have been acquired solely through Danzo's machinations. Yet, out of respect for the image Sarutobi had upheld for years, none dared voice their suspicions. Nonetheless, the gazes of many clan ninjas towards Sarutobi and his companions had begun to change. Sarutobi clenched his fists tightly. His head bowed in silence, his heart racing with turmoil. He knew that the illustrious image he had maintained for decades had crumbled. He now had to contemplate how to safely step down from the position of Hokage. Casting a glance at Uchiha, who still wore a serene smile, that Sarutobi's breath quickened. He had not anticipated being outmaneuvered by the Uchiha Hokage-sama. The case has now been clarified. Do you have any further instructions? If not, my security division will commence arrests. You spoke with a calm demeanor, his final words laced with a hint of coldness. Sarutobi's expression hardened as he remained silent for a considerable time before exhaling a heavy sigh. I never imagined that Danzo would commit such acts. This is a complete dereliction of duty on my part as Hokage. Since the truth has been uncovered, let the security division proceed according to protocol. Faced with Yu's pressing inquiries, although he remained reluctant to abandon his former ally, the stark reality rendered him unable to conjure an explanation to extricate himself from this predicament. Were he to utter even a single word in defense of Danzo, the enraged ninjas surrounding him would certainly disregard his dignity as the third Hokage. Yu nodded. In that case, I, in the name of the security division, hereby declare that due to Danzo's heinous actions, which have severely endangered the village, he is no longer an elder of Konoha, but rather a despicable criminal. Justice may arrive tardily, but it shall undoubtedly not be absent this moment. I, Uchiha, shall mobilize the entire security force to apprehend this vile criminal, restoring the truth to the public and delivering justice to all citizens of Konoha. Security Division, move out. Execute the arrest. Yu's impassioned declaration ignited a fervor among the Uchiha clansmen present. This young man, through the Security Division, had redefined the Uchiha from a despised clan to a noble defender of Konoha's laws, a beacon of justice against evil. An extraordinary transformation indeed. Even those Konoha ninjas who had previously held a low opinion of the Uchiha now regarded them with newfound respect. Though they could not fully articulate their appreciation, in this moment, they silently cheered for the Uchiha in their hearts. Few among the gathered ninjas dared to pressure the third Hokage so boldly. Yet the Uchiha had done so, leaving Sarutobi speechless. The Uchiha departed, followed by the ninjas of the village, leaving only Sarutobi and his companions behind. At this moment, Sarutobi felt utterly dejected. He understood that this matter was far from over. It was merely the beginning. The subsequent ramifications for Konoha would undoubtedly be monumental. For now, the ninjas were merely suppressing their fury out of respect for his long-standing authority. The real challenge lay ahead, as the collective outrage of the villagers would soon become his primary concern. With this thought, Sarutobi felt an overwhelming weariness. Monkey, what should we do now? Tsurugi Komatsu inquired anxiously. What can we do? We can only take it one step at a time. At worst, I shall resign in disgrace, Sarutobi replied with a resigned sigh. That won't do. The Uchiha are growing increasingly brazen. If you step down, who will keep them in check? You saw the eyes that boy just used. They are undoubtedly connected to the Ninetales incident, Tsurugi Komatsu exclaimed, her expression filled with indignation. Sarutobi's eyes flickered, hesitating momentarily. Indeed, Sarutobi, you cannot retreat. We can leverage this situation to compel the Uchiha to reveal the culprits behind the Ninetales incident. After all, everyone has witnessed this. The Uchiha cannot possibly evade responsibility. interjected Mito Gate in, hastily supporting the notion. Sigh. Very well. For the sake of the village, I shall endure for a while longer. I hope the situation at the borders of the Land of Lightning resolves swiftly. And Jiraiya returned soon. Sarutobi regained a flicker of resolve, as if he had returned to the days of his youth when he exhibited the prowess of a formidable ninja. In this moment of peril for the village, he would once again rise to the occasion. On the bustling streets of Konoha, he was followed by a large contingent of Uchiha clansmen, all clad in uniform attire with sheathed kunai at their waists, exuding an imposing aura that caused the townsfolk to scatter in fear. It was their first encounter with such a formidable assembly of Uchiha, each face stern and purposeful, emanating an unmistakable air of danger. Elder Liang, have you ascertained the location of Danzo's root base? You inquired with a calm demeanor. Young clan leader, fear not. We have prepared for this day for no less than 6 months. We will not permit that scoundrel Danzo to escape. Uchiha Liang replied with spirited enthusiasm. Haha. Excellent. Let us first eliminate one of the third's lapdogs and savor our victory. In due time, the position of Hokage, held by the second's disciple, will be within our grasp as well. From this day forth, the tides of battle have shifted. I wonder how that old fool of the third is faring while he ruminates over his next move. You felt a wave of relief wash over him. Having been unsettled by the old man Sarutobi's presence, now he would relish the opportunity to execute his retribution, curious to see if Sarutobi would have time to persuade his foolish brother. At that moment, within the shadowy confines of the root headquarters, Danzo paced restlessly, his expression as dark as a storm cloud. The scouts have yet to return, he questioned in a low, tense voice, reporting to Lord Danzo. They have not, an Umbu ninja replied, trembling on one knee. Incompetent fools. Is it so difficult to gather a single piece of intelligence? Have I nurtured a cadre of incompetence within root? Danzo could no longer contain his mounting frustration, his voice rising with each word. This was the third batch of ninjas he had dispatched, and still, not a whisper of news had reached him. He needed to know the current status of the research base. No. 14 to devise a plan to conceal the truth. Yet, none of his subordinates returned, leaving him in a state of agitation. Information is paramount for a ninja, yet he remained oblivious to the fact that the root ninjas he sent out stood no chance against Yu's formidable spiritual perception, which rendered their attempts at reconnaissance futile. They were all incapacitated by Yu's overwhelming mental force. Even the Umbu ninja secretly dispatched by Mitarashi Anko to inform Danzo was not spared, as Yu chose to refrain from alarming the enemy at such a critical juncture. As Danzo anxiously awaited news, a commanding voice pierced the air from outside the root headquarters. Surround this place. Not a single fly shall escape. In the concealed forest of Konoha, Uchiha Liang bellowed to his gathered clansmen. Yes, in an instant, hundreds of Uchiha clan members spread out, their expressions animated as they observed the movements of the base. Who are you to dare intrude upon this military stronghold? 2 root ninjas shouted. Emerging to confront the intruders, Uchiha Liang regarded them as if they were mere phantoms. Kill. Yes, Captain. Instantly, 4 Uchiha clan members revealed their 3-tomo Sharingan, unleashing a Genjutsu. The root ninjas sensed the imminent danger, but against the onslaught of the Uchiha's 3-tomo Sharingan, their resistance was futile. In mere moments, blades pierced their bodies. The root ninjas, eyes wide with terror, gazed at the rotating 3-tomo Sharingan of the Uchiha, unable to comprehend how the Uchiha clan had dared to act with such audacity. Attacking fellow villagers who were also Umbu ninjas, they knew that despite their affiliation with Root, they were still under the banner of the Umbu, and previously, their status had commanded a degree of respect from the prominent clans of Konoha. As blood flowed from their wounds, the Root ninjas felt their strength ebbing away. Even in their final moments, they could not believe that such brutality could be wrought by the Uchiha. Had the Uchiha truly turned traitor? Charge in. Leave no one inside who dares to resist. Uchiha Liang disdainfully regarded the Root ninjas, whose lifeless eyes remained open in death. A group of transgressors still daring to bark orders. He spat on the ground. For none loathed the Root more than the Uchiha, who had long endured the arrogance of these Umbu. Emboldened by the name of the Hokage, Danzo's expression darkened as he listened to the commotion outside. The Uchiha were audacious indeed. Come, let us see what is happening. He beckoned, his face a mask of uncertainty. In an instant, the entire cadre of Root ninjas followed Danzo out of the dimly lit hall. Upon emerging, he beheld the visage he most despised, that of the insufferably smug youth Do. Is that you, Lord Danzo? What a rare sight. Yu's flippant voice rang out at why now. A number of ninjas had gathered, observing the confrontation between the Uchiha and the root. Uchiha brat, what are you plotting? Danzo squinted at the corpses on the ground, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. Elder Danzo, you may not be aware, but you are quite the infamous figure in Konoha these days. However, it's not a reputation of which to be proud. Allow me to deliver some good news. You have been dismissed from your position and will be branded a criminal in Konoha, to be apprehended by my security division. Tell me, Lord Danzo, are you pleased? You remarked with a mocking tone, his eyes gleaming with derision. That I know not what you speak of, Uchiha brat. The slaughter of Umbu ninjas proves that the Uchiha are indeed a malevolent clan. I shall rid the village of your ilk. Ha! You suddenly laughed heartily, wiping a tear from the corner of his eye in comparison to the heinous acts you have committed. Danzo, how could my Uchiha clan even begin to measure up? Conducting human experiments on fellow villagers, spying on the bloodline limits of Konoha's great clans, desecrating the remains of the first Hokage, and even targeting the now-dissolved Senju clan. Your sins are indeed egregious. Do you have any defense against such accusations? If not, I recommend you surrender, lest I make your demise most unpleasant. In that moment, you no longer concealed his murderous intent, a powerful surge of spiritual energy enveloping the area. The atmosphere shifted dramatically, dark clouds gathering as a sudden gust of wind rustled the surrounding trees, an unprecedented pressure saturating the battlefield. Danzo felt as if he bore the weight of a mountain upon his shoulders. His body crushed under the immense pressure, beads of sweat trickling down his forehead. He intended to chastise you for his nonsense, yet found himself utterly speechless, his face flushed with suppressed rage. The arriving ninjas fared little better. The weaker ones collapsed to the ground, while those with greater strength struggled to withstand the overwhelming force, their eyes filled with dread as they gazed upon the youth in the center of the battlefield, his garments billowing in the wind. The wind is rising, you mused, extending a hand to feel the air swirling around him, then casting a nonchalant glance at Danzo, whose face was now a deep shade of crimson. I've heard that Lord Danzo is quite adept at wind techniques. I wonder if you could demonstrate that for everyone. You'd best not get too cocky. Danzo managed to grit out through clenched teeth, summoning every ounce of chakra to utter those words. Why, Lord Danzo, you seem rather uncomfortable. You circled around Danzo slowly, then stood before him. Oh, you know what I most admire about you? It's your current expression. It brings me such delight. You reveled in the surge of malevolent energy within his mind, the prompt echoing endlessly in Danzo's eyes. The boy before him was nothing short of a tormentor, his gaze filled with an uncontainable hatred. He could not fathom what technique this child had employed to render him powerless, and he struggled to suppress his own fury, desperately seeking a way to break free from this unknown genjutsu. You seem to sense Danzo's turmoil, a wicked smile creeping onto his lips. It appears that Lord Danzo is still reluctant to admit his guilt. Very well, I shall offer you a chance. If you can withstand a single strike from me, I will bestow upon you the title of Konoha's second S-rank rogue ninja. What do you say? Upon uttering these words, you unfettered the mental constraints surrounding the venue, and in an instant, those present felt an overwhelming sense of lightness. As if they had been plucked from the depths of water, their eyes widened in sheer dread as they gazed upon you. They had unequivocally determined that the oppressive aura engulfing the gathering emanated from this mere boy, who had just turned 7. What kind of power could possibly allow one so young to render all the ninjas present so encumbered? You will pay dearly for your arrogance, little brat. With that, Danzo removed the bandages from his left hand. Having revealed himself, he no longer concealed the fruits of years of modification, an arm resembling a grotesque club, embedded with several crimson orbs. Witnessing this, the assembled ninjas trembled in unison, while you narrowed his eyes, a fierce murderous intent flickering within them. It seemed that the bodies of his clan members lost on the battlefield over the years had, in truth, been taken by this old scoundrel. You foolish child, what do you understand of this? All of this is for Konoha. Where there is light, there is darkness. As the roots of Konoha, our duty is to draw strength from the shadows to bolster the roots, allowing this great tree to burgeon with lush foliage. Watching Danzo shamelessly espouse his twisted ideology made you feel nauseated. He had never encountered such brazen audacity, with one so self-serving cloaking their desires in such grandiloquence. In this regard, Danzo, I would reluctantly declare you the strongest. Evil Uchiha brat, meet your demise. Wind release. Vacuum sphere. Seizing the opportunity as you spoke, Danzo launched his attack without hesitation, with a casual wave of his hand. You effortlessly deflected Danzo's bullet-like gust of wind, sending it crashing into the nearby forest, where it erupted into a tempest that toppled trees for dozens of meters around, casting a thick cloud of dust into the air. How unoriginal, you scoffed, retracting his hand. Allow me to show you what true wind is. In an instant, Yu's body began to levitate, and the gentle breeze that had been blowing transformed into a ferocious hurricane. The tempest roared, uprooting flowers and trees, while the surrounding ninjas felt themselves being inexorably drawn toward the eye of the storm. What mastery of wind release is this? Akimichi Kurikaze, who had just arrived, exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. As a disciple of the second Hokage, he had not received the same direct tutelage as the likes of Sarutobi's quartet, having only been instructed briefly during his time at the Ninja Academy. Nevertheless, the second Hokage had not denied Kurikaze's status as a disciple. Upon learning of Danzo's actions from his clan's younger generation, he had hurried over, only to be captivated by the formidable presence of the Uchiha boy. Now, he exerted all his strength to withstand the sudden onslaught of the hurricane, feeling an overwhelming terror at the boy's displayed capabilities. Could this be yet another ninja rivaling the first Hokage and Madara? Kurikaze thought in horror. Danzo felt an overwhelming discomfort. The violent winds rendered him unable to open his eyes, while the gales buffeted his visage mercilessly. What technique is this, you little brat? I refuse to believe that a Uchiha could master such wind release. Danzo bellowed in indignation. You are but a frog at the bottom of a well. The wind is not as you perceive it. It is the most liberated force in existence. Now, repent for your sins in the embrace of the wind. 5 Ghosts Move Mountains Technique. Wind Ghost. You formed a hand seal casually. Instantly, the swirling winds around him accelerated and coalesced, as if they had attained corporeality, rapidly forming a colossal figure of wind. The once invisible winds took on color, as countless tiny white currents coalesced into razor-sharp strands, woven together by an overwhelming force. As the winds gradually subsided, a towering giant adorned in azure armor, ghastly in appearance with fangs and 8 massive arms, emerged before the audience, exuding an aura of lethal sharpness. Danzo gazed in horror at the spectacle, but what truly petrified him was the giant's enormous hand, now outstretched, descending toward him with the weight of a mountain. A violent gust of cutting wind accompanied the giant's swing, slicing through Danzo's skin like countless tiny blades. Unable to evade, Danzo and the root members were immediately drenched in a torrent of blood. As if subjected to a gruesome execution, Danzo felt an agonizing sting that penetrated to his very marrow. Yet this was merely the residual force of the giant's hand. The true titanic appendage was swiftly approaching. As he finally glimpsed the hand's grotesque form, the bloody Danzo and the root members trembled uncontrollably. The Uchiha brat intends to annihilate us completely. What manner of hand is that? It is clearly a palm forged from countless swirling wind blades. Danzo realized that should he be struck by this giant hand, he would be reduced to countless minuscule fragments. He wished to move, but an invisible force bound him in place, rendering him a mere spectator as the mountain-sized hand loomed closer. No, he cried out in desperation, that I cannot die here. I have yet to become Hokage. I have yet to lead Konoha to unify the ninja world. Monkeys, save me. Danzo's pleas fell on deaf ears, as even the arriving third Hokage, Sarutobi, or the nearby Akimichi Kurikaze could do little to assist. So profound was the shock you had instilled in the gathered ninjas. Boom. The earth trembled as the hurricane radiated outward, sending countless weaker ninjas sprawling far from the epicenter. Numerous jonin clung desperately to the ground with their chakra, striving to withstand the cataclysmic aftershocks. Time lost all meaning as the winds gradually began to subside, and countless ninjas brushed the dirt and dust from their bodies, gazing toward the battleground's center, only to find no trace of Danzo or the root ninjas. The colossal crater, hundreds of meters wide, lay before the assembled Konoha ninjas. That moment, their gaze fell upon the boy floating in the air, and they could not help but swallow hard. Kajuku, did the Uchiha young clan leader just form a wind release hand seal? Hachi pondered, deep in thought. Shouldn't the initial hand seals for wind release be the dog, snake, and boar? Why could the young clan leader of the Uchiha perform such a formidable wind release with just 2 fingers? Kajuku, initially startled by Yu's might, rolled his eyes at his companion's ramblings. You're off base. Are you seriously concerned about the hand seals right now? Danzo has been utterly obliterated. Kajuku internally scoffed. Hachi, perhaps you should worry about your nephew instead if he also falls victim to a fatal blunder. Will you then beg the Uchiha young clan leader for a release? Hachi's expression shifted in realization. Indeed, I must return at once. With that, Hachi abandoned his musings about use hand seals and hurried home. Midway, Hachi encountered the third Hokage, Sarutobi, accompanied by Tsunade and Mito. Hachi, what transpired over there? The third Hokage called out anxiously. Hachi, momentarily halting his hurried pace, replied, Lord Third, it has concluded. Danzo and all the rogue ninjas from the route have been eradicated. Hachi succinctly explained, his respect for the third Hokage having evaporated. The eyes of Sarutobi and his companions widened in shock. What do you mean, Lord Third? Danzo is dead, and his route has been completely obliterated. Without waiting for a response, Hachi offered a slight bow and continued on his way home. How could it end so quickly? Were there no Konoha ninjas to stop the Uchiha? He was an elder of Konoha. Even if there were issues, there should have been an inquiry before any action was taken. Sukin lamented, her expression one of sorrow, considering the years of camaraderie. Alas, Sukun, let us go see for ourselves. In this fleeting moment, the third Hokage appeared to have aged several years. The trio fell into a heavy silence, quickening their pace once more. Upon arriving at the scene, they were met with a chaotic sight surrounding the roots. Unmistakable large handprints marking the ground. The arrival of the third Hokage undoubtedly attracted the attention of numerous ninjas, who cast furtive glances toward the trio. Tufing, why did you not intervene? Queried Tanshin Komatsu. Unable to contain her sorrow and indignation upon spotting Akimichi Yufing. After all, they were both disciples of the second Hokage. Should they not have attempted to prevent their comrade's misfortune? Akimichi Tufing wore a troubled expression. I'm powerless. The younger generation is formidable. He lamented. So it is the esteemed third Hokage who has arrived. Came a light chuckle from you, who gracefully floated down, her feet barely grazing the ground, as the ninjas surrounding the third parted to make way. You, since when does the security department possess the authority to deal with elders? Sarutobi asked, his face stern. Why you replied with a slight smile. Third Hokage, in the face of a criminal refusing to submit to justice. I had no choice but to regrettably eliminate Elder Danzo, lest our village be further tarnished. After all, it is unprecedented for an elder to betray the village, and all of this is for the sake of our community. I hope you can understand. Third Hokage, you had almost mastered the art of Sarutobi's hypocritical humility, and witnessing you seemingly contrite demeanor only heightened Sarutobi's irritation. Previously, he had feigned guilt from a moral high ground to garner sympathy. But now, when faced with the same tactics, he felt a profound discomfort and could find no grounds for rebuttal. After all, with Orochimaru's betrayal of the Leaf Village still fresh in memory, another betrayal from an elder would render Konoha a laughingstock in the ninja world. Observing the increasingly skeptical expressions around him, Sarutobi suppressed his rising frustration. I will convene a ninja meeting in 3 days to explain this matter to everyone, he declared, casting a dark glare at you. Does your security department have any objections? You maintained a calm demeanor. I eagerly await the third Hokage's explanation in 3 days. After all, mishandling this situation could incite considerable unrest in the village. And the pressure on my Uchiha security department is substantial. For the first time, Sarutobi's typically kind eyes revealed a hint of disdain towards someone, and he chose not to engage further, hastily departing with Tanshin Komatsu and Mito Gaiden. As you observed the retreating figures of the third Hokage, a playful smile crept across her lips. What splendid eyes, she mused to herself, feeling a surge of joy at the system's notification in her mind. Her accumulated malevolent points had finally reached a threshold sufficient to elevate one of her skills to perfection. Splendid, she thought. Surely the third Hokage would gradually become accustomed to such gazes. As for that self-righteous old rat, having narrowly escaped, it was best for him to hide in the shadows. She would watch as the Uchiha clan gradually transformed Konoha into a domain uniquely theirs. Izanagi, what a fearsome, forbidden technique. Yet, you had never intended to truly kill Danzo. After all, how could she bear to let such a significant target perish so easily? Her goal was merely to ensure Danzo's demise within Konoha, stripping him of all his influence and reducing him to a solitary old man, while leaving the third with a fatal blemish on his record. She was confident that the third would not come to Danzo's aid when the time came. The third Hokage will find it much harder to concoct excuses next time. As for the forbidden technique Izanagi, it warranted thorough study. Perhaps it could lead her to grasp the principles of creation. Transforming the unreal into the real, altering a predetermined fate to evade death. What a remarkable divine ability. Before long, the surrounding ninjas began to depart in small groups. The Uchiha clan members gathered around. And as you prepared to act, she had already alerted her clan through her mental awareness to disperse. A large-scale casting of jutsu would undoubtedly incur severe losses for the Uchiha, young clan leader. What should we do now? Inquired Uchiha Liang. Drawing closer, we've all worked hard today. Let us return and rest well. The real spectacle begins in 3 days. Understood, young clan leader. The Uchiha responded in unison to AT that moment. Fugaku approached, his expression complex. He had finally grasped why the clan members with Mangeki Sharingan still treated his son with such reverence. Simply put, you was stronger. Father, you appear quite troubled, you said, smiling at Fugaku's conflicted visage. Fugaku opened his mouth to speak. We have completely severed ties with the Hokage faction. What lies ahead? He sighed deeply, unable to question his son, as all the evidence was laid bare before him. Observing Fugaku's indecisiveness, you fell into silence. After a moment, you fixed a serious gaze upon Fugaku. Father, perhaps you should abdicate. Fugaku's eyes widened in shock, and the surrounding Uchiha clan members stirred with excitement. They had long awaited this moment. For only the young clan leader possessed the authority to lead the Uchiha. From astonishment to silence, Fugaku's expression gradually shifted to one of acceptance. Are you certain about this? Father, the struggles ahead will only grow more brutal. If you remain hesitant, then allow me to take charge, you said, his tone tinged with helplessness. He had not wished to step into the limelight so soon, but Fugaku's indecisiveness had left him no choice. The forthcoming political battles could not allow for hesitation or indecision. Otherwise, the opportunity created by Danzo's situation would be squandered. If this is your choice, then your father supports you. Upon uttering this, Fugaku felt a sudden lightness in his heart. For years, he had borne the weight of maintaining family stability, which had been a tremendous strain. Now, with a strong son, he could confidently pass the mantle of responsibility to Yu. In truth, he had been gradually relinquishing control since recognizing Yu's abilities. Otherwise, the security department would not have reached its current state. As Fugaku's demeanor shifted to tranquility, you felt a flicker of relief. This was his father in this life, who, apart from his slight issues with temperament, was quite admirable. As the clan members excitedly departed to prepare for the next day's clan meeting, eager to witness the birth of the youngest clan leader in Uchiha history, you lingered for a moment. Glancing toward a shadowy corner, his lips barely moving as a faint mental wave brushed past, hidden among a pile of broken wood, Danzo, missing an arm and drenched in blood, glared at you with hatred through the leaves. The young Uchiha strike had felled him 8 times, completely shattering his implanted Sharingan and ultimately destroying his left arm. Contemplating whether the Uchiha had intentionally spared him, Danzo's pupils suddenly constricted. Danzo, maintain that expression of yours. Bear all your hatred toward me, and continue to exist in the shadows. In the future, I will send your old friends to keep you company. The ethereal voice echoed in Danzo's mind. And he looked on in terror as Yu's silhouette faded into the distance. The inexplicable smile from before turning back was etched deeply in Danzo's memory, causing his body to shiver involuntarily. Cursed Uchiha brat, I will not let you escape. Danzo seethed, suppressing his voice in a furious whisper. Even in his rage, he dared not unleash his fury aloud. In that moment, he lost all his standing in Konoha. Becoming a living dead man. No, I must find the monkey. I cannot allow that wicked Uchiha brat to succeed. With that, the unwilling Danzo vanished into the thicket. That night at the Hyuga clan, several elders sat across from each other. With Hyuga Hizashi in the foremost position. I never expected such a formidable young Uchiha to arise, one capable of pushing the third Hokage to this extent, he remarked. Elder Ching-in, what are your thoughts on the upcoming ninja gathering in 3 days? Hizashi asked the elder who had spoken. Given the current situation, the third Hokage is in quite a predicament. If he cannot provide a reasonable explanation, he may well lose his position, the elder lamented. Are you suggesting that the third Hokage might abdicate? Hizashi exclaimed in shock, turning to the elder. Then who would be the next Hokage? Currently, there is no successor in the village. It is likely to be Jiraiya or Tsunade. The elder of the Hyuga clan responded in a deep voice. However, they are not currently in the village. Hizashi, puzzled, inquired further. The elder shared this concern. as Jiraiya was indispensable at the border of the land of lightning. And Tsunade was wandering aimlessly, making it nearly impossible to locate her in a short span of time. Let us observe the situation. Nonetheless, Hisashi, did you truly witness a member of the Uchiha clan utilizing the Mangeki Sharingan? The elder's expression turned serious as he regarded Hisashi. Hyuga Hisashi nodded in acknowledgement. Upon seeing his response, the elder couldn't help but sigh, realizing that before his demise, he had once again encountered the Uchiha clan wielding that malevolent eye. Which was indeed vexing that as an elder of the Hyuga clan, his disdain for the Uchiha had always been unabashed, both hailing from prominent families in Konoha and being clans of eye techniques. Their rivalry had essentially begun during the Warring States period. While the three Tomo Sharingan could contend with the Byakugan, the existence of the Mangeki Sharingan elevated the Uchiha's power beyond that of the Byakugan. This formidable strength perpetually placed the Hyuga in a subordinate position to the Uchiha. In fact, during the early establishment of Konoha, the Hyuga lacked even the courage to utter a harsh word against the Uchiha. That humiliation was a memory that even now, at nearly 90 years of age, Hyuga Hisashi could hardly forget. Hisashi, 3 days from now, regardless of what the Uchiha may say, you must remain silent. You absolutely cannot allow them to regain the imposing presence they once held in the era of the first Hokage. Elder, I understand this well. Hyuga Hisashi replied with a calm nod. That is good to hear. The Uchiha will forever remain a stain upon my Hyuga clan. With that, Hyuga Qingyan prepared to rise and depart. At that moment, however, a branch family Hyuga ninja hurriedly approached, entering the hall. Elder, clan leader, the third Hokage has arrived. Hisashi and the elder exchanged startled glances and quickly made their way outside to welcome him. As they stepped out, Hisashi saw Sarutobi Hiruzen standing in the courtyard with a cheerful expression. Hisashi, I have come to discuss the matters pertaining to 3 days from now. Hokage-sama, this is not an appropriate place for discussion. Let us move to the living room, Hisashi suggested politely. Sarutobi nodded, and the three swiftly made their way into the living room. Hisashi dismissed the surrounding branch family guards, offering the main seat to Sarutobi. The Hokage graciously took a seat. Hisashi, what are your current thoughts on the Uchiha? Sarutobi asked with a smile. Hokage-sama, as fellow prominent families of Konoha, I must admit that the Uchiha are far stronger than my Hyuga clan. Although uncertain of the Hokage's intentions, Hisashi responded candidly. You are being too modest. The Hyuga clan is also an indispensable force in Konoha. The Uchiha have clearly transitioned from one extreme to another. This incident reveals their considerable ambition. While everything may seem coincidental, it is evident they were well prepared. That I acknowledge that I have been quite negligent in this matter. However, the Uchiha's disregard for the ongoing battle at the front lines, insisting on escalating the situation, clearly demonstrates that they do not prioritize the village's interests. Hisashi, should such radical Uchiha gain a foothold in Konoha, it would spell disaster for the entire village. Therefore, I hope that your Hyuga clan will deliberate carefully. Hisashi fell silent, observing the occasionally remorseful, yet resolute expression of Sarutobi. What do you intend to do about this incident, Hokage-sama? Sarutobi's expression grew serious. I am preparing to resign from the position of Hokage. However, considering that there are currently no suitable candidates to succeed me, I hope the Hyuga can support me in acting as Hokage until a successor is found. At that point, I will willingly step down. One must admit that Sarutobi's plan was the most reasonable approach given the circumstances. After all, it was unthinkable to allow the Uchiha to take the role of Hokage. Not to mention that the Uchiha currently lacked a figure of great merit who could command universal respect. Even if such a person existed, all the major clans of Konoha would undoubtedly overlook them. Hisashi pondered this for a moment and unhesitatingly agreed with Sarutobi's perspective. Sarutobi, relieved, felt a sense of ease. It seemed that the clan ninja of Konoha were at least directing their grievances at Danzo rather than himself. This fact bolstered Sarutobi's confidence in facing the potential challenges the Uchiha might pose 3 days hence. Subsequently, Sarutobi visited the various major clans of Konoha, finding their sentiments largely consistent. After this round of consultations, Sarutobi felt reassured. Naturally, the Uchiha were aware of Sarutobi's actions, yet they paid it little mind. For 3 days hence, the challenges posed by the Uchiha to Sarutobi would never concern his position but rather the power he wielded. While the major clans of Konoha might fear Uchiha-ku, they would also relish the prospect of seeing the Uchiha gradually diminish Sarutobi's authority through this incident. After all, For years, Sarutobi and his fellows had practically monopolized all the power in Konoha. Otherwise, how could the village allow them to act with such impunity? In his bedroom, Uchiha Yu opened his panel. Uchiha Yu Realm. Chi Refinement to Spirit Transformation Technique. Qingming Decision. Spirit Refinement Chapter, Earth Level 3 Ninjutsu. 5 Elemental Ninjutsu: Fire Proficiency, Lightning Proficiency, Wind Proficiency, Water Proficiency, Earth Proficiency, Weapon Mastery Proficiency, Basic Fist Techniques Proficiency, Body Flicker Technique Proficiency, External Avatar Entry Level. Refinement Techniques Proficiency, Alchemy Techniques Proficiency, Planting Techniques Proficiency, Formation Techniques Proficiency, Gratitude Value 1000, Malicious Value 110000. This represented Yu's efforts over the past 6 months. Apart from the sleeve universe altered through the spatial scroll, nearly all of his skills had reached a mastery level. Now, his sole objective was to perfect one skill, which would grant him a preliminary grasp of an elemental law. The subsequent subtleties and transcendence would involve more refined applications and mastery of this law. Without hesitation, Yu invested all his malicious value into fire release. With a resounding boom, a profound understanding of the fire elemental law erupted in Yu's mind like a cosmic explosion. The previously incomplete fire elemental law was now fully realized, and a multitude of new applications emerged in his thoughts. 6 Ding Armor Fire, Samadhi True Fire, Solar True Flame, and various divine techniques of the fire element appeared vividly in Yu's consciousness. Though still in the initial stages of application, as Yu's comprehension of the fire elemental law deepened, he was confident that these divine techniques would eventually become instinctive abilities. He felt the particles of fire elements in the world forming an increasingly intimate connection with him. At that moment, Yu truly embodied the fire god of this realm, capable of summoning fire elements over vast distances at will. With sufficient spiritual energy, he could even transform the entire world into a sea of flames, incinerating everything in his path. His body began to change, akin to the natural type fruit from the anime One Piece, allowing him to transform his physical form into fire elements at will. Moreover, this elemental transformation was not susceptible to the suppression found in the One Piece world. Without an attack originating from the same law, it was nearly impossible to harm Yu in his current state. In this instant, Yu had gained the means to safeguard his life. Any enemy attempting to assassinate him through stealth would be courting their own demise. Regrettably, Yu's spiritual energy had yet to reach the level of refinement and unity with the Tao. Otherwise, this world would become his plaything. Is this the perfection of fire release? Yu felt an overwhelming anticipation for the other elemental techniques of the 5 elements ninjutsu. He couldn't fathom how powerful he would become upon mastering the laws of all 5 elemental forces. Gradually calming his excitement, Yu immersed himself in earnest cultivation. Time passed, and the sun rose as usual. Early in the morning, all the elders and ninjas of the Uchiha clan received a message from Fugaku, demanding their presence at the clan meeting location at noon. The Uchiha, aware of the situation, were filled with fervor, while those unaware wore puzzled expressions, for it was still far from the designated time for the clan meeting. However, this is the command of the clan leader. Although most of the Uchiha clan members do not comprehend the situation, they nonetheless arrived punctually at the assembly location at noon. Interestingly, following this relocation, the Uchiha territory has increasingly drawn closer to the Nanha Shrine. The name of the newly acquired land, Nanha Riverbank, evidently indicates its proximity to the shrine. Not far from the clan land stand 2 towering mountains, from which a gentle stream cascades down, flowing directly into the clan's domain. At this moment, deep in the winter of the year, the mountains are blanketed with thick snow, and wisps of mist rise into the air, rendering the entire mountain range a picturesque realm reminiscent of a celestial paradise. Beneath the plaque of the clan assembly, numerous elders are engaged in hushed conversations. What could be the reason behind the clan leader's urgent meeting? Uchiha Rei stands apart, completely disregarding the many elders who ostracize him, ever since he was defeated by that young child, Yu. Although the elders have not explicitly spoken against him, he has become an object of shame and has long been subtly excluded from their ranks. Not only do the moderates look down upon him, but even the current radicals no longer regard him as their leader. Suddenly, one elder approaches, smiling as he addresses Uchiha Rei. Elder Rei, do you know the purpose of this meeting convened by the clan leader? Could it be related to yesterday's capture of Danzo? Is our Uchiha clan preparing to contend for the position of Hokage? It turns out to be Elder Beidou. How would I know something you are unaware of? You are now merely the acting leader of the radicals, while I am blissfully ignorant of external affairs. Uchiha Rei retorts disdainfully. He harbors a strong dislike for this opportunistic elder. However, it cannot be said that he is entirely oblivious. The atmosphere within the clan has become quite peculiar that a plethora of exceptional youths has emerged. And many elders are eager to cultivate relationships with these young talents. Yet, these youngsters exhibit strange behavior, displaying indifference to the elder's attempts at camaraderie. Moreover, his own grandson has also been acting rather oddly in recent months. Despite his previous strong endorsement of the principles he taught, he now seems to show an increasing loyalty toward that obnoxious son of Fugaku. This behavior has caused Uchiha Rei to lose his temper numerous times at home. Unfortunately, as his family line is singular, with his son away on the battlefield in the Land of Lightning, should any unforeseen incident occur, his grandson would be the sole heir. This predicament leaves him at a loss, unable to scold or reprimand, and he can only stew in his own frustration at home. Uchiha Beidu's expression darkens. Elder Rei, are you certain you are unaware? Your precious grandson is frequently visiting the clan leader's residence. Uchiha Rei's countenance darkens. This old fool truly knows not when to hold his tongue. If you have the ability, why not produce a grandson who is close to the clan leader as well? With that, Uchiha Rei decides to ignore this bothersome elder. Uchiha Beidu, taken aback, casts a fleeting glance at Uchiha Rei. Their standing as elders within the clan is diminishing, and all of this is inextricably linked to Uchiha Rei's grandson. He frequently boasts in front of the younger generation about how remarkable the son of Uchiha Fugaku is, while he concedes that the young lad indeed possesses some talent, having enhanced the clan's livelihood through commercial means. This is merely a fraction of the reality, as Konoha continues to suppress the Uchiha clan, rendering their situation increasingly precarious. This time, they have directly confronted the third Hokage, though he is the acting leader of the radicals. He believes that their hardline approach aims to compel the third Hokage and others to concede rather than to engage in a destructive conflict. Just as the expressions of the numerous elders vary, a throng of young clan members suddenly appears on the steps of the assembly, marching in orderly formation, escorting Fugaku and Yu, with Uchiha Reiyang leading the way. The aura emanating from their ranks instantaneously silences the bustling assembly. The clan members quickly part ways, for they recognize that those accompanying the clan leader are the recently risen stars of the Uchiha youth. The elders watch this spectacle with grave expressions. Could it be that these exceptional youths have allied themselves with the clan leader? This thought sends a jolt of anxiety through them. If the clan leader becomes more powerful, it would undoubtedly diminish the elders' influence within the Uchiha clan, potentially rendering them superfluous, a result they dread. Uchiha Fugaku steps forward to the entrance of the assembly, surveying all the elders before announcing, "Let the clan assembly commence." After this declaration, he pays no heed to the elders' somber gazes and strides purposefully into the chamber alongside you. The elders hastily follow, and as the doors of the Uchiha assembly close, the meeting formally begins. Seated in the highest position, Fugaku scans the gathered clan members, and the previously tranquil atmosphere is shattered as he speaks. I hereby announce that due to my inadequacy, I shall relinquish the position of clan leader, appointing my eldest son, Uchiha Yu, as the new clan leader. Is there anyone who opposes this decision? What? An uproar ensues among the assembled clan members, many of whom are taken aback, unable to fathom Fugaku's motives for such an action. Is he merely paving the way for his son? The elders display an array of bewildered expressions. Clan leader. I dissent. Suddenly, Uchiha Beidu rises in anger. This is a flagrant display of irresponsibility. How can the leader of the Uchiha clan be a mere 7-year-old child? This is treating the clan's affairs as a trifling matter. No sooner had he spoken than dozens of three-tomo Sharingan eyes turned toward him. Instantly, Uchiha Reiyang, seated behind you, stands up. You old fool, dare to oppose. With this, Uchiha Reiyang's three-tomo Sharingan begins to spin rapidly, and the kaleidoscope pattern manifests in his eyes. I support the young clan leader's ascension. Who dares to disagree? As his words resonate, a powerful aura emanates from Uchiha Reiyang, causing Uchiha Beidu to feel an oppressive force tightening around his throat. I too support the young clan leader. Uchiha Itachi rises, his own Sharingan fixed intently on Uchiha Beidu. Under the scrutiny of two pairs of kaleidoscopic Sharingan, Uchiha Beidu's heart races. As an elder, he is acutely aware of what this eye form signifies. How could this be? How can two members of the clan possess the kaleidoscope Sharingan simultaneously? Uchiha Beidu's mind is flooded with disbelief. Ever since Madara departed, occurrences of the kaleidoscope Sharingan within the clan have been exceedingly rare. Yet, today, two appear at once. The elders below watch in astonishment at this extraordinary scene. But the spectacle does not end here. One after another, more members with 3 Tomo Sharingan step forward, joining the assembly, each gaze directed at Uchiha Beidou. We all support the young clan leader's rise. The young clan leader is the destined ruler of our clan. Any opposition is tantamount to opposing the future of the Uchiha. Suddenly, the entire assembly falls silent. The elders silently recounting the number of 3 Tomo Sharingan users who have emerged, nearly 50 in total, completely overwhelming all remaining Uchiha Jonin within the clan. Even if the war concludes and the return of clan members occurs, it would be difficult to instigate a significant upheaval, especially with 2 possessing the kaleidoscope Sharingan among them. Moreover, these 3 Tomo Sharingan users exude an unparalleled aura of lethal intent, far from resembling inexperienced novices. At this moment, with the exception of Uchiha Beidou, no elder dares to voice opposition. All are engulfed in a profound silence, casting fearful glances at the young man seated beneath Fugaku. They cannot comprehend what kind of allure could compel such powerful Uchiha clan members to rally behind a mere child. Yu glances at the perspiring Uchiha Beidou. All right, Raiyang brother, we must not treat the elders with such disdain. After all, they are our clan's elders and have contributed to our family's legacy. Indeed, young clan leader. Uchiha Raiyang lowers his head, retracting his imposing presence and stepping back to stand beside you. Uchiha Hitaki, witnessing this, also sheathes his Sharingan and returns to stand quietly behind you, his gaze unwaveringly fixed on all the elders present. Should anyone dare to insult the young clan leader, he would not hesitate to cast them into a nightmarish illusion. Uchiha Beidou felt a sudden lightness in his body, and in an instant, his legs nearly gave way beneath him, almost causing him to falter. Yet, at that moment, not a single person dared to step forward to assist him. The sheer intimidation of 50 pairs of 3 Tomo Sharingan was overwhelmingly potent, rendering every elder present motionless. Even if they harbored immense discontent within, they could only suppress it resolutely. They understood that from this day forth, Uchiha Yu would ascend to become the unacknowledged king of the entire Uchiha clan. A status unmatched even in the time of Madara. After all, while many revered Madara, few genuinely submitted to his will. Otherwise, when Madara departed, he would not have left without any followers. In stark contrast, Uchiha Yu was different. Observing the young clansmen with their unwavering 3 Tomo Sharingan still standing resolutely in the center, it was clear that they were wholeheartedly devoted to you. If anyone dared to stand up now and question you, it was likely that many would draw their blades to duel against the challenger. At this moment, Fyaik was rendered speechless, having originally come to attend the clan meeting, only to be followed by a throng of clansmen along the way, leaving him somewhat perplexed. Now he comprehended that the Uchiha clansmen rallying behind you must have anticipated that there would be opposition today. Even without his relinquishing the position, no one would dare to refute his son's claim to leadership. Father, let us proceed. Yu's airy voice interrupted Fyaik's astonishment, shattering the heavy silence that enveloped the conference room. Coming back to his senses, Fyaik cast a deep glance at you, since no one opposed. From this point onward, Uchiha Yu would be the new leader of the Uchiha clan. Having spoken, Fyaik retrieved the clan seal from his bag and solemnly handed it to Yu. The future revival of the Uchiha clan is entrusted to you by your father. I hope you will fulfill your duties as the leader well. Receiving the large seal from Fyaik's hands, Yu's expression grew solemn. Father, do not worry. I shall elevate the Uchiha clan to unprecedented heights. With those words, Fyaik nodded in satisfaction and then stepped aside from the leader's position. Yu gazed at his father's retreating figure, warmth flickering in his eyes, before resolutely taking his place upon the elevated platform of leadership. Salutations, Lord Leader. In an instant, all 50 Uchiha clansmen standing in the center of the meeting knelt on one knee, respectfully exclaiming that we shall serve the leader to our utmost. Everyone, please rise. Yu spoke softly, yet the voice in his mind caused him to startle. Congratulations, host. You have successfully grasped control of a clan. The system will undergo an upgrade lasting 3 days, and we encourage you to continue your efforts. Goodness, the system is upgrading at such a time. Yu was bewildered but chose not to dwell on it. After all, he now possessed sufficient strength for self-defense. Moreover, it was merely 3 days. Rather, he felt a glimmer of anticipation regarding the changes that might follow the system's upgrade. The emotional value he required was simply too vast, and collecting it alone was exceedingly slow. He hoped for a transformation in this aspect post-upgrade. Meanwhile, the entire assembly hall fell into an eerie silence. The 50 Uchiha who had stood up did not return to their seats in the meeting, but instead gradually moved to positions behind you, forming two orderly lines. Each bore a waist blade and donned the black and red garb of the Uchiha clan, exuding an imposing aura as they regarded all the Uchiha present at the meeting. Uchiha Liehua stared blankly at this scene. This elderly man, barely over 80, trembled with excitement. What was he witnessing? A remarkably powerful Uchiha was quietly rising. This force, this power, it was almost capable of rivaling the entire village. In that moment, his previous anger towards his grandson vanished without a trace. All that remained was a hint of confusion and a heart brimming with hope for the family's future. He was an Uchiha elder who had existed during Madara's time, having experienced the clan's most glorious era. The Uchiha of that time was a stark contrast to the Uchiha of today. Powerful and proud, except for the Senju clan, no other ninja clan dared to speak loudly to the Uchiha. How could it be that they were now so stifled, suppressed by a mere few small families? This was also the reason he had become a radical. He had thought that during his lifetime, he would never again see an Uchiha like that. Yet, the unpredictability of life had brought him to witness a united and formidable Uchiha. Yu surveyed the silent clansmen in attendance. What is the matter? Why is everyone silent? His cool voice, though softly spoken, resonated throughout the hall. Suddenly, someone snapped to attention, exclaiming, "Salutations, Lord Leader!" Where there was one, there were soon many. And the voices of reverence surged in waves. Well, since the clansmen have recognized me as their leader, I shall now address the future development of the Uchiha. As Yu's words fell, all the clansmen became fully attentive. Awaiting his address, as the saying goes, to repel external threats, one must first secure internal stability. Currently, our Uchiha clan is engaged in fierce political struggles with the third Hokage's faction. Therefore, my demand is that from now on, the Uchiha clan shall speak with one voice. My will as the leader. Henceforth, I shall disband all factions that resemble the so-called moderates and hardliners. Should I discover any clandestine gatherings of this nature, they shall be treated as acts of treason against the unity of the Uchiha. Yu's unambiguous declaration caused many hearts to tremble. The youths who had previously gathered together now stared blankly at the young figure seated upon the elevated platform. Uchiha Jingnan's pupils dilated in disbelief. He could hardly fathom that the boy had achieved his goals in such a manner. Many of the elder clansmen also changed their expressions. Leader, is this not too rash? This is merely a divergence of opinions among the clansmen. An elder stepped forward, indignantly protesting. Divergence? Where is the divergence? If the Uchiha cannot unite, how can we negotiate with our enemies amid political oppression? Yu chastised without holding back. Uchiha Xian's face darkened. He found it difficult to endure a reprimand from one so young. Leader, we are all members of the village. If we create a stark division with the village, where shall the Uchiha go? Many clansmen nodded in agreement upon hearing Uchiha Xian's words. Humph, cowardice. Since when did the Uchiha require the goodwill of others? The entire Konoha was established by the Uchiha and Senju clans. The very foundation of this village is rooted in the Uchiha, and if anyone should extend refuge, it is we who should offer it to other ninja clans. Have you forgotten the glory of our ancestors? In an instant, Uchiha Xian felt a tremendous pressure, and as he looked at the elder Xian, whose face had turned red from the intensity, behind him, Shui too felt a pang of sympathy. Yu, elder Xian was merely expressing his opinion. There is no need to be so harsh. Yu silently withdrew the aura he had been radiating and coldly replied, since brother Shui has said so, I shall explain to everyone why I wish to unify the thoughts of the Uchiha. Yu cast a slight smile at Uchiha Xian. Uchiha Xian felt his strength wane, and Shui quickly supported him. Uchiha Xian looked at Shui in disbelief. He suddenly sensed that the most exceptional youth among the moderates was likely Yu's follower. Otherwise, given Yu's earlier dominance, it would not have been so easy to engage in dialogue. Indeed, Yu gestured for Shui, who hesitated for a moment before obediently walking to Yu's side. This action once again stirred considerable commotion. For Shui's sentiments were well known among the Uchiha. Many clansmen recognized him as being close to the Hokage faction. After all, Shui's grandfather was Kagami, a disciple of the second Hokage. Xian gazed at Shui, who was approaching Yu with an apologetic expression, disappointment evident in his eyes. Enough. Silence. Yu gently admonished the growing din below, surveying the assembled clansmen with piercing eyes. Many believed that my actions disrupted the harmony between the clansmen and the village. This is a gross misunderstanding. What constitutes disruption? When Madara departed, we did not betray the village for the sake of peace. During the Ninetales incident, we refrained from acting rashly under the Third's orders. Watching helplessly as the Fourth, who was close to our clan, sacrificed himself. When it came time to relocate, our clan endured once more, moving far from the heart of Konoha to the banks of the South Hichuan. My proud Uchiha has already sacrificed enough for the peace of the village. Yet, despite this, have we received fair treatment? No, we have not. We are still being marginalized. Why is this? Clearly, Konoha was founded by the Uchiha and Senju. Yet I ask you, where are the Senju now? What is the status of the Uchiha? As you expressed his indignation, a flicker of anger gradually appeared among the clansmen below, many of the already radical members. Burdened by pent-up emotions, unconsciously activated their Sharingan. The notion of seeking peace through struggle is valid. Peace exists. Seeking peace through concession leads to the absence of peace. The Uchiha's forbearance is perceived as weakness by political adversaries. Just look at the current textbooks in the Ninja Academy. There is no mention of the Uchiha name, while the villagers of Konoha only recognize the Senju and the illustrious Hokage, Sarutobi. Is this not absurd? The third Hokage and his companions blatantly disregard history. If this continues, will our entire Uchiha clan vanish from the annals of history, much like the Senju? Observing Konoha today, Sarutobi claims to be the strongest Hokage. Does no one find this problematic? Consider how many elite ninjas still remain in Konoha. The White Fang was driven to death by public opinion, while 3 ninjas defected, and many have left, with the 4th dying young in battle. Now we have scoundrels like Danzo, whose arm bears 8 of our Uchiha eyes. This is the current leadership of Konoha, rife with corruption and utterly disgusting. In that moment, the anger of the clansmen could no longer be contained. Especially when you mention the 8 Uchiha eyes embedded in Danzo's arm. Not a single Uchiha present was untouched, their gazes revealing a murderous intent. Thus, the authority in Konoha has been usurped by petty individuals and small clans, whose narrow-mindedness allows no room for others as long as they exist. The village established by the Uchiha cannot nurture outstanding future ninjas. Our mere existence is a threat to them. Therefore, no matter how much we Uchiha endure, they will never be at ease. Only when the Uchiha clan has completely vanished will they find peace. So, do you understand, clansmen? We have never fought for the village's peace, but for the survival of our clan. If we fail, your families and children will cease to exist. What does a Konoha without the Uchiha mean to us? Boom! At that moment, it was as if all the Uchiha clansmen's minds exploded, their eyes revealing a flicker of panic and murderous intent. You had dissected the relationship with such clarity that they could grasp the crux of the matter with just a shift in perspective. Ignoring the commotion among the clansmen, you continued with cold words in times of life and death. Is it not laughable that someone would still discuss whether to be radical or moderate? How can one be moderate, waiting for the enemy to feast on our flesh and pluck out our eyes? Politics has always been a zero-sum game. If you take a step back, the enemy advances until there is no ground left to retreat. For Konoha to achieve true peace, a great clan must take control. Moreover, the Uchiha merely seeks to reclaim the position that rightfully belongs to us. With our pride, would we fear other clans threatening our status? Would we refuse to accommodate other exceptional ninjas, whether from other clans or commoners? Absolutely not. This is the strength and vision of a great clan. As Yu's words fell, both hardliners and moderates gazed at him in a daze. All that we do is just and righteous. And everything is for the prosperity and stability of Konoha. This village was built by us. Why should the position of Hokage be occupied solely by the Senju? I want to tell you that from now on. If they can go, so can we. The Ninja Conference in a day's time presents a splendid opportunity for the Uchiha to transform the dynamics of power. This time, Sarutobi and his allies will feel the pain inflicted by the Uchiha. Clatter, clatter. The sounds of chairs and tables shifting echoed as countless Uchiha clansmen stood up in excitement in that moment. They seemed to understand that their opposition to the village was never aimed at disrupting its peace, but rather to usher in a great ruler who would elevate Konoha to new heights. Where there is oppression, there is resistance. The third sordid actions will surely lead to their own downfall. In a day, not only the Uchiha, but also the resistance forces within the village will ignite. The Uchiha are not the first to be treated unjustly. Victory has long been at our fingertips. Yu's resolute words undoubtedly shook the hearts of all the clansmen present. In that moment, they seemed to glimpse the once mighty Uchiha. Compared to previous frustrations, at this moment, all the clansmen looked at the determined young man, as if they were witnessing the future of the Uchiha. The ideology of the Uchiha, articulated so clearly by Yu, had finally found unity, at least for now. The clansmen, flushed with excitement, fervently shouted for the birth of their new clan leader. After the meeting, the clansmen remained stirred, captivated by Yu's persuasive rhetoric. Not only did it vindicate the Uchiha, but it also significantly elevated the importance of their clan. Konoha should be governed by great clans. The narrow-mindedness of smaller clans will only lead to chaos. This notion was indelibly etched in the minds of the clansmen, suddenly instilling a sense of mission within them. Most importantly, they felt the power emanating from Yu. 53 Tomo Sharingan. Along with the additional 3 Tomo members, the Uchiha nearly boasted 70 elite ninjas, a staggering force capable of decimating a small nation. Walking home, Fugaku stared blankly at Yu. Are you certain you can strike a blow against the 3rd Hokage tomorrow? Fugaku asked, still in disbelief. Father, you need not worry. While we may not be able to elevate the Uchiha to the position of Hokage, the 3rd and his allies will not have it easy either. I will take a significant piece from them. Though we may not consume everything, it will make the 3rd think twice before so openly suppressing the Uchiha. Dream on. Yu's tone was filled with cold indifference. Fugaku's heart trembled slightly. He suddenly understood why Yu had urged him to step down at this juncture. If he had previously been a gentle sheep, then Yu was now a fierce wolf, one whose determination to feast on flesh was beyond his comprehension. In facing the 3rd, Fugaku instinctively wished to adopt a more peaceful approach, believing that mutual goodwill would suffice. However, Yu was different. He adhered to the law of the jungle in a forest of limited resources. To claim meat, one must compete with other hunters. Otherwise, one would starve or become prey. Such a mindset, though harsh, was undeniably more suited for the current Uchiha. As Fugaku pondered this, he felt a pang of guilt. Was it truly wise to relinquish control so easily, to let an underage child confront such a brutal reality? Yet, upon reflection, no one had performed better for the Uchiha than Yu. Filled with helplessness, Fugaku cast one last deep look at his son's youthful figure and chose not to voice any further concerns. After all, Yu was now the clan leader, and he had unwavering faith in his son. After all, he possessed the power of 53 Tomo Sharingan, along with 2 Manjiki users that in the past. He would never have dared to imagine such a reality, yet his son had achieved it. The wolf pack had formed. Now it was up to Yu to lead the Uchiha in hunting within the forest of Konoha. Nevertheless, as a father, he would stand resolutely behind Yu. The father and son walked home in tandem. Meanwhile, on the other side of the clan meeting, Uchiha Jin silently regarded Shursui. Shursui, have you truly decided to betray your grandfather's wishes? Grandfather, today you witnessed it. The village will no longer suppress the Uchiha's power. Does my choice still matter? It is better to join you, where I can at least advise him when he errs. Shursui gazed into the distance, his voice drifting. Uchiha Jin's expression softened. Shursui, perhaps what you are doing is right. The Uchiha today is increasingly incomprehensible. Perhaps I am simply growing old. Even in the days when Madara led the Uchiha, I never witnessed such a scene. This little brat Yu is truly astonishing. However, Shursui, how will you explain your actions to the 3rd Hokage? Shursui offered a bitter smile, but why you told me not to pursue it. Thinking of Yu's words before he left, I felt utterly helpless. Now I can no longer act as a double agent. Uchiha Jin was taken aback. Why is that? He asked, puzzled. You said that keeping me close to the 3rd would be useless and could even lead to suspicions of collusion. The crucial information the 3rd would never disclose to me. And I would be powerless to resist his commands, merely toiling in vain. Moreover, his participation in the clan meeting this time was intertwined with the clandestine intentions of the Uchiha's 3rd generation. After a while, he would submit his resignation to the 3rd generation. Disobeying the clan leader's orders could lead to severe consequences. Uchiha Jin nodded in acknowledgement, refraining from further comments, and shook his head as he made his way down the mountain towards the clan meeting. In the Hokage office, Sarutobi sat contemplatively, reflecting on the responses from the prominent clans the previous night. Feeling a sense of relief that it appeared that his innocence as Hokage had been preserved, suddenly, a shadowy figure emerged, causing Sarutobi to furrow his brow slightly. Danzo, have I not instructed you to refrain from appearing at the Hokage building? The coldness in Danzo's voice was palpable. Humph. How dare you criticize me when you have yet to clear your own mess? What means do you possess to contend with the Uchiha now? It would be prudent for you to refrain from activities in Konoha. Should the Uchiha catch wind of any traces, my position as Hokage would be jeopardized. Leaving us powerless against the current Uchiha, Sarutobi reprimanded with displeasure. Danzo clenched his one remaining fist tightly. Remaining silent, we cannot afford to delay any longer. Enough, Danzo. You must comprehend your current status. In Konoha, you are regarded as a dead man. If the news of your survival were to leak, you would instantly be branded a criminal. The only reason there has not been public outrage is due to the announcement of your death by the security department. Do you grasp the significance of this? For the sake of the village, you must act as if you are indeed dead. Sarutobi, already troubled by Danzo's affairs in recent days, felt a wave of sorrow when he believed Danzo had perished. However, upon Danzo's unexpected return, that sorrow dissipated, replaced by the annoyance of the mess left behind. Having traversed various clans to gain support, Sarutobi had sacrificed much of his family's interests, filling nearly every administrative position beneath the Hokage to capacity. And now, Danzo had the audacity to seek trouble with the Uchiha at this juncture. Was he courting disaster? Sarutobi himself felt the impending complications of the following day, uncertain of how the Uchiha would retaliate. If things went awry, he might not even retain the position of acting Hokage. Although he did not believe the Uchiha would ascend to the Hokage title, it was nonetheless evident that the Hokage could no longer be within his control. Sarutobi harbored an obsessive desire for control over Konoha, yearning for the village to flourish and grow stronger under his leadership. Even if he were not at the helm, those connected to him should thrive. Thus justifying his title as the strongest Hokage, Danzo stared intently at Sarutobi, a surge of anger rising within him. How had he become a mere ghost? This Hokage was rightfully his. You will come to regret this. Danzo declared his profound truth, only to find Sarutobi closing his eyes, seemingly uninterested in engaging with him. Danzo's heart brimmed with unspoken resentment. Just as Danzo prepared to depart, the Hokage's door was abruptly knocked upon. Sarutobi immediately opened his eyes, signaling for Danzo to conceal himself. Once Danzo had vanished from his office, Sarutobi softly said, "Please, enter." Shursui stepped in with measured grace. Sarutobi's eyes lit up. "Ah, it is Shursui. Hokage-sama," Shursui began, suddenly feeling a bit bashful. "Shursui, is there some intelligence from your clan that you wish to report?" Sarutobi inquired with a beaming smile, entirely shedding the anger he had just displayed towards Danzo. Shursui awkwardly shook his head, prompting a look of disappointment from Sarutobi. "Since it is not that, what brings you here, Shursui?" Sarutobi maintained his gentle demeanor, suppressing his disappointment. "Hokage-sama," Shursui suddenly spoke earnestly. "I am here to submit my resignation." Sarutobi's smile instantly froze. Had Shursui encountered some issue? He quickly asked with a serious tone, "No, Hokage-sama, the clan has new matters for me, and I have been instructed to resign from my position in the Hokage Guard." Sarutobi's expression darkened immediately. What could Fugaku possibly need that would require the disbanding of his Hokage Guard? "Hokage-sama, this is an order from the new clan leader." Shursui scratched his cheek as he spoke. "What?" Sarutobi exclaimed in shock. Fugaku had actually stepped down. Panic surged within him. Given his understanding of Fugaku, he was not keen on any upheaval within the Uchiha clan. "Indeed, Hokage-sama, the current leader is the former clan leader's son." Uchiha Uda. A chill crept down Sarutobi's spine. Had the Uchiha gone mad? They were allowing a 7-year-old child to assume leadership? "I refuse to accept this." Sarutobi blurted out in a moment of panic, regretting his words almost immediately. "Hokage-sama, this is an internal transition within the Uchiha clan. It should not require the Hokage's consent," Shursui replied, puzzled by Sarutobi's reaction. He was unaware of the kind of influence you possess to provoke such unease in the usually composed Hokage. Sarutobi opened his mouth, at a loss for how to explain the situation to Shursui. "I want to see Fugaku." After a moment, Sarutobi managed to suppress his rising anxiety and spoke. "Understood, Hokage-sama. I will notify Minister Fugaku." At this moment, Shursui referred to Fugaku by his title rather than as clan leader. However, that title would soon change with the leadership transition. After all, the security department had been entirely entrusted to the Uchiha by the second Hokage. The position of minister had always belonged to the Uchiha clan leader. Before long, Fugaku, who had been dining with his wife and children, was summoned by Shursui. Fugaku looked at the silent third Hokage with a resigned expression. Okasama, may I inquire as to why you called for me? Fugaku, are you truly so willing to step down? Sarutobi pressed, his tone laced with incredulity that it is not a matter of willingness. You is far more capable than I, and the clan members hold him in high regard. Hence, for the development of the Uchiha, it is only logical for me to step aside. Fugaku responded calmly, but you is merely 7 years old. Fugaku, how can you treat this so lightly? Sarutobi exclaimed in frustration. Haha, my son is exceptionally talented. What can be done? It is important to note that this decision was not mine alone, but a consensus among the majority of the clan members, Hokage-sama. This is an internal Uchiha matter. And I hope you can understand, Fugaku asserted with unwavering conviction. He felt no pressure from Sarutobi's reproach, having realized that no matter how much he endeavored to appease the third Hokage and others, their biases against the Uchiha could not be erased. Instead, it was used resolute methods that had cornered Sarutobi and the Elder Council, forcing them to compromise to maintain their current standing. Fugaku felt a sense of satisfaction. The frustrations he had endured began to fade away as he observed the loyal clan members rallying around his son. The numbness in his heart gradually rekindled. The third Hokage gazed intently at Fugaku, and after a long moment, spoke. So, the position of the security department's minister will also be transferred. Indeed, Hokage-sama. Since I have stepped down from the position of clan leader, it would be inappropriate for me to retain the position of minister of the security department. As this contradicts tradition, Fugaku, do you realize what your actions signify? You are relinquishing control of a crucial department responsible for maintaining village security to a child who is yet to graduate from the Ninja Academy. Though the security department is a Uchiha prerogative, as a member of the village and Hokage of Konoha, I cannot permit you to treat this matter so frivolously. Sarutobi's expression was stern, his gaze toward Fugaku filled with disappointment. Hokage-sama, this is an internal Uchiha matter that I hope you will respect the second Hokage's regulations that if you forcefully intervene in the affairs of the security department, it would mean the Hokage faction has broken the balance between the village and the Uchiha. Does this imply that the Uchiha will henceforth be freed from the constraints of the security department and allowed to participate normally in other village departments? Fugaku's confidence swelled as he invoked Yu's displayed power. No longer resembling the subservient figure he once was. Fugaku, are you threatening the village? Sarutobi's gaze sharpened as he looked at the upright Fugaku. How can this be construed as a threat? I am no longer the Uchiha clan leader. If the third Hokage wishes to discuss this matter, please consult the newly appointed Uchiha clan leader. He will provide an explanation to the village. I am merely a retired elder, now tending to my children at home. Fugaku replied with a faint smile. Sarutobi fell into silence, recognizing he could not evade the necessity of engaging with you that I will raise my concerns at the upcoming ninja conference in a day. Upon concluding his remarks, Sarutobi fell silent, casting his gaze towards the side where Shursui stood. Shursui, are you truly willing to renounce your grandfather's will and fully align yourself with the present Uchiha? Shursui's expression turned grave. Lord Hokage, this is the clan leader's order. I cannot defy it. The third Hokage remained silent, feeling a wave of exhaustion wash over him, as even the sole Uchiha who harbors affection for the village now forsaken it. He hoped Itachi could serve as a new bridge. Contemplating this, Sarutobi's previously kind gaze towards Shursui gradually faded, and he gently took Shursui's resignation letter, inscribing his name upon it. This was an inevitability he could not prevent. Clan ninjas were bound to heed the clan leader's command before his as Hokage. This also elucidated Sarutobi's relentless pursuit to expand his own authority, as well as his disdain for the clan's ninjas. With the resignation report in hand, Shursui and Fugaku exited the Hokage building, their minds awash with complex thoughts. Uncle Fugaku, do you believe Itachi's actions are justified? Shursui inquired. Shursui, who can predict the future? We can only place our trust in Itachi. Fugaku replied, his tone measured. Shursui nodded in silence. That a day later, ominous clouds gathered, casting a shadow over Konoha's sky, while fierce winds howled, causing the garments of passers-by to flap violently. Itachi, accompanied by his clansmen from the security department and his father, made his way towards the Hokage building. Observing the tempestuous sky above that a storm is brewing, Itachi remarked, may this deluge wash away some of the dust and restore clarity to the world. Well said. Uchiha Ryang suddenly exclaimed from behind Itachi. Indeed, the clan leader is truly talented. His words evoke such poetic sentiment that I find myself stirred. I share the same sentiment. as soon as Itachi completed his statement. He was met with a wave of sycophantic praises from his clansmen. Itachi fell silent, pondering whether he had erred in some way, shaking his head as he glared at Uchiha Ryang, the uneducated flatterer. Before leading his clansmen into the Hokage building, Fugaku wore a bemused expression, wondering why he had never witnessed such obsequiousness among his clansmen during his tenure. Itachi and his entourage soon arrived at the third-floor conference room of the Hokage building, where representatives from various departments, as well as dignitaries from prominent clans and elite jonin of the village, gathered in increasing numbers. Scanning the room, Itachi noted the inexplicable gazes directed at him, yet he chose to disregard them. Confidently striding towards the seat indicated by Fugaku, and sitting down without hesitation in the designated Uchiha space. Closing his eyes, he awaited the commencement of the meeting, while the clansmen behind him sat in a manner reflecting their seriousness. The conference room was spacious, capable of accommodating over 1,000 participants. While watching the anime, one might not grasp the vastness of the Hokage building, but standing within it, one could appreciate its expansive width, rivaling that of some National Assembly buildings from his past life. After all, the world of Hokage is extraordinary, as the most formidable and prosperous village, a symbol of political and military power. How could its architectural representation be anything less than grand? At the forefront were seats reserved for Konoha's upper echelons, though one of the original 4 chairs had been removed, leaving Sarutobi, accompanied by Tsunade and Mito, seated in solemn silence atop a raised platform. Below them, to accommodate the numerous ninjas present, the enormous round table had been replaced with neatly arranged rows of chairs. As Konoha's foremost clan, Uchiha seats were undisputedly positioned at the front. Furutobi's trio occasionally cast glances at Itachi, who remained with his eyes closed. Although Itachi seemed indifferent, the clansmen beside him watched Sarutobi's group with vigilant eyes. Itachi sighed slightly. Had it not been for the system upgrade, he could have effortlessly accessed the Book of Seals. Nevertheless, this did not deter him. He swiftly extended his consciousness throughout the Hokage building, scanning every corner. Although he could not presently convert it into jutsu, he could forcefully memorize the techniques inscribed within the Book of Seals. However, upon reaching a hidden chamber, he reluctantly retracted his consciousness that it was unexpected that the Book of Seals was safeguarded by a barrier. It wasn't that Itachi couldn't break it. Rather, he couldn't silently bypass the barrier with his consciousness. If his allies were present, he could devise a means to neutralize all alarms and restrictions. But clearly, this was not the right time for such endeavors. Reopening his eyes, he discovered Sarutobi regarding him with a look of confusion. Their gazes clashed, and in that instant, a spark ignited between their intense stares that a faint smile graced Itachi's lips as he turned his attention to the rain that had begun to fall outside the window. Before long, the room filled with more attendees. Near Itachi, a multitude of representatives took their seats. Hyuga Hayashi, Hyuga Hizashi, Akimichi Choza, Nara Shikaku, Yamanaka Inoichi, Sarutobi Hiroshi, Shimura Kanji, Yamanaka Shira, Inazuka Tsum, the significant figures from each clan assembled. And as the time approached, Sarutobi slowly rose to his feet, officially commencing the Konoha Ninja Conference. Silence enveloped the room, an unexpected and palpable quietude. Sarutobi had anticipated questions and challenges from the Uchiha following his remarks. He had mentally prepared for this and even crafted his responses. However, confronted by the still smiling Itachi, awaiting his continuation, Sarutobi felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. Yet, as the one in error, he could not allow the Uchiha's silence to plunge him into silence as well. While he had managed to win over some clan ninjas with promises of benefits, many others awaited clarification regarding the events of the previous days. After a brief pause, Sarutobi composed himself, his expression grave as he resumed speaking. A few days prior, Elder Shimura Danzo abused his authority, conducting clandestine large-scale human experiments that resulted in catastrophic consequences for the village. Ultimately, he met his end at the hands of the security department's enforcement. I deeply apologize for my negligence, which allowed Danzo's abuse of power to transpire. With that, Sarutobi bowed deeply to the assembled ninjas. Seeing this, many ninjas in the conference room nodded in approval. At least Sarutobi's acknowledgement of his mistake was recognized. Nonetheless, numerous expressions remained cold. These were the ninjas who had witnessed the aftermath firsthand. Lord Hokage, the Umbu has thoroughly investigated all individuals associated with the criminal Danzo, Such extensive human experimentation could not have been carried out by Danzo alone. I firmly believe there are accomplices among the village's upper echelons, a voice interjected. Just as Sarutobi was about to respond, another voice chimed in. Lord Hokage, the issue of missing villagers has persisted alarmingly. I would like to inquire whether you have noticed nothing amiss. Is this matter connected to the Shimura clan? I urge you not to overlook anyone associated with this case, who, indeed, is supporting Danzo's clandestine research into forbidden techniques. Such significant financial maneuvers could not escape the notice of the village's financial department. Or is it that you, Lord Hokage, are turning a blind eye to protect your clansmen? With a resounding clap, Mito slammed her hand upon the table. Silence. The clamor of inquiries in the conference room ceased instantly. Yet Sarutobi discerned that the atmosphere had grown increasingly serious. Even the clan ninjas he had previously contacted were now silent. They had merely agreed to permit him to continue as acting Hokage, not to shield him from accountability. After all, many of the bodies from the recent human experiments belonged to clan ninjas. While they could afford to slightly retreat for the sake of familial interests, they could not ignore the necessity of clear explanations. Feeling a wave of guilt wash over him, Sarutobi reassured, do not rush. One at a time, I will address the village's concerns. However, at that moment, no one stepped forward to voice their questions, as they preferred to remain concealed within the crowd. Yet, under the scrutiny of all, few possessed the courage to confront the Hokage directly. Nevertheless, this world has never lacked for the brave. A ninja who had recently lost a loved one boldly stood forth. Lord Hokage, I am Yashiro Tsukishiro, and my brother was a young man of considerable talent. However, on a certain day, I was notified of my induction into the Umbu, and from that moment on, I never returned home. The next time I laid eyes upon him, it was within the frigid confines of a laboratory that I wished to inquire about the recent upheaval among the higher-ups. Has the Umbu under Lord Hokage been thoroughly cleansed? How could Danzo act with such impunity under the Umbu's name? Has the Umbu become nothing more than a tool for Danzo to wreak havoc upon the village's shinobi? Facing the relentless barrage of questions from this common elite Jainin, Sarutobi's mind whirled rapidly. Following the incident, I have eliminated all Umbu shinobi associated with Danzo. Huh. So, does this mean that the Umbu can now be completely trusted? If it is a cleansing, I must ask why Lord Hokage has not released the names of those involved in the purge. Are we, the victims present, unworthy of knowing the names of those Umbu, the elite shinobi of the village? At this moment, Yamamura Tsukaki had thrown caution to the wind. The death of his brother struck him profoundly, and their mother had remained bedridden since learning of the news. Sarutobi inhaled deeply, his thoughts racing to the intricate connections between the root and the Umbu, sending shivers down his spine. I will announce the list after the meeting. As for the trustworthiness of the Umbu, as long as they are human, their thoughts can shift. I will ensure that the Umbu are properly restrained moving forward. At this point, Sarutobi's tone had grown somewhat sharp. The Umbu represented the authority of the Hokage and could not be so easily questioned. Ha! Is this truly the response you offer us, Lord Hokage? Such a dismissive answer. Can the shinobi of this village still trust the Umbu in the future? If one mishap occurs, we may not even know how we perished, with our finest shinobi not dying on the battlefield against enemies, but rather in grotesque experiments conducted by our own. How tragic, truly tragic. My brother was merely 12 years old. He held you in such high esteem, always looking up to you as a role model, and yet he met his end in that cold laboratory. Tortured to death. Your answer to this is to merely promise to restrain the Umbu. What we seek is the punishment of the wrongdoers, the most brutal of retributions, blood for blood. At this moment, tears streamed down Yamamura Tsukaki's face, his state bordering on madness. After all, he had lost his beloved brother. He was so young, so talented, with a bright future ahead, yet he perished. How could he possibly let go of the hatred that now consumed him? Many present regarded the common shinobi with pity. Nonsense. The Umbu are an essential security force for the village. We cannot discard them due to a single misstep. T-Rin-K Haru could no longer endure the nonsensical tirades of this common shinobi and rose to vocally reprimand him. Huh. What a ridiculous notion of discarding the Umbu. Elder K. Haru, your brother is not the one who perished. It is no wonder you speak without a hint of guilt. At that moment, Paine's youthful, mocking voice echoed throughout the hall. That I believe this shinobi speaks not a word out of place. His doubts are entirely justified. The Umbu represent the will of the Hokage, yet they have become a cesspool of corruption. Reform is indeed necessary. Otherwise, should such atrocities against villagers continue, one might think I, the Hokage of Konoha, have betrayed the village. Outside, a flash of lightning streaked across the sky, followed by a thunderous roar. The assembly of shinobi within the meeting room felt a jolt of fear. All eyes turning to the childlike figure at the front. Haynes slowly rose, gazing at the still weeping Yamamura Tsukaki in the back. Yamamura Nin, as the elder brother of two younger siblings. I can comprehend your feelings. Your most beloved and talented brother has inexplicably fallen victim to the hands of Konoha's higher-ups. If I were in your position, I too would question the village's leaders and the Umbu. How could elite shinobi, who are meant to protect the village, turn their blades against its seedlings? Is this still Konoha, which bears the will of fire? The enemy is no worse. Haynes' calm words stirred ripples of emotion among the assembled shinobi. The gathered shinobi and elite ninja exchanged glances, realizing that Haynes' remarks struck a nerve, directly implying that the third Hokage was unfit for his role, effectively undermining Sarutobi's long-held doctrine of the will of fire. Although the shinobi present harbored some grievances against Sarutobi regarding this matter, the Hokage faction had maintained control over Konoha for decades. Aside from the Uchiha, few would dare to so openly criticize Sarutobi. Uchiha Hayne, by what authority do you speak? Understand that Konoha's current standing is due entirely to the third's leadership, who took command in the wake of the second's demise, stabilizing the village amidst chaos and securing its status as the strongest shinobi village after two great ninja wars. His accomplishments are not something a mere child like you can question. At this juncture, T-Ren-K Haru coldly interjected. What authority? I speak as the head of the Uchiha clan, the minister of the security division. A common shinobi of Konoha, and a student of the Konoha Ninja Academy. Do those titles suffice? I do not deny the third's achievements, but I urge Elder K. Haru to recognize that Konoha's current state is not solely due to the third's efforts, but also to the countless ordinary shinobi who fought for the village. Merit is merit, and fault is fault. As the head of the foremost department responsible for maintaining Konoha's security, I must be accountable to the village, to the ordinary citizens, and to my own family and clan. Given that such significant issues have arisen in the village's vital departments, I ask the esteemed elders what more effective solutions you have to offer. Let it be known that even today, numerous victims' families kneel at the gates of the Konoha Security Division, imploring us Uchiha to deliver them justice. Haynes' words resonated profoundly with the emotions of all present. In contrast to Elder K. Haru's remarks, which centered solely on the third's merits, Haynes' emotionally intelligent discourse garnered widespread approval among the gathered shinobi. As a proud Uchiha and a remarkably gifted young clan leader, he acknowledged the contributions of common shinobi, creating a moment of unity and resonance among many. For the first time, the shinobi of Konoha regarded the Uchiha's previously indifferent expressions with less disdain. At the very least, they dared to speak out when it mattered, earning them a measure of goodwill. T-Ren-K Haru sensed the shift in sentiment, quickly realizing the political error in his words, and hastily clarified, we certainly do not forget the sacrifices made by the shinobi for the village. However, this does not provide you with the justification to unfoundedly accuse the third. Evidence, Hayne emphasized, his tone growing more assertive. The witnesses remain imprisoned within my security division cells, and the facts are glaringly evident before us. The involvement of the Umbu is an irrefutable truth. Pray tell, Elder K. Haru, is this an unfounded accusation? Once the Umbu's shadows are involved, this clandestine department can no longer be trusted by the village. For those within, who can assure us that these masked figures, shrouded in secrecy, will not once again tread the line of legality? This distrust is an undeniable reality, one that cannot be concealed. The Umbu, as instruments, were originally meant to serve as a double-edged sword, with the Hokage as its wielder. When the blade claims lives, do we blame the knife or the one who wields it? Instantly, the entire assembly of shinobi grew agitated. I believe the young Uchiha clan leader speaks the truth. If the knife claims lives, it is indeed the wielder who bears responsibility. As Haynes' increasingly lucid arguments unfolded, numerous shinobi voiced their opinions, and even representatives from several clans could not help but nod in agreement, casting envious glances at the silent Fugaku. That a formidable figure has emerged from the Uchiha. The three Hokage elders on the dais found themselves rendered speechless by Haynes' incisive remarks, their minds reeling with astonishment and a hint of panic. They had initially anticipated the Uchiha would seize upon Danzo's misdeeds to oust the third. Yet Hayne had deftly shifted the focus to the Umbu's failings. rendering their pre-prepared strategies utterly useless. The atmosphere in the meeting room began to spiral uncontrollably. The whispers among the shinobi grew louder, the situation evolving into one decidedly unfavorable for the Hokage. Sarutobi hastily stepped forward, expressing remorse. Indeed, the Umbu's errors cannot be denied. They are the result of my inadequate oversight that I will implement strict reforms to ensure that such an incident does not recur. Sarutobi believed that a sincere apology would suffice to resolve the matter at hand. However, he was gravely mistaken. This situation could not be easily mended with mere words of contrition. The possibility of Uchiha demanding the resignation of the Hokage might still evoke hesitation among the assembled shinobi. After all, as Tsunade remarked, the achievements of the third Hokage could not be dismissed. Yet, when it came to a group of mere tools, the attitude of the present ninjas was far less forgiving. The animosity and resentment had shifted from Sarutobi and Danzo to the Umbu. Indeed, Danzo was nearly a dead man now, and Sarutobi, having served as Hokage for so many years, commanded a degree of respect and awe from the populace. As for the Uchiha, particularly those in close proximity to you, their sentiments towards Sarutobi were far from favorable. They were unwaveringly devoted to that godlike youth. The Hokage was undoubtedly a figure worthy of trust. Yet, use utterance of but caused the expressions of Sarutobi and his companions to twitch involuntarily. As expected, Yu's subsequent remarks rendered their countenances increasingly grim. However, as the Hokage himself stated, the human heart is an unpredictable and unfathomable entity, especially when it comes to those who conceal their true names and identities. Once an individual obscures their most authentic self, the darkness of their masquerade will inevitably expose the basest aspects of human nature. Just as in this instance, had it not been for the Uchiha apprehending the perpetrator on the spot and eliminating the root of the scandal, who would have known the identity of the main culprit? Moreover, those who concealed their identities were not just a handful, but hundreds, if not thousands. This posed a tremendous challenge to the security of Konoha, although I cannot ascertain the exact number of Umbu members. Each year, numerous exceptional ninjas and clan members are inducted. Their fates, whether life or death, remain uncertain for the grieving families. Such an organization, lurking in the shadows, is truly a breeding ground for malevolence. Enough, Sarutobi declared coldly, emphasizing his tone. What exactly do you Uchiha intend to do? He noted that the Uchiha had appointed a sharp-tongued young clan leader, making matters all the more troublesome. They consistently positioned themselves at the pinnacle of legal authority, rendering the current security department's restrictions on Uchiha development obsolete, transforming it into a lethal weapon in the Uchiha's hands. Every statement revolved around village security and the laws of Konoha. Yet, every move struck at the heart of Sarutobi's faction, each blow more grievous than the last. If he had known the security department would wield such power, he would never have allowed the Uchiha to monopolize IT. It can only be said that the allure of the past bestowed upon him by Fugaku was too potent, to the point where everyone deemed the security department a troublesome entity. The Hokage speaks too harshly. The Uchiha merely seeks to create a safer living environment for the village. Every life deserves respect. And thus, my proposal is, you paused briefly, heightening everyone's anticipation before continuing, to disband the Umbu. This organization hidden in darkness, a village inheriting the will of fire. We should embody the fervor and transparency of flames. Everything should be laid bare for discussion. A flash of lightning illuminated the astonished expressions of all present. Disband the Umbu. This was a proposition no one had anticipated. The Umbu, formerly known as the Special Tactical Assassination Force, was established by the second Hokage, selecting the most outstanding ninjas from the entire village. Initially, their primary responsibilities included protecting the Hokage, preventing external invasions, and occasionally gathering intelligence on enemies or conducting assassinations. After the third Hokage assumed office, the nature of the Umbu began to shift, in a bid to solidify his position and tighten his grip on the village. The third Hokage developed the Umbu without restraint. During his tenure, he absorbed numerous promising ninjas and expanded the Umbu's functions, thereby transforming it into Sarutobi's instrument of control over the village. A powerful tool. It can be said that without the Umbu, Sarutobi would lose a significant portion of his authority. For him to wield power and suppress the Uchiha, as he once did, would be nothing short of a fantasy. Thus, Yu's proposal to disband the Umbu was more painful than demanding Sarutobi's resignation. Resignation would mean Sarutobi lost only his nominal title as Hokage, while the actual power of the village would still remain in his hands. However, losing the Umbu, even if he retained the title of Hokage, would render him a mere shadow of his former self. Indeed, upon hearing Yu's suggestion, Sarutobi's hands trembled with rage, beads of sweat forming on his brow as he struggled to articulate his thoughts. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. In that moment, Sarutobi's usual benevolence and composure vanished, replaced by a glint of cold fury in his gaze directed at Yu. Outside, the relentless rain poured down, the oppressive sky intermittently illuminated by flashes of lightning, filling the hall with the heavy breaths of the gathered crowd. Yu confronted Sarutobi's murderous intent with calmness. Aware that striking at the heart of the matter was essential, he paid no heed to Sarutobi's threatening glare. Even if Sarutobi wished to confront him, he would need the strength to do so. Yu's eyes remained steady as he met Sarutobi's gaze, clad in the black and red attire of the Uchiha clan. His hair billowing gently in the breeze that slipped through the window, reminiscent of the Taoist elegance from a past life. The tranquil and ethereal aura he exuded seemed incongruous with the world around him, casting an indelible image of a refined youth in the minds of all present. Is this your proposal, Uchiha? It borders on absurdity, Sarutobi rebuffed without hesitation, his murderous intent intensifying upon witnessing the audacity of the young leader to meet his gaze. Hokage, though I am young, I possess a clear sense of right and wrong. May I inquire about the rationale for maintaining the Umbu, or the true purpose of its existence? Yu asked, his demeanor unruffled. Yet, Sarutobi remained silent, prompting Tsunade to rise in defense of the Hokage. To protect the Hokage. Isn't that the duty of the Guard Corps? Yu countered. If the Hokage feels unsafe, he could simply expand the ranks of the Guard Corps. Tsunade hastily interjected. And what about gathering intelligence on enemy movements? Surely that cannot be the sole purpose. The intelligence department is a vast entity. Is it merely ornamental? Yu questioned skeptically, casting a doubtful glance at the head of the intelligence department, whose face betrayed a hint of embarrassment. It encompasses more than that. Special operations and executing high-difficulty missions also necessitate the skills of Umbu ninjas. Mito stood to defend his companion. Yu smiled slightly. Elder Mito, you jest. Are our elite jounin merely idling away their days in the village? Or do our elite ninjas not merit the title of elite? Mito and Tsunade found themselves momentarily speechless, gazing at Yu in silence. While the Umbu indeed possessed certain unique functions, they were never openly acknowledged. The many shinobi in attendance turned their eyes towards the young Uchiha, their admiration glowing brightly. The Uchiha clan's youthful leader had managed to render the higher-ups of Konoha speechless. Many clan representatives could not help but glance enviously at Fugaku, seated beside Yu, silently lamenting. One can only hope to bear a child like Uchiha Yu. Fugaku sensed the envious gazes directed towards him but maintained his composure, standing steadfast. Internally, he brimmed with pride, though he chose not to display it. He was a humble Uchiha. Observing the trio's silence, Yu let out a dismissive chuckle. After all that had been said, he realized that the functions of the Umbu seemed to encroach upon the responsibilities of other departments. If Konoha could not trust even its Hokage with its own divisions or ninjas, it would be a profound tragedy for the village. Silence. Sarutobi, unable to maintain his composure any longer, interrupted. If this young Uchiha continued, it would sow discord within the hearts of the village ninjas, jeopardizing his own authority as Hokage. While it was true that the Umbu's functions overlapped with those of various departments, it was not intended to undermine their respective powers. Rather, it provided an elite team capable of swiftly addressing emergencies in a rapidly changing environment. Yu refrained from further rebuttal, acknowledging this as a core reason for the Umbu's existence. He had never intended to disband the Umbu entirely. It was a pivotal source of power for the village's leader. Even if you could forcefully disband the Umbu while the third Hokage faltered, any future Hokage would undoubtedly seek to reorganize it. Even if he were to ascend to the position himself, he would require such a unit. However, he could not allow Sarutobi to evade accountability. Otherwise, his visit today would be in vain. Then, Hokage, how many personnel does a department responsible for handling emergencies truly require? The Umbu's ninjas are now capable of conquering a small nation. Given the vastness of the organization, I believe that Konohagakure could entirely rely on the Umbu, rendering other departments redundant. Those ninjas affiliated with the Umbu could return home to tend to their families, escaping the grueling routine of a 9-to-5 job, and instead embrace a tranquil life filled with warmth and familial bliss. While Yu's jest was undoubtedly somewhat exaggerated, it nonetheless highlighted the current state of the Umbu. The insatiable power lust of the third Hokage, compounded by the relentless ambition of Danzo, who seeks to ascend to the role of Hokage, has led to an incessant recruitment of individuals under the guise of the Umbu. Presently, the Umbu has become an exceedingly bloated entity, consuming a significant portion of the village's talented resources. Sarutobi fell into silence, and the other ninjas in the conference room silently turned their gazes toward the third Hokage. Leaving only the sound of the rain outside to fill the air, amidst the growing intensity of their stares, Sarutobi understood that he must make a decisive choice. Initially, he had thought that he might only lose his position as Hokage, retreating to a secondary role as an elder or acting Hokage. However, to his astonishment, it was the authority of the Hokage that was the first to be sacrificed. After a moment, Sarutobi lifted his head slightly. Addressing the ninjas below him, from this day forth, the Umbu will be reduced to a total of 100 members, divided into 5 squads and 25 teams. Uchiha, I trust you will be satisfied. Sarutobi laid bare the attitudes of both parties. Following Yu's well-reasoned arguments, he feared that if he did not clarify the relationship between the factions, the ninja supporting his side might waver. Yu calmly nodded. Neither denying the adversarial relationship nor the political division that had taken shape. Since they had already entered this political confrontation, it was imperative that his stance remain resolute. Not only must he be steadfast, but those who follow him must also comprehend their opposing position. Clearly stating one's identity is an excellent strategy for selecting allies who share the same stance, since the Hokage has provided a reasonable resolution. The Uchiha clan has nothing further to say. With that, Yu returned to his seat, awaiting the reactions of the others in the meeting. After all, the Uchiha's primary objective had already been achieved, and there was no need to press Sarutobi too hard, lest they appear overly aggressive. Otherwise, they would simply be seen as unreasonable troublemakers. The Uchiha had made a commendable start, establishing an initial stage, and therefore, others must also take the stage. Noticing that Yu had ceased to speak, Sarutobi turned his attention to the other ninjas. Does anyone else have an opinion? Sarutobi's voice appeared calm, but the fury within him was known only to himself, emanating a subtle air of authority. At this moment, anyone who stood up would be completely opposing the Hokage's faction, as Sarutobi had already clarified his stance. The conference room fell silent once again, with everyone becoming mute, while the heavy rain outside gradually subsided. Just as Sarutobi believed this proposal would conclude, a voice suddenly shattered the tranquility of the room. Since the issue of the Umbu's organizational structure has been resolved, could we clarify the functions of the Umbu? Sarutobi's body froze, incredulity washing over him as he looked at the blond man who had risen. The man's unremarkable words struck like thunder in the minds of those present, while Yu's statements had elicited surprise. This man's voice brought a wave of astonishment. How could it be him? Many gasped in disbelief. This reaction was not unwarranted, for even the faces of the third Hokage and his allies reflected shock. Yu, seated in the front row, smiled softly, fully aware that this upheaval would not solely stem from the Uchiha clan. They were merely the catalyst. In fact, this individual was none other than the leader of the Yamanaka clan, who had just been questioned by Yu about the relevance of the intelligence department. Known among the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara as the Boar, he also held another title, a steadfast ally of the Sarutobi clan. However, with the ascension of the third Hokage, this once unwavering ally had become somewhat compromised, as the three clans were now nearly subservient to the Sarutobi. Yet, during the Warring States period, the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans had consistently stood as equal allies to the Sarutobi clan. The notion of subservience was merely a product of the Sarutobi's inflated sense of self-importance, which included Sarutobi entered at that moment. Sarutobi felt overwhelmed by the unexpected developments of the day, having been forced to react passively to a series of complaints from the common ninjas, followed by the Uchiha's challenge to the Umbu. Now, even his staunchest supporter, whom he least expected to rise against him, was turning the tables. A sense of being caught off guard flooded Sarutobi's heart, as he suppressed the fury that threatened to boil over and gazed at Yamanaka Haichi. Are you aware that after the reduction of the Umbu, many uncontrollable intelligence points will be handed over to your intelligence department? Listening to Sarutobi's words laced with barely concealed anger, Haichi felt no remorse. After all, his nephew remained a victim of the Umbu's unchecked expansion. Sarutobi believed Haichi was motivated by a lust for power. Yet the truth was that he sought none. Since the Warring States period, the Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans had been allies with the Sarutobi clan. However, the reason they remained a trio rather than incorporating the Sarutobi was due to their fundamentally different ideologies. The Inuzuka, Yamanaka, and Nara clans were among the few ninja clans that yearned for a peaceful existence, while the Sarutobi clan was characterized by valiant warriors with a penchant for conflict. This fundamental divergence was the reason they never truly united, maintaining only a simple alliance. When he rushed back to his clan, forcibly extracting his nephew's tongue, the ramifications shattered his preconceived notions of the Sarutobi clan. The original intention behind establishing the village was to provide a peaceful and sunny environment for the offspring of various clans. Yet now, the Umbu, a department wielding significant power, sought to mold their successors into instruments of war, which was the true reason for his stand today. At this moment, Yamanaka Haichi gazed at Sarutobi with unwavering determination, feeling no guilt within that I am not speaking about the intelligence department. However, since the Hokage has raised this matter, I shall clarify. In the future, when the Umbu requires intelligence investigations, they must present relevant credentials and may no longer access the intelligence department's crucial information at will. After a brief pause, Haichi continued, every individual has their own interests, and the Umbu is no exception. That if critical intelligence is accessed indiscriminately, it would be an irresponsible act towards the village. At this juncture, Haichi felt a pang of guilt. He believed that the reason Danzo had acquired so many exceptional talents and resources was largely due to the arbitrary access to the intelligence department's information. He had previously paid little heed to this, but now felt a sense of foreboding. Sarutobi's expression darkened. Although direct access to critical intelligence would no longer be possible, he could still issue orders along with the necessary documentation. Thus, he did not dwell on it, and simply agreed, very well. After addressing the matter of intelligence, Haichi continued, the Umbu has existed for many years without a clear delineation of its authority. I believe we should reassess and clearly outline the distribution of power within the Umbu. What authority do they hold externally, and what authority internally? If these distinctions are not made clear, such a disordered department could easily give rise to underhanded individuals like Danzo. However, upon hearing this, the expressions of the third Hokage and his allies grew serious. They naturally desired authority both externally and internally, yet it was evident that such a statement could not be made openly. After a lengthy pause, Uzumaki Kanomaru finally responded ambiguously, the Umbu is a department directly under the Hokage, and thus must possess authority in both realms. Otherwise, Hokage's commands and crucial intelligence would be unable to be executed promptly. Haichi pondered for a moment before pressing further. What internal authority do they possess? To protect the Hokage, investigate suspicious individuals, and promptly apprehend relevant parties. And how do we determine who is suspicious? We will conduct the necessary verifications. What basis do we have for arrests? Following an arrest, will there be relevant documentation, and will there be oversight from the appropriate authorities? Will the list of suspects be made public? A barrage of questions left Uzumaki Kanomaru speechless. However, the affairs of the Umbu could not withstand scrutiny. What constituted suspicion lay entirely in the hands of the higher-ups, and there might well be no follow-up afterward. This lack of accountability further heightened the unease among the assembled ninjas. If a sword were directed only outward, those present might still cheer in approval. However, when it comes to self-examination, no one can endure such baseless investigations and suspicions, especially without any assurance afterward. A moment later, Sarutobi spoke leisurely. What do you think should be done? Shan Zhonghai, maintaining his composure, replied, in the future, the information from the Umbu regarding external intelligence and emergencies should be kept internal. I believe ensuring the safety of Lord Hokage is paramount. That is unacceptable. Tizun Kaharu quickly stood up, exclaiming, why not? Is Lord Hokage distrustful of the colleagues present? At that moment, numerous ninjas lifted their heads to gaze at Sarutobi, and the atmosphere became exceedingly tense. The three of them exchanged glances, their years of collaboration allowing them to comprehend each other's intentions in an instant. They realized that they could not allow the situation to continue to develop in this manner and must devise a way to muddle the current circumstances. I naturally believe in everyone's loyalty to the village, but the unstable elements within it cannot be ignored. If no precautions are taken, it will lead to yet another disaster for Konoha. Upon finishing, Sarutobi cast a pointed glance at the Uchiha group. Go. Is Lord Third implying the various ninja clans present? Someone interjected, I wonder how Lord Hokage discerned these unstable elements. You took the initiative, unhesitatingly dragging Konoha's prominent families into the fray. Through Sarutobi's gaze, you understood what the third would say next. Nevertheless, he was not the least bit concerned, and I trust that you Uchiha are fully aware of what I am implying. Sarutobi hastily clarified upon noticing the change in the expressions of the representatives from various clans. I hope Lord Hokage can be more explicit. Is it fitting for you to speak in riddles at such a grand assembly? You retorted without hesitation. Sarutobi's expression darkened. I would kindly ask the current leader of the Uchiha clan to explain the circumstances surrounding your clan's Manjiki Sharingan. It should be noted that many present witnessed the Sharingan in the eyes of the Nine Tails during the chaos. Lord Hokage, I believe we Uchiha have already provided a clear explanation at that time. If there are any doubts regarding the village, please present sufficient evidence. Uchiha brat, why conceal the fact that your clan awakened the Manjiki capable of controlling the Nine Tails? Tizun Koharu immediately stood to question. What Manjiki? The ability to control the Nine Tails. Koharu's words undoubtedly stirred unrest among the seated ninjas. Compared to the few victims of Danzo's human experiments, the majority present bore significant animosity from the Nine Tails incident. Could it be that the Uchiha clan orchestrated the Nine Tails chaos from the shadows? I wondered why those eyes seemed so familiar. It turns out they belonged to the Uchiha. The conference room erupted into chaos, as everyone appeared to have forgotten about the matter of the Umbu. After all, the Umbu was merely a latent issue, whereas the Nine Tails incident was an indelible pain for the village, remembering lost loved ones. Many began to cast hateful glances at the Uchiha. In contrast, you remained remarkably composed, while Uchiha Relyin and Fugaku beside him appeared increasingly grim. Lord Hokage initially, however, Fugaku's words were abruptly halted by you, as following the line of thought of the third would only lead them into the enemy's rhythm. Slowly, you rose to his feet. I recall that the Nine Tails incident occurred over a year ago. Has the village earnestly investigated the reasons behind it within this time frame? To question the Uchiha clan solely based on a pair of eyes seems rather frivolous. It should be noted that our Uchiha clan does not resemble the caged birds of the Hyuga. Speaking of which, I recall that Danzo, the former elder, possessed quite a few of our clan's eyes. Many present witnessed this firsthand. Instead of suspecting us Uchiha, shouldn't you be more wary of that shadowy rat? Danzo, moreover, at that time, we Uchiha intended to mobilize the entire clan to rescue the fourth Hokage. However, we were obstructed by the Umbu, who conveyed the order of the third Hokage, forbidding our clan from acting hastily, which ultimately led to the unfortunate demise of the fourth, who was close to our clan. I am perplexed by this point that I simply cannot find any justification for my clan to wield the Sharingan to harm the fourth's family. Use calm words immediately restored the rationality of many ninjas, who once again regarded the third with astonishment. For what you stated was indeed factual. The Uchiha's eyes were not solely in Danzo's possession, but there was also a particularly renowned genius ninja from Konoha who possessed them. Furthermore, it was true that during the fourth's tenure, he was on good terms with the Uchiha. Every ninja present could sense this. And moreover, the fourth's wife, Kushina, was a close friend of Fugaku's wife. The Uchiha had no reason to ruin such a favorable situation. The expressions of the third and Tizun Koharu, who had initially been confident of victory, froze in disbelief. They could not comprehend why, despite the topic having diverged, it could return to the shadowy dealings of Danzo and the Umbu. This could only be attributed to the multitude of sordid deeds committed by the higher-ups. At this moment, seeing the dazed expressions of the three, a hint of disdain flickered across Yu's lips. I ask this how you attempt to frame the Uchiha. At the very least, you should present some compelling evidence. Therefore, Lord Hokage, what was the reason for your order to the Umbu to prevent the Uchiha from rescuing the fourth? After all, he was the youngest Hokage of the village, and if only we Uchiha had gone to assist, the fourth might not have perished. Here, I must question whether the higher-ups had some connection to the Nine Tails incident, aiming to ensure the untimely demise of the fourth, who was close to our clan. Following the logic that whoever stands to gain the most is the greatest suspect, I cannot help but question the intentions of Lord Hokage. After all, the fourth was the Hokage, yet the orders came from the third. Does anyone not find this to be a significant issue? Boom. At this moment, many ninjas displayed shock and disbelief, gazing at the now thoroughly flustered third and others. Nonsense. How could the third possibly harm the fourth? Mito Kamen quickly stood to clarify. Who knows? After all, Danzo, who has interacted with the third for so long, could commit acts against the village's comrades as fellow elders, who can guarantee that they would not betray the village's interests for personal gain. How can you Uchiha assure that you bear no suspicion? Tizun Koharu glared fiercely at you. Our Uchiha can at least guarantee that during the Ninetales incident, all of our clan members were at the clan grounds. After all, the Umbu had sealed off the entire Uchiha clan at that time, which serves as the best proof. Furthermore, we Uchiha welcome any investigations, and if there is evidence proving that it was the Uchiha of Konoha who acted, you, as the clan leader, would dare to commit seppuku in front of all the villagers to atone. Yu's impassioned words undoubtedly moved many ninjas present, erasing their once hateful gazes at this moment. Everyone awaited an explanation from the third, whose decades-long credibility was rapidly deteriorating. The third trembled slightly, his hands and feet cold, breath coming in quick gasps. What he had initially thought to be a situation favorable to him had now turned into a barrage of doubts directed at himself. All due to the few words of the Uchiha brat. Lord Third, please inform us why you commanded the Umbu to prevent the Uchiha from aiding the fourth, and why the order came not from the fourth, but from you, who had already stepped back to the position of elder. At this moment, Narashikaka stood up calmly to inquire. Taking a deep breath, the third began, at that time, due to the presence of Sharingan in the eyes of the Ninetales. I ordered the Uchiha's actions to be halted to prevent the situation from escalating further. As for why it was my command, the incident was sudden, and the fourth was the party involved. So there was simply no time to issue orders. The third slow explanation did not quell everyone's doubts. Many continued to regard Sarutobi and the others with suspicion. The third had clarified his standpoint. But what reason could the Uchiha provide to explain the existence of the Sharingan? After all, the Sharingan was the most compelling evidence. Tizun Koharu struggled to articulate. I have already made my point clear. This cannot be explained. Since the Warring States period, our Uchiha clan has lost countless eyes. To suspect us based solely on this is utterly ludicrous. Moreover, just because the higher-ups cannot uncover the truth, does that mean our Uchiha must forever be subjected to suspicion? If the third and others do not know how to investigate, I can teach you how to uncover the clues. First, regarding the Ninetales incident, who exposed the location of Kushina's childbirth? It should be noted that aside from the higher-ups of Konoha, there were at most 10 individuals who knew about this matter. Have you investigated these individuals? In the face of Yu's probing questions, the third Hokage and his companions were momentarily taken aback, only to quickly regain their composure. Naturally, they had conducted their inquiries, and all sources were deemed trustworthy. The third Hokage hastily replied that Yu offered a slight smile, including Danzo in that assessment. Instantly, the trio of Sarutobi fell silent, enveloped in a wave of despondency. Regardless of the circumstances, the burden of blame on Danzo was far too substantial for them to shake off. The truth remained that, in contrast to the Uchiha clan's unwavering loyalty to their ancestral grounds, Danzo had committed unforgivable transgressions against the village. Had he not ostensibly perished, he would have undoubtedly been marked as a rogue ninja by the village. Sarutobi let out a profound sigh, casting a glance at the youth who had transformed the Uchiha's defensive stance into an offensive one, that he could not help but acknowledge the emergence of an extraordinary talent from the Uchiha clan. At that moment, he was fully prepared to face the Uchiha's final strike. However, the anticipated upheaval did not materialize. After elucidating his points, Yu calmly returned to his seat. It was far from the appropriate time for Sarutobi to step down. Should Sarutobi resign now, it would merely benefit his disciple, not the Uchiha. For now, the Uchiha were not yet in a position to contend for the position of Hokage. It was wiser to retain this blemished Hokage until the Uchiha possessed both the strength and prestige to ascend. As the entire conference room was on the verge of descending into silence once more, a man clad in white robes rose to his feet. It was well known that Konoha had two prominent clans. Formerly, these were the Uchiha and Senju, but now they were the Hyuga and Uchiha. The Senju and Uchiha had jointly established Konoha and ended an old era. The Senju produced two Hokage, maintaining their noble lineage's legacy. In contrast, the Hyuga, though powerful, lacked the same notoriety and had struggled to infiltrate the village's power center due to internal issues. The branch family, confined like caged birds, harbored no ambitions in this regard, while the main family wielded immense inherent authority over the branch family's fate. Thus, should they gain access to Konoha's power center, it would be contrary to the desires of the village's upper echelons. Many branch family members of the Hyuga had already stirred dissatisfaction among the higher-ups merely by adhering to instructions rather than declarations. Now, the main family sought to seize control over the village's authority. Such aspirations were utterly impossible. However, at this moment, Hyuga Hayashi had a different perspective. Initially, when the third Hokage approached the Hyuga clan, a transfer of interests had been discussed. Yet, the so-called transfer merely allowed the Hyuga clan to have more ninjas integrated into the Umbu. Now that the Umbu had been so drastically diminished, it was evident that the Hyuga clan's demands could not be met. Nevertheless, the youthful and vigorous Hayashi saw a greater opportunity arising from the Uchiha's confrontation. As he stood, all eyes turned toward him. His white attire made him conspicuously prominent in the quiet conference room. With a calm demeanor and a voice full of conviction, he proclaimed, "We have come here for the better development of the village's future, not to cast blame upon one another." His serene yet powerful voice reverberated through the hall, instantly calming the agitated ninjas present. Sarutobi glanced at Hayashi. He was now prepared to step down, not wishing to offend another prominent clan of Konoha while also avoiding further conflict with the Uchiha. Indeed, the head of the Hyuga speaks wisely. Let us return to the previous discussion. Elder Konoha raised concerns regarding the village's vulnerabilities, thus necessitating the preservation of the Umbu's crucial functions. Hayashi did not take his seat, but instead surveyed the ninjas present. Inquiring if anyone had further objections, the assembly was somewhat taken aback. The current Hyuga exuded an air of authority akin to that of a judge. However, no one dared to voice dissent, as the usually impartial third Hokage had lost his standing as an unbiased party due to internal conflicts among the elders. Particularly in light of the Uchiha's fierce counterattacks, the perpetually neutral Hyuga was indeed the most fitting candidate for the role of arbiter, but a faint smile crept upon Yu's lips. He had anticipated that today's stage would not be exclusively his to command. The world was driven by self-interest. After all, that I harbor doubts regarding how to identify unstable factors. Relying solely on the subjective judgments of the three elders seems rather hasty. Yu's cool voice echoed within the hall. Although Sarutobi and his companions sensed something amiss, they had little time to ponder Yu's inquiry. Elder Kurama promptly stood to respond. "I have devoted myself to the public good since the establishment of Konoha. Harboring no selfish motives, it is well known that we, the elders, are disciples of the second Hokage. Our actions are all in service of the village." You let out a cold chuckle. And was Danzo not also a disciple of the second Hokage as well? Upon hearing Danzo's name, Elder Kurama's heart sank, as expected. The Uchiha youth stood up, declaring, "It is common knowledge that Danzo too inherited the will of the second Hokage, contributing to Konoha for decades." Oh no. Rather, he has ravaged Konoha for decades. His commitment to this will is indeed unwavering. The second Hokage studied methods to control the village's ninjas, and our esteemed Danzo has amplified this method. It is truly a legacy carried on. Yu's words, laced with sarcasm, sent a wave of murmurs throughout the conference room. He turned to face the grim-faced Sarutobi and the others, questioning whether the elders had not intervened when Danzo committed his transgressions, or if they had merely turned a blind eye. Even if someone had bravely attempted to intervene, it was likely that their corpse now lay cold in some frigid experimental tank. Mito Gate's face flushed with anger. "Nonsense. That is merely unfounded speculation." Hyuga Hayashi, sensing the situation spiraling into further discord, quickly interjected, "Uchiha clan head, without evidence, please refrain from unfounded accusations." You nodded, his eyes calm as he replied, "Perhaps my words are merely conjecture. Yet the current Elder Council is undoubtedly entwined with nepotism. If another individual akin to Danzo were to emerge among the higher-ups, the intended oversight would be rendered futile. After all, what if a clan member or relative present here happened to fall out of favor with those in power? Branded as harboring ulterior motives and deemed a potential threat? What then? Cough, cough. Hayashi swiftly cleared his throat to interrupt Yu's discourse. However, the seeds of doubt had already been sown among the ninjas present. Hayashi cast a helpless glance at Yu, feeling the weight of the situation, and turned to the third Hokage and the others. Although the Uchiha clan head's words were mere speculation, they undeniably held a measure of truth. After a moment of contemplation, Hayashi observed the now completely somber Sarutobi and pondered aloud. "Hokage-sama, what do you think about retaining the Umbu's internal oversight and reporting authority while abolishing their powers of arrest, interrogation, and detention?" Sarutobi found himself in a difficult position. He certainly did not wish to be hamstrung. Yet, With Hayashi standing firmly on the side of impartiality, any rebuttal would inevitably oppose the collective will of the assembled ninjas. At that moment, he harbored deep-seated resentment towards Danzo. Had it not been for Danzo's tarnished reputation, he would not have been ensnared in such a restrictive predicament. After a deep breath, Sarutobi ultimately nodded in resignation. Seeing this, the attendees felt a collective sense of relief. The developments of the day had been surreal. From the outset, the atmosphere in the conference room had been charged with tension, with the potential for an explosion at any moment. Very well. We have resolved one proposal. Let us move on to the next. Regarding intelligence matters, Hayashi continued to preside over the meeting as the arbiter. Although the Hokage faction felt uneasy about the proceedings, they were powerless to intervene. That a series of matters concerning the Umbu and the village were negotiated and resolved amidst the squabbles of various factions. The meeting continued in an orderly fashion. Meanwhile, Yu and the Uchiha gradually fell into silence, an odd occurrence that did not go unnoticed. Shikaku observed the now muted Uchiha, contemplating amid the clamor of the many clan representatives within the room. His formidable intellect quickly unraveled the intricacies at play, and admiration flickered in his gaze as he regarded the young man seated not far away. Truly, a prodigious Uchiha, navigating with both advance and retreat. In this political struggle, the Uchiha had merely assumed the role of vanguard, paving the way for others to seize the unprecedented opportunity that lay ahead. Naturally, there would be those willing to carry on the path they had blazed. For the allure of profit was sufficient to stir action in anyone. Yet, what was it that the Hyugas sought? Shikaku cast a glance at the composed and unruffled Hizashi, who was still serving as the judge. His brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind. Could it be? Shikaku stared, astonished, at Hizashi. Sitting beside him, Kiba was bewildered by Shikaku's sudden outburst. "Shikaku, what are you thinking now?" Kiba inquired. Puzzled. "Incredible. Truly remarkable. It is no wonder that the two great clans of Konoha possess such profound thoughts. Shikaku, what have you discovered?" At that moment, Kiba was filled with curiosity, as if he were about to uncover a great secret. "Let us discuss this later. Now is not the time." Shikaku hastily halted Kiba's incessant questioning, for he noticed numerous other clan ninjas surreptitiously leaning in to eavesdrop. Kiba sensed the shifting atmosphere around them and quickly adopted a serious demeanor. The discussion regarding the Umbu gradually approached its conclusion when Yu suddenly stood up. Addressing the Hokage, "Sir, I wonder if the Umbu still retains the village's defense authority." Hizashi, having just resolved a prior issue, found himself in a quandary due to Yu's question, but after a moment's reflection, he responded candidly. "Currently, the personnel of the Umbu have been significantly reduced and can no longer fulfill the responsibilities of village defense and protection. In that case, I have a surplus of personnel in my security department. The Uchiha clan would be willing to take on this responsibility." Yu replied nonchalantly. "No. The distance from the Uchiha clan's territory to the village is too great." The third Hokage, having endured a lengthy meeting, felt somewhat dizzy. Nonetheless, he did not retract his stance on suppressing the Uchiha clan. Though it might become increasingly challenging, it was his teacher's will. "Lord Third, the village's safety cannot be compromised in the slightest. We Uchiha can arrange for some clan members to return to our ancestral territory and establish a security division, thereby better safeguarding the village." "No. Absolutely not." The third Hokage and others quickly interjected in opposition. Wouldn't this merely allow the Uchiha clan's influence to expand throughout the village? The Uchiha security division had already become quite a formidable adversary. Should they be permitted to grow stronger, the Uchiha would then control the entire defense of Konoha. A scenario that Sarutobi, Tsunade, and others were eager to avoid. Faced with the third's vehement opposition, Hinata couldn't help but furrow his brow deeply. "How about this? Let each clan contribute some personnel and resources to establish a new security division at the idle Umbu training base. But the leadership should still remain with the Uchiha." The third Hokage pondered for a moment and, finding no better alternative, nodded in agreement, only to immediately regret it afterward. Wasn't this indirectly granting the Uchiha an opportunity to draw closer to the other clans? At that moment, Sarutobi felt a rush of anxiety as he glanced at Yu, whose face wore a sly smile, growing increasingly irksome. Meanwhile, Tsunade and Mito's expressions mirrored Sarutobi's realization, disbelief etched on their faces. Thus, the discussion regarding the Umbu concludes here. Does anyone have any further opinions? Hizashi nodded slightly in Yu's direction, signaling his announcement, which also served as a gesture of goodwill towards the current Uchiha. A faint smile tugged at the corners of Yu's mouth as their eyes met, an unspoken understanding passing between them, but it could be said that during this meeting, Hinata and the Uchiha formed a covert alliance. Both casting knowing glances at Sarutobi, the third Hokage rubbed his temples, the lengthy meeting having left him drenched in sweat and fatigued. Let us take a half-hour break, after such a long discussion. Everyone must be weary. With that, he rose and strode towards the door, pushing it open and letting in a gust of cold wind that instantly invigorated Sarutobi's mind. The others, witnessing this, began to disperse in small groups. Outside, the light rain had completely ceased, and the winter chill swept through the area, causing the ninjas accustomed to the warmth to feel a touch uncomfortable. The representatives of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans quickly found a secluded corner. Whispering among themselves, Shikaku, the Uchiha, and Hinata have formed an alliance. Kiba couldn't help but exclaim, "Impossible! Hisashi seems quite impartial to me." Ding Zhao, pulling out a large chicken leg from seemingly nowhere, began to eat it with gusto. Shikaku's eyes flickered as he considered the situation. In reality, the Uchiha and Hinata had indeed forged a reluctant alliance, albeit one unspoken between the clans. For the sake of their mutual interests, they had no choice but to unite. So you're saying that the seemingly impartial Hisashi has his own agenda that requires the Uchiha support, and the Uchiha would never oppose such support? Shikaku nodded. What do you think Hisashi's objective is? Haven't the two clans always held disdain for each other? Kiba questioned, perplexed. That is precisely what I just contemplated. Hinata likely seeks to penetrate the core of Konoha's power. The Uchiha would certainly welcome any effort to share the authority of the Hokage's faction. Shikaku mused after a moment of contemplation. In a wonder Hinata would assist the Uchiha in expanding their security division's authority. The two instantly widened their eyes in realization. The Uchiha are indeed formidable. They have managed to connect with every clan in Konoha without anyone even reaching out, including US. It merely underscores the third's earlier misjudgment, rendering his current strategies entirely ineffective. Shikaku chuckled wryly. Indeed, the thought of such a Uchiha is truly terrifying. Kiba agreed. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, Sarutobi silently lit a cigarette, inhaling deeply, filling the room with swirling smoke. Tsunade, seated beside him, frowned. Monkey, could you refrain from smoking? We need to consider how to approach the upcoming meeting. The Uchiha are acting too strangely. Sarutobi exhaled a cloud of smoke, his face etched with worry. The Uchiha's true aim is not the position of Hokage. What? Tsunade and Mito sprang to their feet in excitement. If they were vying for the Hokage position, they wouldn't be advocating for a reduction in the Umbu's power. Sarutobi continued. Impossible. The Uchiha are extremely fixated on the Hokage position. Otherwise, why would they orchestrate so many schemes? Sukin questioned, incredulous. Indeed, Sarutobi. Have you misunderstood? Mito chimed in. No. Do you think if the Uchiha desired to become Hokage, they would go to such lengths to weaken the Hokage's authority? The two opened their mouths, momentarily at a loss for rebuttal. Soon, half an hour passed, and the ninjas, having braved the cold wind, felt their minds clear considerably, recognizing the nuances of the meeting. Upon re-entering the conference room, the ninjas had shed many of their emotional burdens and began to view the proceedings with a rational perspective. Sarutobi and the others arrived just in time for the final moments of the meeting. Once everyone was seated, Sarutobi announced, I received intelligence from the front lines indicating that Yunin village is poised for significant action. In the brief span of half an hour, Sarutobi and his companions had yet to devise any effective strategies. However, the meeting had to continue, so they intended to use the matters of war to tide them over. Before he could elaborate further, Yu coldly interrupted Sarutobi. Hokage, we are currently discussing the aftermath of Danzo's actions. The situation at the front lines is under the purview of the frontline commander. Sarutobi paused. Realizing that the frontline conflict was of utmost importance to the village's safety and not a trivial matter. Having just endured the third great ninja war, the fear of conflict caused many of the ninjas below to rally in support of the third Hokage. Yet, as the discussions grew tumultuous, Hisashi stood up. Hokage, according to intelligence relayed from the Hyuga clan, the situation at the front lines in Yunin village is merely a standoff. There are no significant developments at this time. Upon hearing this, Sarutobi's expression faltered. He couldn't comprehend why the typically neutral Hyuga would so vehemently refute him during the latter half of the meeting. As the saying goes, to secure the external, one must first stabilize the internal. Since external conflicts have begun to emerge, We must take advantage of this period of standoff to swiftly address the issues within our village, and we must resolve the problems left behind by Danzo without delay. In a timely manner, you seized the opportunity to speak. Sarutobi, feeling helpless, gazed at the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, who were engaged in a theatrical exchange, realizing that the topic could no longer be shifted. Thus, he continued the previous meeting, methodically addressing matters concerning Danzo. Discussions ensued on how to soothe the villagers, the issue of compensating the victims, and whether Danzo had betrayed the village's interests in his dealings. These were just a few of the repercussions following Danzo's demise. That concludes our discussion on the aftermath regarding Danzo. If there are no further inquiries, let us adjourn this meeting. Sarutobi, eager to end this torturous assembly, felt immense sorrow and dissatisfaction with each issue raised as Hokage. However, at that moment, two voices interrupted him simultaneously. Wait, Hokage-sama, hold on. Hokage-sama. The third's expression darkened as he turned to the speakers. Hisashi and Yu, puzzled as to what further issues the heads of the Hyuga and Uchiha clans could possibly have. Sarutobi's face betrayed a hint of impatience. The expressions of every ninja in the conference room grew peculiar. They had believed there was nothing left to astonish them. After all, the Uchiha had already confronted the Hokage faction, and the betrayal by Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi had occurred prior. Yet now, the sight of the Uchiha and Hyuga standing together was utterly perplexing. With a calm demeanor, Hisashi addressed Sarutobi. The dangers posed by unrestrained higher-ups had become evident to all. The fallout from Danzo's actions was akin to the losses incurred in a localized war. The immense compensation owed to the villagers, the potential leak of village intelligence, and the damage to Konoha's reputation were all consequences of unchecked power. These were merely the issues we were aware of. Undoubtedly, there were numerous unknown threats lurking from the past decade that Yu nodded in agreement, emphasizing that this was the inevitable outcome of power abuse. We must take heed of this lesson. Let us not forget the sacrifices of the fourth Hokage and the tragic downfall of Konoha's White Fang, which were not without their own underlying issues. If the fourth were still alive and White Fang were still with us, would the Cloud Village dare to initiate war against Konoha? Thus, it follows that the greater the power, the more stringent the oversight must be. Furthermore, it is fortunate that Danzo is deceased. Had he lived, would he not have become a rogue ninja, once a disciple of the Hokage and a close friend to him? If this continues, will Konoha not become a laughingstock in the ninja world? Yu's probing questions left the third and others feeling quite uncomfortable. Uchiha brat, what do the affairs of the fourth and White Fang have to do with the higher-ups? How dare you speak such nonsense? Haruno responded angrily to It seems Elder Haruno refuses to address me as the Uchiha clan head, which only highlights the bias at play. Were it not for the third's orders, would the fourth have perished? Had the Hokage steadfastly supported the village's hero, White Fang, from the beginning, would Tsukumo Hatake have taken his own life due to public opinion? This is all about protecting the village. Each time I reflect on this, my heart aches. The ninjas who had initially gathered to watch the spectacle were moved by Yu's impassioned words, their previously suppressed anger now bubbling to the surface. Indeed, had the fourth still been alive, had Konoha's White Fang still been alive, would the Cloud Village dare to provoke war? Sarutobi, observing how swiftly Yu had stirred the emotions of those present, let out a deep sigh, slowly rising from his seat to remove his Hokage hat. This is all my fault as Hokage. I hereby announce my resignation. This was a strategy Sarutobi had long considered, originally believing it unnecessary, yet now he found himself cornered by the Uchiha. Just as he finished speaking, an unexpected voice urgently interrupted him. No. Hokage-sama, please do not misunderstand. Sarutobi looked bewilderedly at Hisashi, and Yu hurriedly responded, Hokage-sama. Konoha currently has no successor for the Hokage position, and with the front lines still embroiled in conflict. We need your leadership to stabilize the village. Yu recalled the last time Itachi had shown him the will of fire, adjusting his expression to Hokage-sama. Where the leaves dance, the fire endures as the flame that illuminates the village's tender sprouts. You must continue to stand firm in your position. After uttering this, Yu felt a sense of satisfaction, thinking of how he had previously chided Sarutobi for using the will of fire to manipulate his brother. Now the tables had turned, and Sarutobi was the one seeking an exit. He could forget about retreating to become an invisible Hokage. Sarutobi stared blankly at Yu, momentarily at a loss for words. Unable to comprehend the intentions of this Uchiha brat. What do you truly want? Hizashi, no longer hiding his thoughts, spoke up. Hokage-sama, I can understand the bonds between family and friends. It is only natural that there are mutual concealments. But if this continues, it poses significant risks to the village's development. Therefore, I propose. He glanced at you, who nodded slightly. My suggestion is to create a new elder position. The moment Hizashi's words left his lips, they sent shockwaves throughout the assembly. Shikaku and Inuzuka exchanged glances, just as I thought. At this point, Sarutobi realized why the Hyuga had allied with the Uchiha. They were indeed natural allies. The other clans began to contemplate the implications of this proposal. If an additional elder were to be appointed, would their own clan have a chance? However, upon glancing at the two prominent figures standing at the forefront, one white and one black, the aspirations of the smaller clans were swiftly extinguished. After all, the election of an elder was not a position open to ordinary ninjas. Only elite jonin could partake, and with the elite jonin from the two great clans making up half the candidates, it was evident that any new elder would likely emerge from either the Hyuga or Uchiha families. The third, deep in thought, realized that with only one elder position vacated by Danzo, the village could not appoint another without the daimyo's approval. Hizashi, aware of the intricacies involved, spoke in a calm tone. Hokage-sama, the elder I propose is not a high-level advisor, but rather an aide to the Hokage. The distinction between the two roles was clear. A high-level advisor served as a liaison between the Hokage and the daimyo, primarily responsible for securing funding or conveying the village's conditions to the daimyo. Therefore, a high-level advisor required the daimyo's approval, and the Hokage could not decide unilaterally. In contrast, an aide to the Hokage functioned more like a secretary, yet could also participate in significant village decisions, needing only the Hokage's consent. Sarutobi, after organizing his thoughts, recognized that he could not refute this matter and devised his own countermeasure. The position of Hokage aide could only accommodate one more. Any additional appointments would risk diluting the significance of the role, leading to empty titles without substantial duties. You, naturally, did not contest this, for the third had a valid point. After all, Konoha, despite its size, was merely a village and did not require more than 2 Hokage aides, especially since Yu's ambitions lay elsewhere. Sarutobi had anticipated a vigorous rebuttal from Yu. Instead, he was met with silence as Yu merely nodded and returned to his seat, indifferent as he closed his eyes. Hizashi, too, settled back down with satisfaction. Sarutobi suddenly felt he might have misstepped again. However, having spoken, he could not retract his words. He cast a detached glance at Yu, and then at the composed Hizashi, bewildered by their underlying motives. Very well. This meeting is adjourned. 1 week from now, we will conduct the elder selection. Candidates may self-nominate or be nominated by others, and we will gather the village's elite ninjas for voting next week. Meeting dismissed. With that, Sarutobi left the conference room in a straight line. The outcome of this assembly could be deemed a resounding defeat for the Hokage faction. Aside from retaining his position, they had effectively lost everything else. Sarutobi's mood was exceedingly grim. Recognizing that his attempts to suppress the Uchiha had become an exercise in futility, he resolved that it was time to bring Tsunade back. As the crowd in the meeting room dispersed, their gazes lingered on the Uchiha and Hyuga clans, initially expecting some form of interaction between the two families. However, the members of both clans maintained their aloof demeanor, each returning to their respective homes. Yet, in their hearts, an unspoken understanding had already formed. After all, it is inconceivable that the Uchiha clan would have any opportunity to vie for the position of elder. If the Uchiha do not cast their votes for the Hyuga, then the Hyuga will certainly not support the Uchiha. To rely solely on the Uchiha members to seek election for elder is nothing short of a farce. Only if the Uchiha were to vote for the Hyuga could the latter potentially secure a place in the Council of Elders. In pursuit of dividing the power held by the likes of the third Hokage, the Uchiha would undoubtedly seize this opportunity. Furthermore, given the goodwill recently extended by the Hyuga in the security department, the Uchiha would certainly owe the Hyuga a favor. This is also why the clever Uchiha Yu is currently in charge. It emboldens others like Hizashi to take a gamble, for they are all astute individuals. As the rain subsided, the winter sun shone upon the puddles, casting a spectrum of colors, while the previously murky air welcomed the clarity of nature. Upon exiting the council chamber, the Uchiha members were all in high spirits. While it may have appeared that they had not gained significant benefits from the meeting, the subtle advantages accumulated throughout were not insignificant. Not to mention, the impression of the Uchiha among the Konoha ninjas had greatly improved. Moreover, this incident helped establish the Uchiha clan's authority, and the expansion of the security department's power alone had left Fugaku and the Uchiha members following you exhilarated. Chief, what are your plans regarding the expansion of the security department? Uchiha Ryu asked with evident excitement that Ryu pondered for a moment, anticipating that many ninjas would soon join the security department as the power center led by the Uchiha. It is essential to showcase the capability of our clan. Besides the positions of sub-department heads, all other roles should be open to fair competition among the ninjas of Konoha. Will the clan members be dissatisfied with such a decision at this moment? Watanabe, who was beside you, could not help but inquired, "Do you think our clan is still in need of such petty squabbles over positions in the security department?" You countered. Watanabe lowered his head in contemplation. Realizing that the clan indeed did not require such competition for positions in the security department, as numerous shops were in need of staff. Both ninjas and ordinary clan members had various means to make a living. With this thought, Watanabe shook his head, but he remained filled with doubt, unable to comprehend why the chief would relinquish such key positions within the security department. At this moment, Fugaku, who had been observing from behind, spoke up. The security department belongs to the Uchiha. Father, do not be so short-sighted. I am only opening up the positions below the department heads, and these roles will be of great use to us Uchiha in the future. You explained patiently. Why is that? Fugaku asked, perplexed. I believe that through this incident, the ninjas and clans in Konoha will recognize the immense power that the security department holds. Opening up positions below the head is not only to attract those ninjas who wish to befriend the Uchiha, but also to cultivate our own political influence. Pausing for a moment and noticing that everyone was captivated by his words, you could not help but smile. That in the future, relying solely on the Uchiha to contest for the position of Hokage will undoubtedly be futile. Thus, we must nurture our own power, and the extensive opening of sub-department positions presents an excellent opportunity for the Uchiha to build influence. That I plan to further subdivide the security department, in addition to the existing police office, criminal investigation team, and legal department. I intend to classify the ranks of officers that in the future, no matter what kind of officer they may be, they will be categorized into first, second, and third level officers, elite officers, and special police. Advancement in rank will depend on both strength and investigative abilities. Moreover, for each level, our clan will allocate corresponding ninja resources for training, instilling them with a sense of justice, ensuring their loyalty to the security department, which is synonymous with our Uchiha clan. Through the power we cultivate, when the third Hokage makes mistakes again, do you think the Uchiha will still be isolated and helpless? Not to mention those ninja clans who accept our goodwill. But consider the ordinary civilian ninjas who rise to the ranks of elite ninjas in Konoha through our training. Will they not feel grateful? As you concluded his remarks, Fugaku, along with Ryu and Watanabe, gazed at him in astonishment. That a flush suddenly crept across Fugaku's face. I support you. At that moment, he finally glimpsed the path for the Uchiha to aspire to the Hokage position, a long-held aspiration since the establishment of Konoha. Then, are we going to contend for the position of elder in Konoha? Ryu, equally excited, inquired. You calmly shook his head. Not this time. The Uchiha lack the foundation to compete for the position of elder, and the Hyuga have already shown goodwill, which is evident to all ninja clans. Thus, the Uchiha must demonstrate basic integrity. Even if we fail in our bid for elder, while the clan may be frustrated, they will still recognize our honesty, which is crucial for the future development of our clan. The three nodded in agreement. Although they could not further expand the clan's power, it was evident that the chief had a broader vision. Sacrificing the current modest benefits for that position was not regrettable. What the Uchiha sought was the entirety of Konoha-do. By the way, leave one of the positions for the Hyuga. You suddenly recalled the individual who had been casting fervent glances at him during the meeting. Is it Hinata? I hope you can seize this opportunity. Yes, Chief. Ryu readily agreed. Ryu nodded. This time, the position of sub-department head will be yours, Ryu. Ryu was taken aback. Chief, can I really do it? I still wish to stay by your side. Uchiha Ryu replied somewhat reluctantly. Ryu smiled wryly. You are reluctant even when I am giving you a burden. You must fulfill your duties as sub-department head. You need not do much, just implement my orders. Yes, Chief. Uchiha Ryu replied, somewhat dejectedly. Fugaku, observing from behind, was astonished, as it was his first time witnessing such loyalty from a clan member, especially one who was his old rival's son. For some reason, Fugaku felt a surge of satisfaction. By the way, father, do not be idle either that I plan to gather the outstanding youths of our clan to form a clan guard. When you have the time, please help them enhance their practical skills. Fugaku, who was reveling in his satisfaction, was suddenly interrupted. A hint of confusion flickered in his eyes. What was you planning now, father? You must understand that our clan members are the core strength of our family. Without powerful members, how can the Uchiha suppress the other ninja clans in Konoha? This will be the foundation for the Uchiha to establish ourselves in this world. So do not hold back. Train them relentlessly. Fugaku was momentarily taken aback, as he had thought he was entering retirement, but found himself burdened with a pile of tasks by his ambitious son. He simply could not find a moment of peace. Meanwhile, back in the Hokage office, Sarutobi and his companions were nursing their wounds in silence. What a Uchiha! They have actually colluded with the Hyuga and the Yamashiro clan. Mito Gate Yayan, growing increasingly agitated, stood up and began to curse loudly. Enough, Mito. Calm down. There's no use in being angry now. Sarutobi murmured as he took a drag from his cigarette. I believe that the incident with his nephew is what led to the targeting of the Umbu. If he truly chose to betray us, then his companions, Shikaku and Inoichi, would not remain indifferent. As for the Hyuga, I never anticipated their ambitions to be so grand. Humph. Sarutobi, you must now realize that the Uchiha harbor ill intentions. Don Tyu? A cold voice suddenly pierced the air, causing the expressions of Sarutobi and his companions to darken. Danzo, how dare you speak? If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have fallen to such a low point. At this moment, even Tsunade, who had sympathized with Danzo for many years, wore a stern expression. Danzo had initially wanted to say something, but now frowned. Tsunade, what do you mean? Now reduced to a mere figurehead. Danzo was entirely unaware of what had transpired during the meeting. What do I mean? Your actions have put us all in a predicament today. Tsunade, who seemed to have found a vent for her pent-up grievances, showed no mercy toward Danzo. Standing in the shadows, Danzo remained silent. His face darkened. Enough? Sarutobi suddenly shouted, his expression grave as he turned to Danzo. Danzo, did I not instruct you to refrain from entering my office without permission? At this juncture, we absolutely cannot allow the Uchiha to find any weaknesses. Otherwise, we are all doomed. Danzo's body trembled slightly. His strength was nearly depleted, and he understood that such a scene was precisely what that little Uchiha wanted to see. Feeling the increasingly cold stares of his companions, Danzo was filled with immense hatred. Under the watchful eyes of Sarutobi and his companions, Danzo departed from the Hokage building like a defeated dog. Before leaving, he shot a fierce glare at Sarutobi. One day. Sarutobi, today's tribulations shall be repaid to you 100-fold, and that little brat from the Uchiha clan. Humph, it seems that Danzo is becoming increasingly unreasonable. Were it not for his numerous and scrupulous deeds, we would not find ourselves in such a disgraceful predicament. Turning to gaze in the direction Danzo had departed, Team Yun Sakura spoke with indignation. Monkey, how shall we deal with the Uchiha now? Sakura inquired further. Sarutobi pondered for a moment. I intend to summon Tsunade back. She surely would not wish to witness a village under the Uchiha's control. Furthermore, with the new year approaching, it is time to rotate the Uchiha stationed at the front lines. Also, Uchiha Yu has now become the head of the security department, making him unsuitable to remain at the Shinobi Academy. I shall grant him the title of Special Jonin, and after the new year, let him lead another batch of Uchiha to support the front lines. Sarutobi meticulously considered his strategy. All the changes within the Uchiha clan stem from that little rascal Yu. Since he proves to be so troublesome, we must find a way to send him away. Monkey, are you certain about recalling that group of lunatics? Remember, Uchiha Shana harbors a deep-seated grudge against our teacher. Mito Minyin inquired uncertainly. Times have changed. Uchiha Shana made a grave error during the last war, resulting in a 20-year imprisonment by our teacher. Since his release, he has been the most disruptive element within the Uchiha clan. Now that the Uchiha are benefiting from trade, the clan has become increasingly stable. With this old rascal among them, chaos is bound to ensue. If that happens, won't we have a reason to keep suppressing the Uchiha? In that moment, Sarutobi shed his facade of virtue, for the pressure from the Uchiha during this confrontation had been overwhelming. Team Yun Sakura and Mito Minyin exchanged glances, nodding in agreement. The next day, an announcement stirred the entire Konoha. The Uchiha had established a new security division, actively recruiting exceptional shinobi from all over Konoha. This news was akin to a bombshell. as many had anticipated that the Uchiha would only release unimportant positions. However, when the heads of various clans received the recruitment list from the Uchiha, they could hardly contain their excitement. The functions demonstrated by the security department revealed the considerable power this seemingly insignificant division wielded. Previously, the security department handled trivial matters, often leading to discontent. Yet, after the Uchiha withstood pressure from the Hokage, the true might of this department was unveiled. Provided there is sufficient evidence, the elders of Konoha could apprehend individuals without question, and the Hokage would have no ground to object. Even when faced with unwarranted scrutiny from the Umbu, the Uchiha could rely on Konoha's existing laws to defend themselves, unflinching, independent from the Hokage's direct control. This department now held jurisdiction over legal matters, public safety, and criminal investigations, no longer confined to menial tasks of yore. Moreover, the Uchiha released positions for 6 captains beneath the head, with each captain overseeing the security of a street in Konoha. The potential benefits prompted various clans to hastily send their outstanding heirs to apply at the security division. Simultaneously, in the heart of Konoha, a century-old family establishment, the Baisher Medical Hall, celebrated its grand opening amidst great fanfare. Young women, adorned with beauty and grace, sang and danced, creating a jubilant atmosphere that captivated the crowd. Initially, the onlookers were more absorbed in the performances than the medical hall itself. However, upon entering, they were met with decor reminiscent of a bygone era. Exuding elegance and grandeur, many were left wondering about the true purpose of this establishment, with some mistakenly believing it to be akin to the Konoha Medical Institute. Yet, as they scrutinized the various bottles and jars on display, knowledgeable shinobi were left astonished. Among the items, the introduction of the healing ointment stunned many. Healing ointment cures external injuries. Apply, and it will stop bleeding in 3 seconds, scar in 1 minute, and fully heal in 5 minutes. This was nothing short of a life-saving elixir on the battlefield. While shinobi had the profession of medical ninjas, they were often the first to perish in combat. Once a medical ninja fell, injured comrades could only rely on their own lives to endure. Skeptical shinobi, under the earnest persuasion of Uchiha's physicians, produced kunai to cut their own arms, purchasing the healing ointment to test its efficacy. As the audience held their breath, 1 second passed, and the bleeding wound astonishingly began to clot. That a minute later, a scar formed, and 5 minutes after, the wound had healed completely, leaving the arm undamaged, a miraculous spectacle. In that moment, a shinobi produced a considerable sum of money, eager to purchase 100 bottles of the healing ointment priced at 2,000 ryo each, merely 200,000 ryo in total. A stretch for lower-ranking shinobi, but a trivial sum for mid- and high-ranking ones. Countless shinobi were driven wild by the prospect of the healing ointment, a true life-saving artifact to carry. Following this, the detoxifying heart-calming pill and chakra recovery potion were fervently snatched up, while the store's signature product, the youth-enhancing pill, captivated many. An uncertain female shinobi turned to her companion. "Yanai, what does it say on that?" "I can hardly believe my eyes." Beside her, the pure and lovely Yuna swallowed nervously. The description read that it could preserve one's youthful appearance and even enhance beauty. Is the world not too insane? Is this the product of that legendary medical ninja's research? Yunai murmured in disbelief, having come from the Konoha Medical Institute and now drawn in by the bustling atmosphere. However, upon seeing the price of the youth-enhancing pill, their hearts trembled. 1,000,000 ryo. That is exorbitant, Yunai exclaimed, her eyes widening. "Dear customers, this pill is not expensive at all. Imagine, for 1,000,000 ryo, you can preserve your youth, something no one ever dared to dream of before." A graceful Uchiha physician explained with a smile. "You are of the Uchiha clan?" Yunai asked uncertainly, noticing the Uchiha clan emblem on the black chipao of the elder sister. Uchiha Tomoya nodded. She was one of the few female Uchiha with the 3-tomo Sharingan. Also Yu's cousin and Michiko's niece, having come to manage this vitally important medical hall for her clan. When did the Uchiha also acquire such formidable medical ninjutsu? Yunai inquired in disbelief. They were not merely captivated by the youth-enhancing pill, but also understood the value of the healing ointment, detoxifying heart-calming pill, and chakra recovery potion. These products held the potential to transform the entire shinobi world. Uchiha Tomoya's mature and charming face broke into a gentle smile. "All thanks to our clan leader." A hint of pride sparkled in her eyes as she recalled that her cousin had gifted her a youth-enhancing pill. The excitement she felt upon receiving it was matched only by her affection for her cousin. Had he not had a young girlfriend, she might have even considered marrying him. The two young women quietly exited the Baisher Medical Hall, their hearts filled with unspoken melancholy. They desired these items deeply. Yet their means fell short. Yunai, do you think that once we have these pills, our medical ninjutsu will still hold value? Yuna asked with concern. Yunai's heart raced. The efficacy of pills could never truly surpass that of medical ninjas. Yuna, do not underestimate our skills. I have heard that the third Hokage is summoning Lady Tsunade back. With her unparalleled medical ninjutsu, I am certain we will be able to produce these pills in the future. Yuna regained her confidence with a nod, recognizing that Tsunade was a medical legend throughout the shinobi world. With her presence, the Konoha Medical Institute would have nothing to fear that I in the Hokage's office. The sound of hurried footsteps suddenly echoed. Sarutobi, engrossed in his paperwork, was interrupted by a rapid knock at the door. Knock, 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 come in. Sarutobi replied. Sarutobi, I have urgent matters to discuss with you. Team Yoon Sakura exclaimed eagerly. Sarutobi set down his pen, regarding his companion with calm curiosity. Sakura, what is so pressing that you rushed over to inform me? Due to the significant reduction of the shadow, Sarutobi found himself utterly unaccustomed to the current situation. In the past, he was always the first to receive any news. Yet now he required others to inform him. Contemplating this, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Tsumuji Kashin remained silent as she retrieved a space scroll from behind her. Release. With that, several exquisite porcelain jars and bottles materialized before Sarutobi. What is this? He inquired, bewildered. Subsequently, Tsumuji Kashin swiftly elaborated on the purpose of these elixirs. As she explained. Sarutobi's pupils widened in astonishment. Are you certain these were developed by the Uchiha? He asked in disbelief. Tsumuji Kashin nodded earnestly. Both fell into a contemplative silence. Are there any experimental results? Sarutobi calmly inquired, suppressing his astonishment. Naturally. Otherwise, I wouldn't have rushed to find you. Upon hearing her response, Sarutobi fell silent. A tempest of emotion surging within him. As the leader of the village, he fully understood the significance of these pills. They had the potential to alter the course of the ninja world as warfare. Monkey, what should we do? Tsumuji Kashin asked anxiously. Go fetch Hiramitsu. Sarutobi replied thoughtfully. Without further ado, Tsumuji Kashin hurriedly exited to find Mizutome Hiramitsu. Sarutobi then turned his gaze to the shadows by the window. Kakashi, go to the Uchiha compound and summon Uchiha Yu. The current clan leader. A figure slowly emerged from the shadows. Yes, Hokage-sama. With that, Kakashi swiftly departed from the Hokage building. Sarutobi glanced outside, his hand trembling involuntarily. Uchiha, Uchiha, just how much more do you possess? At that moment, Yu was reclining on a lounge chair on the second-floor balcony, observing Sasuke toil away in the training ground. Across from her, Izumi was meticulously knitting a scarf with 2 iron needles, the fabric gradually taking shape in her hands. Occasionally, she would glance up at Yu, basking lazily in the sunlight, her large eyes narrowing slightly as a gentle smile graced her face. The reason for this was